If anyone finds this, this is for the record. It was such a nice day. Such a beautiful day outside. Barely a cloud in the sky. The sun was out. It wasn't too hot. The sun wasn't beating down on you too much. It was a great day to be outside and do anything working, playing, just hanging out with your buddies with a couple of drinks. It would have been such a nice day. But just like my old sergeant used to say, bad things happen on nice days, so you always have to be ready for it. And boy, were we not ready. We were not ready for the amount of ships that suddenly entered Earth's orbit, just almost blinking in, just jumping in for some reason. It was so strange that these massive ships would not only come in close like that, though staying clear of our moon for some reason. At least I figure it had something to do with the gravity wells, but regardless of that, they almost blocked out our sun in some places. As they got closer to the planet, it was pretty easy to see. Most of the militaries around the world immediately scrambled, and of course, the news reports and all the alerts went out. We all ran home trying to get our weapons and our gear, thinking, oh, we're going to take the fight to these Xenos. Yeah, we're going to take them down. They're going to mess with the wrong planet. But that idea was very short lived as we got a message from them. These aliens, they were about our height, bipedal like us. It seems like what we consider humanoid is pretty standard across the entire galactic community. At least we would find that out later. What we did find out about these ones is they claimed that they had come here to free us from the overlords that were actually controlling everything. Most of us didn't know what was going on until they saw another ship, then 2, then 5, then 20. Somewhere around 30 different ships had jumped out of our atmosphere, most of them coming out of our oceans, other ones coming out from underground. It was clear these were some sort of weird saucer-ish type shapes, but kind of extended on one side. They didn't spin like you would think, but they looked like they were running up towards the group that had just showed up. But instead of flying to them, they clearly tried to fly around them. And that is when we saw our first taste of interstellar combat. Their weapons seared through each other like some sort of laser beam on crack. Though the smaller ships, the rounder ones that had been hidden around our planet, desperately tried to get away, ducking and weaving, it wasn't long till, even though they could dodge the larger lasers, the smaller ones that we counted up to point defenses started piercing through their hull. There was no shield. I don't know what type of sci-fi idiot thought that would be an actual thing. But any type of disbursement that might have happened to slow down the energy weapons that cut into the alien ships didn't seem to work all that well. Eventually, not a single one of the saucer-ish type ships got away and then plummeted back down towards the planet. Many of them, the larger ships that were there, just let them fall and let them crash. Some of them were able to skid to a stop. Other ones just, well, became a pancake in a different way than what they already were. We all looked on in sheer amazement and thought to ourselves, what the hell can we do against these things? We saw that a few of the shots that had missed, some of these energy weapons had seared entire towns. How do we fight against that? When it was all over, the aliens that had showed up and seemingly fought off another group that was hidden here had only taken 4 ships, 4 of the original ones on this planet. They brought them in and claimed to us, you do not have to fear anymore. We have purged the infestation from you. What you call the Grey or Anunnaki or whatever you prefer to call them, whether it be alien or whatever, is no longer in control of your planet. However, we do expect some compensation for our trouble. This is where things got interesting. We thought, okay, thermonuclear war, we're going to have to blow up our planet just to stop them. But these these aliens were not interested in conquering us. They weren't interested in our planet. We figured that our planet was rich in resources, that they would want to take it over, but no, they had zero interest. Apparently, we were pretty far out of the way, and this was just a personal conflict between the two species. We just happened to be there. But they still wanted some sort of compensation. And it wasn't long until we figured out exactly what that was. They wanted us. Well, not all of us, that is. They wanted humans. They had never truly studied humans, and they wanted to take us with them, and we would basically serve unto them as indentured servants. Though we would get paid under whatever their credit system, even the simplest of conversion would find out that they're going to be paying us basically peanuts. But considering the alternative, as they could possibly glass our entire planet before we got our first strategic bomber in the air, this was a decent trade. However, it was not the same around the entire world. Many governments refused to give up their personnel. Others offered even more for the chance to have alien technology or protection. Some of these countries even threatened. However, many other countries, many of those who understood the idea that a one-time payment was worth it, especially since we now knew what we were up against, this was worth it. However, in many of these, what is known or used to be known as Western countries, asked for volunteers. The aliens insisted on 1 billion personnel. 1 billion, we thought. This is insane. But then again, there's almost 8 billion of us on this planet. And they said if we would not volunteer, then they would hold a lottery that was, of course, fair and balanced. Yeah, right. I don't think anybody on this planet or any other could have rolled their eyes any harder when these rich schmucks were saying, oh, it's going to be fair. We're not going to have any type of special treatment for our family. Sure, We knew this was bullshit. We knew that we would be forced out there in chains if need be. At first, they tried to give the aliens the weakest that we had, the mentally and physically disabled, but the aliens very quickly took these and got mad at the leadership. Immediately, they demanded any and all information on the human genome itself. Most countries wouldn't give anything much beyond what you would find in a biology textbook from the 5th grade. However, the aliens were not having this, and they were getting more and more agitated as they sent their own probes down to go into some of the most secure areas in the entire planet and start ripping the information out. The physical barriers didn't matter much, as these probes would simply hover and cut the way through. It wouldn't matter if it took 30 seconds or 30 days. They were getting through. And the more they had to cut through, the more agitated they got with the leadership, to the point that they said if we did not comply, then they would simply destroy all of us and take everything with them. Eventually, a foregone conclusion happened. Our leaders, our illustrious leaders, surrendered. They allowed the volunteers that were not disabled to go forward. However, they put out that the first ones to volunteer should be those without children, without families, preferably those that have lived a decent amount of their lifetime to go and be sacrifices for the greater good. That, when they said, was enough to stop most people from going. However, we realized that those that were holding the ships over us were being more and more pissed off. And then watching an entire small nation get vaporized sure got everybody on board pretty damn quick. Being that I didn't have any kids or wife, I looked over to my family and I told them that I had volunteered. Most of them understood, but others cried. The youngest ones were worried that they would never see me again, but I told them, I swear I will return. So don't worry, okay? Just don't worry. I've lived through worse than this. They all looked at me sideways, but I didn't tell them that yes, I have lived through some of the worst of what this world can throw at me. That being said, I was not looking forward to whatever was coming our way. Eventually, I would go in for processing. It was not much different than any military personnel goes through, general health checks and things of that nature before we were registered and put on a bus and sent off to a holding area before they brought us up to their ships. You would think that a species that advanced would simply beam you up. Yeah, that doesn't actually happen. Teleportation at that level is such an energy drain, it's insane. And besides, if you have something that's not actually stationary on a planet, apparently it doesn't work. That being said, their shuttles were very large, and as we all were shuffled aboard with what we could carry, we all looked back at one point or another, and basically, silently, we said our goodbyes to this planet, to our own people. Some people tried to say small talk, other ones just kept to themselves. Most of us did keep our eyes straight forward. I could tell just by the look of certain people how they moved that they were prior military like me. I wondered what they had up their sleeve. I knew there had to be some spooks, some CIA agents in here somewhere, some folks who didn't officially exist until now. Lord knows what they were up to, but I really didn't care. All I cared about was making sure that they did not just glass our entire planet. That was my worry the entire time. And I will let you know the pucker factor was up really high. As the shuttle docked with one of their main ships, it simply opened and we were escorted out. They gave us a particular number and then they gave us these devices and told us that we had to follow what it told us. And we followed the instruction without question, just in case. Of course, you don't want to piss off someone like that. As for what our new boss looks like, they seem rather reptilian, I guess you could say. They still only had 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs. They did have a bit of a tail, but it wasn't anything too crazy. I didn't actually caress my hand against one, but it seemed like more scale than skin. Their faces were a little bit more scrunched up and pushed forward, and of course what really stuck out was the fact that they were smaller than us. The tallest one I saw couldn't be above 5'2", and yet they still motioned each way for us to go. Eventually, I found my way into some sort of lab that we were all walking through. As we did, we were stopped and told to stand in a certain area. A machine wrapped itself around me, and then suddenly I was out cold. Although I did feel pressure. It wasn't quite a dreamless sleep, but I could feel the pressure of things moving around me. They must have gave me some sort of sedative, because when I woke up, not only could I understand what the hell they were saying, as some sort of translator was put inside my ear, or inside my brain, I couldn't tell which, but also the device I'm recording on is in there. As you know by now, to get this device, you'll have had to crack my cranium open and rip it out. However, I still would like some sort of record of what happened to me and what happened next. After being released, I checked the time. I was only in there for a few minutes. Seemingly, they hit us with some sort of goop, which was very, very, gross and slimy, but it sure helped us heal a whole lot faster. After that, there was a couple other spots where I simply had to stand in one place. However, the one part that kind of threw everyone off was the fact that they had us disrobe. We could put all our clothes in our bags, yes, but we had to walk the rest of the way without any clothing on. This put a lot of people, definitely uncomfortable position, as most of us are not used to walking around that way. You could see those who were military as we tried to not give a crap, and just a few others who seemed to be comfortable in their birthday suit. However, the rest of them tried to keep covering up. However, every time we entered a new area, we were instructed to put our bags down and hold our hands out to our sides, straight out, so that our hands were even with our neck. Also, we had to spread our legs shoulder width apart as well, and some sort of scanner would go over us. For some of us, after the scanner went over, something else came into play. Another device was put over us, and we insisted to ask what the hell was going on. What was this other device they were using? They never did really answer, but we found our answer really quick. As it turns out, our body hair disgusts them, so they were taking it off. Also, anybody that had blemishes on their body, as in a lot of moles, found them quickly removed. How they did this without causing an extreme amount of pain or needing extra recovery time, I still have no idea. We did have to beg them to let us keep the hair on the top of our heads, of course. They fought us at first, but then a few of the folks who were very good at speaking were able to inform them that that was one of the things that we actually prefer. We want our hair there. If there's any hair for us, that is where. However, they did insist that us men get our facial hair removed permanently. You can't grow a beard, a mustache, or anything like that anymore. Hell, at one point they even shoved something up my nose to get the hairs out of there as well. Oy, that was uncomfortable. However, it took about 4 or 5 hours to get through all these different scanners, all these different adjustments. Every once in a while, I would see someone get pulled off to the side, and listening close, I could hear what was going on. They found a disease that had to be taken care of. Me, with all my time around the world, I realized that eventually they would pull me over, and of course they did. They looked at me confused and asked me how I was still breathing, even with all the different viruses and bugs that were in my system, different parasites and such, many of which were dead, but others were very much alive. I got confused and I asked them if they were talking about my digestive tract, which they did their version of rolling their eyes, which was shoving their jaw from side to side. No, as it turns out, viruses of that number are usually lethal to the galactic community, so they had to clear us of viruses. I had to stand in a pod for about an hour, at least I figured that long, as they went over with some sort of funky energies. This energy, as it went through me, was very weird. All I could say is my whole body felt fuzzy, and then kind of slightly electrified, and then almost gooey, and then fuzzy again, and then different sensations just kept going through over and over again. And eventually, I heard a weird chime, and the pod opened. They didn't say I was clear, they just said, "This way." Down another way, I found that one of the men that I had seen had a huge scar up his back. I didn't really know what it was from, but if I had to guess, it was shrapnel. Not only was the man walking straighter, but all the scars on his back were gone. Whatever they're doing to us apparently has something to do with aesthetics, because I can't figure out anything else. Eventually, after all this was done, they simply brought us into a chow hall and tried to feed us this slime. There was slime, there was goop, and there was towers of what looked like shit. It didn't taste bad. In fact, it didn't taste like much at all. However, when you're that hungry, anything will taste good. That being said, I wasn't exactly thrilled about scooping it up with my hands. We did ask if they had utensils, and they just kind of looked at us weird. Apparently, that's a human thing. Eventually, after licking my hands clean, I didn't realize I was that hungry. They brought us into our individual storage areas. I say storage area because it could barely be counted as a room. We had to tell them that we kind of need a toilet to relieve ourselves. However, they did laugh at this, at least their version of laughing, which was a kind of weird clicking sound they did with their voice, and then sounded kind of like a halfway cough, like a dog. They told us that the restrooms were actually public to all of us, and they point us in the right direction, which was good because whatever goop I had to eat was not sitting well in my system. Thankfully, their entire bathroom setup was pretty good, I'll admit that. It even cleaned you off when you were done, which was grateful, although the amount of us that actually jumped up going, ah, what the hell was that? Was pretty high. Although I can tell you that a few of the women enjoyed that cleansing process a little too much. Regardless of that fact, eventually I got back to my little storage room, which was barely that. I'll give it this, at least I had a window to look out of. Surprisingly, if I went far enough to one side, I could just see the curvature of Earth itself. And then I went to the other side, and I could see Luna, our moon. At least we were still there. I looked, there was a bed that wasn't too bad. I'd say the beds in basic training were about the same, about 2 inches thick of a pad on something hard. Thankfully, there was a little sink for us to clean up and do personal hygiene. At least that part itself was universal. It wasn't more than a day before I realized that we had left Earth orbit. You didn't feel it. So whatever type of inertia dampening system, whatever in the hell it is, they must have turned it on. Because as I woke up and looked to see again if I could see Earth, I didn't see anything but darkness and stars. I went to the other side and I did not see our moon. Oh boy, we're in it for the duration now. What the hell is coming next? I kept track using my watch, but I knew eventually it would run out of power. It was only good for about 2 weeks, so I know after it runs out I won't be able to put a date behind anything or know how many days I've been here. Try to look at the timestamp for each of these files. At least then you'll be able to know. I have trouble accessing this thing. Maybe it really just wasn't set up for humans. It seems like our captors, if you want to call them that, can access this thing very easily. It's almost as though they're hooked up to the internet, although it makes me wonder what they're doing off in a corner sometimes. All in all, I would say as far as alien invasion goes, this isn't so bad. Although I can only pray that they didn't just glass the planet after getting their billion people. Now here I sit, staring out into the darkness, wondering where in the hell we're going next. What do they want with us anyway? Why a billion? That's a lot. That is a lot of souls upon this ship. At least, well, I want to say at least, but I'm not even sure if I can say that. I just wonder what the hell's going to happen next. Life aboard this alien ship is, in one word, boring. At least that's the short answer. The long answer is excessively boring. Though we have free range of many areas, there isn't much here to do as far as recreation or entertainment. Sure, we can go to the chow hall, we can eat what passes for food here. And of course we can sleep because we all have our own quarters, even though those quarters are so damn small you might as well be in a closet. Most people try to converse, but there's only one place to talk, really sit down and talk that is, and that's inside the chow hall, where there's actually seating. Everywhere else is just like hallways or corridors, whatever the hell you want to call it. I keep having to remind people, hey, don't stand in the way of those hatches, because if they close, you don't know if it's going to stop because you're in the way. If they close, they might just cut you in half. I could tell there's a few guys who were Navy men who really knew their stuff when it came to ships. They seemed to very quickly figure out ways to entertain themselves. Some of them made their own decks of cards. Other people created chess sets, checkers, all sorts of different things. Somehow, a guy actually carved a 6-sided die. I'm sure if he carved a second one, they'd be trying to gamble for something, shooting dice and all that, even though I have no idea how that works. However, he only got the one down, so whatever he was going to play with that. All in all, we did what we could. And it wasn't long before my watch ran out of juice, and I ended up just leaving it inside my own bag. I left it with any electronics I had. Most everybody's electronics ran out of power within the first couple of days, mainly because they tried to keep themselves occupied with any sort of games or music or whatever there might be. They didn't have any charge ports. No matter how many times we asked them for something to charge our electronics, they refused. These guys are assholes. But, well, at least we're still alive. We began to converse around asking, what did they do to you? What did they do to this other person? And it all came down to the same thing. We were all cleansed in a way. A few of them said that all their blemishes were gone. I had them check my back, and where I couldn't see, they said, oh yeah, your body hair is gone too. Your moles are all gone, everything. I'm like, oh, wonderful. Apparently, a few of them actually had severe issues with viruses they had picked up along the way. And they said they never felt better. Apparently, whatever they did was enough to kill viruses. I guess out here in the vacuum of space, viruses are dangerous. I'm sure they would have ended all the bacteria in our system too if that wouldn't have just killed us. But we all still speculated what was going on. It wasn't until a few of us prior service guys really sat down and thought about it, what was going on. We didn't really know for a long time, not for several days. In fact, it was probably 2 weeks considering. But it was difficult, very difficult to figure out what day it was, as the lights stayed on 24/7, 365. Well, by human terms at least. It was difficult sleeping. We insisted that they let us turn the lights off in our room, and they agreed that we would be allowed to shut our lights off. This was annoying, to say the least, but thankfully, starlight in the blackness of space was something worth looking at, something that seemed almost comforting, in effect, as you tried to drift off to sleep every single time. We would wake up, of course, most of us having to run down to the bathroom because this new food was not settling well. But hey, alien cuisine was like eating MREs. The only difference is MREs would bind you up. This stuff gave you the runs. A few people ended up losing a lot of weight really quick. Thankfully, my body's gone through so much junk in its time, it can adapt pretty quick. The younger ones, me being older, I would say the younger ones, about 20, were the easiest ones to adapt to the newer surroundings. Although they did spend more time getting to know each other in the more personal matters. And of course, fights would break out over that sort of thing, and I'm sure we were being watched. I never really gave a crap, except for once when a young girl ran behind me, asking me to protect her. I remember looking at the guy, and he was very insistent that she talk to him. Yeah, dude, not a smart idea with somebody who's got my level of training, especially when he didn't have any. It's kind of funny. And as he was on the ground begging me to let go of his arms after demanding I do so, and I almost snapped his shoulder out of joint, that he finally backed off. Thankfully, this was the only incident I had, but apparently other folks were really starting to get into their combat skills. As, well, let's face it, boredom will do that. However, what we ended up doing is trying to figure out a way to exercise, burn off some of this energy. We figured the food was high caloric for some reason, but we didn't figure out why. So eventually, the only place we could figure out a way to work out was the actual chow hall. We had to move some of the chairs and tables and all this other fun shit around, but we were able to set up an area where we could actually work out, help each other. Some of the guys there were really good, and they helped me on my balancing as my flexibility and everything had gone to hell for my life. So it was really nice to be able to be fixed up and be able to have similar strength as I felt like I was in my 20s. It was weird. I was starting to wonder what else they did to us. Maybe nanomachines, maybe, I don't know, some sort of organic whatever the hell. All I know is I felt really good, and a whole bunch of others did too. Eventually, this is where most of us spent our time, just simply exercising, doing laps around the chow hall, which got very, very boring. So, of course, people would talk while they're jogging, doing push ups, handstands. We even were able to get a couple of pull up bars set up. And this was seemingly pleasant to our captors. I don't know if what they were doing was a sense of a smile, but every time we were working out, they always seemed to be looking at us. And then they would talk to each other in that weird language, just low enough that we couldn't hear. However, what they didn't realize is that thing they put into our heads had started to adapt itself. I was starting to wonder if it was like that really bad sci-fi show back in the day where they put some sort of organic chip in their head. Maybe that's what's in ours, and it just took a while to integrate. Eventually, I didn't let on, but I could start to understand their language. And I'm no linguist. A few people could really figure it out quick because they are linguists. However, it was still strange that I was suddenly able to understand not only what they were saying, but I could read the strange glyphs that were all over. I could see the signs that said bridge this way, engineering that way, cantina, the latrine, or the head, whichever one you want to call it. They had a completely different word for it, the shenknacha. I'm thinking, is that the sound you make when you're in there trying to get rid of all this alien food, one way or another? Regardless of that, the one place we couldn't go was either or I should say the two, was the bridge and engineering. No matter what, we couldn't get past the bulkheads. There was some sort of bioscanner, I think, because we could see our wonderful bridge crew and engineering crews just simply walk through, but every time we got close, those doors just slammed shut, and they seemed to lock. What actually annoyed them is if we were outside the doors, just sitting there talking, the doors wouldn't open, and we could actually hear them pounding on the doors. Maybe in an odd attempt to get us to go away, but I didn't really give a shit. Eventually, I sat there and watched, and I started getting quick looks on the inside, and so did others. Those of us who realized this might not be the pleasure cruise we thought it might be started conversing more and more about what we'd seen, and we started to compare notes. It was around this time, what we wager was about 2 weeks of traveling whatever they call their version of FTL, faster than a light travel. It didn't matter. We found ourselves going to a massive space station. And when I say massive, I'm not kidding. The thing was simply flippin' huge. The size of this ship had to be 4 or 5 times the size of Long Island. I would say almost maybe the length of Japan, something along those lines. And yet there were several of them. And we pulled into the space station. We were actually able to go inside, sort of. You see, the ship itself decided to turn sideways. We were all instructed to go to our rooms and wait until docking procedures were over. I figured, what the hell, this has just got to be a commonplace thing. But as soon as I got in that door, I actually heard the ka-tunk of a locking mechanism going into place. I tried to open the door. It would not open. I ended up having to sit there on the bed, and I waited as the ship turned, and here I am basically face to face with the station. We looked forward, and it seemed as though the station would open up with these massive doors and not fully encapsulate the ship, but simply open up enough where a third of the ship itself was inside, and then the doors locked on and seemed like they pressure sealed around it. I didn't see any type of force field, but we must have actually pushed through one because there were people, well, somethings, walking around in there, and a lot of them. You would think this was part of a major city or something with the amount of different species that were there. As I looked around, I couldn't help but notice that there was a whole bunch of humanoids, but absolutely no humans, at least not that I could see. There were different ones. There were some with big ears, some with horns, some with antennae, some with 5 fingers, some with 6, some with 3. Most of them very gangly and extremely thin, which was surprising. I wondered if that was just kind of a thing being in space, that you end up very, very thin. Maybe that's the reason why the food is the way it is. as we looked around, I noticed something beneath me, and my heart dropped down to my ass. There was a stage. However, the stage itself was not facing us. No one was about to address us. They were going to speak out to the crowd. It was very easy to see towards the bottom was set up similar to a theater with rows and rows and rows of seats reaching up easily 5 times higher than a standard football stadium. It was incredible reaching out. But that only went about halfway up the ship. The rest was just different layers and layers of walkways that people were going to different shops and different areas for. We did not understand what was going on. And I looked out and I tried to push my face against the glass to look over to see, can I see any of my own folks? No, but why? Why are we up against the glass? What the? Oh, crap. That's when I fully understood. As soon as I saw a vehicle hover up with 4 very large arms, this vehicle looked similar to a bug with the 4 arms reaching out from it. No wings moved. In place seemed to be several different motors. They seemed to be anti-gravity motors, but they were very close to the center of the ship. It reached out farther down the ship from me and latched onto the side, and then it pulled something out. It wasn't long before I realized exactly what the hell I was looking at. And what I was looking at was a compartment just like the one I was in, and they were bringing it down towards the stage. I listened as close as I could, but I couldn't hear much until I pushed my ear right up against the glass, and then I heard a booming voice come across their version of the PA system. "Greetings all, and welcome to the first auction for the humans. This is a newly discovered species, and this species has shown its ability to be not only fast, but also strong. They will make great laborers for you. However, we have also found that they will be great for your own personal protection and also your pleasure." With this, I cringed as I looked across the whole bunch of humanoid beasts that were now gathering in mass to see us. I could see a few looking closer and closer to us. I swear a few of them I could hear just cheering and laughing, pointing at different ones of us. "Now, if you'll point your attention to this one pod, we have chosen the first male of the human species to show you their abilities and to get you comfortable with the sight of these humans." The pod seemed to be open from the top, not the front, but the top. As several of the aliens went inside, you could actually hear the crowd gasp. What is going on? I could barely make out what they were saying, but somehow that thing they put in my head was translating all their words, and I could understand what they were saying. And they were suddenly shocked at what they saw. I looked down as far as I could, but I could barely see what was going on until I saw one of my fellow former soldiers climbing out the top, covered in blood. With that, several different of the security guard personnel came in. Different species came up and raised their weapons and began to fire on him, knocking him down to the ground. Some sort of pulse weapon was being used. I could hear him screaming in pain, and I looked as close as I could. I wondered what the hell was going on, but I really couldn't get a very good look at what was going on. I could just barely make out him writhing on the ground as he tried to get back on his feet. Eventually, they all tried to jump on him, but he was able to stand up, and I saw him actually grab one by the arm and chuck him like a goddamn rag doll a good 20 or 30 feet. And I heard something I didn't think I would. The man laughed. As the guards continued to pile on and subdue him, they must have jabbed him with something, because he eventually dropped down to one knee, and he started cursing. "You motherless bastards, you!" With that, you heard the announcer, "As you can see, the humans are very strong and very fast. The bidding for these will begin shortly, but we will put this one out on display. But do not concern yourself. We have adequate restraints to hold them down so that you may get a close-up view. However, we do recommend that you refrain from touching or caressing them, as they do find this to be difficult to handle. At least for now. If you were to take one of these for pleasure, I guarantee it would be worth your while to caress all you want. With this, another cold shudder went down my spine as I looked over and I could see some four-eyed tentacle thing kind of staring right at me. Just out of instinct, I flipped her off. As I looked down, I could see the man being tied up, basically brought out, and he was almost quartered by the restraints holding his legs and arms out in all four directions. He was still out cold by whatever sedative they gave him. While this was happening, another pod was being brought down. In this pod, you can see that there's a human female. This is an average human female, as you can see. They are usually not as aggressive as the males. However, you will see that she is still a bit dangerous, but again, a great asset for anyone who chooses to purchase one. The pod was again open from the top, and this time the two security personnel went in, and after a few seconds, the female came out with their bindings on. The bindings were holding her hands behind her back as they helped her out. As she walked forward, the announcer continued. As you can see, the females are much more docile, which makes them better for the pleasure aspect. However, be rest assured, these are very strong creatures, as you can see by the definite muscle tone on this female. I began to clench my fists in rage at the idea of what the fuck these guys were gonna do. I hated myself for not being able to do anything. I pounded my fists against the glass ever so slightly, just trying to keep my rage under wraps as I could. But oh, it was boiling up in me, and I couldn't wait to get my hands on one of these scrawny bastards. As the female was brought up, her bindings was released. But as they tried to put the straps on her arm, she thrashed around, and this time she used her hand as a claw, reached up and dug it right into the neck of one of these skinny Xenos, some purple-skinned whatever in the hell it was. Her nails seemed to be sharp enough to dig right into its skin and slash it. The blood began to pour out as you could hear, even at the distance I was, the Xeno scream in pain and fear as she started to fight back, but it didn't take more than 4 guards to restrain her and put her in the bindings. She was still screaming all sorts of profanity and screaming for help from any of us, but there was nothing we could do. Side by side, they were there. As the man began to gain consciousness, I wonder what type of curses came out of his mouth, but I'm sure he was far too groggy from whatever in the hell they had sedated him with. As you can see, we have our base male and female. No, there is not a third to choose from. However, you are free to genetically change them at your whim as soon as they are purchased. We do recommend that if you are going to use them for any type of gladiatorial arena, then we do recommend that you at least allow the males to have claws or fangs, as they do not come standard with either. I again worried about what I had just come into. I had to sit there and watch as the Xenos walked up to each of them and began to look around. And before I realized, I saw the machine pass right by me. I wasn't even looking for it, but it had gone to take more and more out as they displayed them. 5 on each side, 5 male, 5 female. But every time they pulled them down, each of them fought with even more veracity. They could see that if they didn't fight, they would simply be up for display. And the ones that were up for display were not dressed for very long. The security detail ended up tearing off all their clothes and fully exposing them. This caused many of the females to shriek as they did not want to be exposed. However, the security did not even slow down in their disrobing of anyone. This was going to be an interesting day. I had to sit there and watch this all happen for several hours, I guess. I couldn't even judge time anymore. I began to watch as each of the Xenos walked up past. Most of them stared, many of them went to get a closer look and examined it closely with a discerning eye. A few laughed, many pointed, and a few even reached out and touched. In one case, this was a bad idea, as the male did not like the fact where that Xeno's tentacle had just wrapped around, and he was able to start breaking away from his bindings. I laughed a little bit as I could see the restraints straining to hold him as he started to pull his arms farther down towards the Xeno that had just done this. I couldn't tell if the Xeno was a man or woman. Definitely not this distance, but even up close I wouldn't be able to tell. But they all freaked out as they heard the metal restraints begin to strain under the pressure of this man desperately trying to get free. After several hours, we heard that same voice. Now that you have all had a good long look at our new arrivals, please take your seats as the bidding will commence soon. And with that, all the Xenos that had come close began to pull away and find seats. They all seemed to have some sort of light in their hand. As I would see, it was some sort of blue light and then a type of green. I didn't understand what it was, but apparently, if you were bidding on them, that particular one, you would hold up the blue light. If the bidding went too high, you would switch it over and flash the green light and then lower it. This was pretty obvious after the first 2 or 3 of us were auctioned off. I tried to hold my rage as best I could. For hours, I had to sit there and watch my fellow humans be traded off like cattle. I knew we had fought a war, we had wasted so many lives to put an end to this barbaric practice, but apparently, out here in the ether of space, it was very, very common. As I saw the device come up to my pod, I sat down on the bed and held on to the side as the device pulled me out from there and my container lurched forward. It was oddly smooth. This was a well-practiced maneuver. Either that or was automated. And I was lowered down to the bidding area. As it landed, I saw that the device went away and then the top opened up. The security personnel stepped inside. This time they had learned, and now they had some sort of electric shocks with them. I guess they figured having the electricity kind of shock and make noises was going to be intimidating. I simply looked at it and I grinned. One of them must have understood what I was doing because he got mad and lurched at me. I didn't move because I wanted to make sure I wasn't dreaming. He drove that thing right into my abdomen, but it tickled. I started laughing hysterically. It was like 1,000 people had given me the old-fashioned tickle torture from when I was a kid. It was crazy. I'm laughing. I'm laughing so hard I'm almost crying. And I could actually hear his buddy say, "That's enough. You're going to hurt him too much." I looked at him and I continued laughing. I could not realize how funny this situation had gone. They thought they had hurt me. The older one that had not shocked me simply looked at me and said, "Walk out calmly and we will not have to harm you again." I was too busy laughing to even consider moving. And then the younger one once again jabbed me with it, and again I started laughing as it still just tickled. I am wondering what the heck was going on. And finally he got pissed off. As I'm laughing so hard I have my eyes closed, he raised up the baton and hit me on the side of the head. I wasn't laughing after that. My head lurched to one side with the strike, and then I looked over at him. He had wound it up again for another strike, and I caught his hand on the way down. Grabbing the baton, I ripped it out of his head, and I swung it down to his legs, and I heard the bone crack as the baton made contact, and he doubled over in pain. And then I took the baton and jabbed it into his chest just for good measure, and he wailed in sheer pain. I only held it there for a few seconds, and then I pulled it off. and then I looked at the older one and tossed the baton aside. He was simply standing there in shock, not realizing what I had done. However, when it came to it, I simply walked out. I realized I need to fall back on my training. Don't fight your captors, or they might just kill you just for the hell of it. I simply walked out of that hatch. There was other security around me, all of them holding these strange tickle batons that they had, and I chuckled at the idea. Behind me, I could hear the older guard, after berating the one for whacking me with the baton, yelled up to his underlings, "Don't bother, that won't hurt him." I kind of chuckled again at this, but I looked over and I could see many different Xenos were looking at me, different species, many of them just disgusting to look at. Some of them with strange mandibles that seemed to reach out like a crab as they were talking. Others that had tendrils that came down over their face. Some of them slimy as all hell. Others that were reptilian, like seriously, you'd think lizard men from those video game cinematics. It was crazy. You even had some that looked like the orcs from that whatever video game that is. You pay $10 a month to I don't know, sit there with your thumb in your butt. It was crazy. The differences I could see in there. It was just absolutely staggering. As I walked over, I could see the one with the microphone. "And on to our next human. As you can see, this one is very physically fit." As he was speaking, the older guard went and whispered in his ear, "Oh, and it is strong too. It was able to take down one of the guards and apparently was not able to be taken down by the shock batons." It looked over at the guard, kind of confused. "Are you sure?" The guard actually walked up to me, handed me the baton, turned it on, backed up, and gestured for me to use it. I saw the baton sparking. I spun it around and jabbed it into my side, and again I started laughing with all sorts of hysterics as it tickled so much it was driving me crazy. The laughter was actually what hurt. It made my sides hurt. I was laughing so hard. Then finally, I took the baton and tossed it away. They all looked over at the guard who handed me the baton, and he gave his version of a shrug, I guess, which was looked like a curtsy to me. "Well, that was a show. So it seems like we have a prize here, as the shock baton did not seem to injure this one, but he seems to be very, very willing to do what he's told, which means easy to control for you. So we will start the bidding now." I could hear the bidding going up in currencies I didn't understand. Eventually, it got to the point where people were actually betting small ships. I'm like, I didn't know I was worth that much. "And before we continue the bidding, we are going to show you what he looks like, fully." And that's when the guards ran up and started ripping at my clothes. I backhanded the first one as he grabbed my ass. And I waved my finger, no, you don't do that. I decided, you know what, I'll show him a little bit, and I took off my shirt, but I held it in my hand. With that, the bidding continued. It wasn't long before I saw the bidding dwindling down, and eventually, the auctioneer, "And you are now the proud owner of this human. Feel free to come and collect him as soon as he finishes his screening process." With that, I was left off to the side, and another pod was already being brought down. What I didn't realize until I had gotten to that point and turned around is that other pods had been being brought down. They weren't auctioning us off one at a time. No, there were several auction blocks stationed all around the place. It was just the one that I could see that I was brought to. In actuality, there was auction blocks in every direction. Must have been 3 or 4 dozen of them. Some of the humans went out. If they fought too much, they were immediately taken out. Eventually, I could see that they did have weapons strong enough to punch through. However, most of the weapons they used seemed to be energy-based, which, from what I could see from one of our guys as his body was being carted right past me, that it caused burns, second and third degree burns, but it didn't seem to be all the way through. The smell, however, the smell. All I could remember was bacon. Overcooked bacon. I knew that smell. Unfortunately, it's one of the reasons I have trouble eating bacon from my time over in a combat zone. I still had to remember my training. They need to like you. You need to learn all you can. You need to get into this. Eventually, they would send me through another set of scanners, and this time they actually held me in place as the scanner went over the body again. But this time I wasn't giving a dose of anything. They weren't trying to look for anything. Apparently, they wanted to make sure I didn't build any new viruses or bacteria in my system. Nope, just the normal ones I got. This time, as they carted me out, they asked me to hold out my hand. With that, my hands were bound, and before I knew it, a collar was put on me. I knew what this was going to be. This was a fucking shock collar. As soon as they let go of my hands, I reached up and put my hands next to my neck. And as I put my fingers in, it tried to shock me. I figured, you know what, I'll fake the funk, and I flinched. I flinched a bit, and then I could hear them say, "Turn it up, I want to see him jump around." Unfortunately, I did have to fake the funk, and I did fall on the ground and jump a little bit, pretending that this shock collar actually hurt. Apparently, these guys don't understand that you need a pretty high amount of voltage. But then again, as skinny as all these folks are, maybe it just doesn't take much. Eventually, I was led down a hallway, and then another one, and then another one. And then I was swapped off to another set of guards and left in a holding area. And then another human came in, and then 3 or 4 more. And then, finally, when the last one was brought in, the door behind her shut. Rather abruptly, too, scared the crap out of her, almost literally. We looked at each other, and I didn't say anything, but I just listened. The only thing I would ever say was, "Are you okay?" And just get a nod back. Eventually, the door on the other side opened, and we were told to walk towards the area. Eventually, we were all brought into another corridor and another corridor. I was starting to wonder if we were just being brought around in circles until eventually we were brought into an open area. But it was pretty obvious what this was. We looked around. There were crates on either side of us. There was a giant door similar to the ones we just walked through on the other side of the room. We could tell that the shape was slightly rectangular, and the gravity was very, very different. It didn't take long for me to realize we were on another ship. And with that, the door shut, and they brought something for us to eat and drink. I remember handing over my shirt to one of the females that was there. Apparently, whoever had bought us decided to split male and female. I was a little hesitant to ask, what did they have planned? But I did give her my shirt, as her clothing had been torn, and she was slightly exposed. So for her sake of modesty, of course, I gave it to her. And then one of the guys who decided, you know what? This other female here, she's not even wearing pants. He can walk around in his underwear, but I'm pretty sure she should be wearing some pants. Didn't fit her very well, but at least she got them on. As we could feel the change in gravity, we began to feel that the ship was moving. The inertia system that was here was very different than the ship we were just on, as we could feel the ship move, and eventually as it pushed away from the moorings and then activated its engines, we were thrown against the side of the room, right into some crates. Thankfully, we weren't too much worse for wear at that point, although all of us were very hungry. As we were on our way, we finally got a good look at who, or should I say what, had just purchased us. After the jolt of the ship leaving the space station, we all were able to get back to our feet, and with less than a minute, we heard the door open, and we finally got a look at what we believed was the thing that had purchased us. But this thing, standing about as tall as a medium sized dog, scurried in on all six of its legs. It was very much insectoid in nature and scurried around left and right, but didn't come talk to us. Instead, no, it simply chittered a little bit. The sensor inside my brain translated, okay, gotta find it, gotta find it, gotta find it, gotta find it, where is 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 it? Was all that it was saying as it scurried up and down the walls, up and around the boxes, and then eventually found a box, removed it, and then scurried back through the door. We all just stood there with our jaws open, going, what the hell was that? Eventually, two or three more came in, but this time, instead of just insectoids that ran across, no, instead there was a few that seemed to be almost, well, how do I put this? Tentacly. I guess you could say technically it was a tentacle type thing going on here, as it had several tentacles hanging off its lower mandibles. Well, I should say mouth, as it didn't have two different mandibles unless it opened up its maw the whole way. And then it had several of these tentacles that hung down the back of its head, and a couple more that kind of hanged off its forward appendages. As I stated before, most of these alien species seem to be humanoid, though this one seemed to walk over toward us with a strange, almost grace to it. It looked almost female, but I couldn't really tell. It still had a strange, almost fish look to it. It seemed as though the tentacles that were attached to its lower limbs, or I guess you could say they were legs, they seemed to move in a way that made the creature, the rest of it, seem as though it was floating as it moved over towards us. In a very delicate voice, it said, "Welcome. Follow me, and I will introduce you to our mistress." We all looked at each other confused, and eventually one of the guys spoke up. Said, "What do you mean? Okay, you want to tell us what the fuck is going on already?" "Such vulgar language," she said. "The mistress will not enjoy this. You are best to address her with the utmost respect, or else she will punish you." She motioned toward her neck with one of her tentacles. I realized that even though we were all carrying them, most of us had not actually felt the full burst of these things, and I wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea this thing might actually shock me instead of just, itching or tickling. We followed her as we went through each of the corridors. I kept looking around, trying to make a mental note of where we were. Down each of the corridors, several different species, some of these same tentacle creatures, a few of those insectoids were actually working on panels, bringing stuff back and forth, and then a few others I'm hard pressed to explain, one or two reptilian type creatures. But eventually, we got towards another large room. As we got to the doors, the tentacle-y type creatures paused, turned, and looked at us, and stated, "Behind these doors is your new mistress. Be sure to pay her proper respect, or you will be punished. At best, you will be warned. If not, you will be killed. Understand this. As you are new, you, human?" one of the guys said. Yes, human. Strange name. But you will be expected to hold yourself up with a certain level of decorum. If you do not, then I cannot guarantee your safety. Though as if I could guarantee it anyway." With that, she reached over, waved one of her tentacles near some sort of sensor next to the door, and the doors opened not with a slam as most do, but very slow and very quiet, as though not to disturb the one inside. We went inside, and the lights seemed to be down low, and I saw something I was not expecting to see in a ship. There were several candles, of all things. Wouldn't that eat up all the oxygen? Or maybe it's not an oxygen-filled atmosphere? I don't feel any different. I mean, still oxygen and nitrogen and stuff like that. What the hell's going on? If anything, I feel a little better. I mean, it seems like the air's kind of thicker here. So what the Seriously, why with the candles? The tentacly creature glided forward, and Mistress, I have brought your new purchases here. I believe this is sufficient, or do you have other duties for me? We saw something stir, something kind of big, we thought was moving towards us. I couldn't get a good look at it as the lights were down low. And eventually, the lights began to raise just a little bit more, and a little bit more that we could see. And eventually, I looked over, and there it was, some sort of lizard person draped over with some sort of almost sheer type of cloth. It raised its head, looked over, seemed to lick its lips a little bit, and then slowly began to raise itself. As it did, it stood up on its two hind legs, using its tail to help guide it up, not using its forward limbs to aid in this. And then the sheer sheet that had been over it simply fell off to the side, showing that this lizard creature was clearly naked. And with that, many of us averted our eyes. Do I look so horrible to you humans that you would turn away from me? It's a sign of respect and for your modesty, ma'am, sir. It is mistress you will call me. You will call me that from now on, human. There will never be a mistake here, or I will punish you in a way you will never forget. Now, look at me. We all looked towards her, but the girls seemed to actually hide from her. This female, we assume, as we were to address her as mistress, was standing there, a good 7 feet tall, looming over us. However, we found as it stepped forward, it was actually up on a platform. That platform led to what seemed to be a bed or something. Maybe it was a nest. I couldn't tell at the time. As it stepped down, it come down to the point where I was actually taller than it was. The thing stood maybe 5'9", 5'10". So, why do you fear me, humans? We've never seen anything like you before. Ah, yes, that is correct. You humans are new. Yes, it was worth the price to see you. Now that I see you closer, I see that I may have made a better decision in taking so many of you. She turned and walked over and began to eye each of us one by one, getting a lot closer than we would like. You do not need to fear me so much, human. You only need to fear if you do not serve me with distinction as is required by a slave. With that, I tensed up a little bit more. I hate that word to no end. And with that, one of the young women piped up, I'm no slave to you. What was that, human? She looked over, and the young black girl stood slightly defiant at this lizard. You will obey me, and you will now apologize for your words, or else I will end you. Whatever, bitch, was the last thing she said. The female lizard raised her arm as quickly as anything and reached across the human's neck. The young girl didn't even realize what was happening as the blood sprayed across the room. She dropped down, gurgling. I reached over trying to cover up the wound, but I could see it was already too late. The claws had cut into her neck, just deep enough that the carotid artery had been cut, not fully severed, but with every single pulse of her heart, the blood spurted out. I covered it up and I squeezed as tight as I could to try and make the bleeding stop. So, human, you're a healer, I see. That will be useful. I shot that lizard bitch a look, and I looked back down, and unfortunately, the one I was trying to protect, the one I was trying to save, faded off. It was almost like she went to sleep right there. But I could feel from the pulsing that the blood slowly pulsed less and less and less until there was no more pulses going out through my fingers. Reaching down, I looked and closed her eyes with my other hand. What an interesting display. You humans are, of course, unique, and you are new. It will be interesting to figure out what you all are capable of. She motioned to the tentacle creature, and the tentacle creature came up. Follow me now. As she turned and kind of glided away, I stood up. I didn't know what to do, so I picked up the young girl and I took her with us. Eventually, we ended back up towards the cargo bay. I recognized some of the areas we had passed. With that, we were able to set her body down, but then we were ushered out of the area. I didn't realize at the time, but we were in an airlock. As soon as we left, the tentacle creature again waved a tentacle across, sealed the door, and with a few seconds, the door on the outside opened and the body was sucked into space. Then the outer door shut, and another blue light turned on. This must have signified things were good. I guess blue and green is their version of red and green. Regardless of that, I looked down at my hands, were still moist with the blood, and I had to wipe them off on my trousers, at least what was left of my trousers. The tentacle thing motioned for us to follow, and then, follow me, as she led us down to what we found would be our quarters. You must stay here until called. One of the other guys said, well, what do we eat? I'm starving over here. Yes. One moment. The tentacle creature walked out and then came back with a small device. Inside the small device, as we waved our hands around in front of it, small pellets came out. Small pellets about the size of a supplement, that is. These pellets were expected to be our food. It smelled and probably tasted like rabbit pellets. It was disgusting. Well, what about water? She motioned towards what looked like a sink. We found out really quick that that was their version of a water fountain. Ugh, this is gonna suck so bad. We got stuck in that one room for a long time. Eventually, the other two girls started breaking down crying as they finally realized the full extent of the situation they were in, thinking about the one that had just had her neck sliced open. I wondered how in the hell she was able to get her claws past that collar, but then again, I didn't know much about what was going on. Me and one of the other men started comparing notes about what we had seen, and we tried to figure out the lay of the ship that we were in. Unfortunately, we didn't have much to go on. Eventually, we wager about 2 days later. The doors opened, and the tentacle creature again walked in. All of you, come. And she walked away. As nice as her voice sounded in my head, I really wanted to slap that bitch every time she talked. Eventually, we walked out. A bunch of us, we realized as soon as we hit the fresh air, we had been getting kind of ripe, all stuck in that room. No place to actually do our business, so we kind of had to improvise. Don't ask. Eventually, we realized that the ship must have been docking as we were suddenly shocked to one side and then another as it seemed to be connecting with another ship. Eventually, we ended up being led to the same area we were led into the first day, that strange cargo bay. But this time, it had been hollowed out. All the boxes were gone, the last of them being brought out by those bug creatures. Still scurrying about, going, we gotta hurry, we gotta hurry, we gotta hurry, we gotta hurry. Now that's this box goes here, this box goes here. Ooh, this box. Oh, where does this go? This box goes over here. It was all we could hear from the chittering that there was going on. These things must have been slaves as well. I didn't see collars on them, but the way they talked, I didn't think they were all too smart. We followed the tentacle creature all the way out, and eventually she motioned, and there was the lizard mistress. To each of her side was two very, very large canine looking creatures. We kind of laughed. I was like, oh, great, guard dogs. Here, boy, was all I wanted to say, but I kept my voice down. The mistress simply waved and gave us a sort of come here motion. Eventually, we walked over. You will now prove your worth. Since I am down one of you humans, you will now show the rest of the universe that you are worth what I spent for you. We looked over and we couldn't figure out what was going on, but it was pretty clear we had docked with another space station. As we entered the hallway, we could feel the difference in air, difference in gravity. We continued to walk about as we ended up into a small containment area. But right next to that containment area was places to sit and or perch. We saw different alien species there, all of them with collars on. We knew something was up, something was wrong. And then I looked over and I saw the door. The door on the far side was grated. We were in some sort of holding area for arenas. We could hear crowds outside. Eventually, me and the other guys walked up to that doorway and looked out, and of course we could see we were in some sort of coliseum, but the way the coliseum was set up was just odd. It was as though the whole thing wrapped around in a giant bubble. There wasn't a single part of the ceiling, except for where the lights were, that wasn't filled with seats. It was strange. What the hell type of gravity field have they got going here? This was strange. We couldn't figure it out. We continued to talk to each other about what the hell was going on. Then we heard another booming voice. It must have been coming from some sort of PA system.
Good evening, all, and welcome to the opening games. We appreciate you all coming, and we hope you have a wonderful time. Please feel free to place your bets at any time, as we have new species that will be fighting for your entertainment today. We have a new species now called human. Yes, I know, it is funny. It is delightful to say the word human. Oh, that is so funny that they call themselves excrement. Oh, it is delightful. Before we bring the humans out, we start with our few exhibition matches. Everything is in your pamphlet. Your schedules are in front of you. Again, feel free to place your bets at any time. And as for right now, we have a special treat for you. A Ragnar versus a Katan. Feel free to place your bets as these two creatures are very evenly matched and will set the stage for all the fun to come today. Now, let the show begin!
And with that, we could see that a couple of the doors were opening up. And sure enough, creatures came out. One of them looked almost like a scorpion without claws, and the other one, what the hell was that? Seriously, it looked like a cross between a badger and a crocodile. Seriously, what am I looking at? As the creatures went at each other, these two things, barely the size of a medium-sized dog, just started thrashing and spiking at each other, snapping at each other, went at each other with sheer voracity, which was pretty clearly that they had both been starved and they were both looking for a meal. This was confirmed as the one that looked like a badger clamped on to the insectoid one and eventually got the stinger right through the back of its head. This didn't kill it, but it sure seemed to make it yelp as it let go and both of them went backwards. The insectoid one realized that a couple of its legs had been damaged and it wasn't going to be thrashing around much. However, you could see that whatever toxin had gone into that badger thingy was trying to fight it off. I'm sure within a few inches or maybe a few centimeters of its brainstem. As it seemed to wobble over, the badger-looking thing jumped up, grabbed the tail, and began to thrash and thrash and thrash, whipping it back and forth just like a dog would thrash its favorite toy whenever it wanted to tear it apart. And then eventually the tail snapped off, and that dog creature simply ate it. It ate it all the way up to the stinger, and then using its powerful jaws bit, and the little bit of stinger was sitting there pulsating on the ground. Eventually it started to go over towards that insectoid creature again, the insectoid creature trying to use its remaining functioning legs to back away as it didn't have much to fight with except for its one working forward appendage. But as the badger, dog, crocodile, whatever the fuck it was, went in, it just dropped. Apparently the venom had finally taken effect and it had dropped off and it had either fallen asleep or it was dead. The crowd was in a frenzy as the announcer came up, and there we have it, the winner! Of course, there was a mixture of cheers and boos, as obviously people had been betting on each one. And now, on to our first match. We have a Catan versus a human. And with that, as we turned around, we could see several of the guards coming at us with those tickle sticks, as I like to call them, looking at the man next to me. I was like, oh, dude, I think they want you to fight. Against a what the? Seriously? What? How backwards are these spacefaring races? Eventually, we could see that they were not kidding. The guards were lining up 2, 3, 4 at a time, row after row after row, with these tickle sticks at the ready. Eventually, we could hear the sound of the gates opening up on the other side. We turned and looked, and their idea of a Ragnar, whatever the fuck that was, looked like some sort of funky kangaroo hybrid. Like mix a kangaroo with an emu and you might be about there. I'm like, what the hell they do? Rip off Australia. With that, as we spun around, those with the tickle sticks threw a couple different weapons towards the guy next to me. Seriously, dude, it looks like they want you to fight. I don't want to fight that thing. Then they charged with the tickle sticks and they jabbed him. He started laughing so hard he almost pissed himself. Eventually, he grabbed one of the tickle sticks out of the guy's hand and then whacked him over the face with it. At that point, the gate began to open up, and I began to look over at this kangaroo bird doohickey as it seemed to be getting ready to prance its way over. Prance? Hop? What? I honestly, I have trouble seeing how each one of those is different at this point. And eventually, you could see the young man. He looked at me and said, you know what? Fuck it. I got this. He grabbed a hold of two of the guards by the neck and dragged them out, being jabbed by tickle sticks the entire time. And he was going to use them as weapons. He walked out as these guards were scratching at his arms, trying to get him to let go. He walked up towards this kangaroo bird thingy, and it seemed to be confused. It kept bobbing its head sideways, left and right. Oddly enough, just looking at it. What the hell is it? Why? What the? It didn't understand. Eventually, he picked up one of these things and threw it at this kangaroo bird. The kangaroo bird came up with its hind legs and gouged into this thing. The claws, to the crowd's pleasure, dug straight into this Xeno's side and gashed him open, and I watched as his innards became his outers. It screamed as this kangaroo bird thing reached in, didn't quite peck, but jabbed down with as much speed, and then seemed to be grinding its head as it ripped out its liver or heart or something. But that Xeno just stopped moving. And with that, the other guard was thrashing and screaming. I could hear him begging for help. The guy just looked at him and said, "What? You wanted to fight, dumbass?" And then proceeded to use that Xeno as a club and began to whack and swing at this birdaroo or whatever you want to call it. This thing did not understand what was going on. It would try to reach out and grab a hold of the leg of this Xeno that was being whipped around, thinking, "Oh, he's trying to feed me." Oh, wait, whack, being hit on the side of the head. Then it would try again, whack, and get hit again, and then whack back and forth and back and forth. The birdaroo thing just kept backing up more and more. Couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Back and forth and back and forth. The whole time the guard's legs are getting tore up. He's still screaming in pain and in fear as whack, whack, whack. Eventually the bird kangaroo thing started to stagger, and with one simple stroke, he swung around, hit it, and let go of the guard at the same time. The weight of the guard wrapped around this birdaroo's neck and down it went. He simply walked up as the birdaroo was trying to get its head out from underneath the Xeno, raised his foot, and slammed it down on this bird kangaroo thing's neck, right towards the base, towards the torso. There was an audible crunch as the entire arena was silent. They could not believe what they were seeing. I looked at him and I couldn't stop laughing. I'm like, "Seriously, dude? Seriously?" He simply looked at this thing, realized he'd killed it, turned and walked away. No fanfare, no speeches, no nothing, but simply walked back. And as he passed by, I gave him a high five. "Nice work, man." The crowd was still in shock as the gates closed, and eventually they had another exhibition match with more. But this time, after about 3 or 4 matches, what we saw made us incredibly angry. The announcer, "Well, since we had some trouble with the humans, and the humans seem to be a bit stronger than we give them credit for, it's time for us to bring up a little bit more of a challenge. Here's a Krentar." The doors began to open, and I'm guessing bovine? It did have horns like a cow, but it didn't quite have the body of a cow. No, it was strange. It was like 8 legs on this thing. Almost spider-like, but not quite there. But it still gave this strange screech as it came out, as though it was trying to assert dominance. What the hell was this? I looked over and sure enough it had one of those weird control collars on it. Oh crap. "Well, since we had one human take out its own prey so easily by taking out the guards, we figured we'd give this lovely beast here a little bit of a handicap. It's only going to be facing 3 humans instead of the original 12 it was going to be facing. However, we're going to give it a further handicap so we can all see if these humans are as tough as we think." The gates opened on the far side and we began to look, and in sheer, absolute horror, the guards started pushing out 3 females. I'm guessing ages from 25 to maybe 40. And I stress the maybe part on that. After they did their adjustments on us, we all seemed to look kind of young. But still, what in the ever-loving shit? We saw this and we were like, "Oh, hell no." And we're not the only ones. What we didn't realize is there was other humans all around, and we could hear them all screaming. It wasn't just us. "You motherless bastards, what are you doing? You cocksuck son of a bitch! I'm gonna kill you, you bastard!" Well, it seems if we riled up the rest of the humans. Let's see if these ones in the arena can really hold themselves.
However, we're not going to have them in shackles the whole time. No, no. They can use those as weapons if they wish. They seem to use other sentients as weapons, so let's see what they do with non sentient weapons. With that, we saw that their bindings had snapped open. Apparently, some sort of radio control had released them, and the chains dropped to the ground. The girls immediately got up and began to run back to the gate, but the gate had shut in the meantime. And then this bull-headed spider. Oh, what is with these freaking hybrids out here in space? I don't know what I'm looking at, but this thing looked like it was ready to take them down. But the worst thing they did was run away from it, because apparently that turned on some sort of switch. Just like you don't run away from a wolf, because they will chase you and they will try to kill you. This thing began to charge. And before the girls even realized what had happened, this thing had gotten really close to the point where the horns had slashed into one of them, and she went flying up in the air and landed with a horrible thud. I was up against the side, and I saw the two men with me. I looked at them. I looked at this gate. I grabbed it, and I looked and said, "Help me with this." And with that, we all grabbed the gate, and we began to pull up as hard as we could. With everything we had, we began to move it. It fought us. The mechanism itself whined against us, but it was more designed to push it down than to actually hold it down. And we were able to lift it slightly more and more and more until we got it up to about chest level. And to our surprise, we realized that more humans had done this. We were not going to let our own be slaughtered like this. In the meantime, the one girl who had been hit was on the ground bleeding. She couldn't move, but this bull spider thing, didn't seem to give a shit. It was too busy chasing the other ones. Almost like rodeo clowns, the two ran across the area, trying desperately to try and call this thing from one area to the other, trying to get it to wear itself out, but it didn't seem to be running out of steam anytime soon. We finally got the gate up above chest level, and as we were about to go through, we saw several other humans run into the arena full bore towards this thing that was trying to kill ours. This spider bull thing was just confused. "Oh, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The humans have decided on their own fate. They're going to be facing down one of the most feared animals in the known universe. Let's see how many. Place your bets on how many are going to die before this whole confrontation is over." With that, the crowd began to cheer more and more and more, and finally we got the gate up high enough. And I said, go through, both of you, go through." They ducked underneath, and before I realized it, all the rest of the humans that were with us ducked under as well, and we were all in the arena. I switched myself to the other side and let the gate fall behind me, and now we're all in the arena, and now it's fucking party time, asshole. And with that, we all rushed the creature, many of us grabbing the legs and trying to pull them out. However, this thing was pretty damn heavy. No matter how strong we are, this thing must have weighed probably 2 tons. But still, the fact that they had several hundred pounds of just one of us, and then when 2 or 3 were on each leg, this thing began to thrash around trying to kick us off, not really caring about actually crushing any of us. It just wanted us to let go. During this whole melee, I ran over to see if the girl was okay. She was alive. The wounds weren't nearly as deep as I thought, but she had taken one hell of a hit. I'm guessing she had a concussion at least, because she was groggy as all hell. She couldn't even tell me her name, but I didn't care. I just picked her up and I ran her off to the side, handed her off to a couple of the other females and said, "Take care of her," and then ran out to help with the other guys to take this thing down. While I was doing that, apparently somebody had the great idea of grabbing the chains that were left behind and getting up to the side, and eventually threw it over top. The chains had wrapped around this thing's neck as it continued to thrash its head sideways, trying to get its horns onto anything it could to try and get any type of damage on us. It began to scream, not in agony, but in fear, as the chain wrapped around just enough to actually lock itself into place. The bindings, the cuffs themselves had looped around the chain and now would not let it come loose. As many men tried to hold on to that chain, this creature simply bucked itself up, and suddenly our guys were airborne.
Without our knowledge, somebody else had jumped onto its back. I grabbed onto its tail and tried to find any type of weak spot I could. The carapace of this thing was rather squishy, surprisingly, almost like that of a caterpillar, of all things. However, as I got on, I began to strike at it. It did not seem to like being punched in the butt, but hey, as long as I could keep this thing busy. But next thing I knew, this thing started thrashing up and down, making a waving motion almost. I looked up and I could see one guy had reached up to the head and grabbed a hold of the chain and locked its heels around this thing's neck. And as it bucked, I let go because I was starting to crack up too hard because all I could hear is yee-haw, yee-haw, yee-haw. Oh, son of a bitch, do you guys not have so much fun during a battle? But oh man, that was funny. Holy shit. I started laughing, a whole bunch of everybody. We all backed away, and he just went going and let this thing thrash and jump around. We thought for a second the thing might get smart and roll onto its back until we realized that its legs were just a little too stumpy. If it rolled onto its back, it wouldn't be able to get back up. Plus, it would be exposing its underbelly. Oh man, this was a genius move. I don't know if he thought it was a good idea at first or he thought this was just going to be fun. But eventually, the creature simply ran itself out of energy. And it slowly just calmed down and just slumped down to the ground, breathing heavy. The guy eventually got off, unhooked the chain, dropped it off the other side, and the crowd was completely going absolutely nuts at the idea that we had just subdued one of the most dangerous creatures that had ever been known.
Well, what a turnabout, ladies and gentlemen. Only one human injured. I hope that's what you bet because the odds for that were 20,000 to 1. Whoa, how many do we have here? Oh, we have 2 people. Oh, two. 2 of you. Congratulations. You have just won almost all the winnings that everybody put in. Now that the humans are out here, oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our main event.
With that, all of us suddenly clenched. Oh, crap. Now what? With that, we saw several gates open.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Our main event is going to be taking place now. Since the humans have shown that they are not only intelligent, but they're also strong, we are simply going to let every single one of our creatures out. And with this, it is going to be a total battle royale. Place your bets on how many humans will survive, if any. The battle starts now. And with that, we realized what is going on. Oh, crap. Several of those sting creatures were there. There were some of those badger dog things, crocodile, whatever the hell you want to call it. The bull bug thing was still exhausted on the ground. It couldn't move as several other creatures just ran up and started chomping on it, stabbing it, sticking it, all sorts of clawing on it. As long as they were more concerned with it than they were concerned with us, we didn't really give a shit. At that point, the guy who had grabbed the chain out from underneath its neck took the chain and started whipping it around in a circle, stretching it out as far as possible, trying to keep it low towards the ground so it caught as much as it could, whipping it around and around and around in a circle, keeping the inertia going. It was still whacking on every single creature that it came across. He kept it about 2 feet off the ground, which meant it would hit anything. If it hit any of those bug creatures, it would snap their carapace and they would bust open. If it hit any of those badger crocs, immediately they'd be knocked on the ground and usually either unconscious or squeal in pain. As soon as there was one that was injured, the rest of the creatures, obviously being starved for this event, lunged on it and started ripping it to pieces, and then they would fight each other over the scraps. We all looked at each other like, what the hell, man? The crowd was going nuts. And as we saw that the women, even though they were holding their own a little bit, were in trouble, that is when our protective instinct kicked into gear. And we charged towards each of these different animals. There was a couple of those octopus-looking people that seemed to glide. They turned out to be a little more vicious as they would whack at you with those tentacles.
The thing is, once you realize that was their main way of fighting, it wasn't hard to grab a hold of them and yank the sucker down to your level and use a quick kick to its face to break its neck. These things were a lot lighter and a lot, well, fragile compared to what we thought. Originally, we thought it was just some sort of tender talking tentacle twat, but instead they tended to be very, very vicious as well. There was also some sort of almost primate similar to us, but what really shocked us was several other humanoids came out, many of which clearly did not want to fight. However, they all held weapons. Weapons that we had seen inside each of the holding areas. These were clubs, blades, swords, it didn't matter. We all looked at them and we all started screaming basically the same thing to each other. If they don't want to fight, don't kill them. I went over to one of these things. It looked at me and it was scared to death. This thing was almost a grayish blue. I'd guess about 5'10". Not really human eyes, more reptilian in eyes, but more human face and features than I would care to admit. It was clearly scared out of its mind as I walked up towards it. It looked me up and down and then tried to point an axe at me. I'm like, there's no spearhead on that axe. What did it intend to do? And it started to shake. I simply reached out, grabbed the head of the axe, shook my head no, pushed the axe back slowly, and then walked away. The crowd did not like the fact that we were taking pity on those that did not want to fight, but we were more than willing to take out those that wanted us dead. The crowd was still in a frenzy as the fighting eventually faded down, and the last of the creatures that wanted to fight fell. The bull bug thing had long since been killed by the others, and the bodies of all the other creatures that were used as fodder were all over the place, mostly in pieces. But those that were not interested in fighting and seemed to be extremely emaciated, but held themselves back, tried to protect themselves, we didn't hurt them. And the crowd started chanting in their own language a version of kill, kill, kill. And I still remember the rest of us chanting back, fuck you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a turn of events it was. If you voted that only 3 humans would die, congratulations, you are the winner of today's contest. Come back in 48 hours for the next round of the gladiatorial games.
And the crowd was absolutely ecstatic with boos as they were pissed off that they did not get to see a whole bunch of humans get eviscerated. I looked over and sure enough, 2 of ours were on the ground completely torn open. It was clear they were done. One of them, I could see the back of his head had been cracked open by I have no idea what because I didn't see what happened. The other one was missing an arm and a leg and probably had bled out. The last one was still twitching a little bit, and we went over to see if there's anything we could do. I tried to tie a tourniquet around their arm, but it was a bit too late. They had lost too much blood from all the lacerations. And I looked at him. He was just a skinny little guy, too. I tried to look him in the eyes, but I had to look away. He looked down, too, and he laughed. Well, at least I took a few of those bastards with me. I'll see you on the other side, brother. And with that, he was done. We all carried our dead and our wounded back. The crowds seemed surprised at this, as we would take so much care of those that were already gone. But we ended up laying them down inside one of the holding areas, placing a cloth over their face, that is, the best respect we could have for them at this point. Eventually, they sent guards in, but this time the guards were in heavy combat gear. And this time, instead of using those tickle sticks that they were using before, they were using actual spears. Apparently, they didn't use these because they didn't want to hurt us before, damage us too much. But eventually, they got us corralled in different areas and got us separated back into our groups. I saw the so-called mistress. Well, humans, you have proven yourselves to be very worth the time and money I spent on you. Now, you should rest for now, as you will be going back in later. But first, a gift for all you have done. We looked over, and food, at least the approximation of it, was being brought to us. We looked it over, we smelled at it. Thankfully, there was actually some protein in there, but we didn't care. At this point, we were all so goddamn hungry it didn't matter. We tore in everything. Yes, enjoy yourselves, for later on you will make me even more money. And with that lizard bitch walked away. We did not want anything to do with her, but at this point, the only thing we cared about was filling our guts. We had just watched a few of those we thought we knew spill their guts everywhere. And it wouldn't be much better. Eventually, in the holding area, I got another surprise. The doors opened, and they led us out to different areas. I was surprised when they brought me to a room that was very clean. Very, very clean. And I was instructed to wait. And when the doors opened a few minutes later, I received one hell of a shock. When the door to this new cell opened, I looked up and I saw that damn lizard pain in the butt. Oh, human, pretty good. I said that you would be rewarded for making me more money, but now it is time for you to make even more. Be polite and do as they say, or you will be punished for sure, and you will not see your next battle. Confused, I just simply backed up a little bit as something else came in from behind. The lizard chick left, and in front of me stood this avian-looking creature. It stood maybe about 5 feet tall, and it was somewhat broad, but it was clear that it had been descended of some sort of bird. It looked me up and down, and I swear at the edge of its beak it seemed to grin. "'S a human. You human, you're human. Never seen a human. I like what I see this human. Interesting human. Human. I wonder what secrets you humans hide. Humans hide, yes. Ooh, like the humans." The thing walked up and began to reach out with its clawed arm and began to caress against me. I backed away. No. Do not scare, human. Do not scare me. I will treat you good. Yes, I will. Ooh, you treat me good. Yes. There was no confusion on what this thing had in its mind. I looked at it and I said, "I don't think so, buddy." "Oh, you will, human. You submit to me. Yes. You have my eggs. Yes, you will." "Wait, hold, whoa, huh? What do you mean have your eggs? What the hell are you talking about?" "I make you mine. You're going to be my mate. You survive next battle, then you will have my eggs. Yes, humans strong. Humans will be mine. Humans will make my clutch strong." Whoa, hold on a sec. You think I'm a chick? No, you not chick. You make me chicks. Do you humans not know? Oh, no, no. You humans must know. No, yes, yes. You will be part of my roost. Yes, yes, you will. Yes. It began to try and caress my leg muscles a little bit as it walked up. I began to back up even more. I was like, wait, hold up. What the fuck, dude? What the hell? Well, I not know this word that you speak, but yes, calm down, calm down. I be gentle with you. Yes, gentle for sure. Yes, yes, gentle for sure. Until time not to be gentle. Yes. Ooh. I was thoroughly creeped out at this point. Dude, back the hell off. You're male, right? Yes, yes, of course male. Yes, yes. Male need to be here for. Yes, so am I, dumbass. It immediately stopped in its movements. Why you male? How you what? But chest so strong. Only females chest strong. Only females protectors like you. Yes, yes. Only females. You lied to me. You must be female. Yes, you must be. And it continued to move up. This time it began to take off its clothes. You deceive me. I no longer be gentle with you. Yes, yes, yes. Have pleasure. Yes, yes. I reached out and I said, no, knock it the hell off. Knocking its arm off. Oh, now you punish. You now be punished. It reached out and grabbed a remote. I figured it was to the collar. I was not sure how I should play this. Whoa, hold on. Let me show you, I said. Reaching down, I undid my pants and whipped out my junk. Does this look female to you? That, wait, one, I, you, no, you, are humans both male, female, male? Yes, you must be. Aren't, how, why would you be, I understand not, what it, the translator inside my head was still having the hardest problems deciphering this, but it was clear the guy was completely put out. I said, look, you got the wrong person. First off, gross. As I looked at it, and I looked it up and down, it's just, ugh, no, on so many levels. Two, if you go after any of the human females the way you're doing with me, I will personally turn you into fried chicken. Fried chicken? I no understand the word. No, not fried. I not know. And then I reached down, grabbed the remote out of his hand, threw it to the ground, grabbed him by the throat with my other hand, lifted him up to my eye level. Said, listen to me, birdie in the sky. We're done here, but I swear if I hear you mistreating or taking advantage of another human, I will personally rip your head clean off your fucking shoulders. Do you understand me? As I slowly squeezed its throat shut. I could feel the cloacle in its neck begin to crack as it began to cough and wheeze. Eventually, I reached up with my other hand as I walked forward and slammed on the door. Boom, 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 boom. The door opened and I threw the bird across the hallway. This one's done with me. With that, I buckled my pants back up because I was still a bit of exposed at the moment. I sat back down and just had my hand in my... It's just like, what in the hell just happened? What? It was a very short time later before the door slammed open. Human, you not tell me you... Oh, human, you deceive me. I will punish you for this. You were supposed to pleasure the one. Oh, human, oh. It was staggering like crazy. I was like, look, this may be custom where you are, but where we come from, this is a capital crime what you're doing. It doesn't matter anymore, human. She finally started to get her words back. You are mine now, and you will do nothing but what I tell you to. It looked at the remote on the ground. I lifted up my foot and I crushed it under my foot. Really? Now what you gonna do? The shock in her face as she reared up her hands, and as she tried to swing down, I grabbed her hand with mine. The immediate stopping motion must have hurt her a little bit because she did give a little bit of a whine. I'm guessing it's their version of a yelp. I held onto her hand and said, "Don't address me that way." And then I let her go. She clutched her wrist and looked at me, then looked at her wrist, looked at me. "Human, you betray your master. You will not ever strike your mistress again. I will be sure of that. You will not survive. I will make my money off of your dead carcass." With that, she backed out and the door shut. I worried that they were going to gas me, but instead I was simply left in that room. It wasn't much of a room. Enough to move around and what their version of a bed was. I sat back and thought to myself, there was nothing to do. There was no sound anywhere. There was nothing. The lights were just there. Barely a window, if you call that little porthole a window. I looked out a couple times and then sat back down. And then I got an idea. Sitting down on the cot, I began to meditate the old way. The way that an ex-girlfriend had taught me to. She was really deep into this sort of thing. And I thought maybe it'll help me relax with all the crap I've had to go through. Although, man, I wish I could find a shower right now. Woof! Man, it's seriously, when you find yourself smelly, it's bad. It's very bad. Regardless of that fact, I sat back down and closed my eyes, brought my hands together, tried to calm my mind, level everything off. And once I was able to calm myself enough, I searched. I searched through my mind until I began to access it. To access that thing they had put inside my head. But it was not the only thing there. Nope. As it turned out, there was other things there. Other things they had done to me. Whatever it was, I'm guessing the organic chip or whatever, began to download all sorts of information into my mind. The fact that they had spiced us up with nanomachines, the fact that they were there simply to fight off any type of infection. It wasn't meant to keep us alive by any stretch, but simply allow us to survive and also to not infect any of the clients. Along with that, there seemed to be some sort of repository of information I could access. This must be the reason why I'm able to read the writing and understand what the hell they're saying. As I began to access more and more and more, I could see images in my mind, how each and every part of my brain was being, I don't want to say targeted, but infected, I guess you could say, with each of these different devices. It was beginning to cause a neural map in my brain. I tried to follow it, but I'm not a brain surgeon. I'm a little lost here. I understand the basic components, but once you get down to the small details, well, looks like I'd have some studying to do. Thankfully, whatever this thing was doing was also affecting my pineal gland. What it did was it not only decalcified any part of the pineal gland, but it also began to allow it to grow more nerve endings, more pathways to it. And with the more pathways to the pineal gland, more and more of my mind opened up. And with more and more of my mind opened up, more of the different devices that were in me were accessible. It was amazing. I had no idea how long I was there, but it must have been hours. Because when I finally stopped because I was so thirsty, the compulsion to drink was beyond anything possible. I went to move and it felt like I had not moved from that spot for hours. And it was not too much longer. maybe another hour or two, before the door opened and the tentacle chick came in. "Follow me," it said, and then just turned to walk away. I swear I want to slap that tentacle bitch across the face. But I did follow her. Eventually, I ended up in an area with all the other humans there, many of which were already showing signs of PTSD from being assaulted by other creatures. Apparently, the same sort of crap that happened back in ancient Rome was the same sort of crap as up here. I thought I might have been a one-off. I was praying for it, but unfortunately, the women off in the corner were just, many of them were just holding themselves and shaking. I could see what was going on. One of them still had blood trickling down her leg. Ooh, if I wasn't mad before. A bunch of other guys were showing how angry they were by screaming and swearing and hitting the walls, but there wasn't any Xenos that they could strike out against. It wasn't long until we realized why we were all in that one room, as water began to spray from the ceiling. This was a shower, and this was probably the only shower we were going to get. Immediately, many of us went, stripped off our clothes, and tried to get as much of the dirt, grime, sweat, and whatever other skunkiness we had all over us. Unfortunately, many that had the PTSD from being assaulted did not join us at all, but just stayed in the corner. And this was not limited to females either. There were a few men that were just staring, that 1,000-yard stare. They just couldn't wrap their brain around what had happened. To them, I couldn't even imagine what was going through their minds. I didn't want to either. When everything was done, the shower itself only lasted maybe 20 minutes, but I tried to enjoy the little bit I could, even though I felt bad for those that weren't able to enjoy it themselves. Eventually, we did have to pick a few of them up and bring them over to where the showers were actually spraying down. The water was not exactly warm, but it was something. Thankfully, the cold water was enough to shock a few of them back into reality, but unfortunately, they were messed up, and they were somewhat broken now. I truly felt bad for it. Eventually, the showers turned off, and nothing happened for a few minutes. Most of us wrung out any clothes we had that had gotten all sorts of wet, and then we just waited. Eventually, the doors on the other side opened. This time, it was a different type of alien, something I had not seen before. Kind of a mix between a wolf, a gorilla, and you know what? I really don't know what else, but there was something else in there. It growled at us. At first, we thought, okay, hand-to-hand combat. Apparently, that growl was simply to get our attention, similar to the same of us going, and then it said, "Now that you are clean, follow me. I will lead you to your next area." Well, we did follow him. Thankfully, the next area was somewhere where we could get food. Oh man, did we eat. We didn't even care what it was. We didn't care if it was living, dead, plant, animal, or bug. It didn't matter. We just started chowing down. It wasn't anything really sweet, and most of it was pretty damn bland, but I didn't care. I picked up some sort of alien plant, some sort of gourd, and I raised my fist and pounded on it and cracked it open. It looked, well, kind of like the inside of one of those winter squashes. Kind of tasted that way too, but not quite. Had a kind of a tart kind of flavor. But whatever, it was food and I really didn't care. From the viewports, we could see that several of the aliens were looking down on us, pointing, waving, and they were talking, but we couldn't hear them through whatever glass or polymer they were on the other side of. They all just stood over us, watching. I'm sure there were other areas where the humans that had been brought here were just being watched and bid on and whatever. I looked up at one, and it looked down at me with strange curiosity. And then I looked next to it, and there was a small little, well, for lack of a better term, demon kid right next to it. Strange purple. I wouldn't have thought about that. And just on the other side of it was another one, but this one was like a solid black. Both of them had horns at the top of their heads, but they looked very human-ish, if it wasn't for the fact that they both had collars on them. I looked up at the one next to him, and it wasn't demonish. In fact, it was very avian, very similar to the one that had tried to take advantage of me. I suddenly realized what was going on here, and I was not happy. I looked at that avian, and it kind of waved at me. I flipped them off and kept back eating. I knew if I had a chance, I was going to take that guy apart. Later on, after we were done eating, many sat down. I tried to stuff as much food as I could in my pockets, but unfortunately I didn't have much pockets to do so. We told all the others to do that because you never know when they're going to feed us again. We're slaves to them, of course. If they wanted to, they could starve us just for fun. So, of course, everyone took advantage of what food was there, shoving things like alien nuts and berries and things like that into their pockets. Eventually, after that, we were brought back to another area. This time it was just a holding area. Seems like it had beds, but they were just like tables that you could sleep on. But at that point, we didn't really give a shit. We all went, and many of us grouped together. Some of us, you could tell who was prior service. As everyone else slept, we paced back and forth and back and forth. Basically old school fire guard. We kept watching over them. Many of the females we pushed towards the center. Makes them feel better to be surrounded. We made sure nobody tried to take advantage of each other either. There's always that one asshole who does something stupid. And as he crawled over and began to dry hump one of the girls who was there, it wasn't me who saw him, but somebody else called out, "What are you doing?" We all saw what was going on. We grabbed the guy over, tooled him up a little bit, and then threw him over to the side. Told him he can sleep on the floor. Later on, after everybody had had a few hours of rest, they brought us in to another area. We knew what this was, as the long hallway ended with that strange perforated gate. And we could hear that voice coming over the PA again.
Welcome everyone to the second day of the gladiatorial games. Our new arrivals, the humans, have shown their worth to everyone as they have been able to survive everything we could throw at them at the first day. However, that was simply the first level for them to get through. The next level is going to be even worse, as we thought our original battle would cause more casualties. We had to look beyond our normal areas and go beyond standard pets. And we had to reach for more dangerous creatures for the humans to face. And we will not disappoint our loyal fans. As you can see by your schedule, we have a battle today of a Grangon and a Vortan. But they will not be facing each other. No, no, no. These are actually well known to each other. They have no interest in fighting against each other. They have been shown that humans are tasty, and they have been ready for this fight. In fact, let them come out. The first one was a strange ogre-looking thing, completely devoid of any hair, an actual cyclops as well. The mouth was just full of different sharp teeth. Several tusks shunk out. The thing must have stood a good 20 feet tall. It seemed to walk not only on its hind legs, which were fairly short, but its long arms as well. It didn't walk on its knuckles like a gorilla, no. Instead, it actually walked on its palms with its hands open. It stood up, and it roared to the crowd as the crowd cheered in amusement to it. It seemed to enjoy being the center of attention. The next one, I swear to you, looked like a freaking dragon. A freaking dragon of all things.
The kicker is you could see that its wings were being held down by some sort of harness. It screamed into the air with such a roar, I actually had to cover my ears, and so did most people. It seemed to give some sort of strange aroma off with its roar as well. It looked at the other one, and they just kind of stared at each other. Those of us watching were simply thinking the same thing. Oh, shit. The dragon itself, when fully extending its legs, so it stood on all fours, of course, it stood roughly about the same height. However, it stretched probably a good 40 or 50 feet from nose to tail if we stretched it out all the way. I had no idea how big the wings were as they were being held down. This thing still looked at the Cyclops looking ogre doohickey and just kind of sneered at it. Didn't really have any malice towards it, which was kind of strange. And a lot of us started thinking, what do you mean they're used to the taste of human? And we started looking around. Weren't there more of us? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We looked and we realized that a couple of those that had been injured before, 2 days prior, were not there anymore. Oh, those bastards. The gates slowly opened and you could see the guards trying to push us out, but we pushed back against the guards. They couldn't get us out as we would grab several of them and chuck them out into the arena. They landed inside the arena and their scrawny little bodies scurried up and they saw what was inside and immediately ran back to the opening. They had a choice. Either get chewed up by those two monsters inside the arena, or they could face us where we would simply toss them back out. But this time, they weren't playing any games. They had brought up spiked shields and they were pushing them forward. Some sort of riot gear, I'm guessing. It wasn't so fun to think about being spiked, but then again, some of us have actually had practice with riot gear and we knew what to do to actually break through. But then we realized there was something else. They weren't actually trying to push us back with the riot gear. No, they were just trying to make sure we didn't get in the way of what was really going to push us back. Immediately, they shuffled off to the side, and then something got in the way. It was a giant metal shield. No spikes or anything like that. But it simply moved forward. It was so big that it filled up almost the entirety of the tunnel itself. The only spots that were left open were where the guards had scurried off to the side. But we had no place to go. Eventually it pushed us out. And as we were finally pushed out by the fact that there was no room left, these creatures kind of looked at us and you could hear the dragon growl. Though the other one just kind of looked at us sideways like, what the hell is this thing? And then different types of weapons were thrown in. Different pieces of metal, things that look almost like machetes or swords. Nothing I would consider a broadsword or a gladius. A couple of shield-looking things, but they weren't exactly shields. They were garbage. Mostly what we could use was the spears. We looked over at these things, and as we started picking up any type of implement to protect ourselves, it seemed as though they were recognized by these two creatures, and the creatures got angry, and they got mean. The Cyclops ogre thing ran at us, running on all fours, and we tried to get ready for the ouch, but nobody was ready for that much mass to come running. However, as the arm landed right next to me, it wasn't just me with the idea, but everyone jabbed their spear into its arm deep enough, so deep in fact, that it penetrated from one side to the other. I could almost feel the other lances and spears going from one side to the other as it went into the arm. The ogre thing winced in pain, cried out, and landed on its shoulder as it slid to a stop, unfortunately crushing a few of us. I looked over and screamed in horror as I watched a few get crushed underneath this thing. As it held its arm in pain, I went up to finish it, but I didn't have to. One of the other men had grabbed a sword, and realized what he could do, and he jabbed the sword right into the side of this thing's neck. The amount of blood that sprayed out was like that of a fire hydrant, and the pressure to match. It was enough that it actually knocked him off his feet, and he ended up covered in it, coughing and gagging, wiping it out of his eyes. But we didn't have time to laugh at him as the dragon roared and started moving its way forward. Its roar obviously put out a hell of a lot of heat, but we all formed lines. I started screaming, "Ranks! Form ranks! Form ranks!" As we tried to get in line, this thing came at us, but it wasn't stupid. This thing saw what we were doing, and it tried to look for an opening. And the opening was behind us. It jumped over us. I could see that it was trying to open its wings, but as it landed behind us, its tail landed right in the middle of our formation, getting spiked several times and causing it to wince and raise its tail and whip it around. Those behind us were those that were hurt or those that were still suffering from PTSD, and the dragon lunged towards them. It chomped down on a few of them and then raised its head and gulped down the entire bodies. However, it did not have time to enjoy this, as the rest of us, still on our feet, grabbed our weapons and shoved it right into this thing's legs, right into the thighs, and I swear one of those guys bullseyed the bunghole, because this thing squealed to the sky and then fell over in pain. We all went and tried to grab whatever weapons we could and then grab the wounded. I grabbed a hold of two that were hurt, and I dragged them away by whatever I could. Unfortunately, one of them, by the time I got them halfway, I realized that both his legs were gone, and the amount of blood left behind, he was done. The other guy, he would survive, as he only had a few broken bones. I looked up, and the rest of the crew was busy taking down the dragon, to the sheer delight of the crowd. And when the dragon finally took its last breath, we walked up to it with the crowd screaming, and I swear one of the guys grabbed a handful of the dragon's blood and then smeared on its head a cross. The man must have been giving last rites. I don't know if the man was Celtic or not. I didn't ask, nor did I care. Of course, we couldn't hear anything over the roar of the crowd, as they were so grateful and delighted that what we had done, even though we had lost probably half of our numbers. Everyone realized how dangerous humans were and knew that they would be great entertainment. I lowered my head as I realized that things would only get worse at this point.
Well, there you have it, folks. The undisputed champions of the arena. The newcomers, humans, have shown that they can fight and they can subdue the greatest of creatures outside of the galaxy and within. Oh, it is a wonderful day for the arena and the Colosseum. However, I do have to say that the fact that the humans have done so well, we will not be having a third day, everyone.
With that, the crowd seemed to boo and be a little put back at the fact that there's only going to be 2 different events instead of 3.
As it is, the humans that you see are still up for sale. They have been freshly caught and freshly branded. All you have to do is speak with their master or their mistress, and I'm sure they will give them to you at a good, reasonable price. However, I will say, make sure you have deep pockets, as these humans have shown that they can be a very big handful.
With that, we kind of looked at each other, and then looked up at the one making the announcements, wherever the hell he was. Oh, we'd slap him across the face right then if we could. But we were too busy trying to patch up our wounded, using what little bit of cloth we had. I used a spear to splint one guy's leg, and he screamed in pain as I tightened down all the straps to make sure his leg stayed straight. He looked up at me and just told me to kill him. I can't live like this, man. If I knew this was it, I would have said just glass our goddamn planet. I can't do this again, man. I put my hand on his shoulder. Look, you can either do one of two things. You can either roll over and die, or you can fight to survive. I can't make that choice for you right now. And as I tightened him down one more strap, and he screamed in pain. For right now, I'm not letting you die. With that, I was able to tighten down the last band, and I moved on to the next injured person. It was to the point I didn't even realize that I had cut myself open. The blood had been going down my back, and somebody had noticed it. I was like, oh, well, I don't know when the hell this happened, but whatever. Dude, you're going to need stitches. Yeah, stitch me with what? Good point. With that, we tried to take our wounded back, but our sheer surprise, they sent out their own medical teams. By the time I was done with that splint, I realized that several of their own version of the medics had come out to actually fix our wounded. They weren't just tossing them away anymore. No, apparently we had proved that we were worth something. We were worth saving. I didn't know what the hell was going to come next, but who knows. I was able to carry the rest of our wounded in. And once again, through the same tactics as before, they eventually separated us to our original groups. And there I was with the last two of the group. Unfortunately, the guys didn't make it. There was only 2 females, both of which must have gone through some serious shit. I stood in between the mistress and those 2. Well, humans, you have definitely proven that you are worth a lot of money to me. However, you see, I don't care for your kind to be around here anymore. However, you will definitely find out that others will pay a great deal for your kind. And with that, the tentacle one came back. She looked down at the 2 female. You 2 must follow me. I turned with them, and the tentacle one put the tentacle out near my eyes. I almost slapped it away. You must stay here. You have not been sold yet. With that, the girls must have realized what was going on, and they lunged at me and grabbed a hold. I held them kind of tight, and I tried to comfort them as best as I could, but let's face it, in that situation, there was no such thing as comfort. Eventually, they brought in 2 fairly brawny security guards for each of the girls and tried to pull them off. One of them ended up trying to keep me back by hitting me with one of those tickle sticks, and finally I just grabbed it and whacked him over the head with it. And just said, "Stop doing that!" and tossed the stick away. However, what I didn't realize is that behind me, the mistress had come up with her claws and put it right next to my neck. If you weren't worth so much to me right now, I would remove your blood from your neck and watch you squirm while you die on the ground. Now let them go. They have been sold to their new owner, just as you will be. Realizing I was in extreme disadvantage, I couldn't stop those claws if she wanted to stink them into my neck. So I told the girls to relax and just go. Try to be safe. I pet them on the head a little bit just to try and calm them down, and with that, they left. I just hoped where they were going they would be at least find someone better than this friggin' lizard bitch. With that, I could hear a chime on one of the systems, and the lizard walked over and clicked on it. Yes! I listened intently, and it turned out that for sale of slaves, they give it off to a broker. A type of broker that makes sure that each side gets a fair shake. And if they're caught, playing favorites, it's a real quick way of becoming a slave themselves. With this broker sent some sort of file. I couldn't see it from where I was, but the lizard looked it over very, very, very carefully. And then she seemed to stand up much straighter. Oh, that is just wonderful. Tell the client that he can come and take this human away from me. I no longer wish for it here, and I will even take a percentage off the top if he hurries and takes it quickly off my hands. With that, it turned to me. Well, you have actually brought a higher price than I thought. And you will be now given to another master. I still clenched at the idea of that. I reached up and I was about to strangle the bitch, and then I could feel a tentacle on my shoulder. I flinched sideways, cocking back my hand, about ready to punch the tentacle one in the face. And then it said, "Follow me," and then turned and walked away. I swear that thing is so direct. I looked back at that lizard, and I swear that thing seemed to smile and wave. I just decided to look at her, and she didn't know what I was doing. But I remember an old sci-fi show where somebody wished death on somebody, and when they finally got that person's head on a pike, they simply waved. So I simply turned back and gave that little bitch the same wave. I followed the tentacle chick several corridors down, still trying to map out the internals of this ship. Maybe the next one will be the same. But instead, we walked into the station, and we had to go a long, long way. Eventually, we got to a tram system. I'm surprised they didn't put any bindings on me. I guess they figured if I was going to run, there's nothing I could do. But then I realized something. There was no guards. There was no much of anyone, actually. It was just one tunnel after another. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. I can't believe I didn't figure it out sooner. They're basically walking me through a secured section. I couldn't run if I tried. They just slam some security doors shut and then come in and gas me or something. Well, son of a bitch. Eventually, we got to another docking area. It was pretty clear to see that's what it was because the tone of the area completely changed. And eventually, I got onto another ship, and once again, I could feel the difference in gravity and air pressure and everything else. However, this one, it was different. Stronger, maybe. I didn't know, and I didn't really give a shit. All I wanted to know was what was going on. Eventually, the tentacle things stopped. And then I was like, what? What do we do now? We wait, it said. It's like, wait for how long? Unknown. Great. Wonderful. I looked around and I could tell I was in another cargo area. And when I saw a few more of those bug critters going around, I could still hear them. Gotta hurry, gotta find this. Oh, God, that's going to get annoying real quick. Then finally, the new quote-unquote owner walked in, and I was absolutely shocked. Standing in the cargo hold of that ship was kind of eerie. As the doors opened, then I saw several robots come through. Now, they weren't walking robots or anything like that. They simply rolled across the floor, about knee-high in height, and they came up to me and then began to circle around, seemingly to check me out. As they did this, a feline-ish type creature was standing in the doorway, just kind of staring at me. I don't want to say it looked like a cougar or a tiger or anything like that, but it did look what you would think an anthropomorphized cat would look like. However, it did not have the light brown of a cougar or anything like that. It was more of a almost pale, pretty close to my skin complexion actually, which was kind of weird. However, it did have a certain type of stripe, but these stripes were not straight. They kind of serpentined like snakes as they went down his face and down his neck, passed into where what could be considered clothing covered up, and didn't cover up all that much. I had noticed that very few alien species actually seem to wear a lot of clothing. I guess that's more of a human thing than anything else. Regardless of this, once the drones gave a certain beep, then they seemed to clear that thing for something. It walked over. I didn't know if it was male or female. It stood roughly about chin height to me at the top of its head. Looked me up and down. "Well, you don't look like much. I don't know why they paid so much for you." It turned and looked at the tentacle creature that walked me in. You're done. Go away." And it just turned and left. No comments at all. The cat creature then turned back to me. "So you're that healer gladiator guy they talk about?" The what?" I asked him. "The healer gladiator. It's all over the news and all the entertainment channels. Even after you guys beat the crap out of those creatures, you went and healed the rest of them." Well, I wasn't the only one who did a little patching up work. "Patching up?" Basic first aid." "The hell is first aid?" Whatever. I did the basic healing." "Ah, yeah. Yeah, we saw that, but you seem to have techniques that were either lost or nobody ever uses anymore. And because of that, they figured you might be useful, I guess. So, yeah." Okay. I didn't quite understand what the hell was going on. I began to look around the cargo bay. I figured he was going to tell me to go to work. "Well, you're done here, so let's just follow me. I'll show you where you're going to be working." And he just turned around and walked, and I figured, what the hell? I just followed him along. Eventually, we went down a few corridors as I began to look at the layout of this ship. It was surprisingly similar to the one that I had seen before. It's like something was standardized across the board, and I couldn't figure out exactly what it was. But eventually, we came up to a couple of doors. He opened them up, we walked inside, and I was amazed. Inside looked like some sort of sick bay or aid station or something. "So here's where you're going to work, and you're going to be learning all sorts of healing, because now that humans are here, we need somebody who knows how to deal with them, and you're perfect for that." Well, I'm not a doc, but sure." "A doc? What the hell's a doc?" I'm never mind. "Well, hold on. Where's your... Hey, where the hell is she? Oh, son of a... Ugh. Damn, she's not... Hold on. You just stay here. I gotta go find your teacher. Hold on. Where the hell did she go, you bitch? He mumbled to himself as he eventually left the door. I could hear him walking down. Surprisingly, the door didn't shut behind him, unlike those Trek shows that people watch back home. But I could hear him... "There you are! What the hell? You should have been in the medical bay. Come on, goddamn, get in there. He's already there. Go and introduce yourself." As I stood there looking at the door, in walked another lizard-type person-ish thing, standing just about as tall as the cat one. Seems like humans are a little big for, I don't know, galactic standard, I guess. It came in dressed head to toe in robes, several robes, to the point where I could barely see its clawed hand. I could see its face, but it seemed to be of a different reptilian species than the one I just came from before. This one's face did not stick out like a Komodo dragon or anything like that. It was much more, shall we say, stubby, and almost had human-ish kind of features, although it was pretty clear that it still had some fangs. Definitely had the reptilian eyes, and of course, scales. As it walked, it almost seemed to glide as it walked. It didn't bob its head like you would think a lizard of that size would be. However, I could tell by the way it walked, it wasn't as janky, as you could say, us humans do. But I could also see a tail behind, swaying underneath all those robes. It walked up. "So, you are the one I teach." It looked me up and down. "You do not look fearsome. They told me it was a gladiator was coming that I was going to teach. But you look, I believe the word you're looking for is squishy." "Yes, squishy. Yes. Squishy works. You humans do look very squishy." However, I did see on the vid that you are very strong, and that's a good thing. As we are underway, many times our personnel get damaged and they need to be carried here. We need someone as strong as you to bring them here, but we also need you to tend to their wounds. And from what I'm told, you are able to tend wounds already. Yeah, I know basic first aid. First aid? Oh, I swear, nobody knows what that means. Yeah, I know basic healing techniques. Ah, good, 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 good. That is good, because this will be a very long, long trip, and you need to learn as much as possible. Because if you don't, you'll immediately get sold to ones who are not as kind as we are. Yeah, I kind of figured that one. She then turned, and yes, I found out it was a she, and went to the first console and began my first lesson. While we were doing so, I began to study as much as I could. I would need to know as much about this alien tech as I possibly could to try and figure out how to get my ass back home. For the next several weeks, the ship was either docked in a space station or en route, and the only place I was either my closet of a room, which was simply just down the hall, maybe 3 steps, and then across the hall from the aid station, or in the aid station itself. The only break I ever had was when I finally asked them, "Hey, do you have a place I can wash up? I can even smell myself, and I stink." "Oh, that's not your normal aroma. I thought you all smelled that pungent." "No, we don't. Is there a shower, a bath, something I can clean up with?" "So you don't simply just shed your skin or lick yourself clean?" I had to joke and say, "Look, if I could lick myself clean, I'd never leave my room." She looked at me sideways on that. I figured that type of humor would just go straight over her head, which it did. Eventually, they did show me not only the galley, which thankfully they had some sort of food that didn't taste like, well, crap, and they showed me where I could wash up, and oh, a hot shower felt good. Holy crap, I'm just standing there just, thank you. Oh, crap, this feels nice. Surprisingly, it's a mixed type bathing area. The only reason I know this is because as I was taking a shower, just as I turned around so I could spray my face with the water, I looked over and there's the doc taking off her robes, and she ain't wearing nothing under those things. All I could think is, what is she, French? What the hell? Then, of course, I examined her body a little bit and I realized, wait a minute, how come she's got curves that point in? That, how, why, huh? I would have to look this up later. And what I found out was very interesting since I was in the medical sector and had to know about every different species. Though looking at them, it's very difficult for us humans to tell which ones are male, which ones are female. It is very easy to tell if a female gives birth via eggs or live offspring. Almost every single time it's live offspring, they have to nurse, which requires, as you know, something to nurse from. So it is what it is. As it turns out, her species of lizard actually gives birth to live children. I found out that the other species, the original mistress, she actually craps out eggs. And all I could think of is I would just love to make an omelet right now. Really, really, really. Just, man, I hate that bitch. As we were on our way, I began to notice something about the materials we were working with. They have the ability to adjust the body. This was surprising to me, and I inquired about this. "Oh, those, yes. We can make each one stronger or more resilient. But this technology is rarely used, as usually odd mutations happen." "Mutations? What are you talking about?" "Well, you see, we tried doing this on several species, and either they grew extra limbs, or their skin changed color, or they grew extra appendages, It was not very good technology. However, put it on a lower setting and it heals wounds very, very well. So, in one setting, regeneration, the other setting, mutation. Got it. Yes, you are learning very quickly. Good, human, good. I never did fix her from calling me that. It just kind of stuck. As I was the only one there, it made it easy for them to understand who they were talking to. After about 3 or 4 months, I had completely lost track of time, but I began studying as much as I could about this mutation machine. I wondered what it could do. So, I also used that along with what I found out about that weird biochip they had shoved into my brain, which turned out to be a lot bigger than I thought. Turns out they only put in basically a seed, and eventually it spreads out and maps out the neural links inside your brain. Along with this chip, it also has the ability to link into any type of machine. You just need the right equipment to do so. And thankfully, they did. The only bad part is, the only time you can link in is on the bridge. You can't link in anywhere else. It's a safety mechanism so people don't accidentally open a vent or turn off the engines when they're not supposed to. I could understand that one. I mean, like the man says, there's a million ways to die in space and they all suck. However, as things were going along, I still inquired about all this. But what really was surprising was the fact that my instructor started getting closer and closer as we were studying together. She seemed to like the fact that I didn't stink anymore, for one, and then she started rubbing her hand down my arm, down my back. I kept asking her what she was doing, and she would always give, just inspecting. Just inspecting, you're creeping me out. At least that's what I thought. I wasn't going to say anything. When we finally got close to our home port, at least their home port, we got an alert that we were close by and for everyone to be ready. When this happened, the doctor strayed away from me, grabbed the collar that I was wearing on the first day, handed it back, and told me to put it back on. I asked why. Well, you see, you're going to be meeting up with the master, and the master doesn't like slaves without collars around. It makes her nervous. Her? Well, I don't know if you call her. They're of the Zendai species, and they're hermaphroditic, I know. So, okay, whatever. We'll see how this goes. When we finally made it there, I began to look up any type of information on the species. However, to my utter dismay, there wasn't much. There really wasn't much about the species at all. All I knew was they were considered a large, dangerous species. Okay. I was eventually led out with a bunch of cargo containers onto the docks. And as I was let out, immediately a bunch of aliens ran up, grabbed my arms, slung them in front of me, and started slapping cuffs on me. Well, what passes as cuffs anyway. These very large, bulky, seemingly metal pieces of whatever in the hell they were. I don't even know what type of... I don't want to call it steel, because I don't even know what it was. They then grabbed me by each arm and began to walk me forward. The doc protested, of course, saying, be careful, don't damage it. Thanks a lot, lady. Eventually, they led me to a very, very large building. I figured since this building was on the center of town, this has got to be where the big boss sits. As they brought me into the main room to present me in front of their master, I almost busted out laughing my butt off. I am chuckling so hard they must have thought it was a nervous tick. They all looked at me strange, and I'm looking up at what looks like almost a female version of Jabba. Yeah, that Jabba. The only difference was the tail was a little bit longer, it was a little bit skinnier, the head was actually out of the body itself, and there were 4 very long arms that had 3 different joints on them, 3 different elbows. I'm like, what in the ever-loving shit am I looking at? The strange green cat eyes looked down at me, and spoke. So, this is what we get paid so much for? Doesn't look like much. I just kind of looked at her, still trying to stifle my laughter at what I'm seeing. Well, we're going to have to test it out to see if this is any good. The doc protested again. But if you damage it, all the training we've done is... Shush, you. You will do as commanded. Yes, master. Now, bring out something this thing to practice with. And with that, they brought forth a creature that stood roughly about chest high, and then another joined it. These kind of looked like, I don't know, trolls, I guess you could say. The eyes damn near covered half of the head. The ears were down on his neck, for crying out loud. Still had 2 arms, but only had 4 fingers. These things were squat and round, each of them holding some strange bludgeon. I'm like, what in the hell am I looking at? Now, each of you will prove your mettle. I looked over at Jabba the Witch right there. I'm like, great, another one of these. As I turned back towards those troll-looking things, one of them turned to the other and seemed to whisper, and then they both moved sideways, one to each side of me. They must have realized, since I had binocular vision, if they got to either side, I could only focus on one. Well, time for my training to kick in. As they began to move sideways on each side, making sure they stayed out of my strike range, I stayed as still as possible, and I waited until they both got to the edge of my peripheral vision. And then I lunged off to the left side, grabbing a hold of the bludgeon and spinning that troll bastard around, holding on to the bludgeon itself, spinning it around like you do when you're kids and you're just trying to lift the other person off the ground. Around and around and around I go, the thing screaming off to the heavens and cursing up a storm as I'm spinning faster and faster and faster. The thing can't weigh 90 pounds. The bludgeon is working as a counterweight, so I'm spinning a whole lot faster. The other one decides to come in to try to slow me down and ends up getting whacked on the side of the face by his buddy's legs. And then his buddy lets go and goes flying off into the wall and lands with a big old thud and then splat as he hits the ground. I take the bludgeon, look at it, drop it on the ground, and go, good enough? The Jabba creature looks up at me, and I swear it must have smiled, or at least its approximation of one. Well, looks like we made a good decision with you. So, it can heal too? Yes, it can. It has been learning very well. Good. Good, then it will do good the next time there is a gladiatorial game. But for right now, send it over to the aid station and have it fix up these 2 idiots. I looked over at the 2 troll creatures, one of which who was just dazed as he was trying to get back onto his feet, but every time he did, he would stagger off to the side. The other one that had hit the wall wasn't moving much and was just groaning. I walked over to the one that was caressing his head, reached out my hand, and it must have thought I was about to hit it as he tried to duck away. No, take my hand, dummy. It looked up at me sideways. It knew I could speak the language, or at least the translator was doing its job. So it reached up and I grabbed its hand and pulled it up onto its feet. He found his feet a few seconds later. Then I walked over to the one that was still on the ground and I simply picked it up. And this shocked everyone. Even the Jabba was all sorts of crazy gasps were coming through. I'm like, what? See, you can pick that up? One of the creatures asked. Yeah, he doesn't weigh much. So which way to the aid station? I think I broke his ribs. They simply pointed down the hall. The doctor led the way as I put the troll thing down and we began our work. We saved his life, although he wasn't exactly in life-threatening condition. We were able to stabilize him very quickly, and he was on his feet in the next 10 minutes. His buddy, who had just taken a crack to the cranium, was a whole lot easier to deal with. All we had to do was, well, give him an ice pack, basically. He'd be fine in a day. As we finished up, I began to look through the rest of the equipment. The equipment there was far more advanced than what was on the ship. and I started to investigate all of it. That would be my new home for the next 6 months. And during those 6 months, I got almost no downtime at all. Either I was in the aid station fixing some other Xeno up many times trying to figure out what the hell I'm looking at by the time I start working, or I'm being brought up into different matches or different fights, basically. I guess they want to keep me in fighting shape or just see how strong I actually am. Sometimes I'm facing four-legged creatures, sometimes some sort of avian something, sometimes some sort of lizard something or other. So one time they even brought me in front of the same lizard species as the original mistress. Oh, I enjoyed knocking his block off for sure. I kind of felt bad that I broke his jaw almost off, but that's what happens when you piss one of us off. But when I wasn't fighting, and I wasn't fixing up the people that I did fight, they had me on a bit of a workout regimen. Always moving, always constantly going. And when I slept hard. A few times when I first started to sleep, they thought I was dead. They actually came up and tried to do their version of CPR until I clocked one of them right in the face and just said, "Let me sleep." When I explained what sleep was, they thought it was some sort of strange hibernation. So they tried to leave me alone for a couple days, didn't understand why I was back on my feet in like 6 or 7 hours. Then it just became a routine. In actuality, it became a game to some of them. Some of the younger ones in that palace decided that they wanted to come up and try to sneak up on me while I was asleep. This is a bad idea to somebody who has PTSD as bad as I do. I could feel the slightest movement of air in that room, and I felt really bad when one of these kids, this avian, kind of looked like a mix between a person, a hawk, and a chihuahua actually, just decided to come up and just get within arm's length. I don't know if he breathed heavy or what, but I reached out and ended up backhanding him right into the wall. And then as I jumped up, I threw myself on top of him and had my arm cocked back as though I was going to crush his head into the ground. And then I came back to reality. I did feel bad and immediately brought him to the aid station. All the Xenos were a little surprised that I was walking around in almost no clothing, as they began to examine me more and more. The doc, every time she saw me with no shirt or no shoes or something, would simply run that strange pawed talon that she has down and simply say, "I'm examining." Ugh. Lady, you creepy. Normally, my day just starts with a subpar meal after I get some sort of cardio in. I lost a lot of weight because I wasn't eating very good. Then it would be off to work, straight to the aid station, fixing up whoever decided to get drunk and get stupid and do something moronic the previous night. And I do use drunk in quotes here above because they get intoxicated or they get high on very strange substances. I've seen them get totally plastered off a cup of coffee, of all things. One of them actually challenged me once to a drinking game, thinking that I'm going to drink so much I'm going to die of their version of alcohol poisoning. We're doing espresso shots. I'm sitting there doing jumping jacks and push-ups and doing dips off the side of the chairs while this guy is falling over and pissing himself drunk. I'm like, well, those are the breaks, pal. Another one tried to tell me that I should be breathing more methane. It'll help me out. Yeah, no. Let's just say no on that one. Seriously, you can always tell when one of the species was around. They always smell like a fart. But once I was done fixing those up, of course, the doc would come in later, as she didn't have to be there as early as me. Next thing I know, I'm heading off to the arena to see what the hell else is next. Of course, I'm being escorted the whole time there, wonderfully. And I try to give small talk to the one who's actually escorting me. Of course, when I get to the arena, there's always people, and I do say that again in quotes, people, the different xenospecies, watching to see what humans can actually do. Sometimes they set me up against something with 4 legs, 6, 8, in some case 14 different appendages. That was an interesting morning. Or they send me up with something that has venom, poison, or something else. Thankfully, they always tell me what I'm facing first. At least my research on finding out the different xenospecies has really helped out on this. I'm able to focus on what parts are going to be the most dangerous and take them out first. Unfortunately, they decide to start aiming towards more one-sided battles, and more of my opponents would be facing me armed. Yeah, this didn't go over well. What I never told anybody is I do actually know how to fight against somebody with a spear. I do actually know how to fight against somebody with a sword. You could say it was a hobby of mine back in the day. But regardless, I always didn't want to put on a show, but I tried to take him down without actually killing him. The proprietor always seemed to like this, sitting there in their slobby form with those extra appendages, always seemingly laugh and just enjoying the show. What I found out later is they were putting bets on how fast the opponent would be subdued and or killed. There was always different bettings going on. I'm like, great. Here I am busting my ass, and all I'm doing is making this bitch rich. Oy. Once I subdued them, of course, I usually escorted them to the medical bay and then got them fixed up, and then they're back, and then I get some time off, but then that's some extra exercise, and then I'm studying, and then that night more people decide to get in bar fights and crap like that, and I'm treating them, and maybe I'll get to sleep later on that day. And this just kept going. The only bright spot in the entire thing was the fact that a few of the species started to, well, get closer to me. In particular, the Zeldendek. Man, I still can't pronounce that. The Zelendekini. I swear. These names are so hard to pronounce. Anyway, we'll just call them the Zels. The Zels are these tiny little troll things, not much bigger than a football, really. At least their kids are about that big. About maybe twice as tall as an American football is long. That's the adults. They have these really long ears. They got this weird, like, yellow, blue, greenish coloring to them. And I realized with dealing with them is they're one of the only species besides us that has hair. I couldn't figure out why for the longest time, and when I inquired, I found out that hair is a sign of a subspecies. The same way we would look at orangutans or general monkeys or something like that. It's a subspecies to them. And then I realized that all the rest of them, either they had scale or feathers, or horns or something like that. They didn't have fur or hair. Interesting. No wonder they looked down on us and were so surprised when we kicked everybody's ass before. But anyways, the Zels came to me once because they were hurting. A bunch of them had fallen out of a container and got a little jacked up, and they were surprised. In fact, everybody seemed surprised when I treated them like I would treat a child. The doc even came up and sat there, watching, just staring at the care I showed. Of course I'm going to show care. They're just tiny little things. They're not really stupid. They just don't talk much. They always talk a lot with their eyes, though. Those big eyes would always stare up at you, and I could always tell what they were thinking, whether it be gratitude, anger, confusion. It didn't matter, but I could always tell. I didn't want to let on that I did know. I'm going to keep this one under my hat. But I could almost always tell, after being with these different Xenos, their different ways of conveying their interest, their thoughts through their motions. Non-verbal communication skills seem to be a lost art out here in the stars. But the Zels, they took a shine to me. They would always come up and hug my leg. They would try to climb up my arms and stuff like that. They thought it was fun. They were usually put to work inside some of the smaller areas, usually cleaning things out or making sure wires haven't been damaged by their version of rats. And yes, there are space rats, and they are not friendly things. A lot more slimy than ours. But that's the only thing I want to say about them, aside from saying I call them shit with feet. Along with that, the Zells ended up bringing a few other types of Xenos towards me. Other ones that were either shy or just straight up scared. And what truly surprised everyone was the fact that when kids came in, they didn't seem scared of me. They were surprised. Shouldn't children be afraid of the most dangerous creature in the known universe? But the most dangerous creature in the known universe put the Band-Aid on their boo-boos and helped them deal with the pain of doing something silly. Like one of them grabbed a conduit and burned her hand. So of course I had to sit there for a few minutes and rub the nanospottic gel all over her hands until it finally went to work and healed her skin. Or the young boy who, well, poor kid lost his foot. So I had to sit there and comfort him while the tissue replacement machines did what they were supposed to do. The problem with the tissue replacements, and yes, these will definitely grow your limbs back, is you can't use anesthetic at all. The kid was in tears, so I held his hand the whole time, and I gave him a towel to grab a hold of and also to bite down on. I told him he couldn't move, as if he could. That machine holds you right in place. But still, everyone was amazed by this. The doc especially, and she got even more handsy. I didn't have the heart to tell her I knew that her mating cycle was coming up, and I wanted to make myself very, very scarce. However, I didn't get a chance. Suddenly, one morning, as I was patching up the last of the drunk idiots who got themselves in trouble, I was simply summoned to the main conference room. The main room, and there was the Java bitch, and yeah, I still call her that. You will now be the one who makes me the most money. Oh, great. Now what am I gonna do? Before I knew it, I was ushered onto another ship. This time, the gravity seemed to be cranked up to twice what the planetary gravity was, and they just kind of expected me to deal with it. However, I did notice that the only ones that weren't wearing some sort of exosuits were the little bugs moving around. I wondered if this was to wear me out or something. Clearly, they really don't understand human biology too much. The ship didn't stay in transit for very long, and when the doors opened, I knew exactly where I was when I heard the screams of the crowd. To my complete surprise, I was not ushered into the arena area to wait on standby for my turn to go out and face whatever horror show they had planned for us this time. Instead, I was brought over to a very, very large medical facility where I saw about a dozen other humans along with a whole bunch of different type of doctors getting ready to accept those who had been, well, pretty much tore up by whatever in the hell was going to happen to them out there. We discussed what was going to happen. I was given my set of tools and told that I had to be over in a certain area and to treat whoever came through. Didn't matter who, and to not ask any questions. Whatever. I didn't care at this point. I really didn't care. I was so used to dealing with drunk idiots and people doing stupid shit. Who knows? Who cares? It didn't matter to me. We could hear the roar of the crowd going up and down from where we were as they could release different creatures to go at each other and all that other fun stuff that people tend to enjoy. And we just waited for the first few to roll in. As the first few rolled in, the other doctors, not human, would simply look at them and do their version of triage. They either said yes or no and pointed in a different direction. All four of the ones that came in first were a complete no, as in nope, they didn't survive the trip, they didn't make it to us. I was like, okay, whatever. I saw different ones. I saw reptilians, I saw insectoids, I saw aliens, I saw all sorts of stuff. I even saw a couple of those little scrawny little guys. I'm just like, oh, son of a bitch. But what can you do? They were already tore apart by the time they got to us. And it's not tore apart something we can fix. The medical tech that's here is absolutely astounding, but there's only so much we can do. And it wasn't for about an hour, and then we finally could hear, way off in the corner, the announcer go, "Humans! Come on, we got humans for you." And I'm, what? Did they just say humans? And as the rest of us humans actually were like, yeah, I think that's what he said, everyone else was looking at us with almost a fear. And that's when I noticed something. I was one of the few that weren't wearing that control collar. I guess they figured that I was a non-threat, even though I was one of the ones who actually fought off those big beasts before. However, I had been trained for the most part to be more of a healer than a fighter, even though I was one of those place the bets on type folks. All things considered, I had it a whole lot easier than a few others. It wasn't long before the first humans came in. One poor guy was missing his left arm, tore off just over the elbow, but he was still alive. He had put a tourniquet on his arm to stop the bleeding, but immediately we grabbed him, ushered him over, and got into the tissue reconstruction area so we could rebuild his arm. It didn't take long for the machine to do what it had to do, but the problem is we had to hold him down to get him locked into the machine. Once you're in the machine, you can't move. The hard part is once it's going down and putting pressure on the different areas, most people flinch. Most everything flinches as it hurts like hell. I can attest to this one. This foot is not exactly mine. That being said, we didn't think too much of it, being that this was looked like a 26-year-old dude who was in really good shape. I was simply surprised to see all the different scars on him that were still there. And we were simply rebuilding his arms as he screamed in absolute pain. As I stated before, you can't use this device with anesthetic. It just gets in the way. Plus, the device itself is going to purge it anyway. Later on, maybe about a half an hour later, we saw another group of humans come in. These were mostly just beat up. They weren't exactly bleeding too much, but it was bad enough that we had to patch them up. And we even asked them, because these could actually carry on a sentence, what was going on. They told us that oh my God, they're putting us against everything, man. It's horrible out there. Just, oh God, we faced one of those cow caterpillar things, but they had like 3 of them this time, and they charged us. Oh man, I took a horn right here. He stretched up, and I could visibly see that one of his ribs was broken. I had to get him set up so we could fix him, and I had to warn him that this was not going to feel good. You actually had to set on a type of suction cup, which would pull his rib back into place. And with an odd crunch, you could actually hear the bone going back in. Oh, the curses that came out of that man's mouth. However, it didn't occur to me too much that there was only one female that actually had shown up so far. And then we saw something just as we were finishing up with those 4 that I was not ready for. Was rolled in on a cart, no cushioning, just a regular cart, and just dropped onto the floor was a 10-year-old kid. We ran over, and I just started screaming, "What the fuck, dude? What the fuck?" And the team actually looked at me and, "Yeah, I thought I saw kids. Where's the rest of them?" Without hesitation, the aliens simply stated, "They didn't make it. Why would I bring them here? They dead." As I grabbed the kid along with another and put him on the table to try and save his life, I could feel the tension in the room as we all suddenly just started freaking out internally. Nobody was saying anything except those of us trying to keep this kid alive. Those over in the fire team that had just come back were ushered out, and I could see the hate in their eyes. The whole day began to be like this. More humans, more other aliens would come in, many of them missing limbs, and we patched them up as best we can. I turned in the Hawkeye Pierce as we began to patch everybody up, just meatball surgery, get them stable enough to survive and get them out, because we had so many coming in, it was getting ridiculous. We had a few of these mammoths come in And I don't mean mammoth like the actual elephant looking thing. I mean mammoth as in that's what they call themselves. They were huge avian creatures with these massive wings that could barely fit through the damn door, yet we still had to manage to get them healed. They flew very, very fast with those strange, almost dragonflyish wings, 2 different sets of 2 on their backs, and they flew around with those 8 limbs. It was strange. However, the body was still humanoid enough that we could work with it. Oh dear God, we were getting more and more pissed off as it was, but we didn't have time. There were more lives to be saved, and we could still hear the cheering of the crowd. And eventually, after we guess about 7 or 8 hours of this shit, everything just kind of stopped. They stopped bringing people in, and we could hear the announcer screaming. We could hear the announcer saying something, but we couldn't figure out what it was. I was exhausted, but we couldn't stop. We had more lives we had to save. We're protectors after all. It's hardwired into our DNA to be protectors. But I still looked over at that kid we had saved. He was still passed out in the corner. He wasn't in any sort of danger of dying, but I seriously wanted to know what in the hell. Why was a kid here? Eventually, the kid woke up as we finally got the mammoth to go out. I asked the kid what was going on. How did he end up here? What the hell's going on? You weren't on the shipment of people that came out here. Oh, they didn't tell you. They didn't tell you what they did. He was drifting in and out of consciousness as he spoke. Dude, hey, wake up. I kind of smacked him around a little bit to get him to wake up. Tell us, what was going on? What happened? Why are you here? Oh, they came. They took us. What do you mean they took you? Who took you? The same aliens that took us? No. Pirates. Pirates. Pirates? What do you mean pirates? I looked over at the other humans. At this time, we had gotten every single one in that room coming close. Tell me, pirates. Shaking him a little bit. Pirates, what is it? Talk to me, kid. Talk to me or I'm going to splash you with ice water. Oh, they told us we were good pets, entertainment. We show is the dangerous. We young better. Sister, cousin. And I could see tears begin to flow down his face as he couldn't put any words together, but something he saw there was enough to make my blood absolutely boil. That is when the other non-human docs came up. You need to get back to work. You need to stop. He is fine. He lives. You get back to work now. I got up, turned around and looked at them, and I could not hide the rage in my eyes. I could not hold it back as I looked that goddamn avian bastard in the face, and I swung as hard as I could, knocking his head back and hearing a crunch inside. It wasn't my hand that made the crunch, it was his spine as his head spun around. I had caught him basically right between his nose and his eyes with that oblong face of his, and it had spun around to the back. He was dead before he hit the ground. With that, the other doctors ran to the control area and hit some sort of giant button. I was like, what the hell is that for? And a few that still had collars showed a little bit of, ow, that tickles, on their necks. I just looked over, and before I even said anything, they just reached up and ripped them off. And I looked back over at the docs who thought maybe they could control us, and I could see the fear in their eyes. That was enough. We didn't take out the docs. We just told them to stay put. And we went outside and we made our way towards the arena, which was not easy. We didn't know the lay of the land. We did not know any hallways to follow. We just listened to the crowd. And we got our way to the arena, which took about 20 minutes. But as we passed by, we could see bodies. Bodies of those that had been forced to fight in the arena. Bodies of not only Xenos, but humans littered the ground. We looked over, there was bodies missing heads, missing multiple appendages. I saw a woman who had been ripped open. Clear claw marks were on her chest, and both of her ribcage halves were in half on the sides. I could visibly see her heart. I began shaking with rage, and I began moving faster and faster to the point where I was almost at a run, but I knew if I ran too fast, I would make a mistake. I didn't have to say anything to the group with me. I could hear them whispering to each other. Whispers like, "Oh, I'm going to kill these motherless bastards. Oh, let me at them. I want my hands on them now." And this was even coming from the girls, those that had helped us out. We finally got towards the arena to a point where we could see over. We couldn't get to it. We were too high and too far away, but we looked out on the glass. I was looking across when somebody on the side hit some sort of speaker box. She turned it on, and we could hear the announcer,
"And we have another group of humans. Oh, we have the betting starting next, ladies and gentlemen, but we have to show you our new crop of humans. These are easily handled. They're not fully formed yet, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, but you can make them do whatever you want. In fact, since they're so small and they're not nearly as strong, they'll make good protectors for your kids. They'll make good pets. And who knows, they might make a good lover for you." And you could hear the crowds oohing and awing at the idea of this. We looked down, and we were only maybe 75 to 100 meters away, and I could see they were bringing in children and teenagers. I did not see anyone over the age of 16, and they all looked scared out of their minds. I looked, many of them were holding their arms or their legs. They were walking funny because they had been beaten into submission. Many of them were bruised. Some of them were being held up by other Xenos as the announcer kept going, "And we've made sure, don't worry, we've made sure to segregate them between male and female for your own pleasure and protection. Don't worry, we've checked them. They are clean, and they are pure for your entertainment and for your use."
And the crowd began to ooh and awe even more. And we started going crazy. It wasn't just me, but a man to my left also punched that glass. Unfortunately, as strong as we're not breaking 6 or 7 inches of glass with our bare fists. We started looking around for any way we could find our way down, but before we could do that, security teams had caught up to us. And apparently, nobody had told them, "Don't fuck with a pissed off human." We charged their lines. They tried to hit us with some sort of energy projectile doohickey, but it just seemed to tick us off. Why? Because all it did was burn. It felt like somebody had tried to put a cigarette out on your skin. It didn't matter. We crashed into the lines and began to throw them against the wall. I remember grabbing one by the arm, slinging him around and flipping him up against the ceiling and watch him crash against the ceiling and then splat down on the ground. I raised my foot up and crushed my foot down into his skull, making a wonderful pop like a zit as his brain splattered across the entire floor. I then looked at another one who was trying to raise some sort of bladed weapon. Oh, he definitely didn't know who he was screwing with. As he flailed it around like an amateur, I simply got around him, grabbed his wrist, flung him down, used my body weight to throw him to the ground so that he was underneath. Got the knife out of his hand, shoved my elbow right into his neck, pushed down as far as I could, and I could feel the blood slowing down as I flipped the blade around. And as I couldn't see, as he was behind my back, I shoved it into his leg and then ripped it out as hard as I could. A wonderful, satisfying stream of a dark bluish type of blood poured out of his wound. I must have hit an artery or something. I wasn't too well versed in this particular species, so I didn't know exactly what I was striking, but I didn't care. As it went and reached for its leg, I swung back around and sliced my knife around its throat. And with that, We looked up and there was no more Xenos. The rest of the group had taken them down. But now it was time to really get the job done. I started screaming, grab the weapons, grab the weapons, grab the weapons and gear, let's go. Though it was very difficult to get the gear on as it was not designed for humans, we didn't give a crap. We threw on what we could. Any type of belt was used as a bandolier just to hold whatever we had to. The security detail didn't have much. A couple batons, a few restraints, one blade, and one type of, I guess you can call it, pistol. The thing was kind of a joke, but apparently against other Xenos, it gets the job done very well. We found out really quick what it actually does. In actuality, most Xenos do not have the ability to dissipate heat or electric shocks like we do. Actually, very few Xenos have that ability. And that means that this weapon is going to work very well. I fell back on my training and I asked anybody else if they had any other training like mine. Thankfully, 2 other men did. I said right and left flank and we moved down the hallway. And we kept moving in the direction we believed was the entrance to the arena. We tried our damnedest to make there without any other instances, but pretty soon that was shot out the window as we shot a couple Xenos out the window. We didn't have a choice. They tried to stop us again, but this time they had come with heavier weapons, and we reached over and grabbed their weapons. We put the pistols away, and they had some sort of, I guess you could say, rifle, as it was more akin to a long gun than anything else. However, using it was strange. You couldn't actually put it up to your shoulder. You had to strap it to the side of your arm and hold your arm straight out for it to work. Just weird the way they have these things. A button on top you had to squeeze with your trigger finger and then hit the button on top with your thumb to actually get it to fire. For a second I'm like, wait a minute, do I look like Starscream from the Decepticons? What the? Oi. It didn't matter. We did what we could to take them down. The problem is, trying to operate these stupid weapons, it was terrible, but at least the damn things worked. As we began to move down the hallway even more, we realized by now some sort of alerts must have been sounded, but we could still hear the roar of the crowd. I guess they were hoping they could subdue us before anything else happened. We rushed into the holding area that we thought we would find them, and we didn't find anything except bodies. The bodies of humans. Hundreds of humans. Many of them that had been rotting there for almost 6 months. I recognized 1 or 2 from the original trip out. They had just been discarded and left there. There were also fresh bodies. Bodies of old men, old women. Bodies of other men and women. Bodies of teenagers. Bodies of children. And many of them were not damaged or killed by warfare. No. Many of them had been torn asunder through whatever part of the body they had been used for. Many of the men had their lower parts ripped off as if something had bit them off, and they had been left to just simply bleed out. The women were just torn from one end to the other, many of them with jaws ripped completely off. Some of them, the side of the head ripped open. Other of them, the chest was just gone. It was just gone. The stench in that area made a few of us very nauseous and a few others simply puke. We realized this was simply a dumping ground. There were almost no Xenos at all in there. Just humans. Bodies on bodies on bodies. I could only think of one other time I've ever seen anything like this, and it was the pictures from World War II as bodies were piled up in cordwood to be thrown into a pit and burned. But they weren't going to burn them, no. They were simply going to let humans rot. This was no way that they were going to treat us this way. We ran towards the entrance, and then we were suddenly stopped dead as one of the gates slammed down in front of us. I tried to use the weapons to try and cut our way through, but that was pointless. We went up to the control panel. The control panel didn't even operate at all. We spun around and realized that there was a whole group of Xenos in all sorts of different exosuits closing in on us. We knew this was gonna be very interesting. And then, as they came up, we said the one thing that Xenos would fear beyond anything else. As we looked at each other, we just said, well, fuck it. And we charged at them, weapons blasting away. The weapons ended up not being able to puncture through the exosuits as they could dissipate the heat and the electricity. So we simply released them from our hands, grabbed them by the barrel end, and started swinging them like clubs. That worked as we began to rip them apart, knocking them over at first, and then using their clumsiness as they were unaccustomed to using exosuits to pin them down, ripping the helmet off, and then reaching in, grabbing the son of a bitch by the neck and ripping his head clean off. Then we got nasty as we began to realize that there were gaps in these suits. We grabbed the weapons, usually the pistols, and drove them into the points that had weak areas, and we would fire in there. The heat and the electricity inside would quite literally cook the Xeno inside the suit. At one point, we did it to a few avians, and somebody said, "So, who wants fried chicken?" I still remember we all kind of stopped and looked at him like, "Really, dude?" That was funny. And we just kept going through their exosuits. By this time, we finally realized that an alarm had actually been sounded as we could hear a strange tone. It wasn't anything we would use as an alert signal, but it was something strange, something not right. We realized that we had been discovered, not only trying to get through, but discovered that we could not be stopped. I looked and realized that at least 2 of our number had been taken down in the fighting. They held their wounds as tight as they could, but I could tell if they weren't treated soon, they'd bleed out. We told them to go back to the medical bay, get fixed, do something, or else you're going to just croak here. We can't fix you. We don't have any supplies to fix you with. Running back down, we realized that we were not the only ones. We ran into another group of humans that had done something similar to us, but they were much more worse for wear, as every single one of them was bruised, battered, and bleeding. I asked them what was going on. Well, we heard they're killing kids, man. We're not sticking around waiting for that shit. I just looked at them, nodded, and we charged down even further. I led the charge as we went towards the arena again. This time, they must have realized that we were coming and tried to throw monsters in front of our way, but the monsters that had faced humans before simply cowered in fear and backed away, allowing us to charge all the way through. We got into another large area, and this time it was even bigger. A larger area that was mostly a tunnel, and on both sides were nothing but even more bodies. There must have been hundreds of them, thousands of them, as they littered the walls of each of these. How in the ever-loving crap did this happen? Young, old, it didn't matter. They were all on the sides, all torn apart. The stench of rotting flesh and fresh open wounds permeated the air. I was well versed at this now, and everything took over. My humanity at that point had failed me. I was no longer human anymore. My training had kicked in fully at that point, and I no longer had any craps to give. We charged through, and I remember going up to that door, this time not even stopping, as I crashed into the gate, and to my surprise, it almost gave fully. I backed up a little more. 3 others joined me as we crashed into the gate with our shoulders, and the damn thing actually gave. It cracked open enough that we could rip the doors open and get through. This time, we were in the arena, and the guards were all there. This time, the crowds were whooping and hollering, the ones that were left, of course. The arena looked like it was half empty. We looked around and realized that we had somewhat been led into a trap. Are we rats in a maze? What the hell is going on? Then we saw a whole bunch of the other gates open, and this time, not only humans, but other exosuit-covered creatures came out. They also released any other type of monsters that were not accustomed to facing humans. This was going to be nasty. Then I looked up, and I could see the booth with the announcer.
And here it goes, our main event. Originally, we thought we might have to clear out the arena, but no, our main event is here. We are going to see these humans that have fought their way to the arena. They want to fight so bad, and we are going to give them a fight. Today, they're going to face off against the strongest units in the station, along with...
And that was the last thing he said. I aimed very carefully, and I put a blaster round right through his crooked skull. I saw as the bolt hit him. His amphibian head exploded, and his body slumped, and then fell forward. It then slid off the podium it was at, and the crowd not only cheered, but was in sudden shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. We had no interest in the crowd. We just wanted our people. We looked around, and I could hear, "Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the fucking kids? Where are they?" We didn't know. And at that point, it didn't matter. We had to get out of this arena. We had fought our way here, but it was already too late. They had realized what was going on. These guys weren't as stupid as we'd like them to be. But now, we have trouble. I looked at everyone. I said, "Listen, stay close and follow me." It was a three-way fight, of course. The monsters that had come in, the creatures, cryptids, whatever the hell you want to call them, were beginning to move their way around. They seemed sort of interested in each other, but more interested with the exo-suited personnel and us. So what did I do? I made the crowd move so that the exo-suited personnel were between us and the monsters. The exo-suited monsters must have thought we were a threat as they got between us and those creatures, not realizing they were showing their back to creatures that hunt for survival. And just as the first of these energy weapons fired, those creatures attacked. They jumped on the exosuits and began to tear them apart, much more efficient than anything we could do. The ones, especially those that had the bovine head and the caterpillar bodies, just crashed into the formation, using their horns to rip everything apart, and as the bodies were underneath, they used their multiple legs to crush anything underneath. The big body just seemed to raise up and smash down anything, and then I just screamed, "Go! We gotta go now!" And we bolted out one of the doors, to complete dismay of the crowd itself. Although they must have figured it must have been some sort of act and didn't really care. We got to the first door and I realized we had to find our way out of here. I looked and I was greatly surprised to see one of the connectors was there. I slammed the back of my head next to it and I downloaded as fast as I could the blueprints for the station. The schematic showed me exactly where we needed to go. I told them which way to go to take care of the kids. And then I took one small contingent to where I know we needed to be. We ran as fast as we could. Human legs can move a hell of a lot faster than any Xeno ever thought we could, especially with just 2 legs. And we made it to where we needed to be. The doors were shut, but I didn't care. I took that weapon that I had and I blasted the lock, and thankfully it short-circuited. We were able to get the doors open, and I was looking at the bridge control for this entire station. When we walked in, the Xenos all looked in total shock and fear. How did we possibly get there? How do we get there so quick? It shouldn't be possible. What are these things? One of the Xenos even looked on, and I saw the captain, or whatever passes for one, come up and demand to know who we were and what we were doing there. I grabbed a hold of his neck, squeezed him as I raised him up, and with a full Vader moment, said, "We're human, and we're here to kick your ass." And I slammed his head down to the ground, not realizing that I slammed it down hard enough to actually crack his skull apart. Apparently, seeing his cranium be plastered all over the ground was enough to get the rest of the bridge crew to just about pee themselves. I told our guys to go over to the comms unit and make sure everything is locked down. I pointed out each one, and thankfully they had been given knowledge of the alien language, and it didn't take long for them to get a hold of everything. the environmental system, the docking clamps, everything. And we even warmed up the weapons array. It wasn't much at all, but all you had to do was lock onto a ship and it was enough for them to back away. The whole idea of energy shields that were going to stop all sorts of ordnance is a science fiction BS method of way of doing things. In actuality, they knew well enough to stay away. Once we had everything in lockdown, it was time to tell the others where to find the rest of our kin, the rest of our people, the rest of our species. So we lit the tunnels up to let them know which way to go. We got on the PA system and let them know to follow the lights. We made sure that no ship could get out, and we saw on the video screen as each of the ships was discovered, and as it was, the humans would rush in to grab the kids, and in some cases I saw things on that screen I didn't want to see. These creatures were already taking liberties with the children. My blood burned so bad that the only thing that satiated it was watching a few of our people not only hurt this Xeno, but actually rip its reproductive organs clean off. As it sat there and screamed on the ground, I began to search the files as best I could. I got into the captain's chair and was able to lock into the entire system. I told everybody I was going to search it all, and I might be out of the game for a minute, so they need to protect this area. They took the weapons, and a few of them took up positions so that they would not be interrupted. And I began to search the files. These files twisted me in ways that were even beyond what I even thought was possible. I saw files of how the Xenos were taking liberties, and they would use most of us not as gladiators as we thought, or as medical personnel. Actually, it was less than 1% of us were medical personnel, but also used us basically as guard dogs, as pets, and as for entertainment. We would be put out to be set into fights with different types of Xenos, similar to what I was, but I had it lucky in most cases. There wasn't much that we couldn't face. So what they do, they sent more and more and more. They wanted to see how far we could go, what it would take to actually take us down, how many of their own type of guard dogs did it take. It didn't matter if it was a Zerishian, a Kane, a Jakuno, or a Fansusa. It did not matter which one of the species they threw at us or what weapons they had. It would always take at least a dozen of them, but it didn't matter. They always delighted at the death of one of us, and it was always entertainment. The stronger of us, those that were shown to be the most physically fit, were taken for pleasure. However, this did not matter with the females. As far as they were concerned, a female was a female, and females were good for one thing. Their own species was for reproduction. However, any human female of any age was for pleasure. And they thought the same thing with the males as well. And Lord help you if a Jarenta thought it would be a good idea to mate with a human, because they expect the male genitalia to pop off, as that is what their own males do, and it regrows for the next mating cycle. Instead, they would simply rip it off when you're done. I can only imagine the pain they were going through as I watched the video of guys screaming in pain as not only all their meat and veg was suddenly ripped clean out, but the femoral arteries were both spraying up into the air. The only luxury for them was the fact that they bled out and passed out in the matter of seconds. Even with that, and even with the idea of the men being sent out there to fight over and over and over nonstop until they finally dropped from exhaustion, which many times took days, the female and the children got it so much worse. I found out that after we had shown up everything they threw at us that first day we were in the arena, that humans became prized. and pirate raids became very, very common. They would show up on Earth and simply take whoever they wanted. Lord help you if you tried to fight against them, because they had no qualms with killing a whole bunch of humans just to take one or two. They didn't even look at us as sentient species. They didn't believe us sapient enough to survive out there. I couldn't believe any of it. But now I had it all. I had all the information. I downloaded it so that every single person could know this and know what was going on. Since we had taken the station, there's only one thing to say to them. This will happen no more. After securing the station, along with all the communications going in and out, and all the ships going in and out, a few of the ships didn't even know what was going on. They were in the middle of docking or trying to go through undocking procedures when I locked them down. The ones that actually got locked onto the station at first came in with plenty of cargo, plenty of personnel, and unfortunately for them, plenty of humans on board ready for sale and trade. This did not go over well, and I did not even attempt to quell the rage that was in everyone's hearts as they went into those cargo areas and just tore asunder everyone. The only ones they did not destroy were those that were clearly children themselves, those that did not know any different. We may be monsters right now, but we are still human. But that did not save their parents from the wrath of those, especially when they found that women and children had been abused. Immediately, they grabbed whoever was injured, brought them straight to the medical bay so that they could be treated or regrown a limb or two. In one case, one man was torn, both arms, both legs were gone. His body was just full of bruises. Hell, he was even missing his jaw, but he was still alive. I was able to make sure that he was completely healed before too long, although the amount of pain that he had to go through while growing all 5 portions back had to be excruciating. With that, we began to make plans. I tried to contact all the humans as best I could, but let's face it, not everyone has the same connector that I do. I found out that mine had been jazzed up just a little bit to help out with the medical section. If you didn't have a specialized job and were just there for entertainment, then you were strictly able to understand different languages. There was nothing extra in the implant itself, and unfortunately, this we would have to fix with all of them. We informed them about this, and no one was very interested in having alien technology pumped into their heads, but we had to get this done. They wouldn't be able to pilot the ships otherwise, and that's when I laid out my plan for them. There were several thousand ships docked right now. Those that were waiting to get docked were just told to stand by. That's all they got was a standby signal. Eventually, if they didn't try to dock, they wouldn't realize that the station had been taken, and we could go out of here with impunity. Our plan was simple. Make sure we take as many ships as we can, and make sure no one follows us. We need to decide which ships, and thankfully I wasn't the only one who could plug in, and we began to search through the manifest to see what ships were best, and oh howdy did we find some good ones. We actually found a couple military destroyers that were locked in. The only reason they didn't fire on the station is because they knew that if the station blew and they were still attached to it, they're gone as well. The kicker is they can't close their cargo bays while we have them latched in. The cargo bay doors themselves latch into the station. If they try to rip themselves away, they're simply going to rip half of their hull open. Not a smart idea in the vacuum of space. With that, we made plans to take down the destroyers, and we did. As I was in the medical bay fixing up a few others with these new implants, I could hear everyone over the comms. Okay, we got this one. On to the next one. Got the bridge. Captain's dead. XO is over here, over there, and over there. Oh, yeah, we're sending more wounded your way. And all different sorts of replies from there. I didn't care. All I cared about was getting everybody fixed up and getting ready to take off on the plan. We would have to leave simultaneously, not to let anyone know what was going on. We forced all the Xenos into the arena area, and I mean all of them, and they were cramped in there very, very tightly. What they didn't know was what we had planned for them. All they knew is that we wanted them away from their own ships. I wager that a few of them had figured it out. However, I did inform a few others that there were a few species that were not a threat. Our little bugger friends, they didn't have any problems working with us. They turned out to be surprisingly intelligent, yet they still spoke in that constant chatter that they do. They just don't stop. Unless they're in a hibernation cycle, they just don't stop talking. It's hard to carry on a conversation with them. Also the Zells, my little troll friends. They were, of course, let free. It turned out that both of these were slave species along with us. However, they were more than willing to follow us as long as we removed the control collars and gave them the option to return home. We would do this as soon as we possibly could, but as they knew, things were about to get crazy. Once we had everybody implanted, which took probably 2 days, I don't know, I wasn't watching the clock, but I was exhausted. Everyone had chosen their ships. Me by myself, I decided I would take a small crew with me of only Zells. I didn't want any buggers on mine, and I was going to take a small shuttle, but what they didn't know was when I checked this shuttle, it had some nasty guns on it. And I was going to find my way out of here. We would all find our way back to Earth, but we'd have to take different routes. It didn't take long once the implants were into effect for everyone to hook up to the system's mainframe, look up star charts, and be able to figure out how to read them pretty damn quick. Even the kids seemed to catch on this real quick. To my surprise, the implants took so well with the younger generation, it was absolutely scary. One thing I did do was I made sure that we stripped the entire medical bay and stripped all the resources we could. Anything that we could fit into those ships, anything we could use, we were going to take. To our shock and surprise, we found a whole bunch of exactly what we needed. Food, water and water purification, extra parts, weapons, all sorts of goofy stuff. Thankfully, a few of the guys that were still alive were engineers, and they're like, okay, I'm going to mix up something real nice for these folks. It took another day, and those in the arena were definitely getting restless. But we told them within 12 hours they would be released. That seemed to calm everyone down, although they were clearly getting hungry. I didn't care. The way they treated my kind, I couldn't give this beginning of a crap about them. Eventually, loading up my ship, I had about 7 Zells with me. Each of them liked being around me. One of them, I had actually treated her son. Unfortunately, her son was sent into the arena. And, yeah, he didn't make it. I told her she has my condolences, and I let her cry if she wanted. She seemed to have an extremely hard heart on that one, as she simply wanted to finish her task and get the hell away from there. When it was the time to release us from the station, I got on the PA system and I let everybody know I will do a countdown for when we are all going to release from the station. That way we can all disappear at the same time. Everyone agreed, of course. And then I put my final plan, the final solution, into action. I got on the PA system and I said, "Attention, all, attention. This is the humans. You know, those you thought you could make slaves of, subordinates. You thought you could turn us into your whore. Well, we will no longer be your whores. We will no longer be your slaves, your servants, your medical technicians. We will not carry your cargo. We will not carry your purse. We will not be around you anymore, for this is the last time you will see us. No more will you deal with humans. No more will you be even thinking of us. No more will you ever be a threat to humanity. And you want to know why? And with that, I reached down and flicked one switch. and inside the arena, all the doors opened. All the creatures that were going to be used for the games were released. They all seemed to stagger out, confused, looking around and looking at each other, and then I hit another switch. And with that, the protective shield between the audience, those that were left on the station, and those creatures was released. And it did not go unnoticed by the creatures. They immediately turned and looked up and realized that the energy shield that would protect the audience was gone. The audience freaked out and began to try and scurry away, slime away, skitter away. But anyway, to get away, they tried like hell to run up against the doors, but the doors were sealed and the creatures went up. And all I could think of is enjoy karma, you bastards. And with that, we all detached from the station. And we all drifted off. I plugged myself deeper into the system. I had to close my eyes so that all I could see was the system readouts. I knew the Zells were around me as they seemed to be holding me down, trying to strap me in so that the inertia would not throw me against the wall. I rotated the ship and sent out a single message. I'll see you all back home. No more will they have us. As that, I could see ships jumping in the FTL, trying to dodge other ships that were leaving, or trying to dock with the station. And when my turn came up, I simply stated, "All right, hold on, we're about to go onto our jump." And with that, we disappeared. I was the last ship to leave. 10 seconds later, there was no space station to return to. I made sure the self-destruct system did exactly what it was supposed to. Do you think it was mean to let the creatures go and have a final meal before I blew them all to hell? Perhaps. But my rage had reached its limit. I was no longer interested in being kind to them. I just wanted to go home. We all clearly took different routes, but it was clear our destination was in one place. It would take several weeks for us to actually get to our destination, so I figured I would enjoy being in space. I put the autopilot on, and I simply got out of the chair. I set up the alerts to be loud so that no matter what, it would wake me up and I could take control of the ship if need be. The Zells turned out to be surprisingly smart for such small creatures. Intelligent like a teenager, not intelligent like wisdom like an adult. But they could definitely carry on a conversation. They loved the games that I created for them, and they were fun to be around. Some of them started getting a little friendly with me, which kind of grossed me out, considering I'd end up actually breaking them in half if that was the case. However, I told them to don't worry about it, and they should stick with their own. It is the way it should be. They seem to be a little put back by this, but it is what it is. I spent a lot of my time exercising, studying, and doing not much else. Of course, there wasn't much else to do. A few of the Zells would challenge me to games, so I'm sitting there playing chess, checkers, and backgammon all at the same time, kicking their butts pretty good, but they were getting better. I also ran them through some basic combat drills, taking apart some of the energy weapons so that they were small enough for the Zells to use. That way they could actually protect themselves next time somebody tried to raid their planet. They might not be able to kill them all, but they'll definitely make them think twice. While the trip was underway, all I could think of is how it would be nice to get home. It would be so great to get home. And as I worked out, as I studied, I looked through the manifest to see what was there. This little ship was set up as a stealth fighter. I couldn't understand it at first, but eventually I figured out what was going on. It wouldn't be able to mask itself visually, not much can, but it could mask itself from most sensors, which made it excellent for reaching inside formations and being able to give a killing blow on someone's engines before they even knew what was going on. It was also packed to the gills with missiles, not many launchers. They fed in almost like a conveyor belt. And it worked. It worked wonderfully. Because missiles, once you lock on, there's no shaking a missile. Not in space, there's not. So I knew this would come in handy. Unfortunately, there was only one main gun. It was a type of energy weapon. So I knew if need be, I could always go full A10 Warthog and just mow someone down. That being said, I also looked in the schematics and realized, though technologically advanced, the construction was very simple. I started toying around with the idea, spending several hours with my head locked into the machine as I began to work its way around. Since each ship, every ship, doesn't matter if it's a cargo, hauler, or a battleship, every single one comes with an automated construction module, I looked into ways to actually make the weapons better than they actually were. And honestly, it didn't take much. A little human ingenuity, and I'm not even an engineer. Makes me wonder what kind of crazy crap other people are going to come up with. That being said, I was also able to have not just the one main cannon, but eventually I was able to install two smaller ones that pulsed. Each pulse would have the same effect as a single solid hit from the main gun. The only problem is the damn thing heats up real quick. I get 3 or 4 strafing runs before I have to peel off for about 30 seconds to let the cooling system do what it does. Anything above that in the system, I had to put in an automatic shutdown so it wouldn't actually fire. Heat too much, the whole system explodes. And yeah, that would be bad. A little bad. Along with that, I looked into the guidance system for the missiles. Not much I could do there. You really need to know what you're doing when it comes to this sort of thing before you can really tinker with that. I simply looked at ways to make the missiles more maneuverable, a little more agile, and a lot faster. Which, honestly, there wasn't much I could do there. I ended up being able to pack the missiles a little tighter with propellant, but that's about all. Aside from that, it was a long, long trip. I didn't have too many people to keep my mind fully occupied, so that's where the studying came in. And of course, all the exercise. The Zells actually joined me, which I was surprised. And before too long, I could see that their bodies were beginning to shape up similar to mine, actually. At least the guys. I could see more muscle tone in them. They tried to keep up with me with the amount of repetitions, since most of my stuff was body weight. I didn't have much else. I did increase the gravity inside the cargo bay, so when I worked out, I had more resistance. This tended to be a little too much for their small bodies, unfortunately. They were not ready, as the first one, as soon as he stepped in, face-planted and almost passed out from overgravity. I felt really bad about that one, but thankfully, once I got him out of the doorway and he returned to regular gravity, he was okay. Poor guy. Although, we did have to go to the medical bay so I could fix his broken nose. When I was one day out from Earth, I was so grateful. I just wanted to be back home. But I worried. I worried what would be there waiting. If they'd been pirate raided, would they shoot me? Would they blast me if I got too close? If I ended up right in their atmosphere, you know what? It ain't worth it, because I don't need to end up in the atmosphere and then have a squadron of F-22s up my butt. That'd make you walk funny for a week for sure. So I decided I would stop at just outside on lunar orbit. At least that way, if anything happened, I'd have enough time to tell them, hey, don't shoot me. I told the Zells what was going on, and of course they were happy to be there. They were actually just happy to have somebody on their side who was willing to fight for them and with them. I said to them, hey, don't worry about it. As long as you're friends with us, we're friends with you. That's what humans do. At least most of us. They looked at me weird for that, and I had to explain the different cultures, which, as one of them said, please stop, my head hurts. I said, yeah, don't worry, it gets confusing. I've had a lifetime to figure this out, and you're not going to figure it out in 20 minutes. Upon jumping just outside of lunar orbit, I was actually on the other side of the planet from the moon, thankfully, because the gravity yank that would happen from being too close to a gravity well, that can hurt as it throws your body halfway across the room or all the way across the room, where you land with a very hard thud. But when I stopped, I saw something I really was afraid of. I saw ships going in and out of the atmosphere. I looked over and I could see not only several destroyers, but I could see dreadnoughts. I could see cargo haulers. I could see all sorts of mining equipment. These bastards. I looked at my former beautiful green and blue jewel, and parts that were supposed to be green were now solid brown, or they were solid black. My heart dropped out my ass at the sight of my beautiful planet as now being strip mined for its resources. I tried to keep from just jamming the throttle and going in guns blazing, but I looked around and all I could see was alien enemy everywhere, and not even of the same species. You would think the ones that would come in and just trick us into doing what they want us to do, they would be here. They would try to stop this so they can control it, so they could actually have power over this. I simply used a hailing frequency and put everything basically in text. That way they didn't know it was human talking. I asked them what happened. I heard that there was a lush green planet. Why has it been torn apart? This is the command of the Garetian Council. You are now in our space. We have purchased this planet. This planet is now ours to do with as we wish. You should leave this space unless you have business with us. Senator Rishian. I was trying to remember where those were, and then it hit me like a brick in the face. These were the same folks, the same lizard folks that had sold to me. They didn't all talk in that strange manner, but oh dear God, I knew who they were. This was not good at all. I knew I'd be one of the first ones to get here, so I waited. And I wondered what the hell was going to happen. And thankfully, what happened was those two destroyers jumped in at the same time, almost next to each other, but they were almost on the other side of the planet. I caught them on my sensors, and I read their IFF code. They're ours. I made sure they got my IFF code, and they stopped. And I sent them a message, do not fire, not yet. Hold fire. Stand down for the moment. Stand fast. Do not do anything. For the love of all that is holy, do not engage yet. Thankfully, they listened. But it wasn't long before other human ships came in, and they were not going to listen. One of them was a very, very large cargo hauler. This thing was loaded to the gills with supplies, and as they came in, the captain must have simply just ordered all guns blazing, because as it came in, its point defenses just began to open up on any ship that was nearby, anything that didn't read human IFF code. Well, okay, fuck it. I told my Zels to hold on, and we rocketed forward. I began to aim straight towards the first of the dreadnoughts as it came around and tried to bring its main gun to bear. Just like all other ships, the main gun is built into the keel of the ship, so it had to traverse itself. As it began to flip end over end, I came about to it on its broadside. I caught it right at its ventral core, and I began to fire into it. This time, it was not ready for anything, as it was trying to aim at my friend. I caught it a good strafe right through the center. I followed it up with a barrage of missiles as I tried to fire as many as I could as I approached. Unfortunately for me, only the first two missiles got through as their point defense system activated and blasted the rest. I tried to flip around and move so that I had time for the weapons to cool, but I didn't have much time as I was closing in. I'd be within point defense weapons range very soon, so I aimed for the same hole and fired again. This time, a secondary explosion blew up inside. I didn't know what it was, but the blue flash that came out, I hit something big. Something just blew out, and I didn't know what it was. The ship continued to rotate, although it had jerked to one side from the force of the explosion blowing out the hole. And as it spun around, I saw the nose of the ship pass by that cargo hauler, and I'm thinking, okay, that's point blank, they're not going to miss. But they didn't fire. In fact, I realized the entire ship had gone dark. I had hit something. I still don't know what it was, and I did not care. I arced around as fast as I could, trying to get as far away as possible. Had to do a flip and burn, and I could hear the Zells screaming, ow, 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 as they all bounced around inside. I screamed at them, I told you to strap in, as I tried to get distance. I then heard the alarms as several missiles had been locked onto me and fired from the other dreadnought. I was like, oh crap, oh crap. As the missiles got close, I thought, oh, let's hope this chaff works. I fired chaff out and thankfully got most of the missiles, save for one of them. And as it drifted closer and closer, I tried to hit the engines as fast as possible, but they were already on their absolute limit. I couldn't bypass any other extra speed, any other extra power. Oh God, I'm going to die here. And then something fired out and shot the missile. The two destroyers had made it past the planet and were now engaging. They were firing directly into the dreadnought, causing it to have to turn its main weapons. It turned its turrets that way and began to fire, but the destroyers had already laid into it with a massive barrage. I did another flip and burn and blasted towards it, firing all the missiles I could within the next 10 seconds. This drained about 50% of my remaining missiles, and I fired a good strafing run right into where I believe the bridge was. I have no idea if it was the bridge, but the point defense systems took out most of the missiles, save for two. Two of them struck in as they were too busy trying to shoot down the rest of the destroyer missiles. And surprise, surprise, they were not ready for a shock and awe blitzkrieg attack. The destroyer was hit, unfortunately, and it went adrift for a little while, but the dreadnought itself, it not only went adrift, but it got caught up in the Earth's gravity well and got pulled down towards the planet. We could see that it gained its power back and began to fire its main engines as soon as it can contort itself so that the engines were facing down. One of the destroyers arced one of its main weapons and fired down into one of its engines. It damaged the engine, but it sure didn't destroy it. At that point, the dreadnought could not get itself to exit the Earth's gravity well. It started going down, not very fast. It almost seemed like a Titanic was sinking once again, but this time bow first. They were not going to go down without a fight either, as they began to spin their weapons around and firing at any human ship, at least they thought was human ship. The cargo hauler that had started it all was already heading down towards the planet. Apparently they decided to use themselves as a blockade runner. I spun back around and began to engage another ship, but most of them were too far off. They had just saw two of their dreadnoughts go down at the loss of only one of our destroyers, and they weren't even sure who was on what side, and more ships were still blinking in from all different directions of the planet. The dreadnought was slowly going down, and hopefully it didn't take most of the planet with it, and the destroyers were simply engaging any ship that did not have a human IFF code. The aliens couldn't figure out who was friendly and who was not, and it was very common to see them firing on their own personnel as they realized that anybody could be an enemy. Anyone could be someone who was trying to take them out. Every different species that was there was already suddenly an enemy, and we knew this was our chance. I pinged the last enemy destroyer that was around Earth, and I put it out, net call, net call, net call. All human vessels, I have marked your target. That is your primary target, their last military vessel. Do what you can. If you're within range, fire for effect. I say again, fire for effect. And with that, several other ships turned their weapons towards that ship and fired. It was busy firing on its own ships of all things, and we simply laid waste to it. One of the shots must have hit the bridge because it again went adrift and completely shut down. We didn't hit it anywhere near the engine compartment, and yet it was out for the count, and it was simply drifting out into space. A few of the aliens screamed that they wished to surrender. I didn't have any say in this matter, as other human ships simply fired on them with reckless abandon. The only ones they didn't is when they screamed out, "We have humans aboard! We have humans aboard!" And we told them to power down. I pulled up next to one, and I put my guns right towards the bridge, and I told him, "Power down now." Thankfully, they did. It was another cargo hauler, not as large as the one that had shot through the line, but big enough. I used the scanners to check, and sure enough, there was human life signs on board. Unfortunately, my ship was not big enough to dock with them, so I called over one of the other ships to do so. This one was another cargo hauler of about similar size, which could dock easily. I asked them to open up comms with me so I could see what was going on. They did so. However, the screams of pain coming from the Xenos when I saw a video of not just teenagers and children, but women with infants in cages. Thick metal cages, many of them beaten, and one woman holding on to the lifeless body of her child. When I saw that and I heard the screams, I simply turned the comms off and I radioed in our last remaining destroyer. Captain Pishtun, can you radio down to Earth and find out if there's any human settlements remaining that can pick us up? My comms aren't strong enough to reach down. All I got back was, affirmative. Wait one. And I waited there for a good 10 minutes. Then he responded, Roger, we actually got one. There is one human settlement, one sector of this planet that has not been taken over by the frickin' Xenos. Roger, look, I'm going to go down, let them know I'm coming. Can you guys stay up here for a little while and protect this place? We're going to have to clean up this mess, and we're going to have to get ready for what's next. Because they will take humans no more. After the battle, it was a trick to actually get everybody coordinated, to actually go down and reunite with their family and friends. Everyone simply wanted to go straight down to the planet, but you can't all go into the 2 remaining runways that are still active. And you can't just show up. You might get shot at. Not everyone knows that we're friendly. Not everyone has the IFF code. So I volunteered to go down first and let them know all the codes and make sure that they understood who was who, as if they weren't watching. Soon I was coming in for a landing. The Zells were holding on, as entering an atmosphere is not so fun in a type of aerospace fighter, especially one this size. It shook the living crap out of them, almost literally in one case. But eventually we came in and glided towards our final destination. They flanked us on both sides with fighters. I didn't think they had any left, but sure enough, there's an F-15 on one side and an F-22 on the other. I waved at both of them, and they waved back. I was actually surprised to see what I was seeing. But hey, maybe they didn't try to kill us all off anyway. Maybe they were just after the resources of the planet. At least I can hope for that. But then again, after seeing what I've seen, I don't put anything past those Xeno bastards. Present company excluded, of course, as I thought about that and looked over to my Zell friends. We came in for a landing. Thankfully, this thing is more of a VTOL than anything else. I just had a little trouble activating the zero-gravity motors, just because, well, I had not exactly got out of that battle unscathed. As I was still plugged into the machine itself, I could actually see that the whole system was beginning to strain under the weight. I forgot that gravity has almost twice the weight of everyone else. However, the anti-grav motors would usually do the job, but the one on my starboard side was about to just give out. So I got down to the ground as fast as I could. The landing wasn't exactly smooth, and we landed with a bit of a thud, but it was better than having the grav motor fail on me and all of a sudden the whole thing just flip ass over tea kettle sideways and me going crashing into the ground. As soon as we got there, immediately they started bringing all sorts of men and machines out and started pointing weapons at us. I got on the radio and I got a hold of the tower. Hey, let them know we're friendly. We're friendly. I'm not here to shoot anybody. You mind turning that 50 somewhere else? Yeah, Roger, one moment. And over the PA system, all forces, stand down. That is a friendly unit. I say again, all forces stand down. That is a friendly. This made everyone in the base look at me strange, but they did eventually lower their weapons as I stood inside the bridge and waved at them. Hey, look at me. I'm human. They couldn't hear me, of course. But eventually, I went down to the cargo bay. I had to lower the ship a little bit, which surprised the crap out of them because the ship actually is supposed to lay on its belly. This is not what you would consider a standard cargo vessel. Cargo vessels, you can release cargo from any different direction. It doesn't matter. This one was not designed for that. There's no umbilicals, there's no elevators, there's none of that fancy crap. It's simply hatch doors. That's it. That's it. All it is the doors that open up. I went to the main hatch and I actually knocked on it. I gave them a quick SOS on the other side so they wouldn't shoot me. Of course, that's the only Morse code that I actually know. And then I opened up the door itself. I wasn't surprised the fact that I'm looking down the barrel of multiple M4s and a couple of saws of maybe a 50 cal and a Mark 19 way in the back. I'm just like, okay, guys. I just slowly put my hands up and said, hey, didn't the tower just tell you to stand down, you dumbasses? They all looked at me and goes, okay, I guess he does talk like a soldier. Most of them lowered their weapons and walked up. I stepped out and go, okay, who's your CO? Who's in charge? A man walked up and introduced himself. Hey, Sergeant Major Vanskoy, how you doing? I shook his hand. Not too bad, Sergeant Major, but you mind telling these guys to relax? I got some friends on this ship. I do not need shot. Sergeant Major, look, you have other humans that survive? No, my crew isn't exactly human, but they're not a threat. The Sergeant Major looked over and he could see one of the Zell's little ears sticking out on one side. I was like, oh crap. As I stepped back and I waved them forward, I also waved with my other hand for everyone else to calm down. The Zell stepped out and everyone just kind of looked and went, "Aw, they're so cute." Of course, they only come up to about waist high. The tallest one is only about an inch above my waistline, and I'm 6 foot. Still, given the sight of these guys, everyone kind of looked at them. Oh, look, little space trolls. How cute. Whatever. Didn't really give a shit at that point. I simply looked at the Sergeant Major and said, you mind telling the rest of those guys, weapons out, not towards me? Thank you. He turned and cursed them out, and they turned their weapons down, and a few of their recovery team came up. I simply said, Sergeant Major, we need to talk. We got a lot of people up in space. They got to come down. They want to see their friends and family as soon as possible. They also want to bring a whole bunch of tech, and we definitely need to talk about security on this planet. He looked at me with that same Sergeant Major grin of, okay, let's get some work done. With that, we walked inside, and I was introduced to their chain of command. I only had 2 Zells with me. They flanked on my right and left. The rest of them stayed around the ship and were being greeted by the rest of the soldiers. To my surprise, they didn't seem to be aggressive towards the Zells. The Zells were, as they said, kind of cute to look at, and they were a very friendly species. I was ushered in with my 2 compatriots to talk to the commander, and immediately we got down to work. I said, sir, look, we have a lot of people up there. They're in different ships. They're still coming in, and they're going to want to come down to this planet really quick. Do you have any other bases besides this one? He shook his head and said, this is all we got left. We're going to have to deal with it. Affirmative, sir. I can communicate with each of them up in space, but you don't have the technology here to do so. He looked at me confused, and then I explained the neural implant that was inside my head, and that's how I could control the ship so well. In actuality, 3 or 4 people plugged into a destroyer, and you can run that entire damn ship. He looked absolutely amazed at this level of technology. Look, sir, I'll gladly share this, but we got to get those folks down, minus about 4 or 5 ships, and we got a lot of salvage up there that needs to be taken care of, like now. With that, we got to work. We immediately got as many folks down as possible, loading them onto cargo vessels and bringing them down towards the airfield. Thankfully, every single one of the ship was also designed for atmospheric flight, mainly using anti-gravity motors to make sure they stay aloft. There were only 4 other ships besides mine that actually had any type of wings to them, and mine were not exactly designed to give lift. They were actually designed to have more cargo space, actually, so that you could hang things off of them. However, it wasn't long before I was asking folks to strap on some pylons so that I could strap on more missiles. The missiles I had were good, but they were limited. I immediately got busy pulling some out. The Zels were busy making sure the ship was back in tip-top shape. The engineers were completely amazed with the way the missile was designed. In actuality, it was very similar to some of the things that they were working on. I think they call them Pack 3s, but these were a lot smaller and the munitions were much, much tighter packed. However, they started looking at the type of munitions being used, and I swear those engineers are some evil geniuses, but I'll get into that one later. Eventually, I was able to hook up my ship to one of their computers so that I could download all the schematics they would need for the ships, the weapons, the engines, and stuff like that. However, one of the biggest things we were looking at, especially when the rest of the engineers that had survived being out in space got to the ground, was the fabrication units. These fabrication units, once constructed, would be able to build one of the ships that I was flying in about 28 hours. That is absolutely insane. And with all the modifications I've done, you have to strap on another 3.5 hours so that it can perform all its extras. You see, when you're in space and you've got nothing to do, humans get bored and we tend to tinker with things. And yes, those pulse lasers turned out to be far more effective than the solid ones. However, there was still some bonuses to the solid laser, which we talked about before. I spent my days going from briefing room to briefing room to briefing room, going over different schematics, going over different technologies, going over the history, going over different anatomy of these aliens. I started to worry what the biochemists were going to do, but then again, evil geniuses. But one of the things we had to work on above everything else was getting more ships so we could salvage what was still floating in space. It may take weeks to get here from that space station, but that was not the closest area to us. In actuality, we figured at best we had 3 weeks. 3 weeks, and that includes the time it took me to fly here. 3 weeks, and they're going to figure out what's going on. And 3 weeks, we're going to have company. But that's not even counting the civilian groups that has sent pirates to start capturing people and capturing all sorts of minerals. We found out what the aliens had done is they had targeted the planet and strip mined it for certain things. Most, if not all, the titanium on the planet is gone. It's just gone. Most of the gold as well. You would think, why are they going to do? What are they going to do? Buy something with it? No, in actuality, gold is still one of the greatest conductors, and it's used for most, if not all, of the wiring in a lot of these ships. However, with the fabrication unit, gold was almost inconsequential. It's just easier to work with on the machine if you can get the right materials. The fabrication machines, we absolutely busted our butts to get built. Thankfully, we got the first one up and running, and it could build a ship about the size of a large van in, again, about 20 to 24 hours. However, there were no bells and whistles, no ports, no weapons, no nothing. And the engines worked, but I mean, you're talking bare bones design here. With that, we used it to start building the parts so that we can make a larger fabricator. And larger and larger. While this was going on, I used my ship to go into space and help to salvage those that were out there. Unfortunately for us, we also had to clear the ships that were currently adrift. Though adrift, they still had just enough life support systems to maintain part of the crew. I found out the dreadnought that I had blown its belly out, I hadn't actually hit the engine compartment. I had actually severed the bridge. That flash of light was actually one of the power conduits fricasseeing everybody inside the bridge. We found the captain still stuck in a weird pose, as it seemed as though he had just been zapped into place. Think Pompeii and you get a good idea. The one destroyer we had was still on patrol. We were hoping to get more ships out of what was left, but unfortunately our guys did too good of a job to start tearing them apart. The dreadnought that tried to survive on its way down, unfortunately, was now a monument stuck in the earth. Well, I don't want to say stuck in the earth, as when it landed ass first, and it crushed itself about 30%. It still was sticking bow facing towards the sky, but eventually we're going to have to send scrappers down here and tear it apart. It has materials in here that we're going to need. Securing the battleship was not something I was used to. I know how to clear a room, but clearing a room in zero gravity is a whole nother animal entirely, especially when working in a vacuum. I saw many men end up choking to death as their suits became compromised. And sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. But eventually we did clear the dreadnought. And we looked at its design and we found out, guess what? It's an incredibly simple design. It's not compartmentalized nearly as much as we would expect it to be. Not even close. We look at all the honeycomb designs that we have, all the different compartments we have on our sea-based battleships, and they make this thing look like a shoebox. It's all open. It's no wonder a few decent hits took this thing down. The hell were they thinking? It wasn't long until I was able to look inside the schematics of the bridge. Thankfully, there was still a connector in there in the secondary bridge that still worked. Turns out that this was one of their rushed models. In most space combat, numbers matter more than, well, staying alive, I guess. They decided that they would make a much faster battleship. A faster, more maneuverable, and with a lot of heavy guns. But honestly, there was armor on here that was so damn thin. And all I could think of is, you idiots definitely didn't look into our history. The hood had this same problem. No wonder it couldn't stick up with a Bismarck. Going on, our battleships would definitely be much sturdier than this. Human battleships have always been better than this. Thankfully, we were able to salvage not one, but two of the destroyers we had taken out as well. Thankfully, some of the ships that we had taken from the space station were actually set up to repair these ships. And good thing too, because just before we had got the dreadnought up and running, the first of the alien ships had shown up. They were looking for the rest of their group. They began to hail everybody, but with no response, they just got closer and closer and closer. Pretty soon, it was to the point where we could use our short-range weapons and just take this thing out. But instead, somebody had a better idea. They had swung the destroyer around and flipped it so that it was just on the dorsal aft section and locked its main guns on it, and then ordered the carrier, when I say carrier, I mean cargo carrier, to stand down. They were confused, but immediately listened because there was no way out. They couldn't jump to any type of FTL. They were facing the planet. They would have to arc their ship if they wanted to do that. And if they moved any wrong way, the destroyer was going to vaporize them with its main guns. When they stood down, we took the ship. And inside, I was surprised to see many more of the lizard and alien types that were there. These self-righteous pricks were something that just made me angry. Now, we may be still human, but I will say, even though we delivered them down to a POW camp, they might not have been completely undamaged. What can I say? They fell down the stairs in zero gravity. Regardless of that, most of us worked for days without sleep to get as many defenses ready, to get as many ships recovered as soon as possible, and try to get them marked in our colors. One of the first things to change was the IFF code. But another thing that changed was something I didn't think the rest of the humans would want to do. They all got the internal implant. The implant that goes into your brain. And now they can run a ship almost by themselves. Now the ship I'm in isn't much bigger than a large house. However, it's difficult sometimes for one person to operate all the systems at once. Sometimes you end up focusing too much and one of the systems will actually shut down. It's a strange thing, but hey, the human mind does what the human mind does. They would get past this by having an actual crew on board. And they would need additional personnel to take care of basic necessities, of course. Things like food, maintenance, and that sort of thing. We weren't going to rely on robots. No. We don't have the ability to do that. At least, not yet. While this was going on, I received a bit of a shock. I was requested back down onto the planet because they wanted to inspect my ship for something. I asked them if something was wrong, and they said, no, we want to see if yours is the best design that we can use. I kind of laughed a little bit and was a little smug at the idea, since I did in fact choose the best small ship that I could find when we did leave the space station. So of course I headed down. And again, I swear these guys in the fighters just love racing us down through the atmosphere. So this time I was flanked by 2 F-15s, and they just kind of looked at me and gave me a wave. I was like, okay, whatever, dude. Then they started dancing around me, and one got behind me, made me a little nervous. I really don't like it when a fighter jet is beneath me as I'm trying to come in for a landing. Had to get on the radio and ask him, dude, what the hell do you think you're doing? Oh, we're just escorting you. Yeah, bullshit. Get out from behind me. You're making me nervous. I don't need you back there priming your missile while you're finger fucking the trigger. With that, he pulled off to the side, but I swear, even though his mask was on, I thought I saw him laughing, along with his wingman. Eventually, I got down onto the ground near one of the fabricators, and they began to wave me in. They wanted me to enter the fabricator. So, of course, I'm on the comms. You want to tell me why this guy's trying to wave me into something that's going to dismantle my ship with me in it? Oh, no one told you. One moment. With that, I immediately settled the ship. I didn't care who was waving me where. I settled the ship on the ground and waited for the comms officer to report to me. To my surprise, it was the commander. Yeah, Captain, we're going to upgrade your ship. What do you mean upgrade? I asked him. Yeah, we have some additional upgrades. You wanted the pylons with the extra missiles, and we got some extra ordnance for you. Okay, before you touch my ship, I'm coming in to see what the hell you're about to do. With that, I opened up the dock, and I had my crew stand by while I went out and talked to them. Come to find out, they weren't kidding. They didn't want to upgrade it. But to do so, they basically had to strip it down to its frame. Somehow, these wonderful engineers, once they got the implant and they could actually look through all the different schematics of all these different ships, to include military ships, since we had taken over their dreadnoughts, all the schematics were on board. These guys do what they do best. They were going to upgrade the engines. They were going to upgrade the sensors. They were going to upgrade everything. But to do so, again, they had to basically let the nanomachines tear the ship apart and rebuild it. I looked at him and said, no, you're not tearing my ship apart unless I decide how this ship is going to be designed. And with that, I went and talked to the engineers. It took about an hour, and of course I had to get input from my crew. But it wasn't long before we figured out the best way to actually operate it, and the best way to get everything set up. Instead of the single solid energy weapon and 2 pulse weapons, instead we had 4 different pulse weapons, each of them with their own cooling system attached, so that if one fails, all 4 don't fail. Along with that, we had several different missile launchers attached. Not only did I have an additional 2 tubes attached, but the pylons were attached as well. For the time being, I wouldn't have any extra ordnance hanging off it, as it makes it a little bit more cumbersome to fly. At least, in atmosphere. The wings themselves were sloped a little bit, and they changed the pitch along with a little bit of the shape, so that did give me more lift and a bit more control inside the atmosphere. I had a retractable tail as well that would allow me to control things better once I got in atmosphere. The stabilizer rockets were updated, and everything else was completely upgraded. In truth, they were dismantling this ship and using it to make new parts and a new ship entirely. I was almost grinning, though a little sad, when I saw the ship being slowly taken apart. So that you understand how the fabricator works, it sends frequencies, certain frequencies, once it figures out what metal, to break them apart to its base elements. You can do this with water with a certain frequency and break hydrogen and oxygen apart, and you simply have the two different gases. It's the same process, but each of these molecules is then collected, it goes through, it's sorted, and then using another frequency, they can use these same particles to reattach, redesign, and put together a brand new ship, or a brand new vehicle, or whatever you might fancy. The kicker is you do need the raw materials, and the closer you have to the original material, the better off you are. In actuality, it doesn't take much for this thing. Say it needs a tungsten core as its keel. Then if you can get it a solid tungsten rod, it doesn't have to go through as much work to break down everything down to its base elements and then reconstruct it from scratch. Instead, it will simply break it down to its original elements and then just reform it in a different shape. Such wonderful technology. Of course, it does put a lot of our manufacturing out of business, and you can't make food out of it unless you put food into it. But we didn't care at this point. All I knew is as that sucker was rolled out to me, I'm looking at a brand new ship of my own design, and it was beautiful. It was basically a long-range fighter craft, and I was all smiles. My crew was also very happy, to the point where they're actually jumping up and down for joy. I had to grab one and pat her on the head to get her to calm down. As she was about to rip my belt off, she was so happy as she grabbed onto me and was just jumping. Oh, looky. Okay, calm, easy. We'll get a tour here in a minute. I took the maiden voyage inside this ship, and it did fly much better. To my complete astonishment, this would become the standard fighter that we would use, as it only took another 39.2 hours to build one through a single fabricator. And they were constructing fabricators extremely fast. At one point, they could pump out 30 of these ships in a single day, as long as we had enough materials to feed the fabricators. This was a recommendation that was very well received. We may have a single dreadnought, we may have a couple of destroyers, which is great, but we do not have the ability to build a bunch of them. And if the aliens come knocking, we need something to throw at them. And sometimes, quantity is quality. However, when it comes to humans, all I can say is, why not both? With that, I was actually put in charge of most of the fleet. Those that had a ship similar to mine, we gave them the designation number 303. Why? Well, if you know your history, you know why, as 303 was also painted in red and white numbers. A few people were confused on this, being that I'm not exactly European, I'm American. But I looked at them and said, hey, you can't forget your history. They didn't fight this much. Eventually, each of the new ships will be given a new designation. However, this one will be Foxtrot 303. And it was a good thing we had so many of them, because more and more of the civilian freighters began to show up. But fairly soon, as I was doing my patrol, on the other side of the planet, something jumped in. Something real big. My sensors were going absolutely crazy as it woke me up from a sleep. I ran to the captain's chair, throwing myself in, strapping down real quick, and immediately started scanning to see what was going on. It was another dreadnought, but this one was of a completely different design. This one was here for business, not pleasure. There were no communications, no hails, no nothing coming out. And as I got ready to make a jump to the other side of the planet, I could tell by the sensors this thing was beginning to target any ship in the area. Oh, shit. What they were not expecting was the 303s to jump in. When we jumped in, it was, as the man says, all guns blazing. We targeted the turrets as best we could and then fired all our ordnance. The ship began to fire all its weapons in our direction. We had to duck and weave from the distances we were at to try and dodge the projectile weapons, which you can do if you're far enough away, but the ship was not stopping. It was making a beeline straight towards the planet. They were not expecting our dreadnought to come from the western hemisphere and just come around the planet and begin to fire towards it. By the time they realized that another dreadnought had fired on them, it was too late and they had taken a broadside. Unfortunately for us, this thing was much better built. It tanked those hits even though we could see massive holes in the hull, but it was still functional. It turned its turrets towards ours and fired as well. Thankfully for this, it gave us another opportunity for another strafing run and another volley. What we worried about was this was going to actually make it to the planet and be able to fire on our base, our few that remained. But what they did not truly expect was the sheer rage and the no fucks given of humans. We would be coming in, and I saw several of the 303s come through. And as they fired, they unleashed all their weapons, everything they had, every missile. The automatic launch tubes would fire one right after another. Any ordnance that was hanging off their wings was immediately launched towards the dreadnought as it kept going in. And as the dreadnought's weapons came up and fired on it, if it damaged the 303 and the 303 couldn't bank off, you just saw its engines crank up and it slammed into the side of that ship with reckless abandonment. As you could see, with every hit, the ship shuddered, even though its large mass was able to take many hits, and most of the turret rounds that it was being hit with were designed to pierce, not to strike hard. It was still rocking the ship left and right. I can only imagine what the crew inside was feeling as they were bounced off the bulkheads. As I came around for another pass, I could actually hear one of my crewmen screaming, "Another one, another one, another one, another one, another one, another one." I'm like, oh shit, another one what? I looked out the side, and that wasn't alien. What the hell? And with that, this thing fired not one, but two main guns, each of them blasting into the side of the alien dreadnought and just slicing through its armor plating. Even though the beams could only be fired for about a second or two, it was enough to get the job done. One of the beams must have hit any type of power conduit or maybe even the engines, as the battleship, the dreadnought itself, exploded, blowing a massive part of the ship off into the middle of space. And with that, everything went silent. Screaming over the comms, I told everybody to stand down, stand down, stand down. Looks like they're adrift. Take up positions. If they turn one turret, we're going to blast them into nothing. We all got in positions around the dreadnought and we waited. We made sure we were far enough out in case they decided to get a little froggy and use their self-destruct system. We wouldn't get caught up in the blast. But it wouldn't be anything for me to simply give the command and have all my pulse lasers go right through the engine compartment. But nothing. It was just there. I had to sit and watch, along with many, as the bodies of the crew simply drifted out into space. Boxes of cargo, parts of the ship itself, bulkheads, hull. Even looked like an alien latrine was kind of floating out into space. I guess that shot had vented everything. And with that, I turned and looked. What in the hell? I knew they were constructing the other ones, but when the hell did they build this thing? Apparently, somebody had been building something much larger than I had been told. However, I wasn't complaining. We would find out later that that was a prototype, and those cannons actually burned themselves out after that first shot, and the whole ship had to be decommissioned, which was horrible considering it had probably just saved our asses. Part of its hull would be set up in the base in a place of honor to show that the ship itself had been around and to know its story. But while that was going on, we simply waited for any other movement to happen. We kept scanning the ship over and over and over again, but nothing. Eventually, we sent the scrapper drones in, and it began to look through the entire ship. They found no crew alive, which was a shame. We didn't want to kill them all. Oh, wait. Yes, we did. But we now looked at our new prize, and all I could think of is, can we even salvage that? After our wonderful experience facing down an enemy dreadnought, it was clear certain things had happened that we were unaware of. One, somebody had sent out a distress call, because that's the only reason they would send such heavy firepower. 2, we needed to get prepared better. 3, this ship needs a refit. And one of the first things we did is I made sure that everybody knew that we needed to update our Mosquito fleet as best we possibly could. Upon the fleets, we had to have them readjusted so that we could have multiple turrets, both dorsal and ventral, along with several turrets on the both port and starboard side. This would give us a complete 360-degree arc of fire while leaving the main guns, which, even for a ship my size, would have to be fixed. However, it still allowed for all the areas that we would need to hold the extra ordnance. The only issue was going to be that the ship had to be slightly expanded, which meant, again, I had to watch my ship be basically cut down to its base components and reassembled. Our wonderful Zels were not happy to see another one of the places they had called home turned into, well, nothing and then rebuilt. However, I made sure that all the little amenities that were required were there and then some. In actuality, I added a few bonuses to my ship. Because of all the things I've done, those in charge of the fabricators were more than willing to help me out. The fact that I had led the Mosquito fleet to an out-and-out victory against the Dreadnought was something they could not hide. In fact, they wanted to make sure I was as happy as possible, and I had no problems with that. My crew was happy with that as well. The Zels didn't take up much room, and they were much easier to talk to than most folks. However, it would have been nice to actually have a couple humans on board. At least, maybe one who's nice to look at. That being said, I still had to watch the entire ship get basically disintegrated, rebuilt, with the turrets intact. And this time, I made sure that we also had a microfabricator on board, along with a certain supply of certain raw materials so that we could build whatever we needed. These materials were things like palladium, simple steel, any gold we could find, silver, that sort of thing. And of course, a bunch of copper, because that one seems to be universal no matter where you go. As it turned out, the ship not only was able to handle the crew and myself a lot better as far as comfort goes, but I don't know what they did to the engines, but I remember calling in and giving the message, guys, I don't know what you did to my engines, but this thing is running so much smoother. Whatever you did, make sure the other ships get this. I remember hearing chuckling on the other end of the comms. Yeah, Roger, we thought that upgrade might work. We definitely put some extra bushings in for stabilization. Your engine now isn't just shaking the holy piss out of your hull. Oh, that's cool. It wasn't long before I was able to breach the atmosphere and head back out into space and help out with everything that needed to be done. And what needed to be done was a lot. I used my ship along with its new abilities to help slice up whatever space debris was there and bring over to the fabricators. When not fighting, that's pretty much all we did, was try to build as many ships as possible. There was an attempt to make autonomous vessels, but the only thing we could actually make autonomous that actually worked were satellites, and a lot of them. In fact, we had several satellites that were designed specifically to create large fabricators to create our larger ships. And yes, we had a feeling it was just going to get larger and larger. Yet there were certain fabricators designed specifically to build our defense satellite. Our defense grid was a setup of 8 different rings around the planet and around the satellite of Luna, our moon, that would cover in all different directions and be able to fire several at once. Each of them lined up with at least a single energy weapon and 24 missiles. Now, the kicker is, we realized while facing the dreadnoughts, the missiles didn't do all that much. They were great for facing down smaller ships, but this dreadnought, oh no, this one had a hull that was a lot thicker. And if he set out a distress call to say that we were punching through the hull, they were going to send something bigger and meaner next time. And we had to be ready. So, I asked them to set me up with a couple of torpedoes. Armed torpedoes. And very, very armored torpedoes. I told them I wanted to make sure that they could handle the blast of a main gun and still hit their target. They said that was not possible considering the main guns are photon-induced railguns. I really had to plug in to figure out what in the hell that meant. It just meant that they used a sharper type of electric current, which made them fire faster and more accurate. I don't know how in the hell that helped with the accuracy, but it did. Still, the fact that the projectiles came out at such a speed was something we had to worry about. What really concerned me was the fact that they had seemed to learn, and the ship that we had blown up was almost human in its design. Covered in turrets from one end to the other, mostly short-range items, but we had plenty of large turrets to siphon off this sucker. In fact, we even salvaged a few of the turrets and put them on our new battleships. And we were hoping that eventually we would get a fabricator large enough to make actual dreadnoughts, things that would make this piece of garbage look like a children's toy. But for right now, we had to worry with just the Mosquito fleet, could we hold out against anything else? And 2.5 weeks later, 17 days, we found out. A whole battle group came in. Not just a battleship. Didn't seem like a dreadnought. It seemed like one of those original battleships, but there wasn't just one of them. There was 3 of them. And with that 3 was a whole host of extra ships, destroyers, some sort of frigates, we think, and all of them primed for a fight. We had somehow kicked the hornet's nest, and they were all coming to find us. Oh, shit. The alert went out along everybody, and I just said, net call, net call, net call. All fighters, key on my position. Be prepared to jump into close quarters combat on my go. And I could hear all the guys in the back. I yelled to my crew, wake up, wake up. And I hit the buzzer and started yelling, General quarters, man your battle stations, now! They all immediately ran to their station as they were well drilled in this. They got into the turrets and started hooking up to the equipment so they would be able to lock onto any target. I got all the torpedoes and missile launchers primed as best I could. Thankfully, this time I was loaded for bear. I told them I wouldn't be caught flat-footed this time, and neither would anyone else. Those guys on the ground, I give them a hell of a lot of props for able to bring up this much ordnance that fast. Thanks to the fabricators, but let's face it, 2 billion souls on a complete war footing can do a hell of a lot of work. And I would not fail to protect them. I called across the fleet. Mosquito fleet, prepare to jump in 3, 2, 1, jump! And with that, we all did a micro jump right towards the enemy fleet, as we were all scattered on all different parts of the planets, from one pole to the other, from one side of the crater to the other. And before they even knew what was going on, we all jumped into view and immediately started firing with our main guns. We locked into the battleships with our torpedoes, and I just yelled, torpedoes away, as I fired my only 2 torpedoes straight towards their lead battleship. The battleship must have been stunned at our complete interest in tearing them apart because they didn't turn their turrets initially. But then they immediately did. I immediately started taking evasive action and started screaming into the headset, "Hold on, here we go," and started bouncing and weaving all different ways. You don't really bank in space. That's something you do when you're inside a planet's atmosphere. You simply use your 360 degrees to bounce in erratic movements so that they can't track you. Continuing to strafe with everything I had, I began to use the lock-on function that we had. We stripped clean out of one of our own aircraft, and I locked on to 20 different targets at once, and I just let them all fly. One right after the other, the missiles launched out of their tubes and began to track individual targets. These individual targets were clearly of alien design, and I wasn't going to waste a single chance to kill every last one of them. And as I looked around, the entire Mosquito fleet had swarmed in and was doing the exact same thing. And before I had time to enjoy the trails as the fighters began to burst apart from the missile strikes, all the torpedoes began to strike into the battleships. Their point defense systems fired like crazy, trying to shoot down the torpedoes, but just ended up glancing them, and the torpedoes would adjust a little bit enough to still strike the battleship. As they did, they would sink in, and just like our bunker busters, would wait even a half a second until they were inside the hull before exploding. The resulting force would launch the ship from one side to the other. The ship itself kept moving sideways, up, down, left, right, center, back, up, left, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, A, B, start. It was crazy how it moved like that, and eventually they just went silent and started going adrift. I wondered if either A, we had struck the engine, or 2, we had just hit them so hard they ended up bouncing around the bulkheads. I didn't know, didn't care. What I did know is that I was hearing alarm bells going off like crazy. All sorts of ships were beginning to lock on to our position and beginning to fire their own missile volleys. We hoped that we had shot up enough for our destroyers to get into view, but that wasn't enough as we saw several missiles being fired out. I bobbed and weaved enough to get me away from all the projectiles and energy weapons that were flying through the air. The entire area of space seemed to be on fire as ordnance was firing left, right, and center, and energy weapons seemed to slice through the air, all different areas. We did not go unscathed as I saw several of our ships explode, leaving that golden atmosphere to burn in space for that one single moment as a soul was again extinguished and sent to the other side. I didn't have time to mourn. All I knew was that I had to get us far enough away where we wouldn't be targeted as well. Yet I could hear everything going off. I immediately launched decoys, chaff, flares, you name it. It all went out the back of the aircraft. And I just hoped that they would take care of it. Thankfully, mostly the decoys are what took care of it, as those missiles seemed to bank away and fly into the decoys. 5, 6, 7, 8 explosions at the same time. Those that didn't take up the bait flew into the chaff and just got tore apart by all the stray metal as it went through. The small flares didn't do much, as these missiles did not seem to be focusing on our heat corona, but instead on a radar lock. Thankfully, the one missile that got through the decoys and the chaff was shot down by our gunners. I yelled back, "Great shot, guys! Now hang on, we're going back for another run." I immediately spun the ship around and then burned as hard as I could towards the enemy fleet. I was coming down straight onto their dorsal side, right on the starboard side at about a 40-degree angle. I came down like crazy and I saw turrets turn towards me. And I was like, oh, well, it was nice knowing you guys. And that's when I saw the most glorious thing I ever thought I would see. The destroyers had made their way around the planet. Destroyers didn't do micro jumps because they would end up jumping and hitting our own people. Instead, they had to simply fly around the planet to get into position. But their guns were able to fire down onto the enemy fleet, now only down to one battleship, which was barely hanging on. You could see the enemy fleet trying to reverse course, trying to back away from the gravity well of the planet. I knew very well that once in a gravity well, you can't jump to FTL space. You'll just kill everybody on board. As they began running, I screamed into the comms, "They're falling back, they're falling back. Run your weapons hot. Kill the son of a bitch." And with that, everyone turned and began to fire into them. Didn't matter if they were being chased by any type of ordnance or they were ducking and weaving. They began to fire into the formation. all the enemy ships began to take immense amount of fire. And with that, I saw something that just made me almost have too many happy thoughts as our one battleship got into view and fired a full frontal volley straight through their formation. And I saw several of their ships blow apart with several different colors of blue, green, orange, and red. With that, I could almost hear cheers coming from the other ones. And we heard a distress call from the enemy fleet screaming, "We surrender! We surrender!" Really. Everyone seemed to listen for a moment and wait for a response. I keyed the mic. "Is that what they told you when we surrendered? Did you show us mercy? Or did you send us into an arena to die and to be used for your own perverted pleasures, you son of a bitch?" There was silence on the line as I could feel the tension even through the darkness of space that they wanted blood so bad. I was not the one to fire the first shot, but instead the battleship had rotated itself so that it could fire every single one of its guns on its dorsal side at the same time. And with that, it punctuated their fleet and tore them a new asshole. And with that, the battle was over. A few stragglers were picked off fairly quick, but now we had a lot more salvage to take care of, and that's what we would be doing for the next few weeks. We didn't know when the next attack was going to come, but we had to be ready for it. And you know, if you want peace, you better prepare for war. And that is what we did, without stop, without question. We continued to make ready. I looked at my ship and decided I would need even more attachments. I would need to turn this thing into a true warbird, even though it was my home and I didn't want to see it get disintegrated again. I still needed something else. Having only 2 torpedoes was not worth it. I would need at minimum 6 so that I could have at least 4 in the front and 2 facing to my stern. At least that way, if I had to bolt, I could make them a good reason to slow down or give me a chance to get the hell away. I reloaded on decoys. They worked wonderfully. The chaff did too. I decided to leave only 1 set of flares left just in case I was fighting inside an atmosphere. Maybe then it would hook onto my heat corona, but whatever. It was what it was. They didn't fight that way. All we knew is that we had taken heavy casualties during that battle, in personnel and equipment. Thankfully, one of those is easily replaced. Finding good, competent pilots, that's going to take a while. After the whole battle, I was chosen to lead the flight school, to let them know how it was to fight in space. I would still have my rank and my position as commander of the Mosquito fleet. However, I left the day-to-day operations to my XO and his staff. I would have a lot of work to do down on the surface. And as I landed the aircraft, my wonderful warbird, I had to watch it get disintegrated again. This is why I never actually gave it a name. I keep watching it being torn apart. My Zels were not happy again with this, but I told them I would make it worth their while. With the addition of new weapons, there was a few more creature comforts as well. I made sure they had all they needed and then some. I had to worry though, as one of my Zels decided that, maybe I shouldn't say decided. She went into heat and she ended up breeding inside the ship when I wasn't there. I'm glad. I really didn't want to see that. When Zels breed, a female goes into heat and she just gets all the males around to do what they do. And I really did not want to see that. I did wonder what the hell the smell was inside there when I came back though. Now, thinking about it, I'm a little grossed out. That being said, they were more than happy with the new additions to the ship. The ship itself wasn't all that much bigger, but with the constant enhancements, it was much more comfortable to ride in, along with the addition of new bedding, new sheets, new foods for them to try, an even better microfabricator in there. Everything was much, much better. I flew that sucker right to the academy, and the look on everyone's face as I came in basically unannounced. They tried to hold some sort of goofy formation for me to welcome me in. I simply looked at him and said, "Yeah, you know all that drill and ceremony shit?" "Yes, sir." "Yeah, it goes away now. I expect respect for what befits my rank and position. Aside from that, we have a lot of work to do, and we don't have time for BS. Now, fall out." With that, everyone moved out to their assigned positions. I was briefed on what I would have to do the rest of the day to get everything set up, shown my office. Of course, the group was not very happy that I had several Zells following me around everywhere I went. I told them that was my crew. They still didn't like the idea. I told them to get used to it, because not all Xenos are complete assholes, just most of them. These guys here, if you actually listen, I'll tell you, they were actually imprisoned just like us. They were forced to be manual laborers, given their size, the fact that they're pretty smart, and that they breed at a relatively good pace. They make excellent service members. They make excellent, how do I put this? People gave them the crap jobs. They would have to climb into conduits and fix different things. They would be perfect for disciplining, as their small stature means they're actually smaller than some of the Xenos out there. Many of the Xenos are actually shorter than us. Well, yes, sir, I know. Yeah, I know you know. I'm just reiterating the point. That being said, I want you to understand this. When our battle is over, I gave them a promise, and I would get them home. But their home is a long way off, and we are not ready for that yet. And I'm not going back on my promise. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Good. Now, with that, they're going to get their own flight training as well. Sir? And I looked him square in the eye, and I gave him the bat glare right to his face. Yes, sir, he said. With that, we moved on to our next order of business, which was nothing but drilling and training for all the guys that were there. The new ones that were coming in were greener than grass. Holy crap. They barely knew which way the actual ships would fly. I had to introduce them to each of the different techniques that we use, each of the different weapon systems, and to show them how it was used using my own ship. It was actually interesting to see them look up in amazement like a child would at an air show, as I'm doing all these turns using the anti-grav motors, turns that you would only expect one of those F-35s to be doing once they go into some sort of hover mode. And yet I'm able to pull off all these maneuvers with barely a thought. Eventually, every single one of them would get their implants. If they didn't have them already, they were already told that it was quite uncomfortable to start with, but you get used to it. I showed them around my fighter as well and introduced them to my Zell associates, my crew. With that, I also showed them how to fly in formation and also every single tactic over and over and over again. As each one of them was beginning to get their own trainership, we went through drills over and over and over again. We didn't know when the next attack was going to happen, so these guys had to be ready. And with that, a year passed. We didn't think a year would pass before the next time we were hit. They gave us a year, a whole year. About 1.5 billion of us, a full year to be ready. Especially with the fabricators and the fact that we train not just to the standard, but we train well beyond the standard. They had no idea what type of hell was waiting for them. This time, our sensors caught them in FTL a good 20 minutes before they made it to the Sol sector. Not just the sector, or not just the Earth, but the actual sector. They would have to actually spend another 2 minutes in FTL just to get to Earth, especially from the direction they were coming from. Though they did plan it out very well, and Earth was actually in this rotation directly towards where they're going to be coming out, which we realized really quick was a standard tactic of theirs. It makes sense. You really don't want to do an FTL jump through a star or past one. It's not a good idea. Let's just say it's not a smart idea. That being said, the fact that we knew they were coming, I simply made sure that everyone knew what was going on. I was actually woke up in the middle of the night. Sir, what? What do you want? Somebody better be fucking dying. Sir, invasion incoming. What? How far? 30 minutes, sir. Get everyone up and everyone in the air, now. With that, I ran straight to my bird. My Zell friends barely conscious as I grabbed and had to carry half of them to the damn birds. They were trying to wipe sleep out of their eyes. They couldn't come to focus as fast as we could. But as soon as we started taking off, it seemed like somebody flicked a switch and everything ran smoothly. I was up in the air in less than 10 minutes. I radioed in and thankfully ended up on the PA system. This is Piranha 6 Actual to all cadets. Get airborne now. Ping on my location. I want you on my ass in the next minute. And with that, I actually looked at the radar, and sure enough, some of them had actually beaten me up into the sky. And I was actually grateful for that. They showed up unbelievably fast. It turned out all the drills, all the training, everything was good to go, as we saw not only their fighters, but several of them were actually flying in formation as they came up to us. As we flew out of the atmosphere, we could already see the battle had already commenced without us. We couldn't jump. We were still in the gravity well. If you jump inside a gravity well, it will most likely crush you. It's kind of messed up. The gravity will pull and you'll push and you'll just turn yourself into a pancake and just go splat on the ground once you fall for about another minute. Thankfully, you don't feel that because you're already about a quarter centimeter thick. But as we broke the stratosphere, we finally saw what was going on. And when they showed up, the alien forces, apparently they had given no warning and just started shooting. They had learned. They had learned to not give us a chance. They turned weapons towards us, and I started screaming, evasive maneuvers, and started banking left, right, up, down, left, right, A, B, start. It didn't matter what you do. You just get the hell out of the way and you move. I could actually see on my radar one or two of my guys getting hit. I didn't know if they were glancing hits and their radar just went out, or they were full-blown hits and they were just gone. It didn't matter. We were going up. Keying the radio again. Target battleships. Prep torpedoes. Once in range, fire at will. After that, lock in on fighters and fire all missiles at will. Again, fire at will. Prioritize targets. And with that, I didn't have to wait long. As we got closer, they had learned to launch their fighter craft, but the problem is they launched swarms of little fighter craft that didn't have any type of protection at all. Even the slightest glancing hit made them fly and tumble and crash into each other. Our destroyers, our battleships, and our new dreadnoughts, which had finally come out, unfortunately there was only 2 of them at this point, began to fire in with their point defense weapons and strafing those skies with their main guns. The small fighter craft were decimated. Absolutely decimated. And if they were actually crewed, you knew they would have pulled back, but they must have been drones because they just kept flying through all that. And they did not stop. Even as they were blown into pieces, their parts would just flutter and spin in space. The alien larger ships, though, they were not playing around. They had seemingly upgraded their targeting system, and I saw a few of our destroyers taking hits. It was around this time we started to get within range, and I could see several of our fighters begin to fire their torpedoes. As we all began to get into range, wave after wave of torpedoes began to fire. 4 torpedoes out of 2,000 different fighters. That's 8,000 torpedoes were fired into the enemy fleet position, right towards their main battleships and their destroyers. They probably crapped themselves at the idea what the hell was coming. However, they thought that their point defense systems would protect them, but they did not know that we had armored the living crap out of our torpedoes. Our torpedoes were able to shrug off any of their point defense fire and simply keep going. However, that did not stop their main guns from firing into the torpedoes, trying to hit us on the other side. I gave the command, "Scatter!" over the comms, and everyone pulled off in the different areas. Unfortunately, I found out later that at least 4 or 5 had crashed into each other as they were not paying attention. I locked into my sensor array as deep as I could. That way I could see every single direction at the same time while not losing my perception of which way I was going, which way I was facing. I knew which way the turrets were facing as well. I knew what was going on, everything in my ship. I was the mainframe of this ship. This ship was me, and that's what made us so deadly as we swarmed through the enemy formation. After those hits, the ships had been bounced from side to side, left, right, every single direction. Some of them even blown apart right in the bow of the ships as they had tried to turn their main guns towards us. One of the poor bastards took a torpedo right through the main gun. It hit the power supply on the other side, detonated, and it blew not only in half, but it just scattered to all different sides, taking every ship around it with the damn thing. It was glorious. And all I could think of was, well, we realize you don't have a formation that tight in space combat now, do you? This was going to be more of our doctrine from here on out. However, I did find that we did start losing personnel at that point. We had no torpedoes left. I told them to fire every single missile they had, fire into everything they've got. The missiles won't hit as hard as the torpedoes, but they do damage. And with that, the missiles were set on ahead. The point defense systems were so busy with the missiles, they didn't have a chance to deal with us as we strafed through their positions. We all flew through the positions as fast as we could, ducking and weaving, making sure that our turrets were just running hot as we blasted through. My crew were laughing in joy as they and blasted through the enemy ships. They knew this species. This species was the one that came to their planet. They're the ones that imprisoned them, and they were having the most fabulous time paying them back for all they've done for the species. And they wanted more blood than we did. Even though we were defending our homes, they were fighting out of sheer rage. I remember looking into one of the internal cameras through my mind, and I could see a smile across one of my friends' faces. I looked at the rest of the crew, and they were all with that toothy grin as they all were enjoying tearing the enemy fleet apart. They didn't enjoy the fact that I had to take all sorts of evasive maneuvers to make sure we didn't get blasted. We did take a couple hits, which sent us flying a little sideways. However, we did make it through the formation, and we got free from the point defense cannons. And by the time we were done, they were so busy dealing with us, they didn't realize that the next volley coming from our dreadnoughts was already incoming and slammed in the side of their formation. The battle was over before we had the chance to make another run. 2 ships had made a run away from the planet. 2 of their ships ran off into the night. 2 of their ships limped into FTL, and one of them exploded as it did. It had taken too much damage and was hoping to get away. Nope. The FTL engines just blew it apart on the aft end, and it just drifted through space as we watched the bodies float through the atmosphere along with all the rest of the debris. I'm sure there were cheers among all the other ships, but I couldn't hear them. I simply keyed into the radio. "This is Piranha 6 Actual to Fleet Command. Are you in need of our assistance at this time? Over. This is Fleet Command Negative, Piranha 6. RTB. Roger, Fleet Command. On our way. All Piranha units. Grab any disabled ship you see, and let's go home. And with that, we went back to the academy. We had just faced down a massive fleet. At least we considered it massive. But we didn't know. It seemed like these were getting more and more intense. Why did they want us so bad? Why would they want to hurt us? All we want is for them to leave us the hell alone. What do they have to do with this planet that gives them such a hard-on for the place? The answer to that would remain unknown, at least for now. Right now, I just wanted to get my people back home. Because we didn't know what was coming next, and I needed to get the next crop of pilots ready. And of course, now I needed to fix this ship again. Maybe I'll add a few more extras. You know, just for shits and giggles. Well, that, and of course, as the man says, more DACA, more better. Being an instructor here at the academy has its perks. One of the perks being that I could fly off if I wanted to and just say, hey, I cancel classes for today. But that's not what I'm going to be doing. At least not today, that is. Today I just did my PT in the morning, came, cleaned up, laughed at my roommates, if you want to call the Zell's roommates, at their goofy way of doing things in the morning. It's kind of weird. They tend to roll around a lot, which is, I still to this day don't understand that. That being said, after I shower, get changed, I head off to my first class. It was not a bad day. It was actually quite nice. No real breeze in the air, but the one that was there wasn't cold at all, which was a bonus, considering where we are. Then I met up with Lieutenant Colonel Vanskoy, who was going to be helping me with the next class. Idle chit-chat, of course, but, it was pleasant. And as we walked over, we could see everyone who walked past us stand aside and snap a salute. Of course, we had to give it back to them, which was commonplace for all these academies. But we didn't expect too many people to be out this early. We usually got to our offices half an hour to 45 minutes prior to the class just to make sure our notes were ready to rock and roll. This time, we would be giving the class together, as it was going to be kind of a history lection for those that were attending. Eventually, we went off to class, and of course, before we even entered, they called the room to attention, and everyone was standing stiff as a board, as you were, just yelled across as I started opening my briefcase and pulling out my notes. Vanskoy did the same thing, and we got started. Good morning, class. And of course, they responded, morning, sir. Welcome back to our history instruction of this semester. We're going to be going over everything from the beginning of the invasion, since you already know your basic histories, all the way up through today. That way you know exactly what you're fighting for, and the reason why we are so, as some people like to call it, xenophobic, giving the side eye to Vanskoy. He did not like my Zells. He really didn't. I swear every single time he wanted to kick him. I'm like, dude, they're not a puppy, and I swear to God, if you do, I'm going to go full John Wick. As we continued, I looked around and inspected to make sure everyone was awake and alert. I noticed several cups of coffee that were in front of everyone, and suddenly wishing I had brought one of my own. But with everything that needed to be covered, I didn't really have time to sit there and sip on a good old can of Java juice. As we began, I looked around the class and began to put up a few items onto the board. Alright, class, we're going to start with the initial invasion. As we all know, the first group that came in, the correct, to this day I still can't say it. I'm just going to call them the K's because I cannot say it. I peered over to Vanskoy. He just kind of shrugged. It is very difficult to pronounce anything in an alien language. Their mandibles, the fact that most of them have multiple tongues, Half of them respond in clicks, other ones talk in pheromones. It is almost impossible for the human mouth to actually mimic their language. This is why it was a good thing that the translators were implanted. When the K's first invaded, we were not expecting them. Of course, as you all know from most of your history classes, that our politicians were originally going to send up our military members to get slaughtered by them, because, of course, politicians don't give a shit. But it turns out when they can easily wipe out two small countries in Africa, literally cutting South Africa from the rest of the country. I pulled up a screen that showed that the initial barrage that they had used cut right across the center of Zimbabwe and then went all the way to the eastern coast, creating basically a dead zone, which was just barely starting to come back into live plants and animals, as most of the area had been cooked quite literally into glass. This, as you know, class, was the warning shot that they gave us. Prior to that, we didn't realize we had aliens actually living among us. Many of our politicians did, our wonderful leadership. And at that, some of them started looking at me weird. Oh, before you start taking too many notes, you should know that the politicians and leadership we had back then were even worse than what we have now. Whenever there's a long period of peace and not an actual global conflict where they are actually threatened, you're looking at a bunch of serious idiots who do nothing but look at spreadsheets. To them, you're nothing but a number. I want you all to understand that's not how we do things. You are not just another number, and that goes for all of us. None of us are just a number. Though you have your ID number, that's different. As I turned back to the board, I could hear a few grumblings in the background. Before the warning shot was fired, I continued on, we remember seeing that the alien species that was hidden here on the planet tried to make a run for it. This species was affectionately known as the Greys. What we didn't know is they were hiding out here. They had run here because they had officially pissed off a lot of the galactic community, for reasons we still don't know, nor do we really care. What we do know about them is they were using some sort of hypersonics to try and mask their signature. We were having a lot of trouble picking them up. However, they could be detected on most of our more sophisticated radar systems and some of the antiques that would actually bounce off of their star saucer, whatever the hell you want to call them, their ships. Unfortunately for them, none of them made it off this rock. As you know, they were all destroyed and sent plummeting back into Earth. However, it is of note that later on we did salvage several of their ships, and some of that technology was used in the fighter craft that you are going to be using. And of course, as we all know, fighter craft nowadays is a loose term. With that, everyone chuckled. It was an inside joke. As you can see now, at that point, once they fired the warning shot, the wonderful leaders we had decided it'd be a good idea to simply surrender. If we surrendered, at least we could take some time. At least we could figure out what the hell was going on, and at least the human race wouldn't be completely eliminated, exterminated, genocided, or whatever other goofy word you want to use. It's of everyone else's belief now that they wouldn't have actually killed everyone. They would have just killed off the military and then forcibly subjugated the entire planet, taking everyone instead of the 1 billion. It is also of note that the type of weapon they used, though extremely powerful for a heat laser, did not leave any radiation. This should have been a signal a long time ago that the species there, the K's, did not want to actually damage the planet. They just wanted to use a show of force. Although the massive ships, yeah, if those things came crashing down, we wouldn't have much of a planet anymore. And if you look on this diagram here, changing the view, if one of those ships had decided to simply crash into the planet, it would have been with the same amount of force that it, well, here's the comparison between that impact and a supervolcano. As you can see, It's not as strong as a supervolcano, but it's close enough where if you look at this picture and slide, you will find that they are extremely close. So close that it wouldn't have made a difference. It is of note that our supervolcanoes are actually something that scare a lot of alien species. Even though they only go off every several 100,000 years, that scares the living bejesus out of them. Reason being, in other alien species, it is extremely common that if a supervolcano goes off, they all die. They don't have a chance to get off the planet. Our supervolcanoes are slightly different than what they're used to, but they'll still do the job just a little bit slower. As I rummaged through the other slides, I got back on task. Now, it is of note that when they asked for the first billion humans to go with them, most everyone that went was a volunteer. Very few from the Western countries were not a volunteer. I personally volunteered because I did not have a family. I had no wife, I had no kids. My brothers and sisters were more or less alienated from me, so it made me a perfect candidate. That being said, in other countries that are more despotic, at least those that used to be around, they simply just gathered up their unwanted, their unwashed, or whatever the hell was and they just threw them onto those transports. I remember seeing a few of them, and they looked like hell. You'd think it was bad before. Oh, it got so much worse for them. So much worse. I will let you know that during our transportation, they did not let us know we were prisoners. Though it was extremely boring, there wasn't much in the way of recreation. There was plenty of food, there was plenty of places to actually stretch out, but we had to create our own exercise equipment. We had to adjust the chow hall to run around, do pull-ups and things like that, anything to keep our minds and bodies occupied. And I do recommend that all of you make sure you are still on your regiment to make sure your minds and bodies are always occupied. It will pay off dividends, believe me. Even though you have all received the implant, now that those of you who have stopped growing have received it and it is functioning. Those of you that received the implant a little early, yeah, there are some side effects to that. We didn't expect that the human brain would actually incorporate that into their system, but we've had some strong issues. And Lieutenant Commander Vanscoy, will you take over? Yeah, sure. As you all are aware of, we didn't actually get the implants here on Earth. However, when we first started discovering the abilities of these things, we very much tried to implement them as soon as possible. And that was to our surprise that if we implanted them at certain time periods, mainly either prior to puberty or towards the end of puberty, there was no ill effects. However, during puberty, due to the high amount of hormones that go through the body, it is, we get some strange side effects. There are actual mutations inside the body, as you can see on this one here. Everyone gasped. Oh, jeez. Many of them turned away as they saw that several folks started to gain extra appendages. One guy was growing an extra hand out his chest. Some girl had a third leg coming out of her armpit. There was even one that the whole body just seemed to go completely pale. Consider yourself goth and then never go into the sun for the next 1,000 years. As you can see, the hormones cause some issues, some of which are quite entertaining if you are into the more pleasure aspect of things. And this one here, this young feller, he actually grew 2 more penises. This woman here, she has not only a separate vagina, but she also has 4 titties, which of course made everyone laugh. It is of note that most of their nerve endings are actually shot to hell, and they can't actually enjoy these extra appendages. So it is of note that you all look into each of these. If you have any side effects, you need to report them. I know you've all been told this time and time again. Now, when the ship actually left, we thought that everything would calm down. We thought we'd just have simple commerce with the new K species and it would all be fine. However, to our complete and utter horror, the first thing they did was they started demanding a whole bunch of raw materials. They started demanding certain materials we didn't even know what the hell they were talking about. However, our government did, as they were creating such heavy metals. We didn't know what they needed these heavy metals for. And what really was horrifying is when they actually started sending people down so that they would actually start strip mining our planet. That was the metaphorical straw that broke the camel's back. Not only that they take 12 to 16% of our personnel across the planet, but now they're starting to take parts of the planet off. Several parts of the planet are actually still missing pieces as of now. As y'all know, parts of Europe, Asia, what used to be known as Russia, much of Africa is just gone. Australia was almost gutted. They surprisingly left the Philippines alone. America got hit, but not as hard after we started biting back real bad. You see, what had happened, I'm not sure if all you know, but back in the day, our leaders got real paranoid, and once the aliens attacked, it became every country for themselves. They tried to claim we were part of the what was used to be known as the United Nations, and that turned about to be their fighting force was 50,000 Americans and one French guy. No, that didn't work out so well. So what the U.S. government did is they pulled everybody and every piece of material they could back to the continental United States. And since they were the most advanced technologically at the time, they actually were able to shoot down several of the ships as a warning to the aliens. Now, the K species were not exactly happy about this. However, when we first shot down the first ship that came to the United States continent, and also down toward Mexico and Canada, well, it wasn't the case. It was the Juneshi. The Juneshi decided that they were going to pirate raid our planet. Not so much. We were lucky as that one of our missiles was able to home into and actually get into the engine compartment. We found out really quick that if we could use some sort of penetrating round, as you know from the use of your torpedoes in space, that everything worked out so much better. The proximity fuses would work only on small ships. If anything, it would shake the living crap out of the crew. If we were lucky enough, we would actually knock the crew unconscious and they would simply fall to the planet as the engines would lose control over everything. They did not like automated systems. To this point, we have no idea why. However, that is the only reason why there is the single base that was remaining on the Return. And yes, we all know the Return, the first fight where we finally took it to these alien fuckers. However, before then, we were barely holding on. For the most part, the K's left us alone. All they cared about was the few areas they were strip mining, but they didn't care about anything else. They didn't protect us from any of the pirates. We had to protect ourselves. Thankfully, we had our own weapons of war that could do everything. That being said, I should make it a point that many countries did fold very, very quickly. Many of those who were held together by despots and dictators found themselves very quickly falling the hell apart, as you never can hold a country together based on one man, or one woman in one case, because once you take that person out, they're done. They just fall into pieces. Now, it is a high note that the only reason we know of that we were not simply wiped off this planet is that during the pirate raids, they would come in and start taking more and more of our personnel. We didn't understand why they needed this. I interrupted with, and that's what happens when you actually show off in the gladiatorial games so well. For those of you who have not seen any of the videos, as most of them are declared classified, I will let you know it was not a fun experience. They didn't know what type of slaves we would be. At first, they simply auctioned us off, and when they found out that we were able to be strong enough, fast enough, and outthink many of their guards, a few of them ended up very, very dead, then yeah, we were considered entertainment for them and guard dogs. It was a very strange experience as you're literally stuck up there most of the times tied up as these aliens would come and poke and prod at you, trying to figure out who and what you are. We found out, unfortunately, a little too late that they could actually differentiate between us males and the females. And it was, yeah. I trailed off and just let that simmer for a minute before I continued. All right. Yes. Now, I will continue with the fact that very soon after that, many of us were brought into different domestic duties, but the majority of us were brought into the gladiatorial arena for their entertainment. They wanted to see how well we could fight. Even though we couldn't put up much of a fight, our strength level is that much, much higher than that of the standard Xeno. The standard Xeno is used to about 0.42% of our gravity. And instead of just one gravity, it's 0.42. Keep that in mind. We are considered a very high gravity planet, which is why most of the ships did not come down towards the gravity well. They're just not designed for it. Their massive ship turned out to be more of a colony ship than anything else. So that is one of the reasons why we had such good accommodations considering. However, once inside the gladiatorial arena, they were surprised that not only could we outfight most things one-on-one, but we could work together very well. And in some cases, these different creatures or cryptids, whatever you want to call them, were so similar to things we find on this planet that in one case, somebody got on one of them and rode it like it was some sort of bull at a bull ride. I'm like, dude, this is not the PBR. What the hell are you doing? Personally, I was more concerned with making sure our wounded didn't get bled out. And that was one of the reasons why I was selected to be sold. As most of you know, some of us were taken for more advanced details depending on how we operated during those games. And during those games, not only could we take down larger adversaries, usually working as a group, but also they realized that some of us, myself included, were adept at field medicine, basically trauma care. I was able to splint a few people who had busted bones, tourniquets, basic first aid, most everything you already have learned. But because of this, many of us were used for medical purposes, which is where I ended up. While this was going on was when your pirate raids, as I motioned over to my compatriot. That's where you had to deal with the raids back here, trying to fight off everybody except the K's. It turns out that we had showed off so much that we became prized as not only gladiatorial, entertainment, for lack of a better term, but also as guard dogs, basically. We did find a few of ours still wearing control collars that were a lot stronger than the standard ones. You'll find out that the control collars are barely the voltage of an electric fence. I mean, seriously, I've got more pressure by licking a 9-volt battery than what was being put out. Most, if not all, of the other species cannot handle electricity like that. That being said, they kind of make up for it in other ways. In one case, I had to watch somebody who was taken with me get their throat ripped out, literally sliced by some talons, and I swear if I find that bitch again, I'll kill her. After that, I remembered to fall back on my training. The same training that you all need to remember. If you're captured, remember what you've been taught. All of you. Looking across the room, I knew I had all their attentions, and I saw a few of them jotting down notes. I was hoping those notes were that of someone who was saying, okay, need to remember this for just in case. Within 6 to 8 months of us actually being taken, it did take a few months to actually traverse that far, even at FTL speeds. I haven't heard anything about jump engines, have you? As I looked over to Vanskoy. Nah, just I know they're working on it. It'd be interesting they get that figured out, but I haven't seen anything yet. Well, we'll see what happens. I figured it was time to continue with the lesson. What you cadets probably do not know is how us humans fully got free of that station. Well, as it turns out, at least from my area, we had found out that they had been raiding you. And not only were they taking full-grown adults like myself, but they were taking children. They were going after our children, and we don't play that fucking game. None of us do. Not anymore. I know there were some subsects of humanity that did play that game, but no, absolutely not. I was able to save very few, and then we heard several others screaming from the arena, and at that point, they very much underestimated the fury of the patient men and women. And with that, we took control of the station. We ended up having to do a running firefight for almost the entire thing, and it is of note that most of the projectile weapons that are used by the Xenos are energy-based. I know, energy-based projectile, you'll learn more of that in your physics class. Let me just tell you, even though it hurts, it does hurt, it will not put one of us down unless it catches us 3 or 4 of those hits directly into the heart or directly into the head. It's just the way it is. As some people like to call slug throwers, are far more effective as they use simple kinetic energy. The kicker with that is once they put on their exosuits, they were a lot harder to kill, although still able to kill. And that is where, when we teach you about hand-to-hand combat training, you need to take special attention as well. Because when it comes down to it, if you have to go toe-to-toe or hand-to-claw or tentacle-to-face with these things, I don't care how you put it, you need to know how to take these fuckers down. Now, it is of note that once we took control of the bridge, I personally took over and used my implant to plug into their system. I need you to all understand that they do not trust AI at all. There was no AI systems there. All I had to do was simply use the command chair to lock everyone else out of the systems, and I was pretty much everywhere at the same time. Just like when you're in your fighter crafts, how you can tell all the sensors at the same time, nothing is beyond your thought, everything is right there. It's the same thing, just on a much, much bigger area. Now, I would like you to all remember one thing. If you end up on one of our destroyers, one of our frigates, one of our battleships, dreadnoughts, I don't know, are they working on carriers yet? I doubt it. Why would they do that? But whatever. Regardless, if you end up on one of those, could you control it by just one person? Yes. Could you do it for very long? Absolutely not. There is a limit to how much the human brain can actually process at the same time. If you're too focused on one area, you're not going to be focused on others. It's just the way the brain is, so it doesn't burn itself out. We've had several people try to control entire battleships by themselves, in particularly that last battle we had where they used the experimental gunship, the one with the 2 main cannons. That idiot cranked it up way too high, and he was the only one in charge. And when he fired those guns, not only did he burn out the cannons, he burned out his brain. He literally cooked right there. It's not a smart idea. Now, aside from that, I will say that controlling most of what was going on was fairly easy. I just had to systematically do it. Locking down the ships, stopping others from docking, and if they were already starting to dock, I simply just locked them down as soon as they got in. I also turned off the environmentals in certain areas to force people towards the arena, and we kept them there. Now, it is of high note, and this is not something I think they have figured out yet, because I made sure that the only recordings are right here, as I pointed to my head. The last recordings were here. The only other copy of that is anything I've downloaded into the mainframe. Now, I want you to understand this. What we did next, we did on basic survival. There are almost 50 different sentient species. Those that are sapient, sentient, whatever the hell you want to call it, most of those are slaves. Only about a dozen to 2 dozen are actual ones in control of everything. So what we did next, I did not feel good about, because I would have loved to have gone through and freed every single one of them. Honestly, it was just, to this day, it tears at me. And for those of you who are part of something like this, it will tear at you too. And guess what? You just gotta live with it. Survivor's guilt is a thing. I'm pretty sure it's a human thing. But what we did is we took whatever ships we could manage, which was mostly cargo vessels, as you know from the battle of when we took back Earth, of course. But I also took a warbird, and so did a few other people. My warbird, well, it's not the same ship anymore. It's been disassembled and reassembled so many times, it almost doesn't look like the same damn ship. That being said, I want you to understand that the ships we took out of necessity. We may have been space pirates at that point, but it was what we had to do. And when we left, we couldn't have anyone know that the humans had just got away with a whole bunch of their supplies, a whole bunch of their ships. So, just as a final hurrah, I released all the creatures that were left in the arena, those that hadn't been killed off. And then I released the protective shields, the barrier that protected the crowd from those creatures. And at least those creatures had a good final meal. As I remember seeing a couple quick images, and I'll put those up right now, clicking on. And of course the entire room. Oh, geez. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck you. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Yeah, they started tearing them apart. However, with the limited number of these creatures and the high number of aliens there, we knew eventually some of the aliens would survive, even though we had them locked in there. So we did the only thing we could do. We blew it up. Caused a self-destruct system. I made sure the self-destruct didn't call out because I didn't need them trying to bust their way out and somehow finding their way to us. Not to mention, I did not want to give any of the ships nearby a chance. It must have been confusing as all hell, as all of our ships just kind of broke away and took off in different directions. We made sure not to head straight back to Earth because we didn't want anyone to follow us. And that's probably the only reason why we haven't had a full-blown armada up our ass, except for that one main battle group. Well, turns out those were the K's, by the way. They were not happy about losing a couple of their large ships when we came through. Apparently, those ships take a long time to fabricate, and we're finding out a lot about the fabrication process, which will be later on in said class. As you all know, we took off at the same time, and other ships went to dock. We don't have any visual image of the station exploding, but considering the very quick amount of SOSs that came out, we're pretty sure that they saw the explosion, but the space debris took them to just apart. You don't forget any of this in space. Whatever speed it goes at it starts on the explosion, is as fast as it's going to keep going. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't arc. It doesn't turn. It's just going your way. So make sure you know to get the hell out of its way if you have debris facing you. With that, Lieutenant Colonel jumped in. Yeah, and around that time, that is when we started to realize that we were not alone. When they finally made it back, and the fabricators took over. As you've all very well been briefed, the fabricators have changed the way we do things. Very much changed them. We changed the complete industrial capabilities. We use fabricators to build more fabricators, to build bigger ones. The smallest ones right now are used for domestic use. You get the larger ones are mid-grade, which are usually ones that are going to build your ship. Now, I will say, every single one of your ships has a standard layout for sure, but each one will be customized specifically for you upon graduation. Until then, you fly standard. Now, we do have very, very large fabricators, which is how our dreadnoughts are being made. Our fabricators were built in pieces and assembled up by the asteroid belt, and they are strip mining the asteroid belt, even all the way to the Oort cloud, so that we can get as much resources as possible. Since the fabricators break things down to the molecular level, then it is not hard to understand that it takes a lot of time to actually build something that big. However, it is actually of note that the Mosquito fleet, also known as the Piranhas, are very, very effective against alien fleets. They were not expecting that kind of firepower from such small vessels, and probably the only reason why we turned the tide of that battle so fast. Now, also, it is of absolute note that right now the human population was at 8 billion. It is barely at 2. And that may seem like a lot of bodies, but spread out as far as we are, most of us in different ships around the entire planet, reaching out as far as Uranus, which got a few chuckles. Oh, you think Uranus is funny? What the hell's wrong with all you? I think her brother's going to be a little pissed off. Neptune's going to be a little mad, even though Uranus is just full of gas. You didn't know that? Uranus is just full of gas. I'm sure it stinks, too. And it's big. Don't you know you can fit 63 Earths inside Uranus? Hey, it's 64 if you relax. You know that, right? Everyone, of course, laughed, and that kind of relaxed everyone in the crowd a little bit, as we were talking about some serious subjects. Now, if you'll pardon the interruption, we need to focus a bit more on this, as logistics actually win wars. Tactics may win battles, but they do not win wars. All of you need to understand that without logistics, you don't fly. You don't fly, you don't protect this freaking rock we're flying through space on. You need to understand that the majority of this planet, whatever wasn't strip mined, is now being used as an agrarian world. It is made to fill your bellies. Since we don't have as many resources left here on the planet to actually build what we need, many of the resources are actually being brought in on freighters as far as raw materials. Thankfully, the asteroid belts are just packed with unbelievable amount of materials. Not to mention reaching out as far as Mars. Mars itself has shown that it can get the materials needed to fabricate incredibly fast. It is actually freaky how fast. And a few of you may end up on Mars itself so that you can build and or rebuild your ships as fast as possible. The warbirds are extremely important to our defense. They are absolutely important. Now, if y'all look at history, you will actually find out that the warbirds themselves are reminiscent of the old PT boats, the patrol torpedo boats. As soon as I realized how important these torpedoes were, and the fact that once we armored them, they could truly reach their target, well, let's just say we took a lesson from the pages of history and we added our few notes. During the last major conflict, it is very well noted that the warbird fleet came up from this academy. Your predecessors went up and flew with me, and when we fired our barrage of torpedoes, which unfortunately can only fire once because of the size of the warbirds themselves, there are no reloads, not until you get back. But those torpedoes changed the battle itself. Our big ships up there were getting the shit kicked out of them. Seriously, getting pounded from one side to the other, up, down, left, right, and center. It wasn't even pretty. It was horrible. But as soon as those torpedoes made their volley and several of their large ships went out and started going adrift and screwing up their formation, that really matters. And this is why logistics are important. If we could put more torpedoes in the warbirds without weighing them down way too much, we would. We can't, not yet. However, you can put them on pylons and things like that. But logistically speaking, we needed ships and we needed crew. And for that crew, we need to be able to feed them. And thanks to the fabricators, we can build all the equipment we need to actually feed everyone. It is such a wonderful system. It's so simple. However, understand that on your warboards, you need to make sure that you maintain a good supply of rations. You don't know how long you're going to be out there. Ever. Last time I did a long trip into space, I was out there for several weeks because I had to traverse my way back to Earth, but I had to take a roundabout route. And I wasn't alone. Everyone kind of looked at me strange. No, I wasn't alone. I had my friends. You've all heard of the Zell, correct? They all nod their heads. Well, the Zell are one of the few friendly species we have. They realize we are not a threat. They work with us. We don't hurt them. And I swear to God, if you even think about hurting any of my crew, I'm going to take your goddamn head off. With that, they were very much paying attention. Now, it is very important that the attacking species have not figured out that our system is so very, very simple. Simple systems are very easy to break. They're not easy to gum up, they're easy to break. Complicated systems are easy to stagnate and make it very, very difficult. However, it is also of note that they wanted so much material off our planet, to include water. Those of you who don't realize how incredibly bad it is that they took 0.8% of our oceans away, it is incredible. Oh, I think you said that. Oh, that's right, 0.08%. That's still a lot of water. That's a hell of a lot of water. They might as well just ripped off one of the caps off the North or South Pole. It's incredible. Now, I want you to understand that the logistics are extremely important on this. And because of that, we are grateful that they did not actually use any type of radiation or chemical warfare, nerve agents, or anything like that. They wanted us alive. They wanted us healthy. They also want this planet. This planet, I don't know why they want it so bad, but they keep sending more and more forces to kind of screw with us. And we keep killing more and more of theirs. Just remember, all these come into play. I will say this, though, as far as the logistics goes, there is something attached to that, and that is the engineering. Now, as soon as I downloaded all my knowledge when it comes to how to build the fabricators, how to build ships, and everything like that, those evil geniuses known as engineers did what they do best, and they took it down to its base elements, they rebuilt it in their minds, and they came up with something better. This is why our ships are actually at sublight speeds, are faster and more maneuverable. We have multiple anti-grav engines that are able to maneuver these suckers a whole lot faster, a whole lot better. The hull designs are actually compartmentalized, which I was astounded. They're big hallways, right? They only wanted one big room, right? Exactly. And that is why we lucked out. I will say, in one of my cases, I was one of the first ones to strike the ventral side and go right into one of these areas. The bright blue flash, we found out, was their atmosphere exploding, burning off. And when it did, it sucked all of it out of their lungs and they died instantly, which is why we were able to take that battleship in almost one piece. Can't say too much for the dreadnought that came later, but at least that first one. We found out very, very quickly that our munitions, once they penetrate and they explode, will just cause a ripple effect all the way down. It's very well noted that if you strike one on the bow with one of our penetrating rounds and it explodes, you will see it ripple all the way down, compartment after compartment after compartment, because they're not sealed. I have no idea why they don't do this. Maybe it's a cost-saving measure. I don't know. And honestly, I don't care. All I know is it makes it just slightly easier to kill these motherfuckers. Well, you mind if I take over at this point? Oh, please do. I need a break. All right. One of the logistics areas we also need to cover is the fact that we do not use a lot of solid rounds on our turrets. When we do have a solid round turret, you'll see them designed as so. He shows a picture on the board. As you can see, and the video will run in a loop as I'm talking, as you can see, when it fires, it gives a hell of a lot of recoil. And the barrel itself almost goes completely to the back side of the cannon itself, which is why our turrets are not set up like standard turrets used to be. We can't just line them up so that you load them from the back. No, it is much, much more complicated than that, because inertia, delta V, is a real bitch in space. As you've all heard, a few of our rounds have actually struck their ships with enough force that it turned all the folks inside into chunky salsa. And I still find it hilarious when the first one of our troopers got on board and he said it's nothing but salsa in here, and somebody said, "So, who brought the chips?" Oh, boy, you ground pounders, they got a very, very twisted sense of humor. It's hilarious, but holy shit, do they really have to think of stuff like that? Ugh. But some of them are quite tasty, I said. Oh, I really don't want to know how you know that. I really, really, really don't want to know. Oh, dear Lord. Ugh. All right, class. Before we get too much into the more colorful areas of this class, I need you to understand that every single aspect of what goes on out there falls under one premise. And that is that humans have come together for the first time ever. We don't give a shit about your race, your color, your creed, your religion, your background, where you came from, as long as you didn't do anything illegal. We don't give a shit. We never did. And what happens? Guess what? When you stop giving a shit, you'd be amazed what you can do. It is absolutely astounding. Now, before you... hold on a sec. I got somebody at the door. What the hell? What the hell? That's a tiny little knock. Tell them to hit that door with more pressure, will you? I don't think they have pressure to give. Opening the door, I just see Junior jump in and jumps up and grabs onto my leg. Hey, how you doing? Oh, hey, Junior. And there's his parents sitting there. Oh, I'm sorry. He's just happy to see you. So it's okay. I turned to the class. All right, you all heard me mention my crew. Well, these are part of my crew. These are my Zell compatriots, and of course, introducing them to the class. This one here, who has got a death grip on my leg. Can you not, please? And he still didn't let go. This is their son. We just call him Junior. Because honestly, just like I said before, it is extremely hard to pronounce their names. And all names through the translator are spoken in the original tongue. So is there a reason you guys brought Junior here? Oh. Okay, well, hold on. I picked up Junior, raised him up, so I was almost holding him like a baby. At his age, he's a little bit bigger than a football. Just a kid. As I walked over to class, I could see that Vanskoy was pulling back just a little bit. He wasn't used to any type of Xenos. A little xenophobic, I guess you could say. All right, class, I want you to realize that not every single species out there is going to want to try and kill us. Some species have actually helped us. Some of them need our help. And soon enough, we are going to need to help them. Keep this in mind, because it is a long road ahead of us. It's going to be a road that kind of hurts. I wanted to say it was a road of pain, but I had a little one in my arms who could actually understand what I was saying. I was trying to be nice. Now, I think, is there anything else, any questions that anyone else has? One hand raised in the back. Yes, in the back. The cadet stands up. So you're not afraid that they're going to turn on you and, like, I don't know, bite your face off? I look confused. These aren't Capuchin monkeys. What the hell are you talking about? These folks here, motioning over to the Zells, they have saved my life, and they have saved the lives of everybody in my squadron at least 3 or 4 times. At least. They man the guns on my ship, the turret guns, all over. This is not all of my crew either. We have turrets all over my ship. All over them. And later on, I will show you how my ship is laid out so that you can have a baseline to work with. But I don't know what the hell you're talking about. These are not wild animals. These are my friends. And with that, the cadet simply sat down a little bit in shame. Another hand went up. Yes, cadet, what do you got? Sir, why don't we ever use nuclear weapons? I mean, I know we can't use them on the planet, but why don't we ever use them in space? I mean, aren't they that destructive? I actually put my hand on Junior's head and ruffled the top of his head just a little bit as Vanskoy jumped in. Well, you see, you need to pay more attention in your physics class. If you know that, you know that the actual force of the nuclear explosion being used is nothing unless you have it buried deep into the ship where it can use atmosphere to create the actual blast wave. The actual destructive power of a nuke in space is pretty useless. It won't cause the problems you're thinking. Now, what it does put out is a whole bunch of radiation, and it puts out a whole bunch of electromagnetic pulse. The electromagnetic pulse, now, if we could just have that, would be fine, because then we could disable the ship and take the ship, and then we'd have more at our disposal. The problem is, you don't need to radiate a ship. You radiate that sucker too much, and then you can't use it. Not to mention, because the universe is full of electromagnetic activity, and it is full of radiation. A lot of these ships, especially anything destroyer level or higher, are just coated, just covered completely with materials that are designed to stop EMP and radiation. So honestly, you're spending all that time, all that money with a very dangerous piece of equipment when you would get more out of just a standard charge. The standard charge itself ends up blowing a hole, which ends up causing atmosphere to vent, which causes, as you know, compartments to drain of atmosphere and the crew to croak. Any other questions on that one? The cadet sat down, and she was, again, a little put back at this. She didn't understand it fully. I regained a little bit more composure, and I handed Junior back to his parents, and I asked them, hey, can you just wait for me outside? As they left, I said, all right, class, it's getting close to the end of the lecture. We'll talk about more of this tomorrow if you have any additional questions. Just understand that what you're doing is going to be unbelievably important. All of you are 17, 18 years old. You're brand new to this academy. You've only been here, 2 weeks? Understand this. What you are going to be doing is extremely important, but is also extremely dangerous. And the more knowledge you have, the more drill time you have, the better you design your ship for you so that you can use it to its absolute maximum capacity, the higher chance you are going to be to survive, and the higher chance you can protect our planet. Because we can't move this planet. If we could, we'd jump it to another solar system, to a whole nother sector, so we could hide it from those who want to take it from us. But we can't. What we can do is use our knowledge, our engineering, our know-how, our ingenuity, our sheer determination and rage and hatred for those that have come to take this world from us, to take our families from us, to take everything from us, and use us for their own nefarious and in some cases brutal and in other cases disgusting uses. Ugh. because of them, we will always have to be vigilant. We will always have to have the fleet ready. And soon enough, you will be part of the fleet. Now, I'm looking at the time, and this class has almost been going on for an hour, and I know many of you have another lecture here. So we're going to break for today. And unless, Lieutenant Colonel, you have something else? No, that pretty much covers it for today. All right. So, as of now, we're going to just leave it for today. Reaching over, I grab my papers and items, put them in my briefcase, and I go to leave as the class begins to murmur to each other just a little bit. The Lieutenant Colonel does the same thing. We both go to walk out. And as we do, of course, we hear, "Room attention!" Everyone jumps to their feet, as you were, as we leave. I reach over with my crew, and again, Junior jumps into my arms. So, lunch? It's been 6 years. 6 long, arduous years. 6 years since we first freed our homeworld from those that would decide to take us as slaves and strip mine our world. 6 years since we blew the living shit out of all those who had oppressed us. It's been 6 years since we finally realized we were not alone in this universe. 6 years since we screamed, "No more will you have us." And now, after 6 years of building up, 6 years of fighting off raiding parties, surveillance drones, the occasional battle group that comes in to try and subjugate us, 6 years of all that, we are now ready to fulfill a promise we made 6 years ago. 6 years ago, some friendly allied forces who were also slaves helped us get away. They helped free us. These are my crew. They are also crew on other ships. The 2 different species. One called the Chitters, which, yes, we called it that because we can't pronounce their name, and the Zells, which I still can't pronounce their name correctly. The Zells were my crew, and they've expanded their families. And it's only right that they be returned to their homeworld. It is only right that we back them up. They are our friends, and you don't leave your friends hanging like this. So we prepared. We prepare as best we can. In the academy, I constantly drilled everyone, seeing what would work best. Constantly evolving our ships through fabricators. The fabricators seemed to never stop working. They were constantly breaking down other ships to modify them to make them faster, more stealthy, more maneuverable, better armed, better armored. Whatever the engineers could think of and whatever we wanted on those ships became us. We quickly found out what would be the limits of what the human mind could hold on to during a firefight, and we pushed it to its absolute limit. Those engineers, those glorious, insane, evil bastards were able to figure out so much of the alien tech. It was amazing seeing some of the things they would come up with. They found a way to push the engines 4 times stronger than what they were when we first had them. Human engineering is insane. I even put in a few notes of my own, and it seemed to kick off some sort of chain reaction, some sort of idea that they would be able to make us almost invisible to radar or LiDAR or whatever other sensor unit that was out there. Stealth was so important for snub fighters, it is never to be underestimated, never to be underemphasized how important it was. The only problem is once you got within visual range, they could still see you and they could still lock on you. So you had to make sure that you were very well versed at bobbing and weaving and making sure you had a good track on someone before you even got close. Because of the stealth tech, we believe dogfights, in a sense, would happen in space. However, we were the only ones currently with this technology, at least that we knew of. every time a battle group or some sort of destroyer, or in one case, it's what we considered a super dreadnought, damn thing was about the size of a space station, showed up. What they were not expecting is that when they came through FTL, we saw them coming. Our sensor stations, or whatever you want to call them, I'm sure they have an official name, but I really don't care. They were able to discover these ships in FTL almost a full day, a human day that is, away from us. Can you imagine how well you can prepare for somebody's attack when you know which direction they're coming, when you have 24 flippin' hours to get everything ready? That space station didn't have a chance. They blinked in, and just as we saw them powering up their weapons, our main destroyers and dreadnoughts and battleships, yeah, they classified two different things, by the way, they fired right into the core of that son of a bitch. They didn't last more than a few seconds. The main guns from the dreadnought were pointed right at them, and these were the fixed guns, the big ones, which basically double as the keel of the damn ship. When they fired, they penetrated clean through, one side to the other. We learned really quick to make sure we don't end up in a furball, or we're going to end up blasting our own people. With all that, we knew we could defend our own planets, our own sector. We had colonized everywhere, from Venus all the way to Neptune. Don't worry, we didn't skip Uranus. And that is still a running gag. However, the Zels still look at us weird when we snicker. All in all, we were ready. Our defense grid around the planets was more than adequate to handle what they had been throwing at us. But now, with that being said, we are ready to show that our allies can be protected by us as well. And it is time to go out to the galaxy and say, we are not the pushovers you thought we were. We are going to stand on our own 2 feet, and we are going to give you a good old human fuck you. I remember climbing into the ship, my new ship. Being in my position has a few perks, but I try not to use them too much. The fabricators are still needed to make everything that we need. However, being that I am the survivor of many, many different missions, well, let's just say they'll push me to the front of the list. My new ships, and yes, plural on that, revolves around a single main ship. That one is my new Corvette. This Corvette is considered a Corvette hauler. Yes, Corvette-hauler. As the fact that it has very large cargo holds on all 4 sides. Anywhere from starboard, port, dorsal, and ventral. However, the way it's designed, the gravity is, interesting when you want to go to each of the other ones. Especially when you go to the dorsal. You're upside down, although you can't tell. God, you gotta love these engineers, how they figured that one out. All in all, though, it was interesting to have this thing parked. With all the extra amenities inside. My crew, well, this was their home. My fighter was inside, along with several others, actually, about a dozen. I didn't really need that many, but I kept getting gifted more and more materials, and I was even offered my own fabricator, but I knew if I had siphoned off my own fabricator, there wouldn't be enough for the actual class to get all their ships ready for graduation. During graduation, it's a little different here. We don't just do the whole ceremony where they throw hats in the air. That has gone bye-bye. The graduation is simply pinning on their wings, which is the graduation ceremony. It is very brief, and then they simply march off, get into their own fighters, and take off. In a bit of a formation, yes, there's still some showmanship for their families, but that's pretty much all. I got into my Corvette when it was time. I told my crew, and they were all happy. They were happy that they might finally see home again. Only 2 of them remember their home. The rest of them had been born inside the space station that we blew up. They had been nothing but slaves their whole lives. They didn't know anything else. So tasting freedom at first was amazing to them. They didn't realize they had a choice whether or not they had to do something. And they were just looking forward. Junior already had a little one next to him. No, it wasn't his kid. It was his little sister. He was holding his little sister as we prepped the ship and got it ready. I plugged myself in, and since most everything is automated, I simply cleared it with ground command, and off we went. Off to the stars. It only took 20 minutes to break the atmosphere. And then, of course, once we hit 0G, everybody had that wonderful sensation before the gravity motors kicked in so that you could actually be attached to the bulkhead and not go floating off into space. I contacted the fleet and made sure I had my points set up before we staged and got ready to jump. See, the kicker is we don't do FTL like everyone else. Again, those engineers figured out the fold system, also known as the jump system, also known as the KF drive, also known as the here I am. There's all sorts of weird phrases for that, most of which are not exactly inappropriate. That being said, I got ready to do my jump. Thankfully, the Corvette can do the fold system without much problems at all. The fighters, however, they don't really pump out enough energy for that. They have to stick with standard FTL speeds. And going different routes that way can make things difficult and also very arduous when you're just simply traveling. That being said, it was interesting to look out at each of the ships, each of them beginning to join the flotilla that was going to go rescue our friends. It was a long time, about 2 days, before everyone was ready. We had to make sure and check and double check, make sure everything was good. All systems were operational. Everyone was ready for the fight ahead. And then we finally got the countdown. 10, 9, 8, pucker factor going up. 7, 6, 5. I remember clenching a hold of the chair, worrying about 3, 2. Take a deep breath and ready for the jump. 1. All ships jump. And with that, the sudden change in perception, change almost in a dimension, as for a split second, you're not there. In fact, you're not anywhere. It's some sort of dimensional rift, jump, twisting something or other. As I have problems figuring it out because, as the man says, if you're not confused about quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics. That being said, we immediately jumped into the next sector. It would take several more jumps before we were ready, but we all wanted to jump at the same time, just in case there was a nasty surprise. To our shock, there was nothing. I double-checked, triple-checked my sensors. There's nothing out there. We jumped to the next sector. It was empty. We sent a couple recon craft out. I even jumped in my fighter and did a scan near the closest satellite that was there. Nothing. No one had mined it. No one had taken resources. This was odd, but a welcome sight. 2 hours later, we were ready to jump again. The reason for the delay was to allow the engines to cool off. Let's face it, you use that much electricity or power, whatever you want to call it, you're going to run the engines a little warm. And the last thing you need is a meltdown in the middle of space. I don't know what number it is, but I don't need the ways to die in space that suck. After docking back in, I double-checked with my crew, everyone was good to go, and we made our next jump. There would be 4 more jumps before we had to really be ready. On that 6th jump, we just looked around. Again, nothing. What the hell? Why were they bypassing all these sectors and coming after us? It didn't make sense. Why did they send their ships to get in a firefight with us? Whatever. One more jump and we would be at the Clicker's homeworld. The Clickers, from what I was told, could tell that we were getting close and they were getting excited. Their normal, very, very fast speech pattern was even more repetition and much higher tempo, and to the point where they were almost jumping for joy. They wanted to see their queen again. If nothing else, that was what insectoids do. All insectoids around the entire galaxy, the entire universe, anywhere, have a hive mentality. They may be sentient to a point, but they're still that of a hive. I actually expected to hear at one point that one of the Clickers had changed to a female and started laying eggs, but that just didn't happen. I don't know. I didn't really care about their biology, and they weren't part of my crew, so I never truly looked into it. But that final jump, oh crap. I was so glad I was prepped and ready, because when we jumped in, we were nose to nose with at least 2 different enemy battle groups. I don't know really if you'd call them battle groups, as one of them was mostly frigates and cargo haulers that didn't have weapons on them barely at all, but it didn't matter. We immediately got a response from one of them as their ship began to turn towards us. State your business. Who are you? What are you, and what are you doing here? Is what came over the comms. I remember looking up at the main battleship that was next to me, and I kind of smiled as I saw its turrets begin to rotate. Oh, this is going to be interesting. You'll need to leave this space now. You are in violation of... He didn't get a chance to finish, as not only the battleship next to me, but every single ship fired. If its weapons could reach out that far, they fired. I immediately reached over, grabbed my second in command, said, "Hey, XO, take over." He looked surprised as I bolted out the door, down the hall, and into the cargo bay to get in my fighter. I got everything prepped and ready in just a matter of seconds, and as the doors opened, I immediately burst out and headed towards the front lines, but there wasn't much of a front line to get to. The main guns had already torn the enemy groups asunder. We had already verified that they were not part of our allies. Of course, our allies are not ones who dominate anyone. I brought my ship over and docked with one of the smaller, I guess you could say, frigates. Maybe it was a light destroyer. I couldn't tell. I put my suit on as fast as I could as the docking ring burned its way through. As I decompressurized the chamber, I opened up to find that there was actually pressure on the other side, which kind of almost blew me off my feet. Grabbing my weapon, I began to clear the ship. I made sure that the beacon went out to let everyone know that I was on this ship. Several others had also docked with it, and we began to clear the ship itself. We go from room to room, and what we found made my heart drop into my guts. We found room after room of not only the aliens that were in charge of this ship, which did try to fight, these almost avian type creatures. I don't want to say too much more, as they simply just lunged at me, talons forward. They did bring out some of their weapons, but most people don't want to fire anything inside their ship because they don't want to blow a hole in the hull. That would be bad. Just a little bad. I didn't care. Not only were humans much stronger than most, but our exosuits that we wore made us a bit stronger and definitely a lot bigger. It was a little hard to actually navigate through their different bulkheads and their hallways, but as we took down each of them, I decided, you know what, I'm not going to shoot them. I'm going to enjoy this. And through the suit, I actually cracked my knuckles. They looked at me strange, thought this was some sort of honor thing, and they simply reached up to the top of their heads and did this strange flutter thing with their feathers. I didn't know if this was a respect thing or their way of giving the finger. I didn't care. I trudged towards them, and then I took them on hand to hand. They tried. I'll give them that. They tried. Maybe they just didn't realize that I'm wearing an actual exosuit. They couldn't see that I was human through the suit. But it didn't matter. I simply grabbed one, smashing his head into the side of the bulkhead. Cracking, I could actually feel the pressure of his skull letting go. Another one tried to come down me with some sort of blade, so I grabbed his wrist, flipped his appendage backwards, which bent but didn't break. And then I brought my other hand back down at what I perceived as the elbow joint and took the arm clean off. It began to scream and wail on the ground, and I simply kicked it into the one behind it. They both stammered and fell to the ground. The one that hadn't been injured was actually scared, screaming, "Please, please don't kill me." So is that what you do to your slaves? I only say this because as we were reaching, I looked into one of the cargo holds. It had a bunch of different species, some of which I recognized. A couple of the chitters, a couple of Zells, and a couple others that I knew were nothing but subservient species, all of them chained to the walls, all of them laying in their own filth. And many of them looked like they were extremely emaciated. I was in no interest to talk, as I ended up clearing the rest of the ship. At one point, I came up to an intersection of two different hallways, and I was about to turn the corner as I saw one of the aliens go flying backwards across the hallway. What the hell? I looked over, and another person was having a little bit more fun than I was. I could actually hear him laughing. But, of course, you can't spell slaughter without laughter. After we cleared the ship, I made sure that I sent up to command, "Yeah, we've got prisoners here. They had slaves. I'm taking them aboard my ship." "Yep. Yes, sir. I'll give you a complete manifest as soon as we get them cleaned up. They look like hell." "Yes, sir." "Sir, yeah, this is going to be a longer mission than we thought." "No, sir." "Yes, sir, there are a few humanoids in it." "Yes, sir." "Alright, we're on our way." And with that, off we were. I went into each of the cargo holds that had these creatures. I tried to put in the code to unlatch them from the walls, but that didn't work. In all, I ended up having to use a monomolecular cutter to actually cut their chains in each of them and motion for them to follow me. Many of them were actually too scared. They had seen what I had done, and I can't say I blame them. I mean, who would? Who would blame them for being scared of someone they just saw rip their oppressor in half with their bare, well, not so bare hands? I'm still in the suit at this point. As I lead them over to the bulkhead where my ship had cut in, I motioned them inside. Each of them went in, and I immediately called up the XO and told them to make sure they had medical supplies and food and water on standby as I was bringing prisoners in. I will admit, ever since he started taking over, he has become very professional. Because all I heard was, "Yes, sir." And that was all. And sure enough, when I brought it back to my Corvette, I was loaded to the gills. It was actually to the point where they had to stand. I could barely even get to the control panel myself and get in the command couch, get ready to move. But when we did, I actually called up, "Yeah, this is Piranha 6 Actual. Is there anyone still at the destroyer that I am pinging time now?" No response. "This is the last chance. I'm going to shred this slave-hauling son of a bitch. Although those who join me in clearing the ship are welcome to join me." And with that, I actually saw two other ships come into view, and they were pointed right towards this thing. "Last call. Is this ship clear or not?" At this point, I'm rotating around the ship to see if anyone else is still attached. "Alright, guys. Let's turn this thing into slag." And with that, we used our energy main guns to just slice through this thing and tear it to pieces. A few of the alien species were actually looking at the ship itself through some of the viewports and just amazed that we had not only saved them, but totally destroyed the ships that were holding them. We had no interest in taking these ships as they were very, very poorly armed, even worse, armored, and they were just full of slave poop. I mean, there's no other way to put it. When I got them back to my Corvette, of course, all the Zells had got everything set up already. It didn't take long for all the slaves to just dive into the food, and they started fighting each other over it. I actually had to hold up my hand, use the translator. Whoa, whoa, there's enough for everyone. Slow down or you're going to make yourself sick. They all looked at me strange, like, what? How could I make myself sick from eating? Well, a few of them found out the hard way. It didn't matter what species. You've been starving and you put that much biomass in your system, it's coming back out one way or another, and usually very violent. It was at this point, after they had got enough food, water, I helped everybody start bandaging up the wounded and try to get them towards the medical facility so we can get them patched up, that I finally removed my helmet. And this, you could tell, was the first time they had laid eyes on a human. They all looked at me in amazement. They couldn't tell what I was. All they knew is that I had freed them. And with this, I simply waved, "Hey." And with that, I went back to the bridge and got a hold of command, told them they had to send a shuttle over because I knew the Chitters were actually being held in certain ships, and I'm sure they'd like to meet up with their brethren. It didn't take long for a shuttle to come over, and we had the Chitters actually sent over to them. There was only 3 other species with them. The Zells that were there were linked up with my crew, and I told them that they were welcome to join my crew, if they want, until we got back to their planet. With that, the other 2 species, which were very surprisingly human to look at, were almost looking at us with sheer pity in their eyes, like, please tell me you're going to free our planet too. I had seen these species before, a while ago, but just a couple of them in chains. Both of them look almost demonesque, if you will. They both had horns, one of them had a tail, one of them had the hint of wings, but I don't know if they were ripped off or just undergrown. But it didn't matter. They all just looked at me with some sort of pity, and I told them, don't worry, you're safe now. At that point, we got everything squared away. We were there for about 6 hours as we drifted more towards the Chitter's home planet. With each and every single of the enemy fleet that we found, we did the same thing. We disabled them if possible, destroyed them if we had to. We took their prisoners, executed the crew, and then let that ship drift, at least what was left of it after we used it for a bit of target practice. I let the Zells have a little bit of fun on that one, as we would go and they would simply show their newly released brethren how to use the turrets. The turrets were basically ball turrets, as they swung them around and started blasting through the ships with reckless abandonment. It kind of played a little bit on my energy reserves, but I didn't mind too much. They were pissed after all, pissed that they had been taken, pissed that they'd been abused, pissed that they'd barely even been fed for that matter. So I figured whatever, let them have their fun. When we finally got to the Chitter's planet, that's when things were going to get very, very interesting, as we took out any type of satellites they had, mostly communication satellites, without much problem. We tried to call down to get them to surrender, told them their fleet had totally been destroyed and that their communications had been cut off with the outside universe. But they didn't want to listen. All we heard is, You demand from us? You demand from us? Yep. And then, of course, a wonderful tone of voice. You will not have our prize. You will have to take it from us. My blood ran cold hearing that accent come through the translator. Oh, man, I wanted some blood at that point. I was actually shaking with fury. I even called up to the fleet command. I said, please tell me we're going down there to kick some serious ET ass. Please tell me we're going to do that. And to my surprise, said, sure, you want to go in with the drop troopers? I just responded by saying, "Which ship?" They pinged to the ship, and of course I went over. I left the XO along with the rest of the prisoners with the Corvette, and I took my own fighter over. Thankfully, there was plenty of room for me to dock, and I told them, "Be careful. That ship is special to me." Which was kind of a joke, considering the fabricators could take it down to atoms in a matter of a few hours and then rebuild a new one. Still, this would be my first time actually using the drop pods. I've seen them used, and they seem to be surprisingly safe. It's also the safest way to get down to the surface in large groups, as it usually overwhelms the targeting systems. The targeting systems don't know what's debris, what's pod, what's alive, what's not, because there's a whole bunch of decoys that go down with you, plus the exterior shielding pops off about halfway, which puts even more sensor crap in the air. And most, even our sensors, have trouble locking on to all of them, if any. Usually they're trying to figure out how much of what is where, and by that time, you're already so close the chute is opened and then you're on the ground. I was in the pod with 7 others. It's 2 on a side, in all 4 cardinal directions. We got ready, lined up, and I was like, okay, gotta get ready. The one next to me looked over, "Colonel, are you okay? You don't look so good." I decided to polarize my helmet so he couldn't see it, and then I said, "Don't worry, it's just my first time in a drop pod." He's like, "There's nothing to it. Weren't you airborne? I heard you were airborne." "Yeah, I was airborne, but that was 1,000 AGL, not, 50,000 AGL inside a metal cocoon that might turn into a giant coffin." He chuckled at that. He's like, nah. Most of their weapons can't even punch through this thing. And if they can, all you gotta do is jump. I'm like, "Yeah, jump at 10,000 feet. Yeah, that's... Thanks for the vote of confidence." Schmuck. Each of them actually laughed at that. I could hear the comms with each of them. And we had our chance to go down. As the drops happened, I remember thinking, well, if I don't get back, I hope they actually return my men and the women. And Junior. Junior's here. I sure hope they make it home, even if I don't. The shaking of the pod is just horrible. Absolutely horrible. I swore it was like it was going to turn my lungs, my heart, my kidneys, and my liver into friggin' pudding, and it was going to go out my ass as soon as that chute opened up. And just, yeah, the opening shock is just as bad as airborne, if not a little bit worse. Oh man, if it wasn't for this suit, I'm sure it would have compressed my spine too. On the way down, I started thinking to myself, why am I doing this? I could be in my fighter. I could be strafe and run. I could just be launching missiles. Why? Why am I doing this? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, crap. 30 seconds. Oh, shit. Brace. Fuck. Prepare for the ouch. Thud. We hit and the doors just pop open and we jump out. And I suddenly realize why I'm doing this as I see a bunch of those freaking reptilian bastards, the same species as the mistress that had just simply used me as a pawn and thought I was nothing more than her little slave boy. Oh, now I remember why I came down. I looked at my weapon, made sure the safety was off, and my training. No matter how long ago it was, my training kicked in. And I pinged to the center of their city, and I immediately started making my way across. Along with everyone else, every part of their suit was designed as a weapon. Blades in the arms, extra magazines for the pulse weapons, if you needed it, an extra sidearm with a projectile into it, several other sidearms that were energy-based, jump jets, all sorts of weapons attached to your back that are linked up to your brain so that you don't even have to move too much. You could simply get a rocket to fire if you wanted. The small cannon on the side was an extra bonus that the new guys had thought up, and boy did it come into play. We started busting through the city, taking down any species we knew that was a dominant species. If we found a slave, we immediately pinged the area and called for a retrieval. And we found so many. The chitters were being used as shields. They used the chitters, actually holding them up as the chitters screamed in fear that they were going to be killed right then. And I felt bad, but they found out the hard way that we humans, you can't use a live shield. If we're going to kill you, we're going to freaking kill you. I felt really bad for that chitter and actually said the word sorry as I shot right through his body and right into that friggin' reptile holding him. As I watched the reptile scream in pain, I walked up to the chitter who was still thrashing about. It looked up at me. I grabbed it by the side of the head. Sorry, dude. Bang! Put one through his skull. I looked over at the lizard who was still clamoring for his weapon as he was holding on to his gut that was now full of holes. It reached up for what I thought was some sort of rifle. I stepped on his hand and I could hear an audible crunch as its claw was crushed underneath. It screamed and started slashing with its talons at my suit, realizing very quickly that his claws didn't go in. I looked up and just remembered thinking about the one that had killed the woman in front of me. And that was enough for me to raise my other boot and bring it down on his head and splatter his head across the entire ground. I looked up and I could see that I had an audience for this. Many of the lizards and also a couple avian species, along with, I think that was amphibian, but don't quote me on that. But the dominant species were actually scared shitless. They had just seen me tank a couple rounds, shoot through a living shield, and then instead of finishing them off by blasting them in the head, I had crushed it. They didn't even know who or what we were. All they knew is we had come to destroy them. We had come to free this planet. At one point, they tried to surrender. At least, the avians did. The avian species that was there was extremely colorful, but also very lean. When I mean lean, I mean very, very lean. If it wasn't for their plumage, they would be toothpicks. And they begged to be freed. They begged us not to kill them. Well, they had not been the one to savage most of my people. I couldn't bring myself to actually blow their heads off when they were simply part of a community that was doing this, but they had not, to my knowledge, done anything bad to humans. And then I saw a particular avian. I walked over to him, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up as he began to scratch at my arm trying to get the pressure off his neck, and I pulled him in real close. Well, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What do I do to harm you? What I do to harm you? What I do? I brought him in real close. And as his beak just barely touched the lens of my helmet, I depolarized it and looked him right in the eyes. You alive? You alive? I don't harm. I no harm you. I was not harm you. It just stuttered there as I repolarized the lens. I didn't even want to look at this thing. I wanted him to see the reflection of his own face as he was afraid. This thing believed that I was female and that he was simply going to take advantage of me. That he had paid to take advantage of a human female was enough for me to be beyond mad. I reached up, put my hand under my first hand, and I began to squeeze. This thing tried to squawk out but could no longer say anything as I ripped his head clean off his body. And then, without any sort of fanfare, dropped both the head and the body on opposite sides of me. And I looked around. I looked over at the other avians, and I swear a few of them shit their pants. They were gathered up. They were brought to one sector, one small area, which looked a lot like an arena, and they were held there. They were held there as they were interrogated. We wouldn't treat prisoners as poorly as you would think. They believed they would simply be brought into servitude. Some of them, I could even hear them saying how they expected to be collared soon. Yeah, we don't do that. They simply feared for what was coming next. But as they were gathered there, the other species that had fought us were simply eradicated from the face of that planet. They never understood humans or human rage, and humans' very, very strong appetite for revenge. Eventually, we got to the center. We found a huge, what we thought was a mountain, but then we looked and you could see that there were tunnels all around it. We had to clear these tunnels of whatever was in there to get to the queen, to free the queen. I was not the first one to get to the queen's chamber. By the time I got there, they had already reached the queen and freed her. The queen was just absolutely massive, easily 5 times the size of a commercial bus. Her bulbous body was obviously designed simply for producing eggs. It was not designed for anything else. I'm not sure if she could even move beyond this chamber, but the control collar that was around her neck, I looked, it was laying on the ground. The chains that held the few appendages she had, people were cutting off or ripping off. The sentries, the armed sentries that were around the egg chamber were completely dismantled. I got there and I looked up at her form and I tried not to vomit. This thing was so hideous to human eyes, I couldn't stand it. However, I looked over to the closest one in command. Captain. Yes, sir. He immediately came to attention. Relax, Captain, we're in the field. Tell me something. Have you contacted command yet? I had to send a runner, sir. We can't actually get our comms through all this shit. And he's pointing to the sky. All right. How long is your runner gonna... Sir, I got him. With that, I turned and looked, and sure enough, here came their runner. The commander actually looked over and got everything from him. They had to actually run an old cable through, just enough so they can get communications. Eventually, they got video confirmation that the queen had been freed. The planet was now free of those who would put the entire species of chitters into servitude. I looked up to the queen as the captain was contacting command to have them bring down all the chitters, to bring them straight to the queen so they could see that she was safe. I looked up at her. So, now that you're free, what can we expect from you? She looked at me slightly confused, at least I think. Her bug head kind of twitched its upper antennae. Her forward two were the most active, but the four towards the back not as much. I guess this was supposed to be their version of expressive, but I really couldn't tell what she was doing. She seemed to cock her head a little bit, and then finally respond. We live peace, home free, no other, us here. The translator did its best to figure out her speech, but it seemed she hadn't spoken in a long time. The chitters, even though they speak incredibly fast, at least the drones do, it seems as though the queen has not spoken to anyone in a very long time. And it was very obvious that she was elated, as I had to move out of the way as the chitters on all 12 of their legs scurried in to see the queen, screaming, "Queen, queen, 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 queen," all of them in this insanely high pitch to the point where I actually had to turn off the audio in my helmet. It was painful to hear them. It was also causing, surprising, a whole lot of feedback to happen. I was like, ow, 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 ow. and yet they all came around, and she was simply moving her arms, well, I should say appendages, in the way that a mother would when greeting her children. It was kind of wholesome, if not kind of disgusting to look at. With that, the command had finally come down. I was on my way out as they were verifying that she would accept our presence around her planet, but not on her planet. We offered to make sure that there were plenty of flora and fauna still around so that they had enough to eat. Although the amount of bodies that were around were going to be enough to feed her and her brood for quite a long time. She immediately sent drones out to collect the bodies and to make sure they were preserved so they could eat them later. The whole process was basically like a giant ant slash spider slash termite mound. It was very, very odd to see. However, it was nice to know that we had finally freed them from their oppressors, and as I looked up to the sky, I could see the ships beginning to make their moves as they deployed defense satellites all around. We had come prepared. The same grid that was around Earth was now around their planet. The Queen would be instructed that if the satellites were to fail, she would be on her own, but we did leave them with many weapons to protect themselves. The chitters that we had been working with had learned how to use these weapons, although we had to design them slightly different so that they could actually use them. If, case in point, if a chitter decided to use a shotgun, the chitter would be missing its own limbs. The recoil is enough to almost rip them off. It would definitely crack the carapace just from the buttstock smashing into their quote-unquote shoulder. That being said, the energy weapons don't have a kick. The Queen, I was told, was very, very happy with us as we simply bid her adieu, and we left. And why did we leave after setting all this up? Well, we had another planet to take care of. Now that the planet that the chitters come from has been secured, their queen freed, and security left in place in the form of the defense satellites, it's time for us to move on to free our other friends. My crew was all aflutter as they seemed to realize very quickly that the next stop was going to be their home. Sort of. You see, it was 4 jumps away, 4 entire sectors. This would take us a long time to traverse across, and very high chance at this point that somebody had sent out some sort of distress call that we didn't pick up. As good as our technology is, you never know, and we were not taking any chances. We coordinated with all the main battleships so that we could all jump simultaneously without crashing into each other. This would cause us to look similar to a very, very large mass of asteroids. Not very close to each other, but just in case you're off, because let's face it, during a jump, if you're off by even a couple of mils, or God help you, degrees, you could end up jumping right into another ship, literally forming molecule by molecule inside each other within less than a second. If that happens, well, only one thing happens after that. Boom. Critical mass is a bitch at that point. And God help you if your gravity motors coalesce with each other at that point. If you're really unlucky, you'll cause a micro black hole and you'll suck the whole fleet into it. So we had to be very, very, very careful. The calculations took several hours for us to receive to make sure everybody was in the right spot. I had all my fighters locked in, everyone was locked down. The Corvette was lined up and ready to go, and off we went. 1 jump, waiting a few hours. 2nd jump, had to wait for everything to cool off. 3rd jump, okay, where is everybody? We should have come across somebody at this point. But the next jump we know is active. The Zels, for their small size, are surprisingly prized. just because they can get in and out of different areas, and they're smart enough to not break things that aren't meant to be broken. Also, they turned out to be a hell of a lot smarter than people give them credit for. In fact, their problem-solving abilities, I would say, are pretty close to ours. The difference of maybe a teenager compared to a 50 or 60-year-old. The difference being minute, really. Though they still talked in a way that was very similar to that of a teenager, in that they used a lot of slang and kind of strange terms. They would always come up with new stuff. It was kind of funny at first, but got old really, really, really fast. As I told them to brace for the next jump, they all strapped in, all giddy. Even Junior was all sorts of happy, so much so I swear I thought I saw him pee himself a little bit. But I didn't have time to worry as the countdown came. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, jump. And when we jumped, what we saw in front of us was enough to make my heart drop out of my ass. Their entire planet was just covered in ships. They were everywhere. My sensors couldn't even pick them all up. But that wasn't even the worst part. It wasn't just one planet, it was several. At least 2 other planets had already been colonized by we had no idea what. We were too far out. We were around their 7th planet, just waiting to see what was going to be there. Only an idiot jumps in that close to someone's home system, not knowing what type of enemy is going to be there. So we always jump to the edge of their system, just in case. This became common practice for most. However, if you're trying to do an invasion, you usually just go in guns blazing. But the last thing we wanted to do was actually destroy ships that had our friends on them. And boy howdy, did we get ready. Our fleet immediately mobilized, turned towards their home planet, and went full burn straight towards them. It would only take us about 4 hours to get there. During that time, my crew checked, double-checked, triple-checked, quadruple-checked everything. Every single system was brought online that needed, and anything not needed was shut down. We knew this could get ugly real fast. And unfortunately, we were right. As our fleet approached, we were inundated by several hailing frequencies, claiming in many different languages that we are trespassing. Who are you? What are you doing here? Just anything that came through, many of which were their own versions of cursing. Although, in all honesty, once it was translated to English, was honestly hilarious. But then again, you can do the same thing with a lot of different languages here on Earth. What's going to happen when you actually translate it directly? It sounds goofy as all hell. But we didn't have time to really laugh about it. We simply primed our weapons and continued to move in. The fleets that were around the planet just seemed to almost take a nonchalant look to us, because it wasn't until we got at least one planet's atmosphere away that we realized they didn't see us as a threat. And all I could think of, you got a half a dozen massive dreadnoughts here with their main weapons pointed directly at you. You got several battleships floating around. You got destroyers, frigates, patrol craft, corvettes, you name it. And it was pretty obvious that we had primed all our weapon systems. And they're just going to sit there? Boy, the universe is weird. Eventually, the fleet command sent out a message in every single language at the same time, except for human. This was a way, I'm sure, just to throw them off to make sure they didn't realize it was us. We didn't need a bigger target on our face. The message was simply, surrender. Run, and we will kill you. You will no longer take the natives of this planet as your slaves. Power down or fight. In other words, power down or die. Boy, that guy was straight to the point. Very straight to the point. I heard the whole thing in English, and ooh boy, the sheer anger he had in his voice eclipsed my own as I told my crew to man the guns. They all scurried up into their turrets and got ready. I locked on with all mine as well, and we continued to move in. It would take us only about 30 minutes to reach our target world as it was coming into our sector. A lot of people forget that planets move, and if we're moving in one direction and their planet is moving towards us, it moves a hell of a lot faster than you realize. Soon I could see the planet way off in the distance. I didn't need sensors anymore. But I also turned on the stealth rig. What they had not known for the longest time is that we had been working on stealth. Without stealth, fighters in space don't work well. Ever. But you can stealth rig anything up to about the size of a frigate. Anything bigger than that just puts off too much reflective material no matter what you circle it with. It's going to have a heat corona that you can't hide. It just happens that way. With all the electronics and warm bodies inside, you just can't hide that. It's just there. Which we never told the aliens. That's why we could target their battleships so easily. Our weapons immediately would cycle through, lock on the largest target, and end them. As we got close, we could see that multiple fleets were consistent of the Ks, the Joran, which we just called the Zhen. I'm like, okay, whatever. I didn't come up with a name, people. There was also the Korak, which was a new species to us. I barely remember seeing one. However, when I saw the type of species as I searched through the database, my blood ran cold. As I looked over, I could see that there were two of the same creatures that we had saved from them. These demon-looking creatures, and yes, they did look demonic, were still on my ship. I looked over at them and realized that they were scared. As soon as they heard that name, it frightened them to the core. In fact, one curled up into a ball as she curled her arms around her knees, the same way any young girl would do when she's afraid. Oh, now I'm pissed. Did they hurt children? Did they... Okay, I need to just keep that temper down for a little while longer. I looked over at my XO, and I simply stated, "Take the helm, I'm going out." He looked at me, and I swear that toothy grin wrapped halfway around his frickin' head as he realized he would have a chance to bring all sorts of holy hell to those who had subjugated his planet and taken his people. I got into my fighter, and it was a very silent release into the blackness. I was able to rotate just in time to see the cargo bay doors shut behind me as I began to accelerate. I had already flipped on the stealth system, and as I looked around, I could see the IFF codes coming from all the other fighters. Everything was a closed circuit, so there's no way the enemy could actually lock onto it. And we began to continue our way, but this time we had a hell of a lot more guns ready. I primed everything, and it was about that time that the groups that were around that planet realized that we were coming in and we were not taking any prisoners. Apparently, they thought what we had said before was a bluff. Oh no, it was no bluff. Eventually, we saw that they had their own destroyers. Several of the original K destroyers were there. There was also ones I had only seen one other time. The Kagarin? Kagarin? You know what? Fuck it. It's not the K's. It starts with a C, but whatever. I had only seen them one other time as well. Their sector, their home sector, that is a long way off. What the hell they're doing over here, I don't know. Probably looking for more slaves. But you know what? Now was not the time. Eventually, we got a few more responses from what the fleet commander had sent. Most of these responses were simple I guess you could say, bite me. They didn't think we would actually fire first, as they realized their own fleets, if they realized who we were, would simply come down on us like the hammer of all sorts of angry gods to come at us. They believed they were protected. They believed that they did not have to listen, and as we saw several of the ships begin to go away, breaking the gravity well and start blinking out as they jumped to FTL speed, all I heard from the fleet command was, "They're running. All ships. Weapons free." And with that, every single ship in the fleet accelerated right up to its maximum level, and they began charging the lines. I'm sure it was a surprise to many of those on that planet and above it when they saw that our battleships and our dreadnoughts were a hell of a lot faster. In fact, this fighter craft needs an upgrade because I was actually having trouble keeping up with them. And because of that, we all came into weapons range, or I should say effective weapons range. If you know anything about space, you know it takes time for a shot to land, which means someone can dodge. Once they're within effective weapons range, there's no way they're going to miss. They're going to hit something. And with that, the main guns began to fire. They immediately targeted most of the engines, trying to stop these ships from leaving. Most of the ships realized they were under attack and began to flee as best they could. I simply keyed the comms. "This is Piranha 6 Actual. Fighters, try to take him down without killing him. We don't know who's inside. Aside from that, happy hunting." And with that, I launched the throttle and hit the accelerating boost, which is a type of, I don't want to say turbo boost, because that's from a show that most people don't remember even before the war happens. But I guess you could say an afterburner in space. With that, the G-forces that push against you are really, really bad. But at that point, I didn't care. Getting within weapons range myself and my main guns, I could see several of the larger ships begin to fire at the fleet. Most of their destroyers had come around the side of the planet and began to fire pot shots towards our folks. But they did not care. We sent up interceptors, decoys, and all sorts of flak and anything else. It was difficult for anybody in a fighter to actually make a headlong shot towards the line without getting clipped by our own people. So of course we had to duck far around to the outside to try and make our way in. But because of that, we were able to catch many of the ships as they tried to make their way outside the gravity well. I came up close and got just outside of visual range. Using my sensors, I locked onto the engine. I also did a scan. This sucker was loaded with biological material, i.e., there was a lot of personnel on board. So I had to make this count. I held my fire as best I could as I ducked and bobbed and weaved as I got closer, dodging not only fire from the enemy but also from my own side. As I locked in, I found their engines. Their engines were very small for a ship that size. I pinged the ship and I got on the comms and said, "This is Piranha 6 Actual. If you're willing to come and help me, I'm taking this one down. It's loaded. Over." And with that, I just heard several pings over my comms. Confirmation that I had assistance on the way. Checking the radar, I realized they were right behind me. I locked in on the engine compartment just as their point defense systems turned to lock onto me because I was just within range, but they didn't have time. I fired and hit the engine compartment. The engine burst with a magnetic force. It's a strange rainbowish color that bursts out whenever the engines are hit. Different frequencies of different engines and particles started spewing out, which made for something quite pretty to look at, but I didn't have time to even consider it. I let my fighter drift by, taking a few more shots into the engine until I realized that she was dead in space. Then I immediately got up close, ended up right next to one of the hatches, shot off a couple of their point defense cannons as I docked with the ship. I locked it on to my dorsal hull, and it began to cut its way through. This was the standard to getting in. I made sure that there was a pure seal because I did not discharge any of my atmosphere. I made sure that I had all the atmosphere I needed. Normally, decompression is needed when doing this because you don't know what's on the other side, but the last thing I needed was the pressure from the other side to knock me on my ass as I was trying to make my way in. Thankfully, as soon as I got the buzz that it through, I ran up, hit my shoulder into it, and immediately the plating fell off. And then I was inside. As I rushed inside, I could see that there were dozens, if not hundreds, of slaves, all of them with collars. It wasn't just Zell either. It was so many. The demon type kids. Seriously, what are these things? We're going to find out once we get back to Earth. But it wasn't them. There were more even chitters on board. There was all sorts of different ones. There was a strange type of almost octopus looking thing that was there almost sliming on the ground. The gravity that was on these ships must have been way too much for it. As I looked over and saw the different collars, I knew that I had entered the slave compartment and I wanted some blood for these folks. As they shied away from me, as I was in full battle armor, they didn't know who or what I was. I simply walked up to one of them. This male Zell stood in front of, I'm guessing, its mate. Its mate holding several young ones. Some of them didn't even look like they were more than a few days old. As it held its arms up in the standard way to block anything from happening to its kin, it kind of shied its head away, waiting for the impact. I reached over. Slowly with one hand, I grabbed the side of the collar, and with the other hand, I slowly grabbed the other side. And then violently, I ripped it in half and threw it on the ground. The Zell just stopped, opened its eyes, looked at me, and then put its hand up on its neck, caressing it a little, couldn't believe what had just happened. I pulled a tool from my belt and reached up, grabbed his hand, and put the tool in there. I then moved his hand over to his mate, and I showed him how the tool will actually break the control collar that was around their neck. It was a simple flick of the wrist, almost, but you had to make sure it was in the right spot, and the control collar would short out and fall off. And then it looked at me as soon as its mate was free, and again it smiled. I raised back up to my feet, reached over, grabbed my weapon, and went towards the door. By this time, I could see on my IFF code radar that several others had made it into the ship. I keyed in. It's Piranha 6 Actual. Anyone on this ship with me? Be careful, this thing is loaded to the gills with slaves, and I want them alive. Understood. Several pings came across the board. I reached over to the control panel, but the damn thing wouldn't open. Not surprising. So I simply shot it. And then I reached up, grabbed one of the tools I had, and began to slice open the door itself. I cut down the seam of the door right down the side. This bulkhead door was surprisingly tough, but I didn't have time to worry about it. As soon as I got enough cut, I backed up, crashed my shoulder into it, and it gave way just enough where I could get my hands through. And using the power of the exosuit and myself, I began to rip the door off. As I did, I could see on the other side the slaver crew. "You avian bastards," was the only thing that came out of my mouth. They all held weapons and pointed them at me, but they were shaking. This thing they were looking at, this thing that was in a full exosuit, had just ripped a bulkhead door open with its bare hands. They kind of looked at the weapons they were holding and were just like, oh crap, will this even work? And just as I started to step through, they began to fire. Out of sheer panic, they started blasting towards me. My exosuit deflecting most of the energy blast, but I realized it would only take so many before it started to fry some of the electronics inside, and eventually it would get to me. So I rushed them, crashed into them, and slammed them against the other wall, one cracking its ribs right up against the side as he coughed up blood and just slumped over. The other one I caught in the neck, and with a satisfying crunch, he was done before he even realized what was happening. I turned and looked, and there were several others down the hallway. And as I ran towards them, they began to fire. I keyed the shield on my arm, raised it up, an energy shield went up. It won't stop ballistics, but it sure will deflect the crap out of these energy blasts they use. They seemed to realize that they were completely useless, and one of them decided to grab their weapon and try to use it almost as a spear as they lunged towards me. I simply used my arm and batted him off to the side. I could hear arms and legs crack as they hit the wall, and then I crashed into the group, just reaching and tearing. I had had enough of these fucking birds. You damn birds. That's all. You damn birds. But as they began to jump on me, my exosuit started to reach its limit on its weight, and I was down to one knee. And that's when I said, I got it. And then crash is all I heard. Suddenly, there was no weight on top of me. I raised myself up and looked and realized that one of the others had come up behind me, saw that I was in trouble, and did a flying tackle, catching all the birds that were trying to push me down. He was climbing to his feet in a pile of blood, feathers, puke, and shit. I looked up, just gave him a thumbs up, grabbed my own weapon, and continued. If this is the way it's going to go, we're taking the bridge now. God help us what's going to happen there. And both of us charged through. As we did, I could see on my IFF radar that we had friendlies coming down the hallway. I knew they were right behind us. I couldn't see behind because that's not what this suit allows you to do. Nor did I really care. Both of us ran up, smashed into the door, and with a sudden stop, we realized that we had just bent the bulkhead door, but it had stopped us. These guys were learning. These things weren't as cheaply made as they were before. So each of us just looked at each other. We reached our monomolecular cutters and simultaneously reached up to the top of the door, shoved them in, and I went down the right side, he went down the left, both of us holding both hands to pull the monomolecular cutter down as it slowly cut away at the bulkhead door. I can only imagine what they were thinking on the other side. As we got towards the bottom, I saw a third one of the humans that was with me jump up with his own. Where we had started, he had jabbed right in the center and started pulling it straight down the center of the door. Now there were 3 of them cutting through this thing like a knife through hard cheese. And just as we finished, we looked over, and I turned and I saw 2 more humans. I couldn't see their faces through their masks, but I could tell by their stance they were ready to get this over with. I stepped away, and those 2 simply rushed forward and slammed into the doors, both falling forward as the metal got in their way, both rolling to their feet as the other 3 of us rushed in, and we could see that the captain was there behind some sort of large energy weapon. I ducked off to the side as he fired, and it fired all the way down the hallway. Good thing, too. Something that strong might actually get through our suits. But before he had a chance to adjust fire, one of the other guys pulled his weapon and fired right through. I didn't have time to say no as the projectile not only went through the bird's skull, but clean through the hull to the outside. Oh, wonderful, you dumbass. As we saw that the air was leaking out exceptionally quick from this hole, well, we only had one choice. We grabbed the nearest whatever we could and slammed it up against the hole to slow it down as much as we could. We didn't have anything on us, at least I didn't, to seal the hole, but thankfully somebody else came prepared. They put sealant gel around it and made it airtight again, but we realized that they had lost a lot of air pressure and a lot of their oxygen levels very, very quickly. Now we didn't have time to slowly help these folks out. Immediately, I started screaming, "Find the control collars! Find the control collar panel! Where is it?" "It's over here, sir. We got it." And with that, I actually saw him shut it down. And with that, I could hear in the background small click, click, clicks as all the control collars that had not already been taken off simply disengaged and fell off the slaves. I turned to everyone and said, "Well, this bucket of bolts ain't worth nothing anymore. Grab who you can. Head back to the fleet." "Yes, sir," was all they got. And they knew who I was, as I had made sure my rank was stenciled onto this suit, along with my call sign. With that, everyone ran back down the hallway to their individual levels, opening up every single doorway they could, and we motioned for the slaves to follow us. I looked at how many there were, and I had to call in, This is Piranha 6. We need recovery vehicles here now. Any recovery vessels in this area pinging my location. Bing. I waited a few moments. This is Recovery 419. We're on our way. ETA, 2 minutes. Roger 419, be advised. We have lost pressure. It's being held by sealant gel right now. We don't have much time. Get it here quick. Roger, Piranha 6. We're having a little trouble out here, though. What? Immediately, I ran towards my ship so I could get a good look at what the hell was going on, and sure enough, these guys had brought in reinforcements. I was actually amazed at this. I didn't think they would protect a planet this, what we thought, insignificant. The Zels don't breed that fast. Why would they give a shit about this planet so much? Why? But it didn't matter. At this point, now, it was time to show them our true mettle. As I felt the recovery ship dock with us, we could see that they had docked onto one of the cargo bays. Thankfully, the recovery ships were designed specifically so that they could open up those cargo bays and get everyone out. As soon as we realized which cargo bay it was, we ushered everyone out as fast as we could. And we're trying to say hurry, 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 but our translator just kept putting it out in different languages. Then, considering how many different slaves there were, it didn't matter. But they got the idea. As soon as they were inside the recovery ship, we double-checked to make sure that it was clear. I got the clear, clear, clear. Good. Evac, get out of here. I don't care if you depressurize this fucking ship. Just get out of here. Recovery 419, you are clear. Disengage and get back behind the lines. Roger, Piranha 6. With that, we felt the ship disengage. It was a violent jerk that sent us off to the side, and then on top of that was the sudden burst of loss of decompression as the ship decoupled. The whole cargo bay was open, and now we had a pretty strong breeze trying to hold us back. Good thing for the exosuits, or we'd really be screwed. I ran back to the ship once I could, got into mine, and then immediately got running. I disengaged and started doing strafing runs on the nearest enemy ship I could find. Fortunately for us, and unfortunately for them, I still had a full load of torpedoes, and it wasn't 30 seconds later when an enemy battleship jumped in, couldn't have been 50 meters from my freaking face. The amount of maneuvers I had to do turned my insides almost into salsa as I had to move, bob, and weave as this thing was so large it was right there. I had to disengage the safeties on the torpedoes, face the ship, immediately do a retro rocket away just far enough where I wouldn't get caught up in the blast. And I just remember saying, well, your timing sucks, and fired every single one of my torpedoes at point blank range. I don't even think they realized my ship was there as the torpedo sunk deep into its hull. I could see its turrets start to fire at our fleet as the torpedoes began to explode in size, causing secondary and tertiary explosions. The hull began to blow out from one side to the other, from their starboard to their dorsal side. And I just watched the fireworks for a moment. Then I realized, wait a minute, I'm still in a goddamn firefight. With that, I immediately turned and I locked on to any enemy drone I could and fired every single missile. We had to take them out as fast as possible, but once a missile at that range has you locked in, I don't care if it's a drone, you're done. They didn't understand chaff, they didn't understand decoys. They just wanted to hit you with as many as possible. So at least one would get through. I guess that was their idea. Strength through numbers, right? Yeah, no. With that, I spun around to look at the alien battleship. It was still spinning out of control. Apparently, something had happened. It wasn't able to fire any type of stabilizers. I could almost see inside one of the portholes as something smashed up against it and the splat of blood against the side. Ugh. Inertia's a bitch, man. is all I thought to myself as I cranked my ship to the another side and began to turn and bob and weave, looking for any other targets of opportunity. There was only one more, and it was a destroyer trying to push its way away from the line, fully retrograding while keeping its main guns pointed at our fleet. I looked at our fleet, and they did not get away unscathed by any stretch of the imagination. Some of them had huge burn marks, others of them, unfortunately, had been eviscerated. So I was like, okay, motherfucker, my turn. I pinged it and got in the radio and keyed saying, "This is Piranha 6 Actual. Anyone want to help me take this fish apart?" I didn't even need the pings to realize, as I saw many of them, not only on my radar, but visually I could see them, as we bobbed and weaved around their point defense systems and began to strafe with every single energy weapons we had left. The solid lasers, the pulse lasers, it didn't matter. Some of these guys had retrofit their ships to have an extremely strong short-range energy beam that seemed to just carve into this ship. One of these, I swear that may be a good idea against large targets, but against small targets they're going to have a lot of problems. But it didn't matter. I smiled as this guy got in perfect firing position and fired from stem to stern that energy blast, and I know, because I know the layouts, it not only pierced the bridge, but it got their citadel as well. Yes, they have a citadel, a battle bridge. Immediately, it went adrift, and the battle did not last much longer. Most fights in space don't last long unless there's massive amounts of reinforcements. What we had known when we started to take these ships was that they had already sent a distress call to any nearby fleets. Well, this was going to get very, very interesting, because now we had space superiority. But now what do? You can't just fire down on the planet. You're trying to save these people, not destroy their world with them on it. So what do you do next? The answer to that is surprisingly simple. I looked around at my weapons locker, realizing that I hadn't used up much of any ordnance at all so far. Except for, of course, my torpedoes and missiles, which were completely dry at this point. I realized it's time to go to the surface, and we're going to show them how humans play hide-and-go-seek. With space superiority achieved, it was time to do things a little more personal. That is, as soon as everyone reloaded and rearmed, I immediately flew my ship back and got the refugees from my ship offloaded to any recovery vessel I could. Then I went back to my Corvette. Thankfully, my crew was there, ready to reload and rearm, but they wanted a piece of the action, which I understood fully. And I had prepared for this. In fact, we had been training for the past several years. I had made sure they all had their own version of gear, their own flick, if you will. We had to limit what we had to give them when it came to exosuits, as that was completely human technology we didn't want slipping in anyone's hands for any reason. But they would have their body armor, they would have their own optics, they would have their own weapon, and they would have, of course, a few explosives. Though they didn't throw, they called them death orbs, I find that funny, but they don't throw grenades very well. We made sure they had something close to it. Usually they just supplemented with flashbang grenades, because throwing a cylinder for them was a whole lot easier than throwing a ball. It's just part of their genetics, I guess. That being said, once we were ready to rock and roll, I sent my signal up to Fleet Command. We were slowly, very slowly, drifting towards the planet. We weren't sure what they had for ground-based weapons, and if they had anything compared to what we had, we did not want to get our big ships very close. On Earth, we had some ground-based space assault weapons. They are basically giant cannons that use the magnetic power of the planet to actually fire. It's kind of freaky how the engineers, I swear, evil geniuses. Yikes, these guys, I swear. All in all, we were ready to rock and roll. I told my crew that they could take the other ships, but they would have to actually land and keep at least one person on board. They wouldn't be able to jump down. I got a hold of Fleet Command and I asked them, in fact, begged them to be on the first wave of pods going down. No go, they were full. What about the second wave? Nope. Third? At that point, the commander actually got annoyed with me. Sir, we will not allow you to go down the first group, or the second, or the third. We are completely locked up, and you know as well as I do, we do not just shove somebody off of the pod just because some officer thinks it'd be a good idea to have a mustard stain. For those that don't know, the mustard stain says you jumped into combat. I remember back when I was a kid hearing about how some officers had done this back a long time ago before we were taken into space, and it annoyed the hell out of me. Once this became common knowledge, it also became common that you would never, ever do something like that. Later on, I got into my ship. I didn't have any gunners. I didn't have any crew. I had to do everything myself. The turrets themselves can be automated by me, but I wouldn't be able to focus on everything at once as well as I could focusing on 2 or 3 items. The human brain still has limits, although it wouldn't be too hard for me to operate the turret systems. But once we were in a terrestrial battlefield, the turrets are almost completely useless until you get to air-to-ground combat. Once they're there, then the turrets become very, very effective. But fighting your way through the atmosphere, not so much. I called in. It's Piranha 6 Actual. I'll take point. Heading down to the planet. Key in my location. All Piranha units. Fall in with me. Spindle formation. Prepare to break atmosphere in 10, 9, 8. I didn't have to count anymore after that, as everyone was already lining up behind me. I could see in my own sensor array that everyone was falling into perfect formation, and we were beginning to lock our systems together. With this, we not only used ourselves, but we used a little bit of AI that we had been using to make sure that we didn't duplicate or triple up on any potential targets. And a good thing too, because as soon as we broke the atmosphere, we saw all sorts of fun coming up to play with us. Any terrestrial aircraft capable of fighting was in the air, and they just turned their noses towards us. They must have known exactly where we were coming in because there were just so many. I called in, this Piranha 6, everyone link in. I say again, link in targeting systems, prepare for volley. And with that, every single system began to link together. When running through your own head through the implant, this is actually very, very painful, as everyone's trying to be the dominant personality and the not dominant personality at the same time. Will tear you apart if you're linked in for too long. Thankfully, you only have to be linked in for about 20 seconds. Usually it's less than that, and you can handle the pain after that. Everyone, prepare for volley. Safety's off. Firing volley in 3, 2, 1. Fox 3, Fox 3, Fox 3. All missiles away. And with that, every single missile on every single pylon or dropping out of every single ship began to fire. They began tracking every single one of the aircraft that was coming up. It didn't matter if it was anti-gravity, rotor wing, fixed wing. I don't care if it was somebody just flipping a PT belt over their head and trying to act like a whirlybird. They were locked onto. And we saw an unbelievable amount of explosions. It looked like a fireworks display as all these ships began to blow apart. Some of them just grazed as they slowly made their way down, ejecting the crew on the way down. Surprisingly, they had their own version of parachutes, which made sense, of course. Other ones were direct hits. Other ones tried to use some sort of decoys, maybe a flare or two, because, of course, you can use that inside an atmosphere, and it'll actually work. And all in all, when the calculations came in, and I screamed out, "Targets destroyed, detach." I say again, detach, sync. Unsync with everyone. Detach now. And with that, everyone broke away, so I'm sure everyone at that point was trying to shake off the pain going through their skulls. And we sat there and watched as all these planes just exploded in a strange ripple as they seemed to hit from the center and work their way out, farther and farther out. Some of them blowing up into big balls, other ones just becoming a piece of smoke in the atmosphere. Some trying to get away and then taking a missile right up the butt. And with air superiority achieved at that point, I simply gave the call. Everyone's got the coordinates. It's Piranha 6. The word is given. Weapons free. I say again, weapons free. And with that, everyone cranked their engines up. Everybody wanted to be down there and make their first strafing run before the pods came in. The weapons free call was not just for us. It was for the ships in orbit to release the pods, and the pods move a hell of a lot faster than we do, especially coming down. That is, until they launch their chutes, and then they slow down a lot. Our job was to make sure that the gunners were busy targeting us and not targeting the pods. The pods had to reach the surface. As I got close, I could see many groups being led this way and that, some hiding in plain sight, but I wanted to focus on mainly just the guns. Everyone knew you had to focus on what was firing at you because we did not want to take out the Zells. We were here to liberate them, not to kill them. And with that, I came down low and I actually strafed between buildings, cutting down towards what they consider a main road, hitting my afterburners and throwing myself back into the seat, just about feeling my heart crush against my spine as I'm up 2Gs, 3Gs, 4Gs, 5Gs. Holy crap! As I'm just trying to cause a blast wave down the road, pulling the stick back as hard as I can, as well as giving the order through my command implant. I raised the nose up straight, and the afterburner did exactly what it was supposed to do, and it sent a boom and shook the living crap out of the buildings. Everyone inside, either the building fell down or they lost their footing, or in some cases, both. Either way, that area, at least for the next 10 to 20 seconds, would not be firing at our pods. And as my nose went up and the G-forces were pushing, I turned my head ever so slightly, and I could see the pods coming to the ground. And as I eased off the throttle just a little, I said to myself, all right, boys, go get them. And as I was going, I had to make sure I looked forward because other pods were coming my way, ducking and weaving just a little bit not to hit them as they just whipping past me. Then, of course, I killed the throttle, took a deep breath as I could finally breathe again, and let myself drift back down, tilting the nose of my ship back towards the bottom. I wanted to see how my crew was doing in the other fighters, so I keyed in on their position. Those sneaky little shits, I swear, they're just as mean as us, I guess. They hadn't just strafed. They had strafed, used the ship in a hover configuration, just a blast in every single different direction with the main guns, launching torpedoes into whatever in the hell I guess they wanted to because they were out of missiles. And the turrets were just going absolutely crazy, blasting this way and that at any species that wasn't their own. Anybody that ran for cover immediately got a turret in the face. Oh, you sneaky shits. I got on the radio. Hey, either land it or fly it. Don't sit there. You're gonna get... Unfortunately, before I had a chance to say anything, they took a hit right to the port engine. The ventral port engine just started smoking, and they started going out of control. And all I could say is, land it, land it, land it, land it, land it. And with that, he shut down the anti-grav motors. The ship dropped the 15 to 20 feet to the ground and landed with a giant thud. I'm sure the ventral motors were crushed at that point, but it's pretty clear that the entire ship was still basically intact. How could I tell? The turrets were still blasting away, just any which way from that. I tried to get close to try and see what was going on, but unfortunately I was catching way too much flack on my end. Thankfully, the fighters were doing exactly what they were supposed to do and start take out more and more of their planetary defenses. Unfortunately for us, that first wave we hit was just the beginning. They got more into space. Why were they defending this planet so much? We didn't have half of this problem when we went to the Chitter's planet. Why are they defending this one so much? You know what? At this point, I don't care. I'm just going to take out as many of these shit stains as possible. That's when we saw something I really, 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 really didn't want to see. Those sneaky bastards. They brought in their destroyers. They brought them in an FTL inside the atmosphere. The resulting burst of energy was a result of this huge mass coming in at almost light speed and then almost slamming to a stop inside the atmosphere, forcing all of the atmosphere to push away in its own almost sonic boom. The shockwave itself sent me flying like crazy. I even had to just hold the stick and use my implant to make sure I would not crash into the ground. Unfortunately, I was one of the lucky ones. Many of our own ships went tumbling, and when they went tumbling, they ended up crashing into buildings in between wherever in the hell they were being sent towards. And that damn ship. Oh, I was actually pissed at this point. But you know what? Guess who has torpedoes? I simply got on the radio. This is Piranha 6 Actual. If you have torpedoes, use them. And with that, from every single direction, it didn't matter what this destroyer did as its turrets began to spin all the way around and try to blast at us with their main guns. I bobbed and weaved just a little bit, lined up my shot, and launched all 4 torpedoes into its bow. I happened to be towards its front, and I was down low too. I knew usually towards the ventral side. It's a little squishier, but not always. And to my luck, and unfortunately, not theirs, my torpedoes, all of them landed. But it wasn't just mine. They realized really quick that this was the moment they fucked up. Because they got hit with so many torpedoes, that destroyer turned into a piñata. It exploded right above the city, just inside the skyline. And it just went everywhere. And I cringed. My heart suddenly stopped as I realized that part of the debris is going to land on my cruise fighter. I immediately banked over to look and took a deep sigh of relief as I realized that the main portions that had come down had not hit the ship directly. However, part of it had been crushed. And as I came by, I zoomed in and looked, and sure enough, they had opened one of the hatches and they were climbing out. And as they climbed out, they took their weapons and they took the fight to those on the ground. I stayed well above the skyline at that point. We had more fighters to take care of. I was out of missiles, out of torpedoes, and my guns were the only thing I had. Unfortunately, we had a lot of missiles coming in. These guys were no joke at all. At least 5 different species of ships coming in, all of them with different tactics. Some of them would just be loaded for bear with missiles, other of them just covered in direct fire guns. And I'm just like, okay, this'll be not fun. And with that, I just realized it's time for a furball. And it was moving, ducking, banking, cranking this ship as hard as it would go, pushing it right to its absolute limit and pushing myself as well. I might be in this exosuit, but G-forces are G-forces, especially inside an atmosphere. I could actually feel bile and blood coming up my throat at one point. As I cranked as hard as I could, I took a little look and I pushed myself all the way to 7 Gs. Oh crap, too much more and I am going to be dog food. Coming back around, thankfully, I ended up right next to my target. As he flew right in front of me, I let go of the pulse weapons, and they cut into his ship. For his luck, though, I only caught part of him, and it was enough for them to eject, but his aircraft went tumbling down into the edges of the city. Again, back and forth. Thankfully, we had space superiority. They couldn't hide up in space, but guess what? We could. If things got really bad and we couldn't shake somebody off our tail, we had 2 choices. Either we could dive really, really fast, and if they tried to follow us, we had our anti-grav motors that we could actually stay off the ground with. And if they were simply a terrestrial fighter, they may or may not have the ability to pull up in time. or we simply pointed our nose to the sky, cranked the throttle, and got out of Dodge City. And at that point it was. For the next 3 hours, that battle raged. But eventually, those that had held the Zells faded away. There was nothing that they could do, not in the skies. On the ground, I could hear all the comms traffic as they started screaming where they needed reinforcements, where they needed a strafing run, calling in any type of fire mission, but we didn't have any artillery on the ground yet, and we weren't firing from our ships, these morons. I don't care what type of code you put behind it. I don't care if you're the general's son. I don't care if you're the general's daughter. I don't care if you're the general yourself. We're not firing from our ships down onto the planet. Not on a friendly planet. No frickin' way. So it was up to us who were flying around, ducking and weaving, to make our way across and to take out the enemy resistance from the air, which is a lot harder when you're moving at the speed of Mach fuck. We are not low and slow fighters, these things. Though they had anti-grav motors and we could hover, hovering in a combat zone is just a very, very quick way to end up dead. However, towards the end of that 3 hours, we heard a call on the radio that made us all smile and cheer. The call was, Dust 1 recovered. I say again, Dust 1 has been recovered. Correction. 5 Dust 1s have been recovered. Moving to recovery vehicle. Request immediate recovery at grid. We knew exactly what this means. Dust 1 was one of our people that had been taken. A human that had been a slave. We had found out where a few of them had been taken. They weren't on the Chitters planet for some reason, but they were here. I wouldn't find out till later that they were using them as nursemaids and as security. But aside from that, they weren't used for much. We also learned that there was a horrible truth about what had happened to the rest of them. But that would be another time. For now, we have a battle to win. Eventually, I would have to leave the skies as I was completely out of ordnance, and the energy weapons had been run to the point where they either needed to cool or they would explode. So I went back up to my own Corvette. I got in, and unfortunately I didn't have a crew, besides Junior and his mom. They were the only ones that stayed behind. Junior wanted to help me reload the missiles, but poor kid, he's too small. I mean, seriously, you can't lift the large missile by yourself unless you're in an exosuit like me. And even then, dude, you're like 1.5 times the size of a football. You can't lift a freaking missile. That'd be like me trying to lift a torpedo. Ain't gonna happen. I simply had them recheck the rations, recheck all the equipment to make sure everything was good to go as I rearmed the torpedo tubes and strapped more missiles on and realized I would have to go back down again. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be taking off anytime soon. While they were doing their checks, it turns out that I had taken a hit I didn't even realize I took. One of my engines would almost need to be completely replaced. Great. Now what? Now, you do what you have to. We got to work. All 3 of us spent the next 4 hours fixing that engine, getting all the parts we need, getting them replaced, making sure everything was functioning right. Along with that and the rearming, by the time we got everything ready, I called up to the command and I asked where they wanted me. The guy laughed. Piranha 6? This is Orion 6 Romeo. We're pretty much done down here. I don't know what you'd be able to do. Where were you? Orion 6 Romeo, I had an engine that got shot up. I had to replace it. We're just now airborne again. You sure everything's good? Roger, Piranha 6. We actually got at least 25, 30 Dust 1s coming up right now. Everything's good. The planet has been secured. That was fast. Hell yeah. Turns out when we took the major city, they all just kind of gave up. Huh. Who knew? I guess they realized what had happened to their brethren when they screwed with us before. This time, I made myself useful by getting down to the planet. I wanted to make sure my crew was safe, and I told Command that anyway. I went and I found them. Well, most of them. Unfortunately, they had lost one. The crash. When that destroyer had been blown up and crashed next to him, one of them had been caught in the debris. He had been in one of the turrets, and I'll spare you the details, but it wasn't pretty. It was the first time in a long time I had looked at one of my own that just hadn't made it, and all the old feelings. Survivor's guilt is a thing, and it hurts. It hurts to no end. I looked over to his brother. His brother was almost completely inconsolable, but I got down on my knee and I held him. You did everything right. It happens. Take solace, you did everything right. I whispered that into his ear. And with that, he completely broke. He actually fell down, his legs giving out, and I had to hold him in my arms as he got all the pain, all the rage, and all the sadness out of him. That's all I could do for him. Thankfully, when I came down, I had brought Junior and his wife too. They weren't there for his breakdown. I was able to bring him out after he composed himself, and as Junior went up and jumped into his arms, I saw the pain, I saw the joy as well, and I could take a little bit of solace in that. But now, I really, really needed to vent some frustration. Even after all that fight, I needed to find something. Eventually, I would find myself down at the POW camp. But several of these species, all of them looking at us in all our gear, they still didn't realize we were human as we were all in our exosuits. Those that were injured were not removed from their suit, as the suit has built-in technology just to keep you alive. Need to keep you just alive enough so that the docs can do what they do. All that medical equipment we had before that can refabricate yourself an arm, a leg, a lung, a heart. Hell, it can fix part of your brain too. It's amazing technology. Absolutely amazing. And as I saw them all being brought out on stretchers, I looked over and I realized that some of the recovery ships hadn't come down yet. I just yelled, "Okay, who's in charge?" And with that, a lieutenant trotted over to me. "Yes, sir." "All right. You still have wounded?" "Yes, sir." I pointed over. "You see that ship?" "Yes, sir." "That's my ship. Grab your wounded. Get 'em on board. Now." "Yes, sir." And they grabbed their wounded, and immediately I got them inside, and up we went. At that point, I started shuttling as many of the wounded I could back to the hospital ships. The medical frigates themselves were extremely hard at work, and I give a hat tip for all those folks for the lives they saved. It didn't matter if they were friendly, allied, enemy, and especially humans. It was just an amazing dance that they were doing. And they would be there doing that dance for days. And during that time, once we got the last of our wounded up, I went back down, and this time I would look around to see the actual devastation. And as I walked around and saw it all, I couldn't help but feel a certain way. All this destruction, because one species believed itself above that of another. But it wasn't just the Zell. It might have been their home planet, but other slave species were there as well. We found plenty of chitters, and we found many of those demon-looking folks, which I would find something very interesting about them. All in all, it was just beyond unreal. to see it all. But one of the biggest surprises of that entire day, and it was full of surprises, was as I passed the POW camp, I saw a form I never thought I would see again. And I walked up to the fence and I looked at that lizard bitch. She was there. She was cradling her arm as I realized that she had been damaged and what looked like it had been broken. She hadn't been shot. But she looked at me and then she cocked her head. It's almost as though she knew it was me. And as I stared at it through my polarized visor, she walked up. "What do you want? You come and take advantage of us. You don't even trade, you just kill us." I didn't say anything. I just stared. I had complete astonishment at the complete lack of reality in this thing's eyes. It didn't realize that we were not the aggressors here. We were the ones who were coming to save a species from them. "Do you have something to say to me? Then at least say it." I simply walked around to the gate, opened it up. The one in charge of it, the sentry, looked at me, but then I just motioned to the rank on my shoulder. He nodded slightly, and then I walked inside. Another sentry stopped me. This time he was an NCO. He said over the comms to me, "Sir, you can't be in here. Whatever you're going to do, it's going to be against any rules." I simply turned and said, "Sergeant, you know as well as I do that we're professionals here. But one of these, she made it personal." With that, he seemed to pause, pulled his head back a little bit in almost contemplation, and then turned and walked away. As I walked through the group of POWs, all different species were there. Many of them just moved out of the way, scared shitless of my form in my exosuit as I walked up and looked that lizard bitch in the eyes again. "You have something to say to me now? Are you going to face me? You do not have the ability to comprehend anything. You are nothing but..." At that point, I grabbed the bitch by the throat. I turned so that no one else could see, and I pulled it in close. As I squeezed her throat slowly more and more closed with my hand, I made sure she couldn't talk as I slightly depolarized the front. Peekaboo, guess who? It looked at me with sheer and total fear. I reached up with my other hand as I smiled a little bit, and I gave her that slight little wave with my fingers. I think she realized what was going to happen next. Crunch. Inside my hand, everything in her throat, with the exception of her spine, crushed. I specifically didn't crush her vertebrae as I watched that stinking pain in my ass choke and gag as I dropped her. It reached for its neck just for a few seconds as though it thought it could simply pull its own vocal cords back open just by massaging its neck, and then the eyes rolled back and it was over. By this point, I had polarized my lens again. I turned around and looked at the rest of the POWs, and they looked scared. I simply walked back to the gate, told the sentry to open it up, which he did, and walked out. I left the body there, unceremoniously, just as she did to the female human that she had ripped her throat out. I had paid her back in kind. And now, it was time to do the real work. It was time to recover everyone. the transports finally showed up to get those that were not meant to be on that planet away. Those that had surrendered, we're still human. We still go by our own rules. And one of our rules is you don't just kill those who've surrendered. A simple ship would fly each of these species back to their planet, back to whatever ship it was, dock with them, release the POWs, and simply go away. No words would be spoken, only to tell them not to fire as it was an unarmed ship. They could scan the ship if they wanted, and it would show the biosigns of each of those species specifically. But it would not be anything but a simple transport to get them in, drop off their feathery or furry or scaly butts, and leave. And once they were gone, we could finally do something I'd been waiting for a long, long time. We could finally get out of those damn exosuits, because it's really stuffy in there. Although I had forgotten one simple fact about it. Since it's a sealed system and we're moving around so much, when you pop that seal, you stink. Like really, really bad. It was enough that even Junior, when he went up to say hi to me, to kind of hug the side of my face, he actually turned away, he held his nose. Oh, you stink. I still thought that was funny. Eventually, we would help them rebuild their planet. And once we rebuilt them, enough that they could sustain themselves, we made sure they had farm equipment that could help them out. We made sure that the local flora and fauna was plentiful enough that they could survive. We also started dropping off satellites. While this was going on, the ships did what they had done at the Chitter's planet. The defense grid of satellites was put into place, and also several ships were gifted to them, along with fabricators to make whatever type of ships they wanted. However, the plans we gave them were a little more restricted compared to what we normally used. I know those that have been training with us would be able to upgrade their stuff fairly quick, but for now, human technology is human technology. It shouldn't be shared with the rest of the universe. Not to mention, it was difficult for even our fabricators to do it, and we gave them the old school fabricators. They may be our allies, but we still had to watch what we did in regards to OPSEC. When we finally got the after-action review when it called to the Dust Ones, those that had been taken the same time I had, and also those that had been taken by the pirate raids, which came out originally to 1.1 billion. Well, we found out really quick what had truly happened and why we hadn't found any so far. As it turns out, humans were used so much for gladiatorial arena crap, things to bet on. Basically, just like a fighting dog, they wouldn't live for very long. If they showed any signs of intelligence for something else, which was the reason I was pulled for medical, because I was patching folks up, they would be pulled off for that. In many cases, for the women, if they showed that they were nurturers, they would be used for that purpose for other slave races to try and keep them calmer. A few of the men were used as some sort of security details, basically again as watchdogs and not much else. They didn't really trust humans, which was a good idea. However, they had not known exactly what had happened when the space station exploded. There was enough human biomass in the area to believe that we were all destroyed, and we found out that the few areas that we had crossed where we had found mountains of human corpses were only a few of the large areas in that station. Apparently, for the 6 months that I had been gone, they had been nothing but doing gladiatorial games, and humans were always the main event. Always. They insisted on this. And eventually, as the humans started dying in mass numbers, they wanted more, which was the reason for the pirate raids. What in the ever-loving crap? Couldn't they just get their jolly somewhere else? But no. Humans became prized for a few other things as well. Especially humans that either fought well or were attractive by a different species standard. Oh boy, we found out what happened to a lot of the young ones. And when I say young, I mean very young. Now they have re-sparked our hatred for any of these species that are dominant, any of them. And we wanted some blood. And speaking of blood, we found something very interesting in the blood of a freed species that were here. The demons is what we called them as kind of a slang term. It turns out they're a fabricated slave race. I started to wonder, okay, if they can make them, why in the hell are they coming for us? Well, with a little bit of research, we found out that to create one of these, a unaltered and exactly the way you want it without any type of degradation, was very expensive. Think of it as something to show off, like those really expensive bags that are the exact same thing you can find at the corner store. It was a way of showing, look at me, I'm wealthy. And yet they're doing this with sentient species? I only knew this because I did speak to a few of them, and they seemed to speak just fine. There was no problems. They put their words together just fine, yet they don't seem to have much, what's the word I'm looking for? Panache. They don't seem to have anything behind it. There's no actual fight in their eyes at all. They don't have anything to fight for. They're just kind of there. They came out of the vat and they're just there. They're told to do what they're told to do. And I asked them what they had been told to do, and I ended up having to tell them to stop because I really couldn't stand it anymore. I ended up talking to the chain of command, those in charge of these particular ones. I didn't have any interest in having any more of the slave race. The Zels, they were home. I'm not taking them away from their home. They fought for so many years to come back here. I'm not taking them away again. So I simply stated, when they asked me why I wanted to take them in, I need a crew. The aftermath of taking the Zels homeworld was pretty much what you'd expect. Once they got rid of the prisoners and we could finally get out of our suits, it was simply rebuilding their homes and rebuilding their infrastructure. This was made a whole lot easier by bringing a whole bunch of fabricators with us. We brought as many as we could, but of course there are certain ones that are just too large to move. At least unless you want to basically move an entire space station, that is. Those are the ones that sit around our asteroid field and in the Oort cloud, just creating what we need. It was a long process to get everything squared away. I spent most of the first week just patching people up inside a MASH tent that we set up right outside of my ship. Anyone who came in, I made sure they got whatever treatment I could offer for them. Unfortunately, I'm not a surgeon. I did what I could, and thankfully, within 24 hours, they sent down several of the medical frigates, those that could actually land on the planet, that is, without too much problems. One of the issues with landing a very large medical frigate, or anything bigger than a destroyer, is that the anti-grav motors cause issues with the planet. Not that they would have any problems with a low-gravity planet like this, but the main issue is the fact that you would experience anti-gravity anywhere around, or suddenly gravity would be yoinking your ass in some different direction, if you're too close, that is. And the last thing we need is to cause even more casualties. Thankfully, once they got the medical frigates down and we could start healing everybody up, it went a lot smoother. I remember having a whole bunch of their children coming, and they were scared of us. They saw what we did across their planet, and they were sheerly petrified. One poor kid even peed himself when his mom held him out for me to check him over. Actually, it was her. But I assured them with a small pat on the head, "It's okay. You'll be okay." They could understand what I was saying thanks to the translator, but it was difficult, to say the least. Many of them were squirming and didn't know what to do. I ended up draining my entire organic supply of material and ended up not eating for 3 days, 3.5 to be exact, before I had a chance to restock. For those that don't fully understand it, the fabricators only work with either non organic or organic materials. There is no mix and match here. It doesn't work that way. You can't make food out of petroleum, and you can't make a tire out of a ear of corn. It doesn't happen. It just doesn't work that way. That being said, I was able to feed a few. Unfortunately, after a while, I had to tell them I had nothing left. I even invited them into the ship to see that the stocks were empty. They pulled out a couple cylinders of metal and asked if I could simply use this in the fabricator to make food, which obviously I can't do. It's the wrong type. It's just doesn't work. Although once I got some extra help, it was not too difficult. It was kind of interesting finding a few people working next to me and asking me when's the last time I ate, as my stomach was rumbling like crazy, especially when somebody pulled out a protein bar and just started chowing down on it next to me. Yeah, nice to see somebody's been starving for that long. Then was the reconstruction of their infrastructure. I'm not an engineer, but hey, I can lift and carry things just like anyone else. Thankfully, with the Zells being so small, we didn't have to move all that much. Their version of an I-beam could be lifted by 2 or 3 of us, even without the help of an exosuit. With the exosuit, we could just pick it up, one in each hand, and just walk it over and set it down. It was crazy. At least it must have looked that way. But we were there to help, and it wasn't long before they were so happy that we were around. It was just insane. The smiles, at least their version of it, and the kids would come up and try to play with us. We had to tell them to be careful because the tools we were working with were still tools and still dangerous. They weren't toys. One poor kid decided to turn on an electric drill and drop it on his foot. Poor kid broke his toe. Thankfully, I could bring him over to the regeneration area, and yeah, he got fixed up really quick. It still was a long time before we got the roads and enough buildings set aside so that everybody could be relatively comfortable. And then we had to move on to a more pressing issue. You see, the Zell's planet had been strip mined similar to what Earth was experiencing when we came back. The only issue is they had been strip mined at least 20 times worse. It might have been a smaller planet, but still it was terrible. A lot of the topsoil was just gone. A lot of the water was just not there. It was insane. So we had to make plans to try and recover everything. I found it very interesting that the Chitter planet wasn't stripped like this was. It was still semi-lush and green and all that, but I don't understand. Why did they have it out for this planet so much? Were the Zells just that desired as slave labor? I mean, yeah, because their size and they're intelligent, they make very good additions to my crew, but what in the flying hells? It was driving us crazy. While this was going on, every once in a while, another slave ship would enter the system. Our folks up there in space, while I was stuck here on the ground, made very quick work of those ships. Even as an entire flotilla showed up, the largest one I was told was 4 destroyers, 7 frigates, a couple of corvettes, and a butt ton of fighters. They immediately detached their fighters, but by then our main battleships were already firing on the destroyers, and it was, shall we say, a short battle. A very short battle. Because once the main ships were gone, for some reason, they didn't put any type of FTL motors inside of their fighter craft, which meant that they immediately wanted to surrender. At least they would have if they weren't freaking drones. The only ones that tried to surrender was the frigates and the corvettes when they realized they were severely outgunned and they had already been locked on. Unfortunately for them, once we fire the torpedoes and the missiles, there's not really much we can do about that. You kind of feel bad about it, but the ordnance was already on its way. What do you want us to do? We're not putting an abort code in there because if we do, And they figured out they'll simply blow our own ordnance while it's still inside the magazine. We couldn't risk it. So while that was going on, it was time to deal with this big issue we had. And that was having enough land itself, enough viable land to grow crops for the Zells. Now, their type of fauna was very strange to us. However, the basics of growing it were pretty much the same. They had their shrub plants, their basic garden plants, viney, all this sort of things. They had even a version of tomatoes, which was, we found out, extremely close to our cherry tomatoes. We intermixed the two and came up with a much, much desired food source for them. Along with that, we found out that their version of trees are only about as tall as I was. It was really interesting. Kind of a mix between an apple tree and a bonsai tree. It was kind of funny when they're saying, we can't reach the stuff on top, and I just kind of reach over, grab it, pull it off, and hand it off to somebody. This whole process takes months. It is not easy to get crop fields ready. Anybody who's even started a garden knows this. It takes a lot of preparation and a lot of time. Sometimes your first yield is complete garbage, and you need to work out the kinks. And since we had never worked with any of these plants before, we had a lot of kinks to work out. Our luck in the whole deal was the fact that the local population did know how to grow these plants. Their bigger issue was the fact that they did not have a very good protein source. Their oceans had been almost completely fished out by their slave masters. It was just horrible. Almost every single one. And most of the remaining fish were so damn small. I'm looking at it, holding one in my hand, and the damn thing's only as long as my palm. I'm like, what in the hell? This might feed a child. This is not enough for an adult, and this is all you could find was like 4 or 5 of these things? This is pathetic. I actually chucked the fish back in, and they freaked out. I told them, don't worry, I just got restocked on my fabricator. I'll make dinner. And I made the best dinner I could find for them. Well, at least using a fabricator. Let's just say you can tell the difference between fabricated food and real food. I much prefer real food. At the end of 8 months, we got our first harvest, and they had their own version of a harvest festival. I was sitting there talking to the remainder of my crew, and I had to inform them that now that everything has been settled, now that their planet is safe, and now that they have the ability to fight and protect themselves, we won't be around much. I'll come and visit, of course. With that, they all understood, except for Junior. He was off playing. I remember the new younger sister of his was just sitting there being cradled. I don't think she'd ever remember me being as young as she was. It reminded me way back in the day, way back in my time when I was a soldier, of that time my nieces and nephews, I would see them when they're really young, but I wouldn't be back for years, and then they wouldn't recognize me. And then I'd be stuck being gone again for a couple years. I'd come back, and they still don't know who the hell I am unless somebody told me I was coming. It was like that. I simply looked at her mom. She had tears in her eyes, knowing that I would be gone for a long time, and I would miss some of the important steps in the child's life, but I'm not the father of these children. And then, as we sat there speaking about it, as emotions started to get to me, they started to break me up. I was having trouble keeping it together. Thankfully, one of the lieutenants was across the table from me, and he heard the whole conversation. And he came up with probably the best idea ever. He said, well then, why don't you simply be the godfather? I felt like an idiot not thinking that before. They asked what a godfather was, and explained that a godfather, even if not related, by blood of any reason, was considered a guardian, a protector, a third parent, if you will. And if anything should happen, the godparent is to take care of the children if the parents are no longer able to do so. They agreed to this. My whole crew even said if they had any more children, if they found mates, if they were able to have any more, that they would be my godchildren. I would be the godfather. I very much tried to stop from one of the jokes, trying to take a piece of cotton off my uniform, shove it in my cheek, and make a joke about that really bad movie back in the day, but I couldn't think of any of the lines. It was so long ago, so long ago, I'd forgotten about it completely. The next morning, I didn't even wake them up. All my Zell friends were knocked out cold from all they drank. But as I walked to the ship, Junior ran up to me, and he latched onto my leg. I kneeled down and looked at him, and I told him what was going on, and he started to cry. And then I told him I would always watch over him. And with that, I gave him a small device, a small, almost amulet that he could wear around his neck. I showed him if he was ever in trouble, he needs to take this amulet, and there was a small seam. He needs to twist it until it breaks. And when it breaks, he's going to see a small wire. At that point, he needs to pull the wire apart. When that happens, it's going to send a signal. That signal is going to be caught by the satellites, and it's going to be sent to find me. It is set on a very certain frequency, and I will know exactly where you are, and I will come to help you. He looked at me again, then he looked at the amulet. Then I took the wire, the small string around the back, and I tied it behind his neck. It laid very, very low down past his chest, as he was just such a small kid. But he smiled to me, and he simply asked, "When will you come back?" I simply put my hand on his shoulder, even though only 2 of my fingers fit, and I said, "I'll be back when I can. Just do me a favor. Can you be strong while I'm gone? Can you protect everyone while I'm gone? Can you be strong and stoic like me?" As I straightened myself up, put my fist on my chest, right above my heart. Can you be that for me? Can you be the strong one that everyone can rely on? Can you be that for me? He looked, he said, "I don't know if I can. You're so strong." I knelt down and said, "I know you will grow up to be strong too. You can grow up to be stronger than me." With that, you couldn't wipe the grin on his face off if you tried. And I simply stood back up and walked to my ship. I could see from the bridge as I powered everything up, he was still there watching. I motioned for him to back up because the downdraft, even though the anti-grav motors don't actually have a thrust, the downdraft that happens from the anti-grav motors is enough to actually send him for a little tumble. Thankfully, he did back up several steps, and he kept backing up as he could hear the motors spinning up. Eventually, I lifted off, and I made sure it was very slow and methodical as I went back to the fleet. The fleet was going to leave. They were going to leave 2 battle groups behind just to watch over them, the same way they left 2 battle groups on the Chitter homeworld. Each of these would take position around the poles of the planets, northern and southern, far enough away that they didn't get in the way of their own magnetosphere, but close enough that if anything happened from any direction, they'd be able to respond. It'd been a long time, and I just wanted to go home. Although I wouldn't be going home alone. What I had not mentioned this far is that we had additional help. We called these new genetically designed slaves demons because that's what they look like. For some reason, most of them are designed with like a pointy ears or horns or something like that. It's strange. They're always different colors. Some are jet black with blonde hair, some are jet black with solid white hair, others are blue, they're purple, they're red. It was strange. You don't see this naturally by any other group of aliens, with the exception of plumage from the male avian species, and usually that's only during their mating season. These are permanent. It was very, very odd. But now that I had a new crew of 6 different ones of these genetically modified creatures. But I call them creatures, but they look very, very human. They seem to be modeled off our own template. 5 fingers on each hand, 5 toes on each foot. Most of them, though, what was very freaky is they were young. And when I say young, I mean very young. The youngest looked like they were about 10, and the oldest maybe pushing 17, and I stress the maybe part. The kicker is, even though there seemed to be no personality behind them at first, eventually, the more time they spent with others, the more time they spent without those stupid collars on, which I enjoyed ripping those things off, even though I was scared to live in bejesus out of them, the more time they started conversing. At first they didn't speak, they simply just nodded and they would move out if you told something. But now they spoke full sentences. Now they carried on full conversations, and now they started developing their own personalities, their own personas. And with that, I was grateful, because it would take a lot of training to figure out where they would end up in the great galactic map. I couldn't figure out any other way to say it. It did take a lot for me to actually get 6 crew members for this ship, but most of them were up in my Corvette anyway, with a lot more room to move around. After docking, I got a hold of the fleet, sent in my call sign, and told them I was heading back towards Earth. I wanted to know who else was going back with me, and to my shock and surprise, almost the entire fleet was heading back in 2 days. So I checked my reserves and I said, okay, 2 days it is. And while we waited, I introduced my new crew to a few games. Mostly board games, of course. Chess, checkers, backgammon, Othello, things of that nature. Things that I could easily find a template for and have the fabricator create. I would simply have to remember what in the hell the rules were for most of these, although most of the ones I had were pretty simple. The kicker is, I wanted them to understand strategy games, because I needed them to understand that there is a multitude of things they have to analyze in every situation. It wouldn't matter how young they are, their training has already begun. When they weren't playing the games and it was time to train, they were taught on the engines, the weapon systems, the anti-grav motors, how the fabricators worked, techniques, logistics, all this sort of thing. I even showed them how to use their own base weapon systems, as in rifles and pistols. They were a little hesitant about this because they saw what we humans could do with them. I had to remind them, don't worry, you're not using explosives and these are unloaded, because how do I know it's unloaded? And they all recited, you always treat a weapon as though it is loaded, which I had drummed into them from day one. Within 2 days, we were on our way. We made a short stop at the Chitter's home planet, and it was quiet. Very quiet. The battle groups were there. I could see them on my sensors, especially when I was plugged in. But we were so close that if you just took even binoculars and looked through one of the portals, you could see the ships way off in the distance. They were about the size of half a grain of rice, but you could see them. Some of them shined a little bit. Well, that was just one of the sides of the Corvettes. The Corvettes tend to not have a lot of the extra shielding on them, as they're designed specifically for speed and little else. A few more jumps later, and we were back into the Sol Sector. And as we got close to that blue marble floating in space, I took a deep breath. We're home. And then I turned and looked at my crew. They were all looking out the bridge window and looking at Earth. It's the first time they had seen it. And the youngest one just kind of looked at me and said, "Home? Well, I thought this was our home," as he motioned towards the bulkhead itself. I said, No. Home is not a ship. A home is your planet. But we don't have a planet, we were said. Well, now you do. Welcome home, I said as I stretched my arm out, again motioning towards Earth. They were amazed by what they saw down there when we finally got to the bottom. We were at the academy, and everyone was shocked to see these new type of aliens. They had been briefed, of course, as it had been almost 9 months in total by the time we had picked them up. I showed them around, introduced them to as many people as possible, and tried to get them into any type of club they could, just because they needed to be kids for once. One of the reasons they didn't have much of a personality is because they never got to be children. They never got to experience any of that. They simply were considered organic automatons, for lack of a better term. I had no interest in that. The only interest I had was making sure they were well trained and ready to take off on their own in a few years, and also to make sure they were ready for this insanely dangerous universe we were in. It's just absolutely freaking nuts. I've lost count of how many times I've put my life on the line for other species, how many times I've got into a pickle and just thought, okay, my number is going to be called. Now it's time to just go back to teaching classes, making sure everyone's ready, and making sure my new family is safe and secure. It would be 3 years before I would ever have to head back into space inside my exosuit getting ready for a fight. In 3 years, a lot of things change. In 3 years, I had brought my Corvette in to be completely refurbished, along with my fighters. I had everything taken down to its base elements and rebuilt again to my specifications, because I realized that even though we had freed 2 species, eventually some may show up at our doorstep either looking for freedom or looking for a fight. And with the vastness of space, with the fact that we are the only ones who use a jump system and they use FTL being much, much more difficult to use in relation to surprising anyone, because you can't just blink into an area. But another area of contention, one thing we talked about a lot, and when I mean we, I mean those of us in the academy that decided we need to understand the enemy. We realized something. We realized why it took so long for them to bring entire flotillas, entire battle groups, and not even entire fleets yet into the Sol Sector. Why did it take so long? Well, it takes long to rally that type of force. Well, we realized we had just pissed on a hornet's nest. We didn't know if they'd realize who had actually got them, but from the fact that a whole bunch of reinforcements had shown up, they knew there was a group out there that was willing and able to fight through several different species that were carrying their version of heavy weapons in order to liberate one species. The culture in and of the universe itself was that of dominance and submission, master and servant. We had walked into, or been dragged into, in this case, a universe that believed this universal constant. Well, we don't exactly go by that constant, and if they realize it's us, they're going to come at us with a lot of shit. So I wanted to make sure we were ready. My new Corvette was sleek in its design. The hull plating was reset specifically because the new engineers had figured out something ingenious. Oh, I love those crazy evil bastards. They come up with some of the weirdest stuff. But we send in our designs, things we've jazzed up our own systems with, and they can do amazing work with that. Sometimes we'll just open up a whole can of worms, and people have to bring in their ships to be refabricated just constantly. Thankfully, by my service and by my rank, I was authorized to use the fabricators to work anything I wanted. I increased the number of torpedo launchers, even had some ballistic turrets strapped on, which were retractable, had my standard energy turrets, my main guns, and all that other whiz-bang stuff that we got. But also, several of the cargo compartments were designed specifically to hold fighters. In particular, my Warbird and another 5 others. This sucker was loaded for bear. But on top of that, of course, the internals were jammed packed with creature comforts that were not seen on many ships. This is where I kind of had to pull a few strings and actually go into space and retrieve materials to trade with so that I could use the massive fabricators to get this done. Each of my crew members have their own room. Their own room is not as stuffy as a small closet like you would think, but an actual full-on room with its own laboratory facilities, its own latrine, its own shower. There was a public bath for everyone to use, which was sealed when not in use. That way, in case the anti-grav motors failed, it didn't go all over the damn place. Which I did find out later that my new crew were a little too comfortable walking around after a bath without anything on. Guys, I'm a little too old for this. Well, you're never actually too old, but you get the idea. They actually didn't get the idea. So I just had to deal with it. It was now, I figured, part of their culture, so ingrained that I wasn't going to fight it. But aside from those creature comforts was an entire galley full of items. I had preserved foods. I had all sorts of things lined up, along with the fabricator system, so that we could make whatever we wanted and it could be much tastier. Never underestimate how well a warm, good meal is when you're out on patrol or when you're away from your friends and family for a long time. It's a huge morale boost. We had our own game rooms. And yes, rooms. One was mainly for things like billiards and ping pong and things of that nature. But we had a small, very small area where you could actually shoot hoops. Although the hoop itself was retractable because, well, I like racquetball. With all this combined, you could barely consider it a Corvette now, and many people took the design because I put it publicly, and they did things very similar. In fact, they did things so similar that aside from a couple little design twists, it became standardized for large crews, anything over 4. On top of that, my Warbird got broken down as well. The new torpedoes they had were slightly smaller, so we could carry at least 4 more torpedoes in the tubes. They still weren't reloadable because there just wasn't room for reloads. Not to mention a reloading system would take up way too much space. Besides, more often than not, we're firing a full volley anyway, so it doesn't really matter. The missiles were actually given more to grab a hold of. The pylons that are usually underneath the wings now have some on the dorsal side of the wings as well. Along with that, there's an actual inboard magazine on both the ventral and dorsal side, along with a small one on the starboard and port sides. You know what? You never want to run out of missiles. Along with that, I was able to make sure that every single one of the turrets was automated, hooked up to me whenever I'm in the command couch. These warbirds were definitely something to be afraid of, especially since not only had I pulled out the main laser, the main strong one that's usually there, our pulse weapons seem to work a hell of a lot better. So instead of one main energy laser and two pulse lasers, I basically had them set up in a triangular pattern to fire one right after the other, so I could do an actual strafing run. And yes, I did put it right where you think I put it. I had the first Warbird A10 Warthog. And yes, a lot of people took that design, but many people had 8 barrels or 6 instead of just 3. So they fired at a rate that was absolutely insane. I just didn't have enough room with all the extra missiles and torpedoes I put in. Along with that, I made sure all of them were ready to rock and roll with the best engines I could find. And the key thing there was the engineers had figured out the new stealth system. Using the captured ships from both the Chitter and the Zell's home planet, we had been able to decipher exactly how they were able to find any of our ships. Now, the stealth system barely worked on anything bigger than a frigate still, just because the ships are so damn large. However, anything Corvette size and smaller was completely undetectable outside visual range. And once you're that close, if somebody fires a torpedo or a missile, good luck dodging. With all this combined, it seems as though fighter combat in space might become an actual reality. What we had been doing before had been sheer luck, hitting them with numbers and an incredibly high amount of ordnance. But now, things are coming full circle again. Even though battleships are extremely dangerous, we could actually swarm them with enough fighters to take out a battleship with just a handful of us, just like we could back in the day. My new crew, my new demonic crew, always kept asking me whenever I did an upgrade, why do you do this? Why do you need stuff like this? And I would always respond with the same answer. Better to have and not need than need and not have. And in this case, I really hate it when I'm right. As strong as we were still facing the possibility of the whole universe coming down on our heads. We knew this. We knew that cultures that had run on slavery, especially here on Earth, didn't like it too much when you kind of take their slaves away and tell them no. But taking a line out of Cassius Clay, we always had our pistols on us. We always had our guns. We always had everything primed and ready to rock and roll because we knew eventually at least one of those species that wanted to take over everyone else and make them slaves would come for us. And today is that day. It is a day of remembering, a day of horror, a day of rage, and a day that will live on and echo through the eternity of space itself. And it was such a nice day, too. It was such a beautiful day that morning. Sun was shining, birds chirping. I was getting ready for class, and then I realized, oh, that's right, it's Saturday. So classes are late today. Yes, classes go 6 days a week. But on Saturday, they're given a little bit of time because, as we know, kids will be kids, and especially those in college. So we figured, you know what, we'll work with their sleep cycles and their drunk asses. But then I got the alert. An alert that scared the living crap out of me. I pulled up my device and looked, and sure enough, everything, it said what we feared the most, worldwide alert. Incoming fleets. Multiple fleets incoming. Worldwide alert. Multiple fleets incoming. Worldwide alert. Multiple species incoming. Approximate time 1.2 hours. That's barely enough time. I immediately bolted towards my Corvette. I called up my compatriot and I just screamed, "Classes are canceled." And he responded, "No shit," as I could hear him running in the background, running most doubtedly towards his ship. I saw the Corvette, and apparently my crew had received the same message. As the alarms began to sound around the entire academy, I started screaming at any of the cadets that were there, "Get to your ships now! If you don't have one, find one!" And then straight to my ship I went. My crew had already started pre-flight by the time I got in there, got into the command couch, strapped in, locked in with my brain, and began to go through all my pre-flight checks. These didn't take long, as most of the ship itself was automated now. The engineers had improved it so much. I love this ship. And as soon as I got verification that everyone was in and everyone was strapped in, I activated the anti-grav motors and the thrusters, and we were off. Everybody was pinging where they were so that we didn't crash into each other. I tilted the nose straight towards the sky, and I started to call in just as we started to reach the outer stratosphere. "This is Piranha 6 to all Piranha units. I'm only going to say this once. Kill them all!" They know that if I say that, I'm not kidding. And I could actually feel the excitement of all of them as I looked in, and I could see the rest of my academy lifting off. Those that weren't in front of me were already trying desperately to catch up. We knew it was only going to be a matter of time before they breached, but I didn't know where. I started screaming towards my radars, "Where are they? Where are they coming from?" And I received an answer that I didn't want to know. "They're everywhere!" What? I immediately shifted my device so that I could understand the radar, and sure enough, they were coming in from every single direction. It didn't matter if you were on the poles of the equator. You just had to point your nose, and they were coming for us. They sent one message before they reached the end of their FTL jump. The message was simple: "Put on your yoke or be destroyed." Well, looks like they took a little bit of knowledge from what we said before. But you know what? We don't take too kindly to the yoke of slavery. I remember even opening my eyes, even though it makes you see double when you're locked in. I spun around and looked at my crew, and they all looked back. We all knew what was going on. We all knew that was going to happen very, very quickly. I simply stated, "To your turrets, now." Everyone who wasn't already on their way detached themselves and immediately floated over. The gravity motors from the inside were shut off to conserve energy, and I began to link in to our general system to find out where the nearest enemy was coming from. It was one I hadn't dealt with before. Another insectoid species, kind of like the chitters, but this one were much, much larger, and they bred much, much slower. But because of their size, and because of the fact a hive mind works together very, very well, it makes them very dangerous. But it also makes them easy to anticipate. But the kicker was, because of their large size, they clearly dominated their area of space and immediately took over any and all of the species close to their sector, and I really, really didn't like them. Of course, the fact that looking at them was absolutely disgusting didn't really help matters. On the other side of the planet, I could hear pinging as a battle group began to form itself up. I was looking in every direction at once, and I say looking, but my eyes were closed as I used the sensors to check every single sector, and I guarantee everybody was doing the same, clicking in and out trying to make sure they knew what was coming and where to aim. This time, the enemies, they were smart. They didn't try to jump in anywhere close. No. They didn't try for the third planet. No. Instead, Those sons of bitches stopped just short of Mars. Or I should say, just outside of Mars, if you're on our side. Oh, you bastards. They jumped in right when the Martian fleet turned their guns towards them. And for a moment, the sky just lit up with all sorts of fire. There was smoke in the air from all sorts of torpedoes and missiles that immediately fired. Drones were launched at such an insane rate my own system couldn't keep up with seeing what was going on. And the battleships and destroyers that were there immediately turned their turrets on each other and blasted away. The resulting fireballs that happened as each round struck each side was absolutely devastating. If it wasn't for the fact that I knew there was another fleet on FTL approach towards Earth, I would have immediately jumped towards Mars right then and there. But I knew it, because I had trained people on this. Don't go chasing. Just like in basketball, you don't chase, you'll burn yourself out and you will be completely out of position. So I maintained course. And my heart dropped as I saw the Martian fleet, for all their firepower, for all their senses, for all their planning, were getting torn apart. They were giving very much more than they were getting, but they were just so outnumbered. They must have been outnumbered 40-1. It was insane. I'm looking through and immediately I could see Piranha units blinking out. I knew that if they jumped with just their fighters, they would be adrift for about 14 seconds if it took from Earth to Mars. Even though the jump drives for such a small ship are very good, you're still adrift for that much, which means if anybody, and I mean anybody, cracks a shot at you, you're done. I saw at least 3,000 or 4,000 different fighters and another dozen larger ships, destroyers and frigates mostly, jump into Martian space trying to protect them, so that the enemy fleet was surrounded on multiple sides and taking fire from all sides. I could see that they were starting to get the upper hand, but humans, when you corner us, well, just like any other animal, we charge. And with that, they used an old trick where they jumped, a micro jump, into the center of the fleet. They swung their turrets around and began to fire like mad. Even if the destroyer that did so, or the battleship that did so, was destroyed, the resulting explosion and debris field would take out many of the enemy ships. It was more of a kamikaze move than anything else. They didn't expect to survive, but given the numbers advantage the enemy had, this was all they had left. Ride or die, motherfucker, was all I heard over the radio. And with that, I reached up and acted like I was tipping my hat. And then I patted the chest right above the heart. Respect, my friends. I'll see you on the other side. I looked on in sheer horror as I'm seeing the radar about 20 to 30 seconds before the enemy ships jump into the Sol sector right next to us. But I was also looking at Mars, thinking, what the hell? Why can't I just go? I want to go. It was like chewing acid-covered rubber. It was painful. But it wouldn't be painful for very long. Another fleet jumped in. These I recognize, you reptilian fuckers. As soon as I saw their capital ships come in, I immediately locked on and gave the go for all weapons to fire at will. Within my ship, everyone let loose. Inside the Corvette, I didn't have to worry about running out of torpedoes, as there was an autoloader. I only had 4 tubes. But every single time 4 of them fired, it only took about 10 to 15 seconds before the tubes were reloaded with an automated system, and then they could fire again. The enemy fleet didn't realize that Earth would be the most defended, or if they did, they didn't realize what type of firepower they would be facing. Torpedoes, energy weapons, missiles, railguns, you name it, everything was heading for them. They were loaded for bear and began to fire within 3 seconds of coming out of their FTL, which was surprising. They've upgraded. And yet, it was still not enough. I realized that the Piranha units were beginning to swarm in on the enemy. The drones were making it extremely difficult, but our turrets started wasting into them. It was absolute madness. And during this, I called up my XO and told him, "You have the con," as I ran off to my fighter. Without skipping a beat, he called everybody to board their fighters and get ready. I knew there was only going to be 2 left on the Corvette. The oldest, my XO, and the youngest, because I had not made her a ship yet. The rest of us would go out and add our firepower to that of the entire Earth fleet. At least, those on this side of the planet. Those on the other side of the planet, and also at the northern pole, were all engaged at this point. These tricky bastards had come at us from every different direction. When they said that these folks were coming in from everywhere, they were not kidding. As soon as we cleared the Corvette, I ordered him to hold back as far as he can and hold position, defend Earth. But I don't want him into the furball. The Corvette is too large for that, and it's not as well armored as I'd like. It cannot handle a heavy go-round against destroyers and battleships like that. As we fought off, I pinged my location, and they all formed in on me. We locked in with each other, and again found our targets. This time firing 50% of our torpedoes. Torpedoes away! And off they go into the ether. It would take about 40 seconds for them to hit from this distance. And from there, we just broke away. And I told them to engage at will. Marking all ours as friendly, we went into the fray. Though our fighters are stealth rigged, we still know that they can pick us up at short ranges. Short ranges, which is about 3/4 of a kilometer out, which is well within range of most of our guns. But it wouldn't matter if they can lock on with their secondary point defense systems. They'll just tear you apart. And as I went in, I called on my AI. Yes, we started using AIs now. I didn't have enough crew that everyone could lock into a turret into each fighter. It wasn't going to happen. The AI would take care of the turrets around our defenses. The turrets were, of course, energy-based weapon systems, and the only limitation to them would be making sure the energy flew to each one of them and to make sure they were cold enough that they didn't overheat. The pulse weapons these engineers had figured out were unbelievably strong, and the AI was incredibly accurate. The enemy must have realized this, as every single fighter that went in was almost completely untouched, as drones were simply knocked out of space, just one right after the other. It was like watching them hit a wall, an invisible wall that simply sliced them to pieces. And as soon as we got within range, it was missiles away. The missiles were mainly focused on the engine compartments if they could, or if the bridge was able to be pierced by missiles. The missiles may be much more agile to take down any type of fighter, but they lacked the sheer power of the torpedoes. The missiles made short work of the smaller corvettes and frigates on the enemy side, and I believe that is when they realized they had just kicked the hornet's nest, and these hornets really love to sting. I know this because at that point they began to turn, firing their retro boosters away from Earth. What I didn't realize at that time is they were drawing us away. As we got in close, we realized that another FTL jump was coming in. By the time I realized what was going on, the rest of us realized what was going on. It was too late. Another fleet had come in between our position and the southern pole, and they almost had a clear run straight towards the planet if it wasn't for our satellites. Our defense satellites may be a bit out of date by now, but they were more than enough to take care of those bastards. They tried to come in with some sort of destroyer that I've never seen before. Its main gun seemed to power up, but it wasn't powering up nearly fast enough. The satellites turned and began to fire everything they had. They were mainly guarded with torpedoes and 3 main energy weapons, which fired in succession, one right after the other, giving enough time for each one to cool down before firing again. This, of course, based on the old Vulcan cannon, made it so there was always fire going out. I remember flipping and burning my fighter so that I could join the fray, calling up for the rest of my crew to follow me and will blindside these sons of bitches. They couldn't see us coming due to us being stealth rigged, which gave us a good chance. We all locked into each other again and fired our remaining torpedoes. Without them even knowing, and I know this because their turrets didn't even activate, and their point defense systems were firing wildly to shoot the torpedoes. They didn't know where the torpedoes were coming from, yet they slammed into the side of their formation, ripping them apart. The secondary formations many times breaking large sections of their ship completely off, sometimes in half. Sometimes the engine compartment would separate, causing a mass overload and then blowing up, forcing the rest of the ship towards the planet, but tumbling the way it was would immediately burn up through the atmosphere and wouldn't be nothing but vapor by the time it reached the planet. We knew that we could hold them for the time being. That's if we could get rearmed. At this point, we were dry. At least my wing was completely dry on torpedoes and missiles. We made one strafing run towards the enemy fleet, taking out 2 more of their frigates and making them go adrift. As they vented atmosphere, they drifted more into the enemy fleet, but they had gotten smarter again. They were in very much position to maneuver away from any of their own disabled ships. I was hoping that they would fly into each other, but no dice. Instead, we just had to take our 1 kill and bug out. Again, having to flip and burn, causing at least my heart to smack against my spine a few times every time I did that. Oh, I'm getting too old for this shit. Immediately, we got back to the Corvette after I screamed for everyone, "RTB, reload, now!" We got back in, and the automated systems were there to catch us, get us inside, and start reloading the ships as fast as possible. While doing that, I made sure there was no extra damage to the ships. Unfortunately, one of the fighters that made it back would need repairs and would have to stay on the Corvette until repairs were completed. The automated system was already working, and she was working on her own fighter to make sure it was good. I looked at her as I ran down to make sure everything was good. She simply gave me a thumbs up. "I'm good. You go back out there and kick their ass." "You got it." I immediately turned back to my fighter, which the automated system was just now finishing up reloading. With all the systems combined, as long as you got the fighter in place, it didn't take more than a minute and a half for them to reload everything. Torpedoes, missiles, energy components, didn't matter. What did matter was if we got damaged. I didn't think she'd be able to get back out into space, but it didn't matter. I called for the rest of my crew. "Let's go. If you're loaded, we're gonna get these bastards." And off into space we went. I wanted to figure out where we were going. Locking into the radar, I tried to find where the largest group was, but everything was on fire. Every ship out there had been taking some sort of damage. The only thing that hadn't been torn apart was a lot of our snub fighters, just because they're stealth rigged and just simply hard to hit. But every single one of the large ships, even our dreadnoughts that had been protecting the far side of the moon, were just burning. If you want to say burning in space is a thing. They were venting atmosphere like crazy. And one was adrift. I didn't know if it was out for the count, but it was definitely drifting. The other one charged up its main guns, and I saw it pierce right through 2 enemy battleships in one go. I guess 2 for the price of 1 today. We immediately banked off as I looked in to see what the next target would be. I figured, screw it. Our closest target is our closest target. While we were flying towards it, we had about a minute before we even got close enough to fire torpedoes, so I scanned to see what was going on in Mars. And Mars, oh God, oh, fuck me. Mars was being shelled from orbit. Just under a dozen of their own destroyers were firing down. Not a single one other of the enemy fleet was still there, but then again, there wasn't any of ours. Our satellites must have run dry on torpedoes. Mars was not nearly as defended as Earth was, but they were still firing down on it. The domes that protected everybody as we were terraforming Mars, were all torn asunder. Oh, you just gave everyone a reason to hate you. Oh, wait a minute. What about Venus? I turned the radar really quick to look at Venus, and oh, shit. Oh, thank God. They were able to hold off their attackers a lot better. The attackers tried to go into Venus's atmosphere, but we had not fully terraformed it yet. They didn't realize that the acid storms that Venus is enough to tear apart any of the seals on their ship. It was almost comical to watch them go in for a bombing run and watch their ships literally fall apart in mid-flight. They couldn't figure out what was going on, and the fact that there was so much junk in Venus's atmosphere, it made it impossible for them to use anything besides mass drivers to actually fire down on the planet. But they were trying. Every time they fired at one of our ships that dodged out of the way, they would make sure it was a shot that dropped down on the planet. You sons of bitches. With this new news, I sent it very quickly to my crew. One of them wanted to go and live on Venus. He had met someone, and she lived there. Now he wanted blood so bad I could actually feel it through the transponder we were using. I told him, you want blood? There's blood right in front of us. Link up. And with that, we linked again to make sure that battle group that was in front of us that was engaging the satellites was completely covered. 100%. Torpedoes away. And with that, all of my tubes fired at once, and so did the rest of them. We could tell that for some reason they wanted to know where the torpedoes were coming from. As soon as they leave our tubes, they're easily discovered by any type of radar. They leave so much of a heat corona, it's absolutely insane. And for the briefest of moments, their sensors can find us. As soon as we fired our torpedoes, we had to bank off so that we could not get fired on. The enemy turned its guns towards us where we were and fired a full volley trying to get us. They didn't realize it was standard tactics to break away as soon as you fire for this very reason. Guess what, you alien bastards? We learned too. I could only imagine what was going through their minds as their shots all completely missed. And yet the torpedoes were still on their way. Again, we saw the turrets turn, but this time they fired towards the torpedoes. Their main guns were strong enough to take them out. The problem is being able to hit the damn things. Torpedoes may fly straight and true, but they're still armored. So a glancing shot's not going to do anything, except force it to readjust its flight pattern. And then it will come in at an just strange angle. We watched with a bit of delight, and at that point I could hear my crewman's voice, his laughter, as many, many lives were snuffed out as that barrage of torpedoes came in and blasted right into the side of their battle group, at least what was left. It was at that time we realized that other fighter groups had come in because it was just a wave after wave after wave of torpedoes hit that battle group and tore it asunder. The last of their ships must have realized they were screwed. They turned and tried to burn out of there, but it was too late. They were well within range of even the farthest line of sight satellites, and they fired on with reckless abandonment. These AI have absolutely no remorse for anyone, and they just started tearing them all to pieces. However, to our horror, they did something I didn't expect. One of their battleships flipped and burned and headed straight towards Earth. I was out of torpedoes, and I'm out of missile range. The damn things won't catch it in time. So we had to watch as this ship nosed straight through the atmosphere as the satellite still fired into its hull. The problem is once you start getting in the atmosphere, the heat that comes off the hull dissipates the lasers. And any type of particle arrays, it scatters it. They won't be effective. I saw an entire city get wiped off the map with one hit. One hit, and that ship's reactor exploded. The resulting explosion was like a hydrogen bomb going off as far as how far out it spread. from the surface, I couldn't imagine what it was like, but from space, it looked like somebody had dropped napalm and this ring of fire had just spread out in every direction. I simply said to my crew, RTB and reload now. As I flipped and burned back to the Corvette, I realized not everyone had done so. They were just completely mystified at what they saw. I had to get it. I said now. With that, they all went back. And as we got towards the Corvette, I realized that the Corvette had a little bit of trouble while we were gone. I could see the point defense cannons were already starting to move this way and that. And several sides of the Corvette already showed damage. It looked as though a couple of the drones had actually gotten through and did a couple strafing runs, but not realizing that the point defense cannons for this Corvette were extremely good. I was inside the Corvette reloading and double checking my equipment. I had taken a small strafe on the side, which didn't take but more than a couple of minutes to fix. I looked over at one of my crewmen, and she was still working on hers frantically, trying to get it ready for battle, but she had apparently taken a harder hit than it originally looked. And I really don't think she's going to be ready by the end of the battle. Her ship, otherwise, was ready to rock and roll. As I watched the automated system load the last of its missiles on, I just got in my command couch and I began to look at what the battle was out there. We were holding them off. The entire force of humans was holding them off, but our losses were unimaginably strong. I looked at the percentage. 69% material loss. With that number, I have no idea what the personnel loss is going to be, but it's going to be pretty freaking high. But it was still to the point where we were holding off those, and no more FTL pings were coming in. I took a little solace in that as I climbed back in and strapped in. All right, if you're ready to rock and roll, detach, let's go, is all I sent to everyone. And as I drifted out, I started hearing the ping. That's what we call it, but it was an alarm. There was something else coming, something big. Something really big was coming through FTL, and I didn't know where, at least not for a few moments. The frickin' thing was just on the opposite side of Luna, our moon. It jumped in, and I could imagine that the gravity well was created by this frickin' thing was enough to cause major problems for anyone on the surface, but that was going to be the least of their worries, that we didn't stop this massive whatever in the hell it was. And then I looked a little closer as I began scanning it, and so did everyone else. It was a space station. It was a space station very similar to the one that I had been taken to and sold off after the gladiatorial games. Oh my God, what are they thinking? This thing is about maybe a quarter the size of our moon, maybe a little bigger, maybe a third. Why would they bring a space station here? Did they think it was going to be that easy? Did they think we were going to just roll over and play dead? Oh no, we're going to roll over and piss in your eye. But that wasn't what it was for. From inside the space station, they played their trump card, and every single ship they had hidden inside just came out. It was like somebody had quite literally kicked over a beehive, and the bees were now coming out. It was to the point where my own sensors could not pick up all of them. I could just imagine that those on the surface were completely going nuts. They must have thought they were safe, though, in something so large, but they never understood what we as humans could do. The space station itself may have been on the opposite side of the planet of the moon, but it was a whole lot closer. And being a lot closer, it was within range. On the surface, massive cannons turned their way to the sky, locking onto this. Our ground-based space defense cannons were ready to fire, and they all fired in a wave of destruction unseen before by the entire universe, even facing off the entirety of the human fleet. These massive shells were about the size of a small office building as they flew up through the atmosphere, exceeding Mach 9. The burst that came out of these was absolutely insane. Most of them were built far away from any sort of building, as the recoil and also the blast from each of them was going to be enough to shatter every window and knock over many buildings. They may be railguns, but moving something through the air at that speed is going to cause a hell of a shockwave. And it did. Again, I can only imagine what the aliens thought, thinking they were invincible inside this battle station or whatever the hell it was. This arena station, this commerce, whatever, I don't even know, nor did I care, but I just enjoyed the fact that I could see it being perforated on all sides by those massive slugs. They ripped from one side to the other, ripping them completely a new asshole. Actually, several dozen new assholes. And with that, the station actually turned. I didn't think it would. The damn thing actually turned. The force of the rounds hitting it forced it way back. I could see it drifting back as debris was flying away. But then they did something really stupid. They fired rockets. Are they insane? What do they think they're doing? And then I heard the pinging again. What? There's more? Are you kidding me? Then just within my own weapons range, I saw another massive ship come in. But this one, I've never seen this one before. Is this a new species? What the hell is that thing for? Oh, shit. With that, I saw its bow begin to open, and it charged a weapon that I knew exactly what it was there for. I told my crew, fire everything, now! Fire everything in that goddamn ship! And with that, we did. We fired missiles, torpedoes, any type of ballistic weapons we had, anything that would reach that ship, trying to knock it out before it fired. Around the entire world, there was another half a dozen of these same ships getting ready to fire down on our planet. The satellites, what were left, still fired everything they had into this thing. It seemed to slow the one in front of me down just a little bit, but it still fired its first blast. With its blast, it strafed a line right across the northern hemisphere, diagonally down through Asia. If I had to remember my geography correctly, it tipped the edge of Mongolia, hit Russia, down towards the Middle East. It hit the Persian Gulf and into Africa before it stopped firing. It only stopped firing because our ordnance began to tear it apart. This thing, for all its grandeur, had no armor worth a crap. Our torpedoes got so far deep into it they actually blew out the other side. Our missiles could rip right through its armor. This thing is the epitome of a glass cannon. I checked my sensors, and each of them were beginning to fire as well, but they were also being knocked out very, very quickly. But not quickly enough. Two of them were able to fire a second time, and this time the result scorched the earth in such a way that was absolutely insane. They seemed to be focusing almost primarily on surface areas, which makes sense, we're not aquatic, but I wouldn't realize that till later. I flew my fighter in as fast as I could, right to the one that we had thought we may or may not have knocked out, and now began strafing it with every weapon I had. I turned my turrets directly towards it and fired until the heat alarm started to go off. With that, with every single fighter around us doing the exact same thing, we tore this thing to pieces. We could see its own crew being vented into space as its own shell, that little bit of it there was stripped away. If they were inside some sort of battle bridge, we didn't see it. Quickly scanning, we couldn't find any life on board. But none of us took any chances. As soon as the heat alarm subsided, we fired again, this time severing the main power conduits from the rest. That way the weapon could not fire again. To our absolute horror, our planet, our beautiful blue and green jewel, was now strafed with these horrible, horrible scorch marks. It was insane. At least it's almost impossible to get enough power to actually shatter a planet with one hit. But they just tried to glass our planet. When the battle finally ended not much later, what was left of the alien forces limped away. We were still firing on them, what little bit of ordnance we had left. We took stock of everything. I flew back to my Corvette. The Corvette was almost in shambles. It had been hit by a lot of debris and several strafing runs itself, but I had made sure that the hull was extremely thick. That cost me extra, but I'm glad I put it on. The last fighter that was in there that had been knocked out of the fight, she was still trying to make it work. For some reason, she couldn't get that final engine to operate, and she needed it to maneuver. When she saw us coming back in and we weren't rearming, she just ran up to me, grabbed a hold of me. "Are you okay? Is everybody okay?" I just yelled out, "Status!" And everybody responded, "Roger, ready up, ready up, ready up, ready up, ready up." I got up to the bridge and I began to take stock of what was going on. I looked out through the sensor array and was just in tears. They had just destroyed so many. For what? For what? To send a message? You didn't kill us. You didn't take us prisoner. You didn't even take out the entire planet, although the resulting blast did cause one of the supervolcanoes to become slightly active. We worried that it would cause some sort of activity, but the only thing that truly happened was one of our fault lines shifted, causing another major earthquake. That we can handle. The result of the battle in total, even though I was grateful, I still had all my crew. I knew how lucky we were. I knew how lucky because I realized that our material losses across the board were 91%. 91% material loss with a 53% personnel loss. Of everyone who fought, 53%. But that didn't cover everyone, now did it? On Mars, they were lucky. Most everyone in Mars lives underground. The domes are more for recreation and for growing crops. They're not for people to live on. Because they were so deep in the Martian soil, the bombardment actually didn't get them. Most of the Martians got away without nearly a scratch. Their fleet is down to just a few patrol ships, a couple of corvettes, and several dozen fighters. That was all. But they fought off the invasion. The Venusians fared just about as well, actually a little better, as the strafing runs on the planet didn't work, and every single time they tried to bring a ship in, it would be falling prey to the Venusian atmosphere. Apparently, they didn't realize how completely dangerous and deadly that planet truly is. Venus, maybe's got a love, but she's a cruel bitch. They had actually survived much better, with most of their fleet destroyed, but 42% were still intact. Although the loss of life still bothers me. They didn't have a very large population to start with. Satellite losses from all three planets reached over 70%, though they did hold the line. Losses on the ground. Holy crap. Over 1.5 billion lost. Most of them didn't even know what hit them. Those massive heat beams that they were using simply set everything ablaze down to 57 meters into the surface. Everything, down to bacteria, at that depth was gone. We looked around. I got a hold of the command. Our saving grace, surprisingly, was the actual cannons on the ground. Many of them did survive, and was probably the reason why the enemy pulled back, knowing that they couldn't take Earth anymore, and probably were afraid that there were cannons on Mars and Venus. There weren't, but there will be. Because as we finally took stock, as I took my crew into my arms and held them tight, I realized something. Around the universe, humans have got a reputation for being monsters, for taking apart entire armies because of our speed, our strength, our skill, and our incredible cunning, our way to work around problems. The way they looked at us was monsters. Monsters to be feared into the night. Monsters that, if not collared, if not tamed, would have to be destroyed. Well, they have just given legions of monsters a reason to end their existence. After the battle to save Earth was over, a lot of us wanted immediately to turn our guns to the wider universe and take revenge for what they had done to not only our people, but to our mother planet. But now was not the time. Now was a time to recover our dead, count up who remained, fix them up, recover what was left, find out why they did this, what was their goal, although we have a good idea, and get ourselves ready for the next battle. Our rage will never subside from this moment, as they have come to our planet. Though they were smart enough to, if they come to our home, they brought one hell of a big gun, but they forgot something. If you're gonna come to someone's house with a big gun, you better kill him. Because if you don't, guess what? We shoot back. Looking around, we could see that all the non-organic material we would need, along with much organic material, was simply floating in space. We tried what we could to keep most of the wreckage from plummeting through the atmosphere and crashing into the planet, causing even more problems, but that space station, at least one of them that was completely perforated, got caught up in the gravity well, and there was no stopping it. Along with that, several of the large ships had crashed through. There was a lot of debris. It must have looked like the world's biggest fireworks show from the surface. It might have been pretty if it wasn't for the fact that all this shit's gonna be like the world's worst artillery barrage across the world. Oh, good God, I can't even imagine what they were going through down there. We tried our best to blast away any debris before it made it into the atmosphere, hoping it would burn up if it was in small enough pieces, but holy merciful crap, that didn't really happen. I saw several of these ships tumble, rip into pieces, but still hit with the force of several Moabs. It was destruction almost to the same level as those frickin' energy weapons. We ended up going down and salvaging what we could and who we could, of course. I burned my fabricator almost completely dry, making bandages and anything else we could make. Thankfully, a lot of the infrastructure that hadn't actually been hit by the energy weapons was still intact, but the Earth itself, at least surface level Earth, was almost completely uninhabitable. Humans would have to pack up and leave. We couldn't stay there. The Earth needed time to heal. As my crew and I began to shuttle people from Earth to different stations, usually simply to larger ships because they could not land on the planet very easily, but us smaller corvettes could easily go down, fill up, and shuttle people back and forth. We received more and more intel, plus what we saw, and it was pretty much as I figured. What it was a three-pronged attack. The first wave was simply to spread our forces out. The attack on Mars and eventually the attack on Venus were there specifically to try and pull our forces away from Earth. The second wave was to pull the forces farther away from the planet and bring them into small pockets. This way, when they brought in their planet destroying, killing, whatever in the hell laser doohickeys you want to call that they would come in around the same time as the space stations, believing that we would fire on the space stations first and burn through our ordnance, and that would allow them to start scorching our planet. It was a good plan, it just didn't work. Why? Simply put, humans hold the line. I remember biting my lip to the point where it was bleeding, looking at Mars being totally destroyed on its surface, watching its fleet being torn asunder by just unbelievable amounts of alien craft. But I did not leave, and neither did anyone else. We knew Earth was going to be their target, and we had to hold position, and we did. And because of that, their entire battle plan fell apart. I cannot imagine how long it took for them to actually build these massive machines, even if they did have fabricators as good as ours. The nearest calculation was going to be to build one of those space stations would take almost a decade. Simply put, a fabricator would be strained to its absolute limits, just simply building deck after deck after deck after deck after trying to build the core of it. The core being its reactor engine, as you can't put that on the outside. It has too much of a gravimetric pull. It is the gravity, of course, to a space station. That being said, I simply looked around at the debris field and told my crew to take their fighters and go grab as much of it as we could. We needed to feed our fabricators because they required mass. It didn't matter what they had, just make sure they separate the organic from non-organic. We'll find a way to figure out what to do with the organic matter. I didn't tell them I already had a plan. But every time that we shuttled more people in, I caught the fighters on their way through. They simply docked and unloaded everything. The fabricator for non-organic material was completely loaded and breaking everything down as we were stacking up more and more and more debris. The bodies and whatever they could find as organic matter was simply shoved into the fabricator for organics. Yes, you have to have two separate ones. It doesn't work the other way around. To our crew's dismay, and to the dismay of many of the younger ones, once the fabricators were full as far as organic, most of the organic material they found was alien bodies. We had them stacked up like cordwood in the corner. At one point, one of the pilots came out of her fighter, dropped another body off to the side, leaned over and puked. I felt really bad for her. No young one should ever have to deal with this sort of thing, ever. I gave her some time off as we had been working pretty much non-stop for 4 days, and even though they're genetically engineered, they have their limits. I made sure they all got rotated out as best I could, but we still had to load up with as much material as possible. The fabricators would need to work like crazy. Thankfully, they're all automated. They just need stuff shoveled into their containment area, and then it simply loads itself. That being said, it was still difficult. Once we were completely loaded with our own reserves with the fabricators, the non-organic ones began to make all sorts of ordnance, missiles, torpedoes, more engine components, everything that we thought we might need. Armor plating, especially for this ship. The Corvette would need to run almost consecutively through all this debris, and every once in a while you would hear the noticeable clang on the side as all sorts of debris would bounce up against it, causing a little bit of damage, but not too much, but enough that it would need repair eventually. Along with that, the organic fabricator, once our stores were completely full, we had it designed extra extra nutrition bars. At least that's what we called it. We tried to give it a nice name, but it was just extremely dense nutrients in a simple bar. The bar looked like a mix between Play Doh, chalk, and a turd. It was just crazy. But it would definitely keep you alive. Wasn't very tasty. In fact, it didn't have much flavor at all. But again, it would keep you alive. And as the refugees came up, we started handing these out by the actual bucket load and told them to load up as much as they can because they don't know where they're going, if the fabricators are going to be able to keep up with the new demand. But we did. And it wasn't just us either. Every single ship did the same thing. And as we started looking at what was going on, we figured out what the original battle plan was. And I remembered the only one true rule in warfare, and that is to never underestimate your opponent. They underestimated us, but just barely. Had their plan paid off and we had gone after the bait. As I looked around inside the cargo hold at all the personnel that we were bringing to the stations, I realized they wouldn't be sitting here. They'd be molten slag on the surface, or still be stuck inside their bunkers. Unfortunately for a lot of people, they even had bunkers in their backyards, realizing that some sort of bombardment might happen. They didn't know that the energy weapon was going to cook so deep into the surface, and that bunker became their tomb. Each of those bunkers turned into a microwave, basically, and all the metal that was there was seized shut. All of it. The only way to get into these bunkers now was to actually break them open with a jackhammer. But for now, let them rest. They earned it. After over a week of us traveling people back and forth to their new space station or their new colony, I realized that we were now getting less and less personnel to pick up. It was to the point where the Earth itself was not able to maintain anyone. In fact, I had to fly in there via sensors as everything was just a big dust bowl. It was a complete brownout, but you don't get brownouts when you're using anti-grav motors. There's no downburst phenomenon at all. But here we were, trying to fly through all this crap. I could see a whole bunch of lights going back and forth from men's exosuits as they were looking for survivors. And out of all of it, one thing broke my heart above everything else. It was a young soldier. I had opened up the cargo bay and was waving him in as my XO got the ship ready to take off again. It was only the one soldier in a full exosuit walking with his wife cradled in his arms, and in her arms was their child. As they walked into the cargo hold, he retracted his helmet, and I saw the look in his eyes, and I looked at her. She was long gone, and so was the child. That whole situation had broken him, and he did not say a single word to me. He simply went to the corner, sat down, and cradled his wife and child. I could empathize with him. I never had a spouse. I was never lucky enough to have children. I simply looked around for any others who were coming. He would be the only one to get into the Corvette at that point, as I told the XO to take off. I still remember his response. "You sure we don't want to pick up?" I said, "Lift off and head for the nearest military boat if you can find it. If there's any close by, I want to dock with them immediately." When we were on our way there, I realized which one it was. It was one of the very large frigates that had made through the battle, not exactly unscathed as there were parts actually blown clean off, but it was still flying. I contacted them and told them I had one of theirs on board. They asked, "Does he require medical assistance?" I said, "No. He requires your chaplain." The chaplain? Why would he require a... Yes, sir. Chaplain will be standing by. I simply turned off the comms, and as we docked, I went and picked up the man himself. He could barely stand up on his own. His mind was still in shock. As the cargo bays opened, I was still trying to get myself under his arm. I wasn't wearing an exosuit, so trying to lift him up was something else. Immediately, a bunch of other soldiers came in their suits and got around him trying to pick him up. Eventually, we had to simply carry him out. His legs weren't working. He wasn't looking around. He wasn't even crying anymore. I looked at him. I looked at his family. In that moment, something left me. Something was gone. Part of my humanity that I had been holding on to with both hands left me at that moment, and I could not hold anything in. I wanted blood so bad I could fucking taste it. And so did everyone else. It was like Pearl Harbor. You have to save those you can, rebuild, and then be ready to fight. But the rebuilding started immediately. Those that were still able to raise a hammer, raise a fist, even move, were willing to come out and build more fabricators. As long as others went out to try and get as much food as possible to keep them going. The organic fabricators didn't make the tastiest of meals, but you know what? It'll keep you going. And the sheer anger and hatred in everyone's eyes as they worked diligently to assemble larger and larger fabricators, some of them the size of a freaking space station themselves. I knew that this truly lit the fire under humanity's ass. But I wonder if there was any humanity left. Over 6 months later, and I finally was able to get some time. With that, we made course for our friends' planets. I wanted to make sure they were still intact. Even though I was told that they hadn't been touched, I had to see it myself. I had to. And as we made our way across, we finally got to the Chitters planet. And yes, they had been untouched. The battle group that was there to protect them was still pristine and waiting for a fight. The satellites were still fully locked on, fully loaded, waiting for someone to come in. The planet had been upgraded so much. The Chitters and the Chitter Queens had done everything they could to make their society even better than before. I didn't have a chance to go down, but I was told that pretty soon they would not need a defense fleet as they were building their own. They had fabricators that we had sent them, and they were using them extensively to make their own defenses, but their own style of defenses. I asked why, and I never did get a straight answer. But they were not my primary goal. Eventually, we started heading towards the Zell planet, and my heart dropped out of my ass as I suddenly received something on my comms that I really didn't want to see. It was an emergency beacon. The emergency beacon I had given Junior was going off. I immediately transferred this to the rest of the crew and to the rest of the fleets out there. Our allies were being torn apart. You better get your asses over there. They weren't sure what I was talking about, but it only took another 15 to 20 minutes before the distress call from the battle group protecting their planet was calling for aid. We were already on our way, me with a small group, and when we jumped in, we saw something we really didn't want to see. Another mixed group of battleships and destroyers were going in towards the planet. There was a complete furball happening as we got closer. They must have seen us jumping in, although everybody can see us as we jumped in with that much energy bursting. And they immediately dispatched a group towards us, but they didn't realize how totally pissed off we were. The moment, and I mean the absolute moment we got into weapons range, we gave them a full volley, and the ones that had separated to face us down basically disintegrated in space 42 seconds later as the torpedoes smashed into their ships with reckless abandonment. We had sent more than triple what was needed to take them out, but we didn't give a shit. At that point, we hadn't even launched fighters yet. And the fighters, given the fact that mass and thrust makes them go a whole lot faster since they're almost completely just jets and guns with a cockpit attached. That's all they are. I told my crew the 3-word order that they all wanted to hear. Kill them all! And with that, the fighters were out before I could even get in the cockpit of my own. And they were already on their way. Before I even had to give them an order, they started going at what was left of the alien group with reckless efficiency, even though the battle group that was still left behind, that was ours, was getting tore up pretty bad. They had fallen back to the defense satellites, which gave them additional firepower. They were keeping the enemy at bay, but we didn't know for how long. And because of that, we didn't have any time to waste. As my own fighter bursted away at best speed, I checked the sensors, and holy shit, everybody had the same idea. We didn't have to be told crap. And just as those fighters got within range, they fired a full volley of torpedoes and missiles as soon as they could, and then they just hit their rockets and bounced out of the line of fire. They knew that the 2 destroyers and 6 frigates that were with us, if they had a clean shot, they were going to take it whether you were in the way or not. But they were still lagging behind. I knew that they were falling in at best speed, but again, mass versus thrust, it's still a thing. But they didn't have to wait too long. Actually, they didn't have much of a chance to fire. The battle groups that were fighting each other, the alien versus ours, were surprised by the fact that suddenly there was a mass of torpedoes heading their way. The alien fleet tried to turn, bank away, but they were not expecting that the defense fleet would charge their lines and fire everything they had left. I could actually see with my own eyes the weapons going hot, glowing so hot. I could only imagine that the safety protocols had been turned off as they were firing desperately into the attacking fleet. The attacking fleet thought that maybe they could get out of this pincer move by facing us down instead, but they ended up taking all the torpedoes straight to the face, and the battle was over within another 30 seconds as both sides laid waste to them. As I got close to the planet, I realized there was something off. I began to scan everything, and I was completely put back by one set of debris. One very, very large piece of debris. There was no mistaking it. This was one of those planet glassing ships. Oh, fuck, was all I said. We immediately went down towards the planet. I went straight past it all. Didn't even stop. Only told them that I was friendly by pinging my IFF code on the way by and heading straight towards the town that I had left my family at. My family that was not human. As I got down there, I had seen that a lot of debris had fallen down and hit areas around them, but there was nothing direct. I immediately landed, got out, and I ran over, started screaming for them, asking, "Where are you? Where are you?" I saw the rest of the ships coming in. All the fighters landed, and they began calling as well. I almost had to tell them, "Hey, it's a cold planet. Go put some damn clothes on already." But I didn't care at that point, because what I saw just killed me. I turned a corner, and there was a young female Zell holding Junior. I ran over screaming for him. "Junior, tell me, are you alive?" I grabbed him. She was hesitant because she's just seen this giant biped run at her, but I couldn't hide the tears coming down my face as I thought he was dead. As I reached and checked his pulse, he was still alive. He was just knocked out. Whatever concussion had messed him up had thrown him against a wall. I could tell by the bruise on the side of his head that he had taken one hell of a crack to the cranium, but he was alive. I looked around. I started asking the young female, "Where's his parents?" She pointed over, and I ran towards the building, literally knocking the door right off its hinges as I went inside. And I found them. Scared and in the corner, but alive. Oh, thank God. I ran over and gave them a hug as their cousin came out and saw me and with complete elation came over to get me. Unfortunately, it wasn't the same around the whole village, as many were still screaming in pain, mental and emotional pain, as their friends had not survived. I was grateful that mine had. I was beyond grateful. I went back, and my crew had already picked up Junior and made a makeshift litter and was carrying him inside with what I found out was his mate. They were a bit young to be married, but not too young to be betrothed to each other, which is their custom. I didn't care at that point. We just went and got the medical supplies and did what we could. I went immediately to my comms, called up to the Corvette and told it to land right next to us. We needed all the supplies on board. Tell the fabricator to start making medical supplies as fast as possible. All I got was, "Yes, sir." And within an hour, the Corvette was on the ground, and we were grabbing all the supplies out and just started screaming for everybody to come out and get what they needed. We brought out crates and barrels full of those nutrient bars. The nutrient bars are set up to be an entire day's worth of ration for a human, so one was more than enough for one of the Zells for almost a week. They saw this, and it was like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. I asked them where the ship had fired, because it obviously had zapped the planet. And they had told me that it had hit on the other side, but thankfully our own fleet had targeted its primary target and just tore it to pieces. I guess it is a glass cannon. I wonder how many of these frickin' things are still out there. I would be on that planet for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of digging through rubble looking for survivors. 2 weeks of recovering survivors, recovering bodies, and recovering body parts. 2 weeks of trying to rebuild their homes. 2 weeks of getting parts from the fabricator to get their infrastructure going, get their water running at the very least, get the electrical running at the very least, clearing their roads. My crew was helping out as well, but they seemed to have trouble keeping up. They're still young, of course. The only one I didn't have in my crew was the XO. After seeing everything that had gone on, he asked to return to his mate over on Venus. I told him it was okay, and he immediately took my fighter craft and left. We left the Corvette there as we needed the fabricators on hand. The fighters at best have one small fabricator, and that's for food. That's in case you get stuck out in the middle of God's nowhere waiting to be retrieved. And with everything that was going on, not only was it pain to lose so many, but the rage of humanity could not be even hidden from our allies. The chain of command had gone up to the Chitter's queen and told her what had happened. Since the Chitters weren't exactly the most desired creatures, mainly because they were, well, annoying when they worked. Even though they worked very well, they were always kind of creepy for everyone, just because of the way the drones operated. So they were not on the high priority list. The Zells, on the other hand, given their intelligence, their size, and their strength comparative to that size, were very highly prized. But since they had fought away from their oppressors, and since everyone hated humanity so much, I guess they wanted to make an example of them. We knew that the war was on. The war that we had prayed would not happen was here now. And the enemy had done something you really don't want to do They made it personal. For another year, we rebuilt. We put everything back together on the Zell's planet. We tried what we could to save their planet, their livestock, their flora, fauna, and all that other fun shit, but it was difficult to say the least. They were grateful to have a human or two around to help out with some of the larger items. My crew could help as they were about the size of humans, and pretty soon, once they grew up completely, they would be. But they didn't quite have our strength. They were meant to be decorative. They weren't meant to be as functional as we are. I couldn't hold that against them as they were all nice to look at. I still don't know how the genetic alteration of that works, but it was what it was. Though after 6 months of seeing the destruction and hating those that had brought it, the fleet was almost fully rebuilt, at least in strength of numbers when it comes to equipment. We were still short a bit on personnel, which take years and years and years. We did consider creating our own, genetically engineering our own warriors, but that would be against everything we have fought against from now on. I remember walking into the council chambers themselves as they were debating this fact. Since I had made a name for myself, I simply walked in without any issues. They all saw my rank. They all saw who I was, and the sentries just got out of my way and snapped to attention with a salute. As I walked in, immediately everyone shut the hell up and listened. I told them, with my own crew standing behind me, don't even think about it. This is what they do. This is who we're fighting against. They did this. Though I know they're grateful to be alive, I wouldn't ever do this to create weapons. They created my crew to be pleasure for them. Are we going to stoop down to that? Are we going to become that in which we hate? I know when you fight the devil, you must become the devil himself. But if we lose ourselves in this fight, then what the fuck are we fighting for? I left the entire council chamber in contemplation. A few of them tried to fight back at me, but I shot them back a death glare. In other words, don't even talk, pal. And with that simple statement, I turned around, and with my crew behind me, we walked out. And with that taken care of, we started relying more and more on AI. The AIs themselves would be designed specifically for each ship. We would end up designing them ourselves. In many cases, we would simply have the base code set up after our own brain scans. I scanned not only myself, but my entire crew. Junior, his family, all of them. And we merged them all together. It took the computer about 24 days to try and figure out exactly what type of personality it wanted to be, but the AIs were still efficient, extremely efficient. So much so that we no longer needed anyone manning any turrets. Not only did I not have to focus on it myself, but the AI would take care of that. And with that, we supplemented our shortages in manpower. We also had small robots going around to repair things as well, which helped a little bit, but we all kept thinking the same thing. Are we becoming slave masters of robots? This question would plague us forever. However, we still needed them. We required their assistance to make sure that we were ready to take the battle straight towards our enemy. We had sent many scouts out, and I talked to a few of them as they came back. They found out that the enemy that had sent all those ships, all those personnel, had actually drained almost every single battleship, every single fighting ship of destroyer, frigate class, everything. Which is why they sent that space stations, because they actually ran out of things to throw at us. We kind of chuckled at this. The fact that they had drained themselves completely to try and bleed us out. and in fact they had bled themselves dry. There had been a lot of turmoil in a lot of their different sectors because they did not want to build these ships again. They wanted to spend their time rebuilding families. They wanted to spend their time rebuilding their commerce, but they had more pressing issues than trying to rebuild a fleet which cost a lot of time and a lot of materials. They did not have as many planets to strip mine as you would think, and they ended up having to start doing what we were doing, which was going out into their own asteroid belts, their own fields, and start salvaging any materials they could. We kind of chuckled at this. Why weren't they doing that in the first place? Well, it's not as cost effective. But screw cost effectiveness when it comes to survival. And now we had our moment as the last scout came back. We found out this quick piece of information. The slave leaders, those 5 to 7 species that decided that they were better than everyone else and they would trade in slaves and be a slaving nation, were now getting ready to fight each other. They believed that they had knocked us back into the Stone Age. They believed that we would be spending so much time trying to rebuild and repopulate that they would have plenty of time to deal with each other. And then they would become dominant of each other. This whole thing about dominance and submission around the universe is driving me absolutely freaking batty. What type of hell is this universe? Were we surrounded by the Org field and protected in heaven or something? What in the ever-loving crap is going on? But that was our moment when we realized if they're busy fighting each other, that gives us an option, an opening, a way of taking them down. And as reports came in of different fleets having at each other, using basically slaves as their cannon fodder, we realized that we had to pick our target carefully. But our target was not picked by us, no. The Chitter Queens had decided to build their own fleets, and they decided that they would be the first ones since they were the only planet not engaged by the enemy fleet. No one would expect them to come up with anything. The Chitters themselves, until they became slaves, were not even close to a spacefaring race. Hell, they were barely beyond insect mounds at that point. Though they could outthink each other, it wasn't much. But now they could reproduce in numbers and create ships in numbers that would just stagger the mind. They chose the closest sector they could, and before we even knew what was going on, they had invaded and captured the planet. When they went in, they had taken down the entire armada that was around them. If you want to call that an armada, I would call it a small battle group. Their fleet just simply overwhelmed them with numbers, taking some of the cues from us and going in with their long-range weapons at first, firing the torpedoes, then when they got close, missiles, and then direct-fire ballistic weapons. It was a slaughter. And when they landed, they told us that they were laughing. The Chitters laugh, which is actually painful to listen to. If you ever listen to nails across a chalkboard, think of that, just slow scratch, 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 scratch at an extremely high pitch. It's actually painful to human ears to listen to it. But they were laughing as the slave masters would beg them to stop, offering more slaves to become slave masters themselves. The Chitters looked over, and one of the key things was they were holding two humans in front on their knees, draped in chains. The Chitters had called back to their queens. Their lead drones had come down specifically to look at this. They showed us the video of the lead drone, who looked much larger than their normal drone, a good 7 feet tall, and its carapace was very, very large. It reached down to each of the humans, got underneath their jaw, and raised their heads. On the video, we could see that these humans had had the shit kicked out of them multiple times, both of them female. the Alpha drone stood them up, reached for what little bit of clothing they had and lifted them. And that was enough for us to be beyond pissed. The Alpha drone, even though they do not reproduce the same way we do, they know that if a woman is forced on, if their queen had been forced on by another, they would take it extremely personal. So they decided to take this one personal for us. There was not a single slave species that left that planet. They simply became the Chitter's next meal. It was disgusting to watch. However, we let them have this as they sent a ship towards us before we even had a chance to send a destroyer towards them. They had contacted us and told us that they had human refugees. They had freed human slaves. And with that, they cemented themselves as our allies for now on to eternity. And it was good to have friends. And as we retrieved them, we got another message. The Zels had begun to launch their own ships, though much smaller than a human ship because, well, they don't need that much room. They're smaller than we are. They still pack a hell of a punch. The thing was just bristling with weapons. And their first response to us, their first call when that ship got into orbit was simple. So, who's first? After our allies, the Chitters, had taken that planet and freed all the slaves from it and destroyed all the slave masters, of course, it was pretty evident that there was many more slave species out there than we had anticipated. We started coming across onesie-twosies of different species we'd never ever seen before. Some of them were just like the masters. They were reptilian, avian, amphibian, aquatic, mammalian, you name it. It was all there, though they all had a similar humanoid exterior. Some still only had 3 digits, others had 7. In one case, a person, well, if you call him that, he had a strange appendage on the end of his hand which had kind of a tentacle attached to it. And he only had 2 fingers and 1 thumb, plus the tentacle. That it was just funky. Yes, he was an aquatic species. However, we had never seen this before. We didn't know how to deal with it. We did our best, of course. I made it a point to keep jumping around between soul space to make sure everything was okay, along with checking in on the Zels, especially Junior and his family, and checking in with the Chitters to see if there's anything else I could help them with. To my surprise, they actually offered me a few others. As they had taken so many slaves and freed them, they were having troubles taking care of everyone. I looked and said, I don't have a lot of room here. But thankfully, my crew had learned from me, and I was grateful for that. They actually decided that they would actually double up their rooms if it meant that they could free more of their own kind, which I fully understood that. There weren't that many, but I did more than double my crew. In fact, I had to give up my own quarters so that 3 others could stay there. 3 very young ones, at least from the outset. The strange thing is, these genetically designed ones, they're not always the same looking. As I stated before, they're sometimes different colors just to look kind of pretty. They all look pretty. Their skin is pristine. Their teeth are always perfect. Their eyes are always locked in on something. But they sometimes have different eyes. Sometimes it's almost reptilian or cat eyes. Most of the time it's human shaped. But other ones have horns. Some have long ears. I saw one, unfortunately, that one didn't make it. But the dude had a tail. What the hell do you need a tail for? Then I saw who the master was, which is a reptilian. Oy, I just twisted my guts even thinking about what he had been forced to do. Ugh. All in all, I called for extra reinforcements, but didn't have to take too long. Apparently the word had gotten out, and everyone was trying to figure out what to do with the refugees as much as possible. The human fleet, at least two of the battle groups, showed up with all sorts of frigates I've never seen before. Each of them actually landed on the planet and had their own fabricators. They were actually flying fabricators, if you want to figure that one out. And each of them was designed specifically to land and help build structures, to build habitation for each of these, to actually have farm equipment created so that they could start living on this planet. The planet itself was slightly agrarian already, so it didn't take much at all to clear some land, plant some crops, and within a couple of weeks you got sprouts coming up, and if nothing else, you can eat those. The only problem is a few of the species were strict carnivores. This made things difficult. However, even carnivores can eat things that come out of the organic fabricators, although they didn't exactly like it. During this whole ordeal, I started asking around and seeing, since I have such a crew, maybe I should upgrade to a larger ship. The problem is, everybody wanted a ship. Everybody wanted to use the large fabricators. Everybody wanted bigger, better, and just be ready for the next assault, because everybody was still pissed off. And I can't say that I blame them. I would sit and listen to some of my crew and some of the new crew talk about what they had gone through. And the best I could do was to use the organic fabricator and get them a facsimile of like hot chocolate or maybe coffee, which is okay, but it doesn't taste like the real thing, if you know what the real thing tastes like. Think of it the difference between processed foods and real food. Processed foods, yeah, you can eat it, but as far as taste goes and the effects on the body is nothing compared to true, organically grown or raised food. Which was the kicker of it all. Now that Earth was pretty much a no-go zone, as Earth itself had to heal, we had to worry about how we would also pay for these fabricators, pay for our time on it. And it came down to one simple thing. The kicker of it was our fabricators. We could take any type of inorganic matter and make any type of device there was, but you can't eat it. And organic and inorganic fabricators work in very different ways, although basically come out with the same idea. Now, if you think about it, Earth would be a bountiful place full of organic matter that we could harvest and raise, and it wouldn't be hard to feed an entire population. Hell, we were feeding 5 times this population on the planet before we even went to space, before we even had organic fabricators. But now we're in trouble. Earth was pretty much done. The hydroponics bays on the moons and other satellites were functional, but at least 50% of them were damaged or out and out destroyed. Mars lucked out in one way, even though they had lost most of their crops due to the orbital bombardment. They could simply replant, and they did have enough to keep their livestock alive. Their livestock had been pulled down into the underground bunkers when the bombardment started, so most of it did survive. But Mars, the population was extremely small, and it was going to take a very, very, very long time before they were able to produce enough food to even feed a battle group, let alone an entire armada, as we were building up the way we were. Venus did get away fairly unscathed, but they were a fairly new colony and were not truly set. When they sold crops, they were getting payments of extremely high amounts. We're talking weeks on the fabricators, along with materials that they wanted to work with. It was insane. And this became the new currency. The new currency was organic matter. True, grown, or raised food. It was insane to think about this, that we would have to skimp along. We're in the freaking space age, and here we are looking to figure out a way to feed ourselves with actual real food. Now, don't get me wrong, the fabricators will work for a while, but eventually you will be starving just to bite into an orange. just for any type of real food. And to our complete relief, the Zells were more than happy to share their crops with us. The only issue was, since they're so little, they don't actually grow a lot. Most of the crops on their planet don't produce all that much. Though we are grateful for what's there, we never, ever, ever, ever told them that it was barely a drop in the bucket compared to what we needed. The only time anyone said anything was about 2 seconds before somebody clocked them, just telling them to shut the hell up. These were some of our greatest allies, and we didn't have to piss them off, and they're being extremely kind to us as well. The Chitters not so much, as they very delicately balanced the way they consume food and the amounts with how many they produce. The Queens were very, very particular about this. Being of a hive mind, they made it very easy to understand how many there were, how much food there was, how much water there was, and figure out how many of their own personnel they needed. With this, I fully understood. If we were a hive mind, I'm sure we would do the same thing. So we were stuck with those stupid energy bars that really didn't actually taste like anything, at least for a long time. We did luck out, and inside many of the asteroids inside the asteroid belt, we did find a common mineral which we can consume, which for a while sold for a lot but didn't sell for much after everybody found large reserves of natural sodium chloride, aka salt. Yes, you do need salt to survive, but too much is bad for you, even now. Even with our insane medical technology that keeps us looking so young and our insides so clean, you still don't want to get too much into the salt. As I went back towards the fleet and I went to the far side of Luna, I saw that they had finally finished constructing the large fabricators. And when I say large, I mean freaking huge. The space station itself was at least half the size of Luna herself, which is the reason why they kept it away from Luna. God help you if that thing got caught in a gravity well. It's going down, and there ain't nothing you can do to stop it. I don't care how much anti-grav motors or how many thrusters you throw on this thing, it's going to get pulled down. Especially if you get near something like Jupiter. Yikes. All in all, I still ended up docking and tried to trade as best I could. A few of the folks in there started giving my crews a little bit of the side eye. And I don't mean evil side eye. I mean, hey, you want something to trade? Well, we can trade with... And I remember pulling my weapon and putting it right into his face and said, I dare you to finish that sentence. When he saw me pull the hammer back, he realized I was serious. And that's when his own boss came over. Whoa, 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 what's going on? I told him what his subordinate had said. His senior just looked at me and said, I'll take care of it. That won't happen twice. I simply retracted my pistol, reset the hammer, and pasted it back inside its holster. And just as I did that, the senior looked at him and said, What is wrong with you? Hit him upside the back of the head, and then dragged him back, cursing and kicking at him. You stupid! What is wrong with... At that point, my new crew had realized that I take their protection very, very seriously. And they still referred to me by the little nickname that Junior had given me. They all called me Godfather. I guess that would be a good enough call sign if it wasn't already taken. However, it was still interesting to hear it. At least they're not trying to call me uncle. Only a few people ever call me that, and most of them aren't around anymore. I take that one personal. Still, we continued on into the station, and I got a hold of someone who could actually give me some time on the fabricators. I told him I had all the materials needed to build the damn thing. It's just I would need to wait my turn. I asked him how long that was going to be. He gave me kind of a side eye and said, well, looks like it's going to be about 15 months. So I'm not waiting 15 months, and I can see your screen. Try 5 months at most. He grabbed his screen, turned it sideways, and said, nope, you must have misread it because I'm looking right at it. Don't give me that crap. It went back and forth like that for a while, and then finally, I got a hold of someone I knew. One of the former captains of a destroyer. Unfortunately, his destroyer had taken a few hits, enough that they had to scrap it. He was still a good commander, and I knew him personal from back at the academy. I should know because I taught him myself. I was able to talk to him in his own quarters. He did look at my crew a little suspiciously and asked me many questions on how it was to deal with them. And I simply had them talk to him. And it was less than a minute before they realized that every single one of my crew was just as competent as I said they would be. He was so happy about this and actually said maybe I should get a few of them on my own crew. Well, given the type of crew you got now, I would really worry about that. What? He asked me, and then I explained what had happened before. As I was, he started jotting down notes. He goes, I'll take care of that myself. All right. Well, tell you what, can you look into some time on the fabricator? I'd like to make a ship with this design, with these specifications as well. Sliding those papers across the desk towards him. He picked them up and read them, and I realized that his eyes just started to get very, very wide. What the hell is this? Is this a frigate? More or less. More of a cargo hauler than anything else, but yeah, I guess you could call it a frigate. It's definitely not a destroyer. There's not enough guns on it. Huh. He continued to look over each of the specifications, and then he pulled up his own display and began to type everything in. Started to move everything around, and for the next hour or two, not only did me and him start talking about all the different things we wanted to do along with the layout, I called my crew over and asked them what amenities they wanted. Of course, it wasn't surprising who wanted what. Many of the men wanted a larger game room with more games in it, if at all possible. They also wanted some sort of workout area. The ladies, well, they wanted, of course, their own private bath facilities, if they could, and they insisted on having the communal bath as well. I could only afford to have one shower in each room, a small, basically just a shower stall, the same you would find in any of the old style ships that people used to take cruises in. Yeah, something about that big for each person. And then, of course, the one bath. They all agreed to that. I also had the engines increased. I also had the amount of payload it could carry increased as well. It did quite get close to bordering on a destroyer, if you really want to put it that way. But the kicker is there was a lot of room for cargo. What I didn't specify at first is that we had the fighters, and the fighters were not getting refabricated. They were simply getting removed and then placed in this new ship. When all was said and done, it came down to payment. What could I pay with? I simply pulled up a small piece of paper. He's like, why you got it written down? Well, I don't need other people knowing this or my ship might get mauled. And I handed the paper over. He opened it up and he read, and his eyes got really, really wide. What I had never told him is that I had spent many, many years on a farm, so I knew how to raise crops. I also had a stash of seeds inside my ship, just in case I ended up crashing somewhere and needed to grow my own plants. Everything was there. We had separated one of the areas, actually had to pull out the communal bath, which is why the girls were so insistent that they wanted one again. But this time I had set up grow lights, got a hold of soil, which thankfully the Zells had allowed us to get, but we also had to use our own waste to compost it. The whole area stunk to, oh good God, we always wanted to keep that bulkhead door shut because everyone knew when somebody walked out. That being said, it did allow the plants to grow well. I had several bushels of cucumbers, squash, zucchinis, but the big one was tomatoes. Tomatoes were extremely highly prized, worth a hell of a lot of money. I had exactly how much quantity we had to spare. I was going to save just a little bit for the crew, as they would end up having a small party before we ended up defabricating the ship itself. But the look on his face, and I swear I started to see drool coming off. As I stated before, the biggest piece of currency is now food, and now he's looking at true, organic, non-genetically modified food, all ripe and ready to be picked. With that, we were pushed up. We were third in line, and I was grateful for this. Our new ship, well, I was waiting for it as we watched our old ship get defabricated. Watching it being stripped down from the skin out, the hull being stripped away, basically atomized as particles so small that the human eyes just can't pick it up. Surprisingly, my crew could say that they saw a strange, almost dust cloud coming off and were being sucked into the fabricator itself. I can't see it, but their eyes must be enhanced. But as the outer hull was stripped away, I saw each of the rooms. I saw the engine compartment, the bridge. My command couch eventually was just taken and particleized and pulled up into God knows where, all the way through each of the areas. Our fighters were outside just waiting. They weren't docked, they were just floating outside. I had them all locked into one, and thankfully the girls inside weren't trying to do anything stupid. They were just remote controlling the fighters so that they didn't crash into each other. Thankfully, in the vacuum of space, the majority of times you don't have to do anything, it just sit there. And then, once our ship was defabricated, the new fabrication process started. Oh boy, I was excited. The new engines, as they were being put together, looked extremely slick. The new spin drives that were there. And yes, they were all based on spin anyway, which is why people still use the phrase spinning the engines up. But the new spin drives were a bit more complex, but they were smaller, much smaller. It almost looked like centrifuges, those that were attached to it. Instead of having a dozen of these centrifuge-looking turbine-ish, I don't know how to truly explain it. Again, I've never truly been an engineer. But instead of a dozen of these large ones, big enough for basically my torso, there was 36, only about the size of my forearm. But they were all still about 4 or 5 meters long. It was crazy how intricate this thing could make them. But because it was so intricate, it took a long time, a very long time. Much of the fabricator, after it had done the actual framework, had to wait until the engine compartment was finished before it continue on with the rest of the ship. As each of the pieces were put together, I could actually feel the excitement of my crew. They were so happy to see their new ship. It was much larger than our own. Over 4 times larger than my Corvette. Actually, so much so that I kind of wish I could have kept the old Corvette, but I needed the materials to build this thing. Eventually, I knew I would have one attached to the side. There wasn't enough room inside to actually put the Corvette, but plenty of room for the fighters. However, that would have to wait until later. I saw the gun emplacements being put in, and all I could do was hope that everything went well. For several days it took for my ship to be built. I was so grateful for this. Every time I went up to see it, it was like watching a ship being built in fast forward. And of course, I had to go back and make sure that my payment had gone over well. Well, not only had it gone over well, but apparently some folks had forgotten how to farm. And I just was like, really, guys? Don't you understand the basics here? Many people had forgotten this because they had become too reliant on the fabricators. When they first actually bit into an ear of corn, they couldn't believe how delicious it was. And this was just corn. Although, when talking to my friend, my former commander student, if you will, He simply stated, "And the dumbass forgot to cook it first, and he still said it was great." It's like, well, yeah, of course you can eat it raw. "It's still funny to watch." I just kind of shook my head. But as my ship was being built, I looked around to the other fabricators, and much of what I saw actually surprised me. Many of these ships were being personalized. Anything frigate size and smaller was personalized. Destroyers themselves were pretty much standard, but I could tell that with each generation the guns were getting bigger and stronger. They were strapping more and more missiles and torpedoes in them. The engines again were being upgraded. I looked around and I could see many other ships besides frigates and destroyers. There was a lot of corvettes now, a lot of them. But there was also battleships. It was freakish to see one moving at what they considered dock speed, whatever the hell dock speed is. And it just passed by, and it took several minutes for the ship to go by. And all I could think of is, are we trying to take out entire planets again? Oh wait, yes we are. Sort of. But that wasn't what worried me. And what surprised me truly was the fact that I had been told that the new massive fabricators that were designed specifically to build dreadnoughts were building something other than dreadnoughts. What are you gotta be kidding me. It took a while to walk all the way to the other side of the station so I could actually see what the hell was going on and confirm what he told me. But sure enough, I'm looking at a goddamn carrier. Now, carriers in space don't look anything like they do on the terrestrial battlefield, except for one small area that seems like a flight deck. That's it. All the rest are simply compartments strapped around the engine, with small short-range gun emplacements spotted here, there, and everywhere. There wasn't any place I could see for missiles or torpedoes, except for one small area on the ventral and dorsal side. I'm guessing those were more like decoys or something. But the rest was simply set up not only to send and receive fighters, but as I'm sitting there looking, I was given an explanation that it's basically its own floating space station now. "Are you serious?" I asked him. "Oh, serious as a heart attack," he said. Then he went on to explain that each of these ships was designed to be out on its own permanently. I was amazed at this. Up to this point, our ships hadn't had this capacity. They had to come back for a refit at least every few years, maybe a decade. Even if they were well maintained, it still would take a lot to keep a ship out there permanently. I mean, seriously, are we really going to be out in space for this long? How long is it going to take for the damn planet to heal itself? And then I wanted to smack myself for even asking that question, considering I was there and I saw at least one of those ships put that goddamn heat beam across. Oh, crap, I thought to myself. Well, I guess if this is what it's come to, I guess this is our new life out here in the stars. I kind of hugged my head a little bit as I went back to see my new ship. It still wasn't finished, but it was getting there. And as it finally was completed, I was given a notification to come out and check it. As I walked through the ship, I brought my entire crew with me, minus those that were still out in the fighters. We went from room to room, making sure everything was good, opening up every hatch and making sure there was no busted seals or anything like that. We found that every single amenity we had asked for was there, but absolutely nothing else. No extra entertainment that we didn't ask for specifically. No extra workout equipment, no extra sensors, no anything like that. Even though the sensor array was also upgraded, since the standard sensor array was outdated, it was still exactly what we expected it to be. And I was so grateful for that. And so was my crew. My crew had gotten to the point where I needed this many just to run a frigate this size. And then as we got in, I strapped into the command couch and I locked in using the sensors and using the neural implant. And to my amazement, there was no pain this time. Usually there was a slight pinch as you locked in, but those glorious engineers had figured it out. And I was able to run through all the different systems, one by one. Even though in real time it only looked like I was sitting there for maybe 30 seconds, I must have been going through every system for at least 6 or 8 hours. And then I got back up, looked over at the captain, got up and shook his hand, said, "It's perfect." My crew was already happy with this, and I asked him how soon until I could leave the fabricator. He simply said, "Can you wait till I get off of this tub?" I laughed at him and said, "You got it. Tell you what, you need anything else, you call me. Hey, you deliver me another load of those wonderful vegetables and we will call it good. Very good. I mean, they were delicious." I looked at him and said, "You think that's good? Give me a year." He looked at me sideways for a moment, but I had already done a kind of a sly deal, which hopefully would bear fruit, literally. When the ship finally left the fabricator, I made sure that the cargo bay doors opened as soon as we cleared the docks so that we could latch in all the fighters. Thankfully, everything was automated. The new AI systems that were on there were unbelievably good and intuitive as well. They worked with all the crew. As soon as I was able to register each of them as a crew member, the AI was able to work with them without even the slightest problem. In fact, the AI began to siphon off different parts of its personality, which I thought was strange, but it is what it is. And each of the crew had basically their own small AI with them. They carried it around in kind of a wristwatch type of thing. It was a little bigger than a wristwatch, but still, there it was. Everyone with their own personal AI assistant. I again worried about the moral conundrum of having them serve us, but, well, one battle at a time. Now that I had cleared the moorings and everything, I decided I wanted to show this ship off just a little bit. I told my crew that we were heading towards Junior's planet. They all looked over at me, and they seemed to grin and nod. As we were heading over, even though it took several days to get there, everyone seemed to be grateful for the ship. It was just what they wanted. Most of us spent our time working out. The ship was mostly automated at this point and would alert us if something else happened. So I spent most of my time exercising or inside the hydroponics bay, as hydroponics are not something I'm very good with. I'm usually good with soil, but with hydroponics we can actually grow a whole lot faster. All in all said, though, it was a pretty uneventful trip. But when we pulled into Zell space, I saw something that I was almost not expecting, but I'm grateful for. Right next to the human battle group that had been protecting the planet was the Zell's entire fleet. I was amazed. I contacted them, let them know I was a friendly coming towards them and who I was going to visit. They didn't have a problem after they saw my ship and my registration number. And down towards the planet I went, but as I was heading towards the surface, I passed by them. And wow, they took a lot of cues from us. Every single one of their ship was just covered in turrets. It didn't matter what sides. They even had turrets sticking out the ass end of these things. Although I wondered why they didn't use as many gravimetric-style drives as we did. They seemed to like a lot more of the fusion reaction drives, but hey, to each their own. Maybe they're just not ready for that yet. I was hoping that at least they figured out artificial gravity at this point. All in all, what I saw was surprising. There was a couple fighters going around. They were very, very small, about the size of the drones we had faced before from another enemy force. But because the Zells are so small, the drones don't have to be all that big. And neither do their fighters. It's crazy. It would be almost impossible for any turret to actually lock on to these guys if they were bobbing and weaving, pushing to the point of their organic capacity, i.e., making sure their body don't go splat on the side of the cockpit from all the G-forces you're pushing. Along with that, they did have their own style of corvettes, frigates, destroyers, battleships. I didn't see any dreadnoughts or carriers yet, but I'm sure they were on their way. I didn't see anything on the sensors of massive fabricators, but I wouldn't put it past them in the next couple of years. As I headed towards the small spaceport that was right next to the village where Junior and his family was, I kind of laughed because this was going to be kind of unannounced. I had a little bit of trouble going down. Even though the Zell planet is a light gravity planet, the anti-gravity motors were having a hell of a time keeping this tub from flipping. It was just crazy. I realized at that point there was no way I'd be able to get this thing down on Earth and then get it actually out of the atmosphere again. So, hey, you take the good with the bad at this point. But when I landed, everyone was surprised. They expected a whole bunch of cargo to come out, but I hadn't picked any up yet. Instead, it was just me and the crew. We walked around, but as soon as the doors opened, I had to actually snap back at my crew. Put something else on. Seriously, what is it with this, folks, and not wearing a lot of clothes? It's annoying. Don't they ever listen? At least put your suit on. Where's your flight suit? Ugh. Anyway, we didn't get very far, and all I heard was somebody scream, "Godfather!" as they all ran over. I got down on one knee just so I was low enough so they could jump into my arms. Each of them came up to give me a hug, and I asked how they were doing. And soon after, I introduced my new crew. We spent the rest of 2 days there, talking and conversing how things were going. And, to my shock and surprise, one of the things they offered me was some actual homegrown food. I was worried about taking any seeds or anything into my own ship, as it might cross-contaminate with other things, and we had to keep everything as organic as possible. But you know what? Somebody offers you a free meal, you take it. We talked about how the Zells were starting to create their own fleet, and pretty soon they wouldn't need us around. In fact, if we took off with their fleet, along with the defense satellites, they could probably take on anybody who came their way. Hell, they'd already taken care of one incursion. I could see the look in their eyes. They were, for the first time, living without fear. And this put a smile on my face. Although I had to duck the smile a little bit because human smiles are still considered an aggressive thing to look at, baring teeth and all. However, the Zells didn't seem to mind. In fact, they let me in on something. They were ready. I asked them ready for what? Junior's dad said they were ready to take the fight to the enemy. He pulled up a map and I began to look at it. He explained that the nearest 2 sectors towards the galactic center were in infighting. Not only were they having internal problems, rebellions and such, but their militaries were interested in beating the crap out of each other. Why was this? You had 2 slaver nations that bordered this area. The 2 species that were in those, the indigenous species that were actually a slave species. And the Zells now took this sort of thing personal. They wanted to free at least one. They had contacted the Chitters, and the Chitters were more than willing to help them out. So I asked, so did you talk to Terran Command on this? Oh yes, oh yes. They are more than interested. More guns, more of us. We should be able to take the planet without too much issue. However, we need to take it quickly before they are able to send out any type of distress call. Terran Command says they can set up jammers to stop them. Jammers, ooh, gonna be fun. We're gonna take these slavers and we're gonna kick their butts. I kind of chuckled at this, as that was strictly a human phrase that they had picked up. I looked at the map, studied it very quickly, and I realized that it was very far from those slave masters' homeworlds. Since it's farther from their home systems, they were good targets. I simply stated to them, make sure you only go after one at a time. if you ever both were in trouble. With that, they understood. Eventually, I found myself talking to not only the Zell's High Command, but also Terran High Command. They appreciated my input on all of this. However, I couldn't see where I was adding anything else their own folks hadn't thought of. But sometimes an outside perspective is good to have. Turns out they did have a type of frigate that was a jammer, a radar jammer of some sorts. I didn't ask them for specifics, but apparently as soon as they're in there, they can jump to the outer part of the sector and block any incoming or outgoing transmissions. This should make things a lot easier, as we didn't have to worry as much about approaching enemy fleets. And if they didn't respond, well, all I can say to those on a planet is, ready or not, here we come. Since the damaging of Earth, it has been well noted that the Chitters are well within their means to strike out, as they had already cleared an entire planet. The Zells, on the other hand, don't reproduce or build at a level that the Chitters can, and their fleet was just barely ready to hold their own planet. However, they still insisted on 1 or 2 ships to go with us as we reached out beyond our own cradle sector to free another planet that didn't even have an alliance with us. Unlike the Zell and the Chitters, they did not know. The Veretans, if I'm pronouncing that right, are a type of mammalian species. If you look at them, it would be very, very difficult to actually separate them from human at first, until you realize that they have some animalistic capabilities, or presentation is more like it. Though they have a stronger sense of hearing and smell than we do, you can actually tell that they resemble, I don't know if you consider that cat or dog. The pointy ears could go either way, and the way their faces are arched, you really can't tell. Their noses don't exactly do the whole anime thing, so you really have a hard time. However, their long, stretched tail does act more feline than canine, so we'll just go with that. Though the one major issue with these particular species is that they are unbelievably thin and incredibly frail. At least by human standards, that is. I would worry about picking one up wearing my exosuit, as I would be afraid of snapping it in half, quite literally. They are very, very lean, and because of which, and that the fact they do not reproduce all that quickly, they are used more for decorative slaves than anything else. Housemates and personal after-hours type slaves. When we found this one out, is that they were particularly used for this. Well, you can imagine how interested everyone was on getting a hold of those who would enslave these such small, skinny ones that we just wanted a piece of them. Normally, before a mission, you would hear a whole bunch of people laughing and joking, trying to make light of a heavy situation as they got everything ready. But no, this time when we found out how poorly that they treated them, about as poor as they treated the ones that were created, similar to my crew. The demonics is what I like to call them, but that's not really their name. They took it very personal. As we got everything ready, the fleet was assembled. Not only was there human, but along with human mixed into us was our new AI compatriots. The AI didn't seem to have any problem working with us and ran many of our drones and many of our guns. It also helped to fix a lot of the equipment that was in too tight a position for us to actually work on. As good as these ships are, there's still some tight crevices that you gotta get in and out of when things are required. All in all, we were still ready to rock and roll, using AI to supplement our lack of manpower. The Chitters, however, showed up with a massive amount of personnel. However, their ships were very, very, very basic. I cannot stress this enough. The only ones that were accentuated in any way, shape, or form was their massive carriers. These carriers resembled something similar to a wasp nest if I had to put a finger on it, although I was invited inside once and it looks absolutely nothing like it. It's very compartmentalized, similar to the way humans would design it. And when I did ask one of their betas, yeah, there are different levels. There's alpha betas, gammas, omegas, and of course the S class, as we like to call them, i.e., the queens. But the queens almost never left their planet. But I asked one of the betas why they designed it this way, and they simply stated how it was designed based off human designs. They realized that we were extremely efficient, especially when it came to military vessels. Couldn't argue with them there. When it came to the Zells, they would stick close to my ship. I had gotten the call sign Godfather because they heard Junior constantly calling me that. I didn't want to use that call sign, but you know what? Sometimes it just sticks. As they stayed close to my frigate, we got the countdown, getting ready to jump into alien space. It would be a single jump, and of course our allies would have to be close. They use standard FTL, we use jump systems. There's a lot of differences to them, but the main one is the FTL, you can see it coming. You have several minutes before they actually reach inside the sector to the planet. The jumps will simply, you'll appear. The only problem with the jump systems is that, one, it drains your energy, and sometimes you're adrift for up to a minute as your system cycles back up to life. Also, if you jump into the wrong area and end up inside a gravity well or close enough to it, well, chances are you're going to be yanked out of whatever command couch you are and smushed up against the side. Newtonian physics is still a thing, of course. But our scouts had looked at it very, very closely, and we would be on the far side away from their 2 moons. Yes, they have 2, which is not surprising. We have our own planets in our own system that have 7, 8, 9 moons, so why the hell not? As we got ready, I could hear everyone counting down. I ordered all my crew into their fighters. I would be the one in the frigate this time, as I trusted them to get the job done. Plus, I wanted to keep my eye on the action, just in case we had to get out fast, or if I had to jump in for some reason. I could hear the countdown still going. They counted from 60. It's hitting 30. As I locked in, I started calling out, "Ping when you're ready." And I could see all the lights going from red to green. Everyone was ready. 15. 14. I looked out. As I opened my eyes, I could see the 2 ships that were from the Zells just off to my port side. They were close enough I could see them. They were within my jump bubble, but only one would be jumping with me. Another jump bubble would be from another frigate just on the other side of them. 4, 3, and just like every other time I jumped, the pucker factor jumped. 2, 1. Jump! And with that, we all jumped simultaneously. We all blinked into the next sector, and it only took a few moments before everyone's system seemed to be coming back to life. Anything destroyer size or larger always had a separate engine specifically for this purpose. That way you weren't left off in the ether when you jumped in. You had the ability to turn your turrets immediately and fire if need be. But when we jumped in, we didn't see any resistance. We didn't see too much except some cargo haulers and a few small warships. Nothing beyond the size of a frigate. What the hell? Well, I guess we caught them with their pants down. Immediately, we got the word to power up and head straight towards the planet. As we were going, I could hear over the net the chitters call out to everybody how they will send drones out to make sure the air is clear, and they will make sure that they are the first ones to reach the planet. The call came out from our own commands and said, "Really? You want to bet on that?" The chitters didn't understand what was. What do you mean? What is bet? We'll call it a gentleman's wager. Just kind of bragging rights. Say I was there first. So you want to see who hits the ground first? And with that, the Alpha chimed in. "Yes, absolutely. Let us see who is there first. Yes. Let's see who gets to the surface first. Let's see who takes the fight to these slave trading sons of those things. Dog, female dog, those things. I still can't believe he can't pronounce that word. It was just amazing me. I was snickering as I saw many ships power up and got into an extreme race on the way to the surface. They couldn't outpace the fighters, and as I released my own, I saw them burst off in front of me. My frigate was good. It was brand new, but it could not match the thrust-to-mass ratio of any of these fighters, not even close. I was basically in full burn on my gravimetric drive as we just kept going. I could even see the small bursts as satellites were being blasted out of the atmosphere and also out of orbit. There was a little bit of resistance coming from one of their moons. We could see them coming, and a few of their warships got into positions to fire. However, I'm not even sure if they did. Looking through my sensors, I suddenly saw them disappear. They didn't have jump tech. I reached my sensors as far as I could, and I was just barely able to catch a debris field. You sneaky pilots, you. I wonder if that was the AI or who was that. But somebody just launched a torpedo up its backside. I began scanning again, looking across to see if there's any in any direction. I could tell that there were scans going out in every and all directions. We were all confused. Shouldn't there be more? I know they're within some sort of conflict with the other slave masters, but you would think they would leave some sort of defense. I mean, they're out here on the edge, but still, it doesn't make sense. They're smarter than this. And I always worry when things go too easy. But then again, it's never that easy. As my frigate got close enough to the planet, I could see that the chitters were beginning to send in their assault craft so that they could be on the ground. One of the alphas actually got onto the comms and stated to everyone, you see, we are faster. We will be on the surface faster. We will take this planet before you. And that is when our own transports simply arced themselves and began to launch pods down. As the pods went screaming past the Chitter's transports towards the surface, all we got from the XO of our flagship going, you were saying something? I swear if that Chitter knew how to curse like a human, he would have. Because all we got was unintelligible clicks and screeches across there. And with that, their transport seemed to turn straight towards the surface instead of trying to slowly get through there to maximize their abilities and also to not burn up. They simply seem to be in a race with the pods, but you can't outrace a pod. That thing's going more than terminal velocity towards the surface. Obviously, the pods got there first. And as we landed, we tried our best to make sure that communications never went out, but never ever did things go that simple. Oh crap. Over by one of the moons, we could see other ships beginning to come in. My sensors were going absolutely nuts as we saw several ships beginning to come out of their FTL as they got very close. So close that I saw one of their own frigates come out of FTL and immediately bank off hard towards one of the moons. It had to turn itself away and burn as hard as it could to make sure it didn't get caught up in the gravity well and crash. Dumbasses, you're in too much of a hurry. With that, I got it in command with all the rest of the fleet. We coordinated everything we could. We got in our formation and began to sweep from one side of the planet to another. It was glorious as we came up on one side, just below the equator on the southern hemisphere, and as we got within optimal reference range, we opened up and spread out across the planet. It seemed to be this huge concentric circle that opened wider and wider as it began to go around the planet on all sides. The poles, the equators, each hemisphere, all had ships coming around to meet the fleets coming on the other side. That way they would always be able to bring their guns to bear. The other fleet didn't recognize what we were doing, and they learned way too late. Before I even cleared the planet, I checked in with my fighters, and they were doing their standard strafing runs. I checked their ordnance. None of them had fired torpedoes yet. There wasn't any large targets to hit. Most of them had fired their missiles off to take care of any in-atmosphere aircraft that were coming their way. But most of the aircraft that were coming their way weren't really military aircraft, at least not designed to take anything that they've got that was coming towards them. Instead, what my crew ended up having to do was strafe the enemy positions, which is hard to do at that speed, but again, with turrets, it became a little bit easier. I grinned at how well and efficient they had become. They had become very well trained, and they were excellent at their job. I know because I trained them all. Even the youngest was there. And even as I checked her vitals, she was calm and cool and collected as she began to do a strafing run and drop several of the last of her ordnance into an enemy position that was trying to stop our own drop troopers. Well, let's just say they weren't stopping anyone after that. My ship began to clear the outer part of the planet, and I began to get a straight line view into the enemy fleet that was coming in. Well, what was left of them. I was one of the mid-level ships, which means I was second line, not third line. And as we started coming through, I could just barely see as their destroyers and one of their battleships that had come in were being torn asunder by the turrets of our main battleships. The Chitter fleet was just absolutely ruthless as they began to swarm through the entire formation, just strafing and ripping everything apart. At one point, they even crashed headlong into a small carrier. We were told to hold our fire against the carrier as they wanted to take this ship, and take it they did. I remember seeing the video of what they did inside, and it was gruesome. And I laughed. As I saw the movements they were doing were reminiscent of everything humans had done before. It seems like they had taken all their cues off of us. I wonder if their hive mind had its own mind at that point, but I didn't have time to worry about it. We were having basically a turkey shoot at this point. It was at that point we noticed that all the FTL signatures that were coming in had stopped short. They had come out of FTL so they could change the directions they were at, and they just got back in FTL and went another direction. They must have realized that they were severely outgunned, and they had no chance, even if they came in. As they were coming in 1, 2, 3, 4, a half a dozen at a time, you can't face a whole fleet that way. And as I said, these guys aren't that stupid. The battle for space was over before I even was able to empty half of my torpedo tubes. Hell, I'm not even sure if it mattered if I fired. So I turned my ship and I radioed my crew to see if anybody needed a refit, anybody needed anything. To my absolute shock and surprise, not only the Chitters, but the Zells on the ground and the drop troops have already cleared a landing zone big enough for my ship to go down. I called up to the command and said that I could go and give them support. I was told to hand off. Just wave off for right now. They were sending their own destroyers down. The frigates would come later, as the frigates did not carry as much ordnance. However, they could definitely do their job. It was a long 6.5 hours, a very long 6.5 hours, as our own groups, our own soldiers, our own troops, buggers, whatever the hell you want to call them, made their way across the planet, and all I could do was link into a couple of the helmet cameras and see what was going on. As they went through, it was amazing to see that many of the slave traders would jump out in the street, raising their hands, screaming, "Please don't shoot us, please don't shoot us, we'll sell you our slaves." Yeah, that would be the last thing they said. Some of them would run out with the slaves in hand and offer them up, begging for their own lives. Our own men would walk up to each of these, many of them much smaller than us, reach down with their exosuit-covered hands and effortlessly snap those collars off. And many times the slaves would look at the collar on the ground, reach up, grab their necks, and realize that they're free. We had known most of the languages, and we had it translated so that they could learn that they are free now. They have no master. And at that point, many of those that were slave masters would actually say, they still obey me. That's another wrong answer. And it was just funny to see one of these mammalian assholes just look all sorts of proud, saying, "Oh, I'm safe now. I didn't hurt them much." They looked down at the kids, and one of them was walking funny. Even if it wasn't for the reason we thought, it wouldn't have mattered, as that massive metal-covered hand curled into a fist and clocked the son of a bitch, knocking most of his teeth out of his head and watching his head just crunch in. He laid there on the ground screaming in agony, at least what you could scream, as basically a muffle, as he thrashed on the ground with all sorts of pain going through his body. The young ones that looked at this were afraid. They looked at the one who still had blood dripping from his fist. He looked at his fist and realized what they were seeing. He simply put his hand behind his back, and then with his non-bloody hand, reached out and got down on one knee at the same time, reaching out friendly for them to touch, for them to realize he is not a threat to them. Some of these creatures, now that I can tell the difference, couldn't be more than a decade or two old. Most slaves are not kept very long once they pass the age of maturity, unless they're used for more disgusting means. And I don't just mean what you're thinking about, but also as basically alien death matches, similar to the type of games we were forced to endure when this whole thing first started. And here we were, looking at kids who had been groomed for this. I still remember looking down at that one. One of the cameras had looked at him, this slave master, as he was holding the side of his jaw. He simply pulled out his pistol and blew this guy's head off. And I mean off. He didn't stop firing until the magazine was completely empty and all 15 rounds had gone into the skull and splattered it. Then I realized by checking the stats that this trooper that had done that had lost their family in the assault on Earth. I guess this was a personal one. I had to remind myself to remind everybody that when you're a professional, you do everything you can not to make it personal. Though it was difficult in this type of war, which is the first justified war I could ever think about. And as I still sat there waiting for my turn to go down to the surface, I simply watched again and again the same thing happening. Our forces would go into a town or a city, find all the slave masters and the slaves. If the slave masters surrendered and simply wanted amnesty, well, that's too freaking bad now. You shouldn't have tried to cook our planet, asshole. If they tried to hold slaves as human shields or xeno shields, if you want to call it that, well, no one had any chill. We did feel bad for those we had to shoot through, but they had to learn really quick that that was in no way, shape, or form going to protect you. One of our own broke down in tears as one of these slave masters, a large kind of arthropod-looking, I don't even know what species that is off the top of my head, came out holding two females by their hair, somehow had it wrapped around in their claw. He was a big son of a buck too. Must have been good 13, 14 feet tall. He may have been holding them by their hair, but it was by the back of their head and lifting them up. In other words, they were being held by their hair. They were screaming in pain, trying to reach up to their hair to try and alleviate some of the pressure. And as he did, he reached around with some sort of weapon and fired into. He got a couple of the chitters and wounded one of the humans. And without hesitation, this man who was in charge turned his weapon on full auto and fired into that behemoth, blasting away as fast as he could to try and take him down, straight through the slaves he was using as shields. And as he went up, as the slave master fell, he went up to the slave master, who was still thrashing around a little bit, shoved the barrel of his weapon into his maw and pulled the trigger and just said, "Don't ever do that again." And then he looked at the two slaves, both obviously humanoid, as most things are, but one was a demonoid similar to that which is part of my crew. The other was human. Both females were there bleeding out. He dropped his rifle, went to them, and tried to patch him up. He was screaming for a medic, and I could hear the sheer horror in his voice and the pain that was there as he tried his best with a little first aid kit he had to try and save them both. But multiple high-caliber gunshot wounds, all he could do was alleviate their pain just a little bit. He reached up with that small little syringe of morphine that he had. He wasn't supposed to carry it. None of them were, but they always did. He jabbed the morphine into the leg of the demonoid, who was worse off than the human. The human, still crying in pain. He tried to hold her hand. He raised his visor so she could see that he was human. And she just asked, "Why did this happen? Why did this have to happen? Why?" With that, his own buddy came over and jabbed a different syringe into the leg of the human. Both the human and demonoid at that point stopped screaming. And less than a minute later, they both slumped, as there was nothing anyone could do. That soldier stayed there the entire rest of the battle, kneeling in front of both of them. His visor still raised. A stray shot could have taken him out easy. But he was done. He was broken in that moment. I remember looking on the video of his buddies trying to get him going, their cameras spinning back around, but he was still there. We would find out 2 days he knelt there. 2 days. Until his body just gave out on him and fell over himself. They were able to get him back to one of the medical frigates, but I'm pretty sure he's done. You don't have PTSD that bad and just wipe it away. With things like that coming across the net, more and more of our own soldiers began to look at those slave masters as simple target practice. They weren't even sentient species anymore in their eyes. If they were going to hold up their own pleasure slaves as shields, meat shields, it was insane. Several times the chitters, those who were drones that were meant to help out, they're gammas. They're the ones you would see in a cargo bay all the time, being used as rudimentary weapons as they were thrown at our own forces, striking with enough force to knock our people over. If it struck another chitter, it might have enough to crack his carapace, but it wasn't enough to keep him down. And every single time more slaves died, the more angry our people got. I could hear the call over the radio for them to hold up at a certain phase line. But our people didn't stop. The chitters didn't stop. The Zell that had seen their own torn apart right in front of them, as not only as shields, but also they found young ones that were being trained to be good, obedient servants. They found them sometimes all scarred up, missing parts, or sometimes, if they were lucky, they would just have seen things they really didn't want to. They came at them like amphetamine-soaked circus monkeys, jumping on any slave master, and if they couldn't shoot it, they would do what any human would do. They grabbed their knife and they just started hacking away, screaming all sorts of obscenities, which are hilarious when translated to English, but in their own culture is some of the worst things you could ever possibly say. At the end of that 6.5 hours, I was finally given clearance to land. I was about ready to say screw it and just go in, using my own point defense systems, but I found out really quick why they wanted us to hold back. The planetary defenses were not exactly knocked out. We couldn't use any type of orbital bombardment. We're not trying to destroy the planet. We're trying to free its people. So what were we limited to? We were limited to something that I would have to get installed on this ship. The AI had drones, and we would launch them out. These were kamikaze drones launched out by the dozens, sometimes hundreds, to seek and destroy. Order times of several hours. They would simply find some sort of weapon emplacement, some sort of vehicle, something, and they would come down at a speed that was almost incomprehensible as they burst a small little rocket, and you could see them all smashing down on the enemy defenses. As the enemies tried to garrison what they could and get into their own ships, our drones and our bigger guns would come in. Our fighter craft dodged and weaved through all sorts of fire, unfortunately not all making it, but would do everything they could just to get one single strafing run on the enemy headquarters. Anything, as they could not quell their anger at what they had seen on the ground, and I cheered them on. As I finally broke through the atmosphere, I called out again for my crew, for anyone if they wanted to restock, to get their butts back to the frigate. To my shock and dismay, only one came back. He was trailing all sorts of smoke as 2 of his 4 engines were just gone, just completely gone. I looked as he flew by, trying to get a good angle to land. I opened up the starboard hatch way in the back and told him to be ready, because that's not going to be a fun landing. There was no way he could use any of his anti-grav motors at that point. Not on only 2 engines he couldn't, especially since the 2 that were gone were his starboard side. They were just... And when he crashed in, it was enough to make the entire ship shudder. Thankfully, I could see through the video that he did land and he was in one piece. His fighter, on the other hand, not so much. I'm just glad he didn't have any ordnance left over. Somehow he had actually used his torpedoes. I don't know on what, nor did I give a crap. All I knew is I was glad he was there. I got on the PA system and told him to go straight to the medical facility. Right now, get your ass to the aid station, was all I screamed. Thankfully, he went there without hesitation. I was just hoping the fire suppression system was still intact, just in case that fighter decided to go a little hot. Thankfully, it didn't. But seeing this was enough for me. I did a closed circuit frequency burst out to my own fighters, and I told them, "This is Godfather Actual. If you're hearing me, get your ass back here now." I say again, get back to me. I'm pinging my location now. And with that, I sent the beacon out. I must have got a little bit more attention because we saw a whole bunch, at least what was left, of their in-atmosphere fighters seem to be homing in on my location. As I looked through the sensors, I saw several of the fighters coming back, but it wasn't all of them. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4. I just kept counting as they started coming in. I opened all the doors that needed to get them in. Thankfully, only one other was trailing smoke as one of the engines had taken a hit, but it looked like it was recoverable. They were able to still do their vertical takeoff and landing procedures and land inside the bay without a problem. As soon as they locked in, the automated system started to rearm their fighters. I told them to get out, get to the medical bay, and get checked. And yet I still looked around. I'm missing 2. Where are they? I started looking for their transponder signals, and I found them. Without any type of clearance, I began to move the frigate towards their location. Thankfully, they were pretty close to each other, only just over a quarter of a kilometer away from each other. but I knew if they were on the ground, then all hell was going to be coming down on them. I looked, and our forces had just barely reached their location. As I got the frigate close, I could start feeling it start shaking left and right as more and more fire started coming in. The guns started firing in all different directions. The AI was doing exactly what it needed to, but I needed to get my people out. And as we got close, I could almost hear those on the ground screaming as the turrets began to blast enemy positions. This was a bad idea, but I didn't care. I wanted my crew. My crew was my family, and I would not leave them behind, not for anything. As we got close to the first crash site, I looked and I could see my pilot. She was waving up to us. I simply got close as I could. She couldn't reach me, unfortunately, but I got on the PA system. Just go to the rally point. Just go to the rally point. I'll pick you up there. She simply waved and gave me the OK symbol, and she started running. Thankfully, my own soldiers, the own Terran soldiers, along with those of the Chitters, had reached her location, and she was able to run right past the line. They realized from the way she was dressed that she was a pilot, so they didn't even stop to ask. And it was on to the next crash. And as I got within visual range, my heart couldn't take what I was seeing. The fighter had crashed into the ground, but had not landed flat. It had skidded across the ground from God knows what type of fire it had taken. I hoped, I prayed that they ejected, as the front of the fighter was buried in the side of the building. The only thing left showing was the ass end of this thing, its engines, which seemed to be intact, but that was all I could see. I started looking around, looking for any type of transponder signal. My brain was going 90 miles an hour. Even the AI was telling me, slow down, you are reaching burnout. I didn't care. I started looking around everywhere I could, but I couldn't see him. Where was he? Where was he? For the love of God, you better have ejected, you pain in my ass. Where are you? Where are you? Come on. Where are you, you purple piece of shit? At that point, my frigate started taking all sorts of hits as I was being shaken left, right, center, all the way back. I got hit almost right next to the bridge, and it was enough to shake me out of my haze. I couldn't stay there, not without dropping this frigate right in the middle of the city. So I had to power up. I raised myself far enough away from their ground-based weapons, and then far enough away from their missiles. I started crying. I couldn't keep in the tears. My whole crew started screaming through the comms, "What are you doing? Why are we leaving? Why are we going into orbit?" I had to tell them that we were taking too many hits. We had to go before we weren't spaceworthy anymore. One of my compartments had already been blown open. Thankfully, it was one of the cargo holds that didn't have anything in it at the time. I'll have to get it fixed later, but for right now, we just have to lick our wounds. Once in space, we started checking out the fighters. Most of them had taken some sort of damage, and at least 3 of them wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, and one of them was just about scrap. When he came in and crashed in, he had been smart enough to actually turn the fighter sideways, but unfortunately he had hit the engines that were still good. They weren't good anymore. That thing would need a complete and total refit before he's ever flying in it again. The other ones were probably going to take another day before the automated systems were able to repair everything. The other ones just simply needed a refit, more ordnance, and cooled off. But I told them that we're missing one. They all wanted to go back and look for him, but it was too hot. I was catching word from the command that we had finally pinned them down, the slave masters. They had just rallied everything they could, and they had bunkered themselves down, but they had bunkered themselves down in the most heavily defended portion of the entire hemisphere. Any fighters were told to back off. They were just getting picked off left and right. As good as our fighters were, even stealth rigged, it wouldn't matter. Dumb munitions are still going to hit you. They'll hit you if you're fired at. With that, we had to wait. And I hate waiting. Eventually, I did get a call. Yeah, Colonel, we got one of your pilots down here. You want to come? You don't have to tell me anything else. Just ping your location. He sent it, and immediately I sent the frigate down. By the time we had landed, I saw that she was okay. A little tore up from the landing, which I don't know why the hell she didn't eject, which I did scream at her for. But I did reach over, pick her up, and hold her tight. I don't want to lose anyone else. And that's when I got the call. Sir? Yeah? Sir, we found another one of yours. Where is he? He's in the MASH, sir. They're taking care of him. Which one? Sir, don't worry about that. By the time he had said that, I had already started moving towards the closest one. I had to make sure he was okay. But the guards stopped me before I got there. I wasn't wearing an exosuit, and they were. It wouldn't take much for them to put me to the ground. I told them what was going on, and they knew who I was, but they still held me back. Good men. They did their job, despite the orders of an officer. They knew what had to be done. So we had to wait. My frigate would not move until we found out what happened. And when the word came down, we were all together. I ran out to find out what was going on. And as I got up to one of the guards, he was there standing like a statue in his exosuit. I couldn't see his face. And without hesitation, he reached up, hit a small button on the side. His visor raised up, and I could see his eyes. I didn't have to know anymore. I just partially broke right there. He didn't make it. From what they could gather, he had ejected out, but where he landed was all sorts of enemy activity. He tried to make it out, but he got hit several times, and there just wasn't anything they could do for him. As good as our medical technology is, they said they were in the process of rebuilding his internal organs. It's like, come on, our medical tech is so good, it just needs his head to... Oh, fuck. The guard simply looked, shook his head, and I could see that he really didn't want to remember what he had seen. I simply raised myself up, turned to the crew, and shook my head no. Most of the youngest ones started breaking down in tears at that point. The older ones tried to stay stoic and tried to keep the other ones' spirits from falling into the gutter, but losing our first one was enough. With that, I just looked over and I saw the bag being brought out. I walked over, checked the tag. It was him. We began to reach for the bag, bring it over, and I could see the look in my crew's eyes. And I simply said, "All right, let's get off this rock at least 1 kilometer up." They all looked at me, and I could see the hate in their eyes as they knew what this meant. You wanted to get at least 1 kilometer off the ground so you could launch fighters. Launching them on the ground is dangerous at the best of times, unless you have some sort of catapult that's going to launch them straight up. Even with the anti-grav systems, floating around that low inside a city is just not smart. We got in, they got in their fighters, and those that were still being worked on were being worked on with insane abandonment as I watched the rest of the fighters burst free once I just sat there at 1,000. I got on the comms to the one who had crashed his fighter into the frigate. I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" He yelled back up into the comms. I'm helping him fix it. No, you're not. Go to my fighter now. She's already armed and ready to go. I want you off this boat in 30 seconds. And without hesitation, he ran off, and I could watch his movements as he went down, opened up my own fighter, and jumped inside, realizing that I had jazzed the thing up as best I could. Strapping in, I opened up the doors, and before they were even open, he powered up and off he went. It didn't take long for him to catch up. By the time our fighters had even engaged the enemy again, their defense lines had been broken. We had complete space and air dominance, and our own people began strafing and bombing the living bejesus out of what was left. But we couldn't just raze it to the ground. We didn't know who was inside. And when I recalled the fighters again, we had to sit and watch as those on the ground went room to room, door to door, hallway to hallway, floor by floor, clearing them all and taking every single one of the natives back. When it was all said and done, the planet itself was free. Its infrastructure was fucked, which we knew we could fix in a matter of a few weeks. But the planet itself was free. Its own people were free. They kind of looked at us strange, as why would we even bother doing this? We didn't have an alliance with them. Why? Well, we didn't have an alliance yet, we told them. And with that, we began the long process of rebuilding. We did find humans on that planet. Unfortunately, very few of them actually survived. Many of them were executed by their own slave masters, as they had figured out that's who we were by the way we moved. Never underestimate your opponent. One of the slave masters, begged for his life, holding out the two humans on one side and one human on the other. These were kids. And what those soldiers did to that slave master, oh, lordy lord. She ought to be glad she wasn't a guy. They would have ripped off something very important right away. But as a few of the soldiers I could tell were women by the way they cradled these kids as they took them away. They guarded their eyes to make sure they didn't see what our soldiers were going to do with those who take humans and do bad things to them. 'Cause you don't hurt kids, asshole, was the last thing that alien ever heard. The planet is now free. And our very first step into clearing this entire universe has been taken. It's going to be a long road, a very long one. But with what I've seen our own people do, along with our new allies, I can only wonder that with each planet, each home planet that is, with each species that is freed, what they will do to their own slave masters simply boggles the mind. Although I didn't have time to worry about that, because as we all know, freedom comes at the cost of blood, and we have already paid. We will continue to do so, but as my ship rose up high and we headed towards the nearest star, I could see it in my crew's eyes, and I kind of saw it in my own reflection. We wondered for a moment, is it worth it? Is losing our people worth it? As we got ready for the funeral, and as we did, as we set everything ready to launch him back into the stars where he was created, I looked over on the other side of the body and I saw the new additions to my crew. I was told that my crew of demonoids would be probably the best idea, as they found several more of them across the planet. Still, they may be in small numbers, but it would be best to keep them with their own kind. And I couldn't possibly agree more. This was important. This was bigger than the price we had paid, and if I end up having to pay this price as well, as long as they survive, it would be worth it. Normally at this point I'd be heading back to Earth, but That's not my home anymore, and I couldn't go back if I wanted to. It's a restricted zone. Nobody goes down there until it heals itself. So after the funeral, I came to a striking realization as I began training the new crew members on what to do. This is my life now. This is my new life out here in the stars. And I'm right where I need to be. And a good thing, too, because as we know, nothing combines enemies together faster than a common enemy. That was us. We were the enemy because we dared stand against them. We dare stop this god-awful slave trade that was killing billions, trillions across the universe. It would take us a long time to reach the other side, but until then, I'm gonna get ready to kick some serious alien ass. 8 months. 8 months it took us that long to fix the Vatirans' home planet. They were more than grateful at our assistance, too. Though they were much thinner and definitely weaker than us, as their planet was extremely low gravity compared to us, they would do everything they could to help us out, many times wanting to house us inside their own domiciles or feed us their own food, which, believe you me, we were more than willing to take. For us to help them out was such a big help, mainly because we're able to pick up basically their own equipment, their version of a bulldozer. It only took 3 of us to lift this thing up and move it where we needed to move it. It was actually kind of funny. For a moment, I felt like Superman in that low gravity. Although it doesn't take long before your muscles to begin to atrophy if you're not actually working them. Kind of a side effect of being human. Thankfully, with our medical tech, we could kind of negate this, but it wasn't all that pleasant. In fact, it felt like thousands of needles poking into you full of acid, just to make sure your muscles didn't atrophy and your bones didn't degrade, just from being in this light gravity for so long. There were other issues, of course, but we were able to deal with it. My demonoid crew was actually able to handle the light gravity a whole lot better than I could. Their genetically modified bodies were set up specifically to handle different type of gravities, and it didn't take more than 72 hours for them to fully integrate themselves into the gravity itself. It was crazy and wonderful at the same time. In fact, I started getting many requests to help folks out because they were able to handle the different gravities. Now, I wasn't exactly going to let my crew just run out. My demonoid crew, even though they do, as I stated before, look kind of like demons, or in some cases like elves or a tiefling or something along those lines, they're all very nice to look at. And as much as us humans have banded together, I still don't trust too many humans as far as I can throw them. Although, I still do trust a few, of course. So while we were working, I made sure that they stayed within a certain area and they kept their comms on them at all times. Thankfully, we never had a problem. And I didn't hear of much else. Anybody who decided to be, shall we say, a rascal, usually got 25 lashings in public square to start. Yes, corporal punishment is now a thing. And though our medical tech can make them heal from the scars, you don't heal from that type of pain. A bullwhip's a bullwhip, after all. Still, as we fixed up their planet, we also gifted them with a bunch of fabricators. Now, we had to assemble them, of course, but these large fabricators, once we taught them how to use them and how to make their own, they seemed to have a keen mind, an inquisitive mind, a mind that modified the fabricators. When I got a quick look at what they had accomplished, it amazed me. It was simply amazing. They had made it possible for not only the fabricators to work faster, but also deal with some of the more intricate portions that we were having trouble with. Though they couldn't figure out how to mix organic and non-organic, it was still amazing what they could do, and we were beyond grateful for this. Me especially, since I realized that I could have one of these new fabricators installed inside my frigate. If that was the case, then we could create all sorts of things there, and I could finally get the rest of my fighters back up into fighting shape a whole lot faster than I thought. This was amazing technology, and it come to be that we understood why they could do this. It stands to reason if you think about it for just a moment. They don't have physicality to fall back on. In fact, at one point, I grabbed one a little too hard and I broke the guy's arm. I felt really bad about it too and apologized profusely. But I simply grabbed him as he tripped. I didn't realize that I was going to snap a bone. But because they don't have physicality to bring, what they do have is their mental acuities. And this is why I realized that the Zells themselves were really smart given their size, though not as delicate as this new species. They were definitely smart, especially because of their size. They couldn't outfight someone, at least not at that point, so they had to outthink them. And because of that, we looked at ourselves and go, well, if they can outthink us, we better start being able to outthink our own allies. Think beyond what we thought. And this would come into play during the next invasion. The next invasion took place before I even got my own frigate off the ground. Those jerks didn't even tell me they were going. Of course, they had more than enough ships to do it. But I immediately got into my frigate, and we loaded up and left. We had already fixed the planet, and it could survive on its own. We left a small contingent on their request, by the way. We did not want to leave anyone there, and we were simply going to let the planet under its own devices and leave our own defense group, along with the satellites that we left to protect it. But they insisted they wanted humans to stick around just in case. Can't say that I blame them. They were a very highly prized slave race, not because they were smart, but because they were easily disciplined, and also they kind of have a cute look. They're kind of a mix between human and some sort of weird animal, usually like dog or cat. It's kind of weird. The pointy ears that kind of flick every once in a while every time a bug hits them. Just, I don't know. I'm really not into that. But a few other guys just were sitting there drooling. Ugh. Seriously, did have to walk up to one and smack him to get his eyes to go back inside his head. Not literally, but you get the idea. When I finally got to the next sector, I saw most of the fleet just hanging out above the planet. I got in communication with the fleet, and which was now called the Wolf Pack, and asked them why everybody was just holding position. I didn't see shuttles, I didn't see drop pods, I didn't see anything. Nobody was shooting. All that was left was some wreckage from some of the ships outside the planet's surface and what I assumed was some satellites. I got a response I wasn't expecting. We're testing a new weapon system. What? As it turns out, they had decided that going in guns blazing was costing too much in material and too much time. If we went in there and just destroyed the infrastructure, we had to wait, again, months as we rebuilt everything. Tried to make it stronger and better so we wouldn't have to do anything. Not to mention, the loss of life on the surface was just devastating. Absolutely insane. So they decided to do a more biological, chemical way of doing things. And I suddenly felt my stomach just drop. Oh crap. I got a hold of the closest destroyer and I said, I want a full briefing now. Because if you're using what I think you're using, that planet's not going to be usable. He laughed. He audibly laughed out loud across the comms. No. We're not using mustard gas or Agent Orange or any of that crap. No, absolutely not. We wouldn't use that. No, we're using tranquilizers. Sedatives? I asked him. You really think that's going to work for a whole planet? You haven't seen how many we launched down there. He sent me a quick overlay of what happened. And basically, one of these cylinders that dropped down was about the size of a city bus, one for just about every single kilometer of above surface space, each one with enough tranquilizer to knock out everybody there 3 times over, at least what they could figure. Now, since almost every single species sucks down a nitrogen based atmosphere along with oxygen, it was pretty easy for them to figure this out. Well, I'm no chemical engineer, but it seems simple enough. I just had one more question. So when do we go in? With that, I got pinged from the flagship of all things. I was surprised to see one of my former students was actually in charge. He actually tried to call me Piranha 6, and I said, you can't call me that anymore. Well, why not, sir? Well, there is no Piranha anymore. Didn't you see the reports? One of those heat beams went right over the academy. There's no academy left. It's all gone. It was quite literally glassed. It's like, oh, well, sir, if you don't mind, what's your call sign? I don't really have one, but everybody keeps calling me Godfather. Wait a minute, you're Godfather? Yeah, I know, it's kind of silly, but no, sir, we understand. Godfather of the Demon Crew, got it. You're stuttering there, dude. What do you mean, Godfather of the Demon Crew? Well, we know what species you have on board and how you have a penchant for them, sir. It's just, oh, whoa, back that truck up a little bit. Whoa, pull the air brake. What? Are you trying to say what I think you're saying? Because if you are, I'm going to dock with your ship just to walk into the bridge and kick you in the balls. And you know I'll do it. Do you remember what happened in class? Yes, sir, that was hilarious. What I was referring to was actually somebody who had smarted off saying how they would love to have one of these aliens as their own personal maid / girlfriend / concubine. I walked up to him, looked him in the eye, and as he grinned, saying how his mommy and daddy were so well up and well known and wealthy that he wasn't expecting me to clock him and knock him down to the floor, then throw him down to the base of the lecture hall, and as he tried to get up, I jumped up and landed on his groin and used that as an example. We're humans. We don't do slaves anymore. And you are out of my class. Permanently. And I bounced him like a basketball out the door. Yes, I did have to talk to the dean about that, which I told him what had happened, and of course, since everything was on video, he wasn't going to say too much. Especially since the family tried to bring all sorts of crap, and we showed them the video and said if they want to press anything, we will release this video to the entire planet and see how well their company does. With everything that was going on, social suicide is not something you want to push. All in all, everything calmed down after that, and I waited for my turn to go to the surface. To my surprise, they didn't drop any pods. I guarantee the drop soldiers on there were more than a little ticked. They prefer to actually drop in, because as you drop, you're almost completely untouchable. With the amount of pieces of the shell that have to just fly away as they conduct all the heat away from the pod itself, it puts up so much debris that almost nobody gets hit from ground fire. The radar just can't filter it all out. It doesn't work. This time they'd be going down in simple shuttles. And as I saw the shuttles go down, I began to move my ship, but the comms officer from the flagship got a hold of me and told me not to go down and to wait. Wait until all the shuttles were going down. Once the shuttles go down, then they're going to bring destroyers down towards the surface. The smaller destroyers can easily handle going into the surface and give all sorts of ground fire. After that, frigates like my own would be allowed to go in. They needed to make sure the big guns were in place just in case the tranquilizer didn't work. Well, they didn't need the destroyers, I'll tell you that much. When we got there, we could actually see a whole bunch of the slaves being freed. I had to use the zoom lens a lot to see what was going on, and of course I showed my crew. but a whole bunch of slaves were being brought out, usually carried 2, 3, 4 at a time, inside the arms of those in exosuits, placed on the ground, and their collars swiftly removed. Most of the slaves on this planet were 20s, maybe early 30s at the most. We didn't find too many children, which made us relax a little bit. That is, until we reached the castle. Yes, this species, the ones who controlled this area, the master of this. If you want to call her a duchess, then yes, be my guest. This duchess, when you look at her, looks almost like a, how do I put this? Think of a werewolf, but as a big-ass leopard. You know, long teeth and everything. She even purred if you complimented her. At least that's what I was told, but I never did see her outside the video screen. Inside, that castle was just packed with kids. I don't know why. This was strange to us. We did have to wake her ass up, and I remember watching the video feed as they asked her why she brought all the children in. At first, she snapped at, growled, and everything you would expect. But of course, watching one of her subordinates get his head blown off will definitely loosen her tongue just a little bit. She stated that she had brought the kids in because they were much highly prized. She wanted to know if they were worth how much. She was a straight-up businesswoman. I was, okay, then what's the business? We offered her a chance to survive if she let us know who her customers were. She wouldn't give them up. It was too dangerous for her. If she let loose who the customers were for each one of the slaves, then she would be already dead. They would go after her with reckless abandonment. It's not something they did. You're never supposed to know who has what type of slaves, because knowing who has what type of slaves lets you know what type of penchant they're into. Whether they're into straight pleasure, whether they're into gladiatorial fighting, whether they're into training them, whether they're using them as simple housemates, or simply just as something to eat. They will never let this information out. With all this, she tried to fight her restraints, not realizing that those restraints are solid hunks of steel. I don't care who you are, you're not getting out of that. She fought against them until I could hear bones crack. I'm like, okay, lady, you are really crazy on this. But as they realized she wasn't going to give it up, another person ran into the room. Looked like I couldn't tell the rank, but it was probably an E3, E4. Came in, sir, we cracked it. What, did you get all the information? Sir, we have everything. The officer in charge said, good. And he drew his pistol and blew that feline bitch's brains out. Without any hesitation or remorse, watching her head flip back and then slowly slump forward. That was a warning to all the rest of them. The slave masters, the ones that we found, were dealt with very severely. As the tranquilizers began to wear off and the slave masters were beginning to come through along with the slaves, we did find something interesting. There was one or two of the quote-unquote masters that actually were trying to rescue these slaves. Think of it as a universal or galactic underground railroad. We found that it was quite intricate, and we could find out who was in charge of this, who were the partners. And they were more than interested in helping us get the slaves out. The only issue was, what do we do with these slave masters now? Do we kill them all? I mean, they're on our side, apparently. When we double and triple checked the information, hell, even I looked through the information. It was legit. We knew exactly who we shouldn't be killing. But at that point, the question, should we keep these ones alive Or do we just find our way through the slave auctions and stuff like that? The question was very soon answered, as each of those on those lists, as more and more we found, were simply taken as POWs, the only POWs that we would take and we would hold until the end of this. If that meant that they stayed in prison forever until they just stopped breathing, then that's what it was. But we could not just let them free. They knew who we were and they knew what we were capable of, and we could not let them show what we could do to the rest of the world, the rest of the galaxy, the rest of the universe. It didn't matter. This was our mistake before. We let them live. And when we let them live and they figured out who we were, they came at us with entire armadas. And now our home planet is unlivable for several more decades, at least. So our only option, as we still had our shred of humanity with us, was to keep them as POWs. Later on, as my frigate began to come down towards the surface, I told my crew to be ready for possibly more crew members. And boy, were there. Holy crap. By the time we got down there, they had cleared almost the entire freaking planet. This was Zells, Chitters, humans, Veterans, all of them. They just went everywhere and took care of all this. Though we didn't have many Veterans, they still helped. They still piloted a bunch of ships to make sure that we had everybody. They made sure that the medical frigates were ready to rock and roll and a whole bunch of other stuff. And all help was appreciated. But with this many, we were able to clear a planet that quick. And when I landed, I made sure that the fleet knew my location and knew my crew. Everybody knew my crew at this point because they had showed off so much. And as we looked across, we could see at least 300, if not more, of the demonoids. How in the ever-loving shit are we supposed to get that many into this ship? I immediately contacted the admiral of the fleet. So you want to tell me how in the hell I'm going to take care of this many? I barely have enough to handle half this much. Without skipping a beat. Yeah, this is Wolfpack 6. Yeah, you're not going alone. We're going to load them up on 2 additional frigates. You're going to head back and you're getting a new ship. I'm getting a what? Yeah, you're getting a new ship. Because you have shown that you can handle them and they want to stay with their own kind, it's time for them to move on to the next level. Okay. How long until I get this new ship? So, how long does it take for you to get back to Luna? Holy crap. See, everyone knew this at this point, that 3 times the distance of lunar orbit away from Earth, there was a massive fabricator system. Absolutely enormous. My frigate could just go in between each of the ribs of that thing and just duck and weave all day long, and we wouldn't even come close to touching the sides. Okay, Wolfpack 6, does this mean I'm going to have my own flotilla? Because if there is, I need to talk with who's in charge of that fabricator, because we got some things to talk about. Roger, Godfather 6. I'll let them know you're coming, and they will have everything lined up for you. Needless to say, it was a very uneventful invasion on my end. By the time I got there, of course, everybody was out, and it was all taken care of. I left a message that any more demonoids they would have to send my way, just put them on a shuttle and hand them to me, and I'm sure they're going to be all smiles as soon as they see their own kind. And everybody was welcome to do that. When we finally got back to the fabricator, I had to look and see what they had planned to make, and what they had for me, holy crap. This thing was gigantic compared to what I'm used to flying. I had a frigate was the largest ship I had. We skipped from frigate right past destroyer, right past cruiser, right past battleship. This thing was the size of a small carrier, just shy of dreadnought size. I mean, I'm just flabbergasted at the amount of materials they're going to spend on this. However, when I realized what was going on, it all made perfect sense. The ship I had was meant to be a colony ship, something that would take all the demonoids that we could find and take them off to whatever planet we could find for them. It was outfitted specifically so that it could get all the materials they needed. The thing was basically a giant fabricator in and of itself. I had insisted on many areas for training. They had to have not only places where I could grow the crops, but they had places where we could have our own livestock. It wasn't big. The largest thing we had was some goats. But we had goats, rabbits. We had a full on farming area inside. Granted, we had to fertilize it with our own waste, which made the area stank, but it still paid off. I was like, you're doing all that. What's the catch here? What is the actual catch? We got all this good stuff. We got all our recreation, all our training, everything we could possibly want. But you guys are going through a hell of a lot of trouble to get this to me. What is going on? I get it's a colony ship, but do you have a place in mind? At that point, the dockmaster looked at me and smiled. Well, I guess your reputation precedes you. Yeah, we got a place in mind. It's about 20 more sectors out, but we got a place in mind. And since you've been working with these folks for so long, well, we figured this would be just perfect. They'd be able to live and work in this one, and it would be a flying base for you. Flying base. I like the sound of that. I do. But seriously, you're looking at something that's about the size of a battle cruiser. What the flying hell is going on? I mean, I looked at the stats of this thing. I could take on one of our own battle groups in this thing. So tell me, what is the catch? Well, the catch is simple. Don't get blown up. What? Don't get blown up. I think you can handle that, right? Yeah, I can handle that. At that point, I wasn't arguing anymore. It would take several weeks, even with the new enhancements we had to the fabricators, to create this ship. All the orders were backed up in that area just to help me out. And during that time, even more demonoids showed up. At this point, my crew was nearing about 600. I was like, wow, holy crap. We're really going to have a colony ship. And at that point, I started wondering, maybe we should have a natal care area if that's the case. Unfortunately, my hopes were dashed on that one when I started looking into their medical reports, something I really should have paid attention to earlier. As it turns out, since they're genetically made, they can't really have kids. They don't produce the right parts. What you need to fertilize an egg, the guys don't produce. They produce everything else except that. And the females, their eggs they don't work. Actually, they don't even cycle. But they don't go through menopause either, which is strange. I still have trouble figuring out how in the hell did they design that. It's pretty simple to see the difference between male and female. They're very nice, but seriously, if I have to tell one more of them to put a shirt on, I'm gonna scream. Seriously, put your shirt on. And hell, at that time I was talking to the guys. And while I was waiting for the ship to be finished, the wolf pack lurks in the darkness. The wolf pack broke into smaller groups sometimes and raided several planets at once. the wolf pack, and its pups would just tear through an enemy fleet and stop them before they even sent out a distress call. These guys got very, very efficient. When they first went in, jammer ships would immediately blink into the farthest regions of the sectors to stop transmissions. Then the main fleet would come in, the big guns. Usually these were dreadnoughts and battleships flanked by destroyers. All the rest of the ships would hold fast for a little while. These main front battleships would take down everything. Didn't matter if it was a satellite, didn't matter if it was another ship. They immediately took them down. Ships that were surrendering were brought over. Unfortunately, we wouldn't dock with them, and they couldn't figure out why. We're not risking a ship. What are you, stupid? We know what they would do. Just for sheer spite, as soon as we dock with them, they'd blow their engines. And then there, not only we lost the ship with whatever the hell's on it, but our own ship is now in tatters. I don't think so, pal. Sometimes a boarding crew would be sent over, sometimes not. It was up to the control and command of the captain. However, once they cleared space, the second line would come in. These were troop carriers, supply ships, frigates, whatever it might be, and immediately fighters along with any other support craft were launched. These would take care of any type of issue inside the atmosphere, and as they were launched, the cylinders, if used, would be launched down towards the surface to tranquilize the local population. The more of them that were passed out, the easier they were to handle. And once that was done, if there was any resistance, any serious resistance on the ground, that is, pods would be dropped, and behind them would be the transport craft, only about maybe 30 seconds behind. Usually at this point, anybody who was going to fire up at the pods would hit pretty much nothing but debris, as the shells of the pods were breaking away and causing so many decoys that, again, the computers would a lot of times simply shut down. They wouldn't even fire, as they couldn't lock onto a single target, as if they knew which target to go for. By that point, the pods hit the ground, and our men hit the ground running. And they spun their guns around and ended any slave master they found. At this point, I think the slave masters were starting to figure things out. Resistance was getting a lot more difficult. It wasn't that one would sit there with their entire fleet and wait for us. No. But instead, they would be waiting for the call to jump into another sector. We began to figure this out as we looked over to see one sector would have one battle group, another one would have two, this one had three, and then there was another one in another direction only had one, or this other one had three. And it seemed like they were waiting for the call to jump in and just ambush us. But our command played it as smart as possible. The slave masters had shown that they are not fools. They know what to do if they can do it. But our stealth technology, along with our jammers, made it very difficult for them to fight back. When our men were on the ground, ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. In many cases, when a demonoid was brought to me, many of them were shaking. They feared us humans a lot. They saw the sheer aggressiveness and hate and destructive capabilities we have, as many times some of their slave masters were quite literally ripped limb from limb in front of them, and that was horrifying, especially for the very young. And then they would sometimes cover themselves as our soldiers would reach down, grab those collars, and tear them off. Every time, probably thinking, you'd think by now they'd make them stronger than this. But it didn't matter. And then they would reach down, slowly pick up whoever it was who was a slave, and take them away from the area, get them behind the lines so they weren't in trouble, so they would not get hurt. This is how we took the planets. We took them as ruthlessly, as efficiently as possible, and we made sure that our fleets were not detected as best we could. we found a strange message coded as it went out. Our jammers couldn't stop this new coding as it went out. They claimed we were what they call the Grantaga. All I could say was, what the hell is a Grenchanaga? What the hell is that? It's a type of... What? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. They're wolves. It says it's a type of four-legged canine that hunts in packs. So wolves. Okay, why not? I guess they got that right for once. When my ship was ready, I immediately headed towards the front, stopping at every single planet that we had liberated so far. Unfortunately, what I saw on many of the planets was not pleasant. Much of the infrastructure had been destroyed, although on closer inspection, in some cases, it had been self-detonated. They tried to slow our forces down by destroying bridges and toppling over large buildings. Didn't work. All it did was piss them off. I know, I was a ground pounder back in the day. Still in all, as I got there, I would simply send out a message asking, "Do you got any more demonoids here? This is Godfather Actual." Usually, there wasn't any. By then, they had already sent them to me anyway. The ship, being as large as it was able to handle all this. Thankfully, most of the kids were well behaved, although more often than not, they were well behaved because they were conditioned to do so. I felt bad, really bad in many cases, as I would have to rush some straight into the medical facility and do everything I could to regenerate what had been taken from them. One young boy missing an eye and part of his head. It was horrible trying to get his jaw back together, but thankfully we did. Some poor girl missing an arm and a leg as she was crying, screaming in pain as I looked and I could see the tourniquets that were the only thing keeping her alive. Thankfully, we did regenerate her arm. She's still in physical therapy. We can regenerate a limb, but atrophy is still a thing. As I finally got towards the front line, the final planet that had been taken would come into view. I wasn't surprised at all to see that our fleet had moved around the planet and was taking up a defensive position, beginning to lay defensive satellites all the way around it, just to make sure that anyone who tries to sneak up behind us gets a real nasty surprise. But as I came up, I could hear a lot of chatter. A lot. So much so that at one point I actually had to disconnect from the system. It was just so much. The hell was going on down there? I reconnected really quick and I sent out a message asking, "Do you require assistance? I got a whole crew that want a piece of the action." Immediately I got a response from one of their radio operators from a destroyer. Negative, things are just getting a little hairy down there, as I heard things crashing and exploding behind him. That's strange. I don't see a fight going on above the surface or out in the atmosphere. What the hell's going on? I took a little bit and tried to bounce a signal off to try and see what was going on, but most everybody had encrypted their communications. They only do that if there's an active fight going on. I made sure my ship was in close. I got a hold of the nearest transport frigates and asked them, "What the fuck is going on down there?" As it turns out, we were one jump away from one of the slave masters' home planet, and they were fighting tooth and nail for everything. And quite literally, tooth and nail. They were coming at our guys, and they had found some of the weak points in our armor, the flexible areas, and began to slash at them. Their weapons had gotten a whole lot better. Again, these guys aren't stupid. Their weapons took several hits before they actually punctured our suits, but they were still puncturing our suits. Many of the casualties were beginning to stack up. The Zells were being hit with large caliber ammunition, and something that small getting hit with large caliber, there's nothing left. The body just explodes. It's gruesome. There's nothing we can do about it. The Chitters are taking the worst of it because they're using flamethrowers. I again sent out, I have a full complement, a full legion of my monsters that want a piece of this action. Requesting permission to enter the war zone. Over. With that, I got Wolfpack 6 again. Is Wolfpack 6 negative? I cannot authorize that. You're considered a civilian vessel and with a civilian crew. I don't care if you got defensive weapons on that thing. You are not authorized. Do you understand? Confirm that, Godfather 6. A little ticked off. This is Godfather 6 actual. Did not copy last. Are you telling me to stand down? With that, he remembered what I had said in one of my briefings. We're humans. We don't stand down. When we're willing to join the fight, we go in full bore. We do not stop until we win, because second place is a body bag. This is Wolf 6. Confirm your position, Godfather 6. I pinged my location. This is Wolfpack 6. Pinging your new location. How many fighters do you have on board? As in, how many fighter craft do you have on board? Over. I went towards the new location and simply said, yeah, I'm currently stacked at 300. Would send more, but I got too many crew members. Crew that just ain't old enough to hit the pedals. Over. Roger. Confirming your point. I suggest you get them ready to fly. Roger, Wolfpack 6. Heading to position. We'll deploy as soon as we're there. With that, we headed straight to the location. It was towards just south of the equator, I would say Western Hemisphere. Looked like a very large portion of above waterline. This thing was about 20% water, this planet, which meant there's going to be a lot of ground to cover, which means we're going to have to use swarm tactics to make sure we don't get caught up in the shit. When I got into position, I was already sounding general quarters, and every single one of my crew got into position. I gave them each their location and where they need to go. Most of them weren't going to be flying with a group smaller than 10 full squadrons. This is Godfather to all pilots. Opening doors. Wait until they're fully open before launch. Make sure you are clear of the ship before you turn. Good hunting. And with that, with mechanical precision, they began to launch out the sides, out the dorsal and ventral sides as well. Each of them going off exactly the way they were trained. Going straight away from the ship a good half a kilometer before pausing, firing their retro rockets to hold, alter their course, waiting for their other compatriots to join them, and then locking up with the squadron leader, and they would head off their current positions. It was amazing to see how well they had come with just the training that I could give them for a few months. I couldn't have been more proud. But as I watched them go off, I could not help to have that same ping in my heart. That same thing that hits me every single frickin' time. Because I wasn't an officer until these creatures came and took us. To take us to be slaves. So I don't have that mentality. I have the NCO mentality, where there's no such thing as acceptable losses, and that's why we trained so hard. And as they got through the atmosphere, it was tearing me apart knowing that some of them might not come back. While they flew, I simply just watched. I watched them fly in perfect formation down towards the planet, going into the areas they were supposed to and raising all sorts of holy hell. I watched on the radar as they would fire volley after volley of missiles, firing a torpedo if they could get a good shot on a large target, taking down a few different destroyers, several frigates, and of course the occasional ship that had landed but was unable to get off the rock. It was amazing how well they had done, but I knew not to count my chickens before they hatched. When I saw another group of signals coming in, I knew things were going to get really bad. My crew is very, very good with their fighters. They're exceptionally good in space. For some reason, my demonoid crew does not do that well inside atmosphere. I don't know why. Their fighters are the best we can create. I didn't know why, so I drilled the living shit out of them with everything. I would have them go up against me in the simulators just to make sure they were ready. But I was still scared. I didn't want to see any of their signals blip out. And then all the signals merged. And I couldn't tell who was firing at who was turned where. I could simply imagine that they had gone into a complete furball as I saw missiles being flung out in every different direction. I saw many of the enemy signals disappear as I realized that they had got too close and the turrets on either side of their fighters had just torn the enemy apart. All right. Good. And everything was going good, but only for a moment. I started seeing our own signals start to fade out, and I could hear over as some of the younger crew who was watching everything on the radar screens start to cry out, screaming, because they realized the number. It was their friends that had been going down. They wanted them back on the ship, but there wasn't anything I'd do about it. These demonoids were just as pissed as us humans, and they wanted blood, and they were going to have it whether I called them back or not. It didn't matter. They wanted these slave masters. I don't know why they wanted them so bad, but they wanted them. They wanted them like somebody had burned them with acid. They wanted a piece of these guys, and they weren't just getting a piece. They were getting a whole flippin' enchilada. But there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it, not from where I was. And there wasn't any more fighters. I couldn't go and join them. I had fired the whole complement out. Oh, I should have told them to keep one for me, and I would have joined them. God damn it. I have to sit here and watch. And it is horrible. I have several of the young ones come to me and grab a hold of my arms. I have to open my eyes and disconnect from the system just so I could reach out, hold them. They're shaking. They're afraid that their friends are not going to come back. This ship is so large, I can't bring it down to the surface. Not in a gravity field like this. This one is actually just about the same as Earth. But this ship just does not have the anti-grav motors. I would need assistance, and I'm not even sure if I could belly land this thing without crushing it. So again, I sit and I wait. I wait, and I see all the signals moving around, left, right, up, down. And then I hear something I was not expecting. The alert. There, we had incoming. I checked the radar. I checked all the sensors that were coming in, the LiDAR and everything else. What in the ever-loving shit? How did they know we're here? They're coming in. They're everywhere. They're coming in. Somebody must have sent a signal out. How did they get a signal out? How did we jam them? How do we... Oh, fuck, the encoded shit. They figured out the encoded shit. I began to turn my ship away from the planet and got myself some distance. I had several frigates on either side of me and a couple of destroyers. They all contacted me and told me that, Godfather, you got cover. You got kids on board, right? Yeah, Roger. Keep them safe, and we'll keep you safe. I grinned a little bit at this, but at the same time, I sounded general quarters, and even the youngest knew exactly what to do. Each of them got to their stations and got ready, locking onto any ship that may come in range so that we could lay waste to them. The wolf pack spun its bodies around as best they could, doing a complete flip and almost burning away from the planet to make sure they had enough space so they would not get caught up in the gravity well. I could see torpedo tubes opening. I could see gun ports being raised. It was magnificent. And what we ended up facing was insane. Though it was only one species that was facing us, we knew exactly who they were. This was those feline fuckers, the ones that we had taken down before, and they wanted blood. Well, guess what? You want a piece of me, motherfucker? You're going to get the whole thing. But guess what? I'm going to be really hard to chew. With that, I gave the order to all my crew. As soon as they're in range, fire at will. Say again, weapons free and fire at will. With that, I locked on the torpedo tubes. I had 6 launchers with a dozen reloads each, and I'm going to use every single one of them. And as they began to get close, I could see they were getting their turrets ready as well. When we got within firing range of the torpedoes and the missiles, everything started going off. Our entire fleet fired in from every single direction and out every single direction, as there is no up, down, left, or right in space. My alarms were starting to go off again on the other side of the planet. Oh, those sneaky bastards. This group here was a decoy. These guys are sent here to get shot up. Their larger force is going to come in on the other side. There's no way I could flip and burn and get on the other side of the planet in time, and neither could anyone else. We had to deal with these first. So we sent the signal back down to the planet, letting them know that we had incoming on the far side from the fleet. Oh crap. With that, I gave the recall order to the fighters. Everyone back up to the surface now. Rearm, reload. You needed everything. And with that, I could see the signals trying to raise themselves out of the atmosphere. I could just imagine them pushing 4 or 5 Gs. Their small bodies were surprisingly adaptable and could handle G-forces even better than a human's. But I still worried that they were pushing themselves too hard. Thankfully, when I saw a bunch of them break through the outer atmosphere and reach G as they got to me, I had the doors open as I was continually firing. Our turrets were already locked on and missiles were already on their way as well. I sent up all sorts of flak and decoys to make sure that we didn't take any direct hits. The main portion of the bow of the ship is severely armored for this particular reason, so I had to keep the nose pointed at whatever in the hell was coming at us. And as the fighters began to dock, the ship began to take a few hits here and there, just enough to shake it, but not really enough to do any serious damage. But shaking a few of the crew out of their seats. I actually disconnected, turned around, and said, "I told you to wear your seatbelts, you dumbass. 4-point harness, now." They jumped up onto each of their seats, and I could hear them all clicking in as fast as possible. As soon as we were done with the battle group in front of me, I realized that almost all the fighters had docked in. We had to stay there for a little bit for the last few to actually get in and start rearming. And as they were, I actually closed the doors on them. I could hear a lot of them calling for me. "Godfather, open the doors. We're going to rearm and reload, but we got to get back out there." Not unless everybody's rearmed and reloaded. And with that, they didn't realize what was going on at first. I had to brief them really quick. They're on the other side of the planet, and they're coming in hot. Real hot. They didn't realize until they looked on their sensors. Oh, crap. And by the time I had begun to flip over my ship and try to bring myself around the planet, almost the entire wolf pack had done the same thing. The dorsal guns that laid waste into the first ship that cleared the horizon of the planet, oh, I can hear the laughter in those slaughter right now. With this, we began to look down and see what the enemy was doing. They had no interest in this planet anymore. Inside the center of their formation was a new type of planet destroyer. We could see its main gun begin to charge itself. It would only take about 30 seconds to a minute for it to reach critical mass and begin firing, and we did not want to lose all our people on the ground. But I was way out of range. I couldn't get there in time, and then I realized something. We don't fight this battle alone, ever. And with that, hundreds of more ships came out of FTL. it was our allies. Blinking just behind the enemy fleet was our human ships using their jump drives. And it was a fucking slaughter. They had not realized that we were not using the entire force, as several other fleets had been called in from whatever planet they were trying to defend, and they started tearing that planet destroyer apart. And when it blew, the debris spread across the area. Unfortunately, we couldn't stop it from entering the atmosphere, and large pieces would end up smacking themselves on the ground. But it was better than having the entire planet incinerated. But the debris field did another thing. It started to rip into the enemy fleet as well. The explosion itself didn't do much damage, but seeing large chunks crash into their battle cruisers and almost snapping them in half was a glorious sight. We almost didn't have to do much. By the time everybody in my ship was rearmed and reloaded, and I gave them the go-ahead to leave, the space battle was over. The fight on the ground lasted another 16 hours, and that was all. With that, we had secured the planet, and I could take stock of our losses and wins. Out of the 300 fighters, we had lost 62. Pilots, we lost 13. All the rest of them had either ejected or made emergency landings. We would need time. We would need time to recover. Even though my crew extended by several dozen, it didn't matter. We still held our burials, and we mourned our loss. This planet was a hard-fought victory, a very hard-fought victory. And we knew now that there was not a single limit to what the slave masters would do. What they did or attempted to do to this planet was simple asset denial. If we can't have it, no one can. And they were willing to sacrifice their fleet, which they did. They sacrificed their own on a decoy operation that we tore them to pieces. There was no survivors. Now, we wondered if there was any way we could end this crusade without having to destroy an entire species. We didn't want to be the ones to genocide people. Though try saying that to our AIs. Our AIs were very good. I give a lot of credit to them, as they did most of the aerial combat now. Having actual manned fighters was rare, especially in space. They also manned most of our turrets, did much of our medical, did a lot of things that we just did not have the manpower for. But the AI was quick to say, just end the slave masters, and you will never have a problem again. I'll admit, we thought about it, but we're going to stick with the original plan. But for right now, it's back to refitting this planet that we've basically torn asunder with this battle. Plus, now I have a lot more crew that needs training, and as a celebration for surviving the battle, a few of the other crew have decided to make us dinner. We'd better fuel up, because you never know what the next planet's going to bring you. And since it's going to be one of the homeworlds, oh boy. Now that we secured our new planet, the one that needed to be repaired from the massive amount of damage being done, along with the high amount of debris that's falling in through the atmosphere, being an M-class planet had a good atmosphere and was able to break up most of the space debris, but still there was a lot coming down. Basically, it was random artillery strikes landing all over the planet, slowly from each side of the planet, as everywhere had had some sort of space battle that happened, and a lot of this stuff was designed specifically not to overheat and break down, and would simply tumble into the atmosphere and causing untold damage and unknown casualties. We tried to mitigate as best we could, sent out all the salvage ships we could just to get anything away from there. Everything we picked up went straight into our fabricator systems, broken down, and as soon as our ships were repaired, they were simply melded into bricks. These bricks would be held in storage and kept in case we needed to trade with them, or if we needed to fabricate something else. Of course, the bodies were also put in the organic fabricators and made into their own type of bricks. Many of us, after a while, just cringed at the idea of this, as our hydroponics bays and all the other farming areas were churning out food at an alarming rate. It was amazing to see how well the plants were doing, along with the little bit of livestock that was here on this ship. We started breeding them as best we could, but there's only so much you can do with only so much genetic material to be spread around. I looked into the medical supplies to see if there's anything we could do to adjust them, but no, we simply had to trade out some of the males, but we wouldn't be able to do that until we got back to the Sol sector. There was nobody else here who had what we needed. So while we waited for that, we helped out on the planet. As shuttles went down towards the planet, bringing more supplies and more personnel, along with pulling out some refugees, we received more and more, just trickles, of the demonoids that were on this ship. I looked at my crew, and we had more, many more, than we absolutely needed to run this ship. So I realized that we needed to train as best we could. So during the time that folks were shuttled back and forth, and we started trading to different ships what we needed for different materials that we had, I worked with all the young ones and got them lined up as best I could. However, that was not the hard part. The hard part was dealing with the adolescents. The adolescents still had a drive in them, a drive to mate and to reproduce. This was difficult to deal with, especially since many of the females looked up to me as their most highly prized male mate on the ship, but I am the godfather. That would be messed up at a very high level. The even more messed up part is the fact that even though some of the males were interested in the females, from all the things they had to go through, as they were used as pleasure slaves many times as well, they would look at me and sometimes suggest different things, which I didn't tell them, but nauseated me. I simply told them if they had so much energy, they needed to go clean some conduits. Nobody enjoyed cleaning the conduits. Usually that was automated. But if somebody got in trouble, that was my go-to punishment. The conduits got kind of gross. Not always smelly, but just slimy and gross, which is why it's usually cleaned automatically every 3 to 4 hours. But nobody liked to do it. I did it one time. No thank you. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. I'm good. All in all, it was very interesting to figure out what we would do with them, how we would figure out how the species would work, and I would get my answer later. But for now, it was still healing this planet. And while we sent more resources down and we built what we could to help them get on their feet, the native population, a strange type of mix between reptilian and avian, thanked us profusely every single time. Unfortunately, their species, being so close to a slave master's sector, was beaten down so much they didn't understand that we were not there to enslave them. We were there to free them. They didn't understand it for a long time. It wasn't until we got help from the Zells, the Chitters, the Demonoids, and the Veterans, and just showed them what was going on with all the different species working together, they started to understand. The oldest ones didn't, as they were far too indoctrinated for decades, sometimes hundreds of years. They could not mentally break away. I believe they call that Stockholm Syndrome. The younger ones, however, were much more receptive and were able to understand that they did have freedom, but the way they understand the world is that of dominance and submission, and that would take over a generation to get out of them. Any culture based on dominance and submission becomes that of a socialistic culture, parasitic in nature, and will inevitably tear itself apart. The only other way they can survive is to build up their own nation state, militarily, that is, and begin to reach out and take resources from others. We had to constantly remind them this was a bad idea. And when they asked why, our folks simply had to point to the nearest ship and then point to the nearest dead slave master body and ask them, "You face that. Do you want to be that?" They would simply look at the rotting corpse of the slave master and understand. But it would take, again, a long time. While we continued to fix their infrastructure, it was very clear that the slave masters did not like the fact that we were so close. We could see ships coming in from FTL and random locations. They would always stop short and try to get as much intel as possible, and as we got close again to take them out, they would simply go away. As many drones as we may have now, as the fabricators worked tirelessly to create them, they cannot be everywhere in space at once. Did we get a few? Of course. But most of them would get in and get out before we were able to shoot them. The ships that were coming in were not designed for combat. One of our reports was able to scan one of them. It had a grand total of 3 point defense weapons on it. These are mainly for knocking space debris away. They're not offensive in any stretch, unless you are broadsiding somebody at point-blank range. And what idiot gets in point-blank range in space combat? It's nothing but empty space. All in all, it was pretty clear they were either trying to size us up to see if they could send a force, or they wanted to know what type of force was heading their way. I'm sure they were getting a little antsy at the idea as we stayed there around the planet, still shuttling resources back and forth, making sure that everything was lined up. While this was all happening, our allies were busy. The Chitters were able to take 2 more planets in a single sector, as not every sector only had 1 planet that was habitable. They were able to take over these sectors with almost minimal losses, at least their version of losses, as they produced personnel at far higher rates. And they began to call us to make sure we knew that they had refugees, and these refugees had to get back. I let the fleet know that I was leaving, and to make sure they held on to any demonoids they may find, but at this point I doubt they would find any more, and I turned the ship, and we went over to meet up with the Chitters. It took 3 jumps to get there, and when we got there, we saw that the Chitter fleet had been busy. They had torn the other group apart, and I mean into little, tiny little bite-sized pieces. There was nothing of note out there. I told my crew to be ready, but mainly get the salvage ships ready to rock and roll, because we're going to have to get as much as we can. With that, I had to clear it with the Chitter High Command, and they were not happy that we were intentionally planning on getting any of the resources. They claimed they needed them. You know what? They took the planet. It's their salvage. I immediately recalled our ships and told them to drop off any salvage in the nearest Chitter ship and to come back. They all responded and, without question, completed that mission. As I pulled this very large ship up next to the Chitter flagship, I'm sure they looked at it strange, as the Chitter flagship was only a third the size of this one. Yet I could see from the way its weapons were that it was much better armed. That thing was a warbird if I had ever seen one. Behind us, as we were just docking, I could see several other ships coming in. Zell transports were now on approach, as they knew that they had refugees on this planet as well, and they wanted their people out. I can't say I blame them. The Chitters have ruthless efficiency, and when I say ruthless, I mean that to the fullest extent, as the drones, especially those below the rank of Beta, tend to be almost mindless in their attacks. It won't be until they get to a certain level of evolution that they finally get the wherewithal to not actually just kill everything. We saw this as many of the slaves had been torn up right next to the slave masters. I gave the Chitters a piece of my mind, and the Alphas said that they would send this message back to their queen, as my name still held a lot of sway everywhere. I did not try to overuse it, but I did use it to get all the demonoids I could, and at least 5 dozen humans as well. Most were intact, mainly, you could say that. Many were missing things like an eye, an ear, a couple of fingers. One was missing half his leg. It was a mess. We had to get them on the ship and straight into the medical bay. They were not happy with the idea of aliens they had barely ever seen before doing any type of surgery on them. But the training I gave my crew was very intensive, and they would know everything that was on this ship. It didn't matter if it was the engines, the medical, the fabricators, the fighters, the helm even. Every single one of them was able to plug into the command couch and run this ship if need be. Because that's the way we roll. And it did not take long as the most damaged of humans were put back together, along with most damaged of demonoids. To my shock and surprise, we found a couple of doctors on this. Actual no-shit MDs. They were so grateful to see us, as they were one of the first ones that were taken. They were sent up to find more about the biological systems of the aliens that were taking us. What they ended up finding out is that they were simply slaves to patch up others for gladiatorial events and housework. It was horrible for them, as they would work 18 to 20-hour days, even though humans can survive off about 4, maybe 5 hours of sleep without totally breaking apart. Try doing that for several years and see how well you do. When I found this out, I got a hold of the captain of the Chitter fleet. I told him, simply put, the next time I would like as many humans back alive, along with as many demonoids alive, please let your drones know. Aside from that, I saw what they did to our people. I have no problems with what you did to them. The Chitter moved its antenna and its shoulders in a way that shows that it was smiling. It was happy with these words. I, on the other hand, was more interested in just making sure everyone was set. As we got the humans over towards the chow hall, they dove into the food. This would be the first time they had non-manufactured or fabricated food in over a year, and they loved every single bite. In fact, it got a little bad. Several of them dove into our hydroponics bay and started ripping the plants apart. We had to send security details, but when they backhanded one of the young females that was telling them to get away, oh, that's the last time that's ever going to happen. I grabbed that son of a bitch by the throat and I dragged him out of there, smacking his head on the ground every 3rd or 4th step. With that, I chucked him into an airlock, locked the door, and he was going to stay there for the rest of the trip. I let everyone know what happened on that. The only other issue I had was a few thought that the demonoids were, since they're so pretty, were there for more of their amusement than anything else. I again had to put it out on the PA system for them all to hear that they are not to even think of harming my crew, or I will make sure they go back to the slave masters and be told that, hey, here's your lunch. At that point, if any of them had any questions about that, they could go back to Airlock 2 Bravo. And they could see the guy scared to death that at any moment I would open the exterior hatch and blast his sorry ass into space. It was around that time that everyone seemed to calm down, and I was able to brief them on what had happened. They finally understood why I was so agitated, not just because they had injured one of my crew, but for the fact that food itself was such a high-priced commodity. It would not surprise me that pirates would try to take this ship because of the food that was on board. They didn't understand that until I showed the photos and the video of Earth. Large swaths were still nothing but black char, basically magma on the surface, just seared shut. It was just insane. A few of them cried. Some passed out. One poor lady pissed herself. The rest of them were simply in shock at what had happened. And I reminded them, this is what we're fighting for. And this is also my ship. I didn't have any problems with them after that. I simply registered them and sent the names back to the command ship so that they could relay things back to Earth. My ship may be good, but I can't launch a signal 7 sectors away and get it there in any type of speed. Things still need to be couriered their way across. The command would simply send it to the next transport that was heading back to Earth to let them know we had found their people. And I also had to find out where in the hell they had to be. But I wouldn't know until we got back to the Sol Sector. When the planet was completely secured and we made sure there was no more humans or demonoids there, I took another couple of the veterans and I told them that I would drop them off on their planet on the way through. Which I did. It was actually on the way back. 2 jumps away and we were there. I contacted their fleet and they came and actually got their own people. So happy. And to my absolute shock, the executive officer on one of their ships opened up the doors, dropped to one knee, opened his arms up, and he seemed to give out a strange, almost deep meow. And at that point, I heard what kind of sounded like a high-pitched hiss and a squeal, and a young female ran into his arms. It turned out it was his daughter. His daughter had been taken out of his arms a year prior and was now back with her father. It's moments like this that make you think about, was all this worth it? And in that one perfect moment, it was. And I had nothing but good things to say about that. I made sure that our videos captured the entire thing. I made sure it was subtitled, of course, because most people just couldn't understand the language right away. But that video, when we got back to the Sol Sector, was spread to everyone. Anyone who ever questioned that our Great Crusade was ever worth questioning, they simply had to see that video and they would understand. Along with that, when we got back to the Sol Sector, we ended up finding out whether they were being sent to Mars, Venus, one of the moons, wherever humans would want to be. I had no problem flying them to each of these planets, as it didn't cost anything to me. The gravimetric drives, once built, will go pretty much forever unless damaged. I say pretty much forever because parts do wear out. All in all, though, most of them settled on Mars, 10% on Venus, and only 1 decided to go to Luna. Even the one on our makeshift brig, which was Airlock 2 Bravo, decided to end up on Mars. It was nice to see everyone returned, and everyone was, again, so happy to get their family members back after so long. Many of them honestly looked like crap. But we had other issues to deal with once the last human was taken care of. I had to put a broadband out for everyone to see, saying that I needed to trade animals. I needed something to breed in so that we had better genetic codes. Of course, I was inundated with many people wanting the studs that I had, willing to very much trade theirs. It took a long time to swap out who or what males were going to be swapped out. One of them actually claimed that they would sweeten the deal, as they had a demonoid that wished to get back into space. As which one? What are you talking about? Turns out my former XO had a falling out with his wife over the fact that he could not give her children. I told him to hang on. I'll be back to Venus in a few hours. Just wait there. When I finally got to Venus, I went to talk to him. Apparently, it was a major area of contention. Not only do the demonoids not age, but the fact that they don't produce children is difficult to wrap your brain around. Many of us humans, we had gotten used to the fact that we look young thanks to medical technology. We're basically immortal ourselves now, so I very much didn't understand the problem until I met his former fiancée. She's from a very religious family where they intend to have a lot of children. I simply said, let's go talk to the doc. We went to a geneticist to see what we could do, and we ran everything that we possibly could think of, at least what he could think of. What he didn't know is that my own crew had looked into this problem and had actually found a way for them to produce children. It was unbelievably simple. The fact that even though their body did not produce the sperm cell required, it wasn't without genetics in the fluids that they secrete. It was not difficult at all to fertilize the egg itself. It was actually technology we had back before this whole craziness even started. And when I brought this up to the former fiance, she was absolutely flabbergasted. I was like, what in the hell happened to you guys? Did your brains go so far in the future you forgot the past? They all kind of looked at each other and realized that they had done screwed up. And with that, they were together again. And I knew this would bring some issues when it came to my crew, but I wasn't worried about it too much at the moment. For right now, all I needed to do was swap some animals, get some extra seeds, well, trade seeds actually, and move on, which we did. As we moved out and back towards the front, I got word that the fleets were getting ready to move again. This would be against the very close slave trader homeworld, the ones that kept checking on us to see what they might be facing. But they had forgotten something from the previous battle, at least it seemed. We're like wolves. This wolf pack, there's a reason why we call ourselves a wolf pack. Is we may run alone, we may be out and about ones, twos, threes at a time, but we will always come together to take down much, much larger prey. And taking down a homeworld is going to prove to be a real bitch. On that note, as I got close, I began to send a message towards the fleet, asking the command where they wanted me. I had a ship that was extremely strong, and I had a full complement of fighters. In fact, we had started fabricating extra fighters. Unfortunately, I didn't have as many trained pilots at that point to fill them out, but we had enough. If they needed extra fighters, we would trade for extra fighters. It's not going to be hard. With that, they simply said, don't worry, the drones will take care of it. If it's a terrestrial fight, we'll let you know. Okay. And with that, my orders were fourth line. I was a little put down by this, and so was the rest of my crew, as they wanted a piece of these slave masters, always thinking about how bad they were treated by these things. Oh boy, they were more than a little pissed when they were told that they had to stand down and wait until called. I had to explain to them that if we sent every single ship to the orbit of the planet, we'd end up shooting each other or running into each other. That's how much we will fill up the entire planet, just outside the atmosphere. Even if we went standard lunar orbit, Sol system lunar orbit, we would, in space terms, we would be shoulder to shoulder with people, and we wouldn't even be able to dodge fire coming at us. We would just have to sit there and take it. You can't do that. It's not the way battles are done. Why? Because surviving is always number one on the list. No man ever won a war by dying for his country. That's just common frickin' sense. So they would be on standby. Those that weren't in fighters, I told them to make sure they took care of their duties for that day. Aside from that, they can watch everything that happens. As we got ready to jump in, we had only been in the sector for about maybe 35 minutes when we were given the word that the fleet was moving out. I waited till our turn. Fourth line means you jump in the fourth one in line. You don't jump in with the main fleet. so we would miss most of the fireworks that started off. However, we wouldn't be jumping straight to their planet. Their planet was, by their sector, the second planet from their star, and their third, and their fourth, and their fifth. Yes, they had 4 different planets that were very well guarded, very well maintained, many of them probably covered in slaves. So we would need the combined fleet just to take this sector down. This is why I knew it was going to be one hell of a slog. As I watched the first ones of the ships start to blink out into FTL speed, I watched and waited for the human ships to use their fold systems. Fold system was still something that only humans used, and we were the only ones crazy enough to try it. But in a moment, I saw the strange glow that came from them. It seemed like almost a ball of light shimmered around the ship for just a moment, and then, poof, it's gone. It's just not there anymore. The space folds in between the 2 ships, and then from point A to point B becomes less than a micron, and poof, you're on the other side. The whole process is a bit jarring if you're not ready for it. If you're ready for it, it's barely like you don't even really feel it, honestly. It's like you just farted and moved in your seat a little bit. As we got ready for our jump, we watched the other groups begin to go in the FTL speed and jumping, and I had to sit there and wait. The first group was almost completely made up of dreadnoughts and battleships. They were going to bring their big guns in first. Behind them was destroyers, frigates of that nature, anything they would need to back up the big guns. Right behind that was going to be the carriers. The only reason they were left in third line is because carriers may be massive, but they're also rather fragile considering their size. The area must be clear. They can't take a bunch of strafing runs, or you can forget about having a carrier after that. After that was support units, which is what I was. Unfortunately, this ship was not designed specifically for frontline combat, even though it could give some of the best battleships a run for their money. We just don't have the guns that they do. The massive turrets that are strapped on all 4, sometimes 6 sides of those battleships are just not present on this ship. And those turrets can sheer clear through an enemy dreadnought like it's not even there, stem to stern. It's a nice way of saying you're going to rip it a new one. And then it was about our time. I called for everybody to stand by for jump. I say again, stand by for jump in 3, 2, 1. And with that, we jumped. The shimmy happened, and poof, we were there. I scanned with everything we could. Our AI was scanning as well, looking for anything in our area, any type of ordnance, any type of ship, anything that might be a threat to us as we moved our way through the sector. But there was nothing. The dreadnoughts, the destroyers, they had all done what they were supposed to do. Even the cruisers, which I still didn't understand why you make a light battleship, were doing a wonderful job. And as we continued forward, we could see what they were doing. Our AI, our drones, were leading the charge, trying to stay out of the way of the guns, ducking, bobbing, and weaving as enemy fire came in. Many of them firing all sorts of chaff and decoys, just trying to keep the fire away from the dreadnoughts and the battleship, which is exactly what they needed to do. The AI must have been upgraded because the way they were moving was almost human in a way. Yet it was moving so fast and moving so much that I could tell there was no, shall we say, meat bags on board. If there were, they would have turned themselves into chunky salsa as their spine went through their brain and their butt at the same time. It's not a fun idea to think about. Just as the enemy fleet realized that the drones were a major threat, the drones seemed to separate just enough to allow the dreadnoughts and battleships to fire their main guns as they entered weapons envelope. By then, the torpedoes were already making contact and tearing apart the front lines of the enemy ships. The enemy didn't know which way to turn because the combined fleet was striking from every sector. This was a 7-pronged attack. That way they couldn't bring all their weapons to bear at the same time. As we brought in ours, the first ones to jump in, the enemy thought this was the main attack, so they turned all their weapons towards us. By the time they realized what was going on, the FTL ships were starting to come in left, right, and center to the different points and were able to fire full on with their main guns before the enemy could adjust their own weapons. Catching them by surprise was going to cut them down piecemeal. We sent out a message, and by we, I mean the combined fleet. The message was simple. Stand down your fleet and surrender all your slaves, or we will come and take them from you. And you will not enjoy when we do that. For over 38 hours, the space battles continued. Torpedoes launched, main guns, missiles, energy weapons strafing the sky. Everything was lit up as the combined fleet continued to move towards the home system. As they sectioned off one planet, they surrounded it, making sure they were out of weapons range, even though they had taken the satellites down. Who knows? Maybe they had ground-based space artillery. We didn't know. These guys weren't stupid, and we weren't going to think they were. To our absolute shock, it wasn't the first planet we took, but the second one actually did have ground-based space artillery. Unfortunately for them, they didn't realize their recoil was going to be such a problem. Their trajectories were off as the huge rounds just flew right by the ships. Only once did they graze one of the dreadnoughts. Though causing massive damage where it hit, it only grazed it. And we were grateful for that. With the first planet being taken, the slave masters, many of them, dropping their weapons and dropping to their knees, begging for forgiveness as they brought their own slaves out and told the slaves to run to us. We told the slaves to stop in whatever language we could find, but many of them were confused. The slave masters told them to run, but others who were holding weapons were telling them to stop. What were they supposed to do? We told them to stop for one simple reason. We did not know if they were a decoy. We didn't know if they were an ambush. We didn't know if those slaves were a Trojan horse. And in many cases, as we told the children to stop, or anybody to stop, they froze in place, and the slave master, even if it wasn't them, somebody would trigger something, and there was an explosion. We had to watch the slave be blown to pieces. Many times our own soldiers would get caught up in the blast, but the exosuits would protect us mostly. I mean, concussive force is concussive force after all. You can only do so much with it. And ending up on your back is just going to ring your bell a certain way. But every time they did this, each of the freed peoples, the freed species, would come at those slave masters with reckless abandonment. They would leave nothing there to even be identified as one of the slave masters. Oh no. They would remove the hands, the feet, the arms, the legs, yes, separately. And then they would slowly rip the torso apart. And if that thing was still alive, they would slowly rip the head off the body. It was gruesome. Sometimes the humans, I had to say this might be a little too far, but threatened with a monomolecular cutter. This thing could cut through a bulkhead, and it's about the size of a katana. A few folks thought they'd be more inventive and actually make ones shaped like broadswords, so it was easier for them to handle. Whenever they wanted information, they simply would draw this sword in front of the slave master and say, you got two choices. You can either answer me or you can end up like this rock. And they would slice the rock in half with one hand and then aim the sword at them and then say, it's your choice, what'll it be? The slave masters, many of them, still on the grounds, begging for their lives, would simply give up all the information. That first planet was taken in less than 24 hours. Again, most of them, the slave masters, surrendered. They did not fight. They knew they had been taken, and they knew what could happen to them if they even thought about resisting. And with that, we did take POWs. For the first time in a long time, we took the slave masters prisoners. Some of the ships next to me were actually called forward to retrieve them. I was also called forward, as there were more of the kind I was supposed to protect. The demonoids there, they were the ones I was tasked to protect and provide for. I told my crew to get ready. Those in fighters, you had the choice to stay ready in your fighters or actually be ready for when the new crew members come in. To my surprise, there was barely a dozen demonoids. I asked down to command, is this it? This can't be it. How can it be it? This is their home planet. Where's the rest of them? They never did answer, except to say, that's all we found. It's a good thing, too, because if they had told me that the slave masters had gone overzealous and killed all the rest of them on this planet, I would have told my crew weapons free and let them cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war, and not a single one of those bastards would have got off that fucking rock. But I wouldn't find that out till later. By the time I got the new members onto the ship, I ran back to greet them. They were scared to death of a human because this is the first time they had seen one outside of the exosuits. They didn't even know what I was. I simply introduced myself, and the rest of the demonoids helped them out. The first thing they did was they got them food and medicine. Though their species only eats about maybe half of what a human needs to survive, they were still hungry. Many of them so emaciated they had to be carried. I couldn't figure out why. Again, this was a home planet. Resources should have been coming in like crazy. My rage was building as I went back to the command couch, plugged in to see what was going on. The second planet had already been invaded, sectioned off from the other two, and it was being invaded full force. Not only were the drop pods flying in, which meant there was a lot of resistance on the ground, but I saw chitters going in with their transports, and even Zell and Veterans, they were going in as well, even though in smaller numbers. As they all hit the ground, I saw on many of the video feeds the absolute hell that was happening on the planet. This was not quite their homeworld, but the slave masters were still fighting for it. For every single square meter that was there, they would have us try and pay in blood. But they underestimated us. Our exosuits could take most of what was thrown at them. Their lighter handheld munitions, what we would consider a pulse pistol, simply refracted off the shields of the exosuits. The metal was just too damn thick for them to go through. It was also heat resistant, so it's not like their energy weapons are going to do much. However, as they started to realize that they could use solid projectiles or a type of artillery, that worked a little better. So our men did what they were supposed to do. They charged the cannons and went charging straight at them before the enemy could even bring their cannons high enough to arc the rounds or low enough to fire directly. Our men were all over them, tearing them to pieces. Many of them even using those monomolecular cutters to slice right through the artillery pieces, scaring the living shit out of the slave masters. Those slaves that were arming the guns looked at us with complete fear, but were surprised when we simply ran past them. I smiled as I realized what they were doing. The slaves that were manning the guns were simply stunned. They stood there, confused. They couldn't fire. They had no other orders what to do. And all the slave masters were being subdued. They weren't given any orders. What were they supposed to do? It was of sheer delight as I saw many of our human friends and along with our allies reaching up and destroying those stupid frickin' collars they had on the slaves. As I watched on the video, I saw a single demonoid. I couldn't tell from the angle if it was male or female, but it was purple. And they're the only species that I know without feathers that is purple. At least some of them are. I immediately started moving the ship into position, calling up command and saying that I'm coming in. I see that you got refugees, so I'm getting closer. They yelled at me to not get too close as I would start banging into the other ships. This thing was massive, as big as a dreadnought, so it was difficult for others to work around me. I told them I would stay on second line if need be, but I wanted to get them out. And if you want, I can send even more forces down. This was again rejected, as they didn't want even more forces running onto each other. I could understand that, of course, as things can get very jumbled very quickly. That second planet was eventually taken, though it took over 3 full days to take it down, at least one continent. It would take 2 weeks before the entire planet was taken. Many of the forces they faced were dug in like ticks, and we had to dig them out. But they did not realize that we already had mastered this type of combat decades ago. And we brought out an old piece of equipment that was unbelievably effective. As they stuck the nozzle of the flamethrower into the bunker and topped off that pilot light, it was insane, the burst of fire that came out. I said a little prayer, as I did not know if there were other slaves inside. I cared not for the slave masters, but those that they were holding as shields I felt sorry for. But this was the only way to do it without wasting so many of our people that any victory would taste as bitter as defeat. While this planet was being taken, the other two were still being attacked. Their fleets were pretty much in tatters before the second planet was finally taken. I was still collecting refugees as I looked out to see what was going on the other 2 planets. And yes, the only one that still had any functioning space combat was the home planet itself. They were defending that son of a bitch tooth and nail, and understandably so. But what they didn't understand was as soon as the last of the space forces were dealt with, the home planet was not fired on. It was simply sent the same message over again. Release your slaves, or we will come and get them. If we have to forcibly remove slaves from your care, we will kill every last one of you. I await your response in 24 standard hours. Which, if you calculate it, was about 31 human hours. But we didn't have to worry about that too much. At that point, I simply sat back and watched. Many of the remaining slaves that would be demonoids were returned to my ship. I didn't have to go anywhere. I simply looked at the way it was done, and I was grateful that they'd learned to use these biological and chemical weapons to knock out the majority of the populace, or else these invasions would have been far longer and much, much bloodier. The humans were kind of laughing at the idea of these slave masters begging for their lives, but one of the reasons they almost didn't raise their hands or their heads is because they were so tired they couldn't do it. It was kind of funny to think about that they honestly were so tired they couldn't fight. It's like trying to fight somebody who's got a hangover. Which is also why, when the 4th and final habitated planet inside the sector was taken, we received word from the home planet. It simply said, We will give you what you wish. We will, however, we do not wish to be destroyed. So if you stop. We actually had to listen to this stuttering. All I could think of was, who the hell is in charge? What in the hell? Eventually, I heard the commander send down a message. Be clear and concise on your message. Do you or do you not accept the terms? We will return your people from this sector. In return, you will surrender your slaves and you will restrict yourself to your home planet. Do you accept these terms? Yes or no? There was no response for about 20 minutes. Then they responded, yes, we will send you up our servants. If you will send us our people, and we will, yes, we will. That's not part of the deal, the commander yelled back. You will gather your slaves in one spot. We will come down to inspect to make sure they're okay. We do not trust your shuttles to bring them up. We will bring down your people in our shuttles, so I suggest you don't do anything stupid like firing at them. If you eliminate these shuttles, or if you try to booby trap the slaves, or if you do any type of items that might even be considered deceptive, I will allow my people to simply glass your planet the way you tried to glass ours. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Yes, we understand. We will do. We will do as you say. I watched as the shuttles went down towards the surface, loaded with POWs, and then came back. One of the shuttles, I watched as it went up towards the flagship, suddenly hit one of its maneuvering thrusters and headed towards me. I was shocked when they told me they had more for me. I'm like, crap, where do I put them all? I'm running out of room exceptionally quick. I knew that this ship could house a lot of personnel, but holy jumping Jehoshaphat's, what in the hell? I would have to get a bigger ship. Hint, hint. As they finally cleared the planet, they began to send all sorts of salvage teams out. The salvage teams would go and pick up all the debris around so that those on the planet would not be prey to the salvage falling to the ground. Those on other planets were simply brought to the home world. Their own systems, their own governance, whatever it might be, that was on those other planets pretty much evaporated as there was no one there. The slaves were all removed, and the slave traders, the slave masters themselves, were now restricted to their own planet under threat of death. And with this, we allowed their 4.8 billion personnel to survive. A small number for a planet that size, yet more than enough to keep their species alive. We sent them a warning that if they ever try to enslave another species, we will return, and there will be no warning, and there will be no survivors. As we cleared up the area, we started to realize that we had a lot more of non-organic material than we expected. My cargo holds were filling up so fast that I was having to fill up around the fighters. Many of the fighters couldn't even deploy now. There was so many bricks of just inorganic material that it was insane. And all of this could be traded. This was money to us. This was currency. And yet, what was also currency was the amount of bodies we were able to pull out of the ether. And each of those bodies was stripped down and sent into the organic fabricator as it began getting disintegrated. Many of the crew just couldn't sit and watch the bodies get defabricated as it was. So I set up a system where they wouldn't have to. They simply had to let the body float in by, well, I turned the gravity off, and they used magnetic clamps on their shoes to stay down. So they would simply let the body float towards the defabricator, and then a wall would go up. It would come back down when it was done through its processes. The whole process was actually disturbing if you like to watch things being taken apart atom by atom on the outside, and you could see what makes them tick on the inside as they are taken apart and broken down into their base organic material. But these organic bricks, the loss of life, was something we could use to create life on our own planets. We found out very quickly as I went back to find out if I could get a larger ship, as I was now had people doubled up in their beds. I didn't have enough room. And because I had listened to them and I had helped everyone out, my reputation did again precede me, though not enough where I was first up on the fabricators. But instead they sent me to our new, larger fabricator that was finally finished about a month before I got back. With this, they would make me a new ship, exactly to my specifications, even though it would take another 3 months for the fabrication process to complete itself. I would be able to have this colonization ship so that I could land on any planet so that the demonoids could actually live out their lives. I kind of laughed at this, as the demonoids didn't care about living on a planet at all. Though they cared about the fresh food, don't get me wrong, what they cared about was living out in the stars with me. I couldn't help but smile at this. As I watched the old ship get defabricated, I kind of laughed at the idea that we would now have our own colony, our own mobile colony. And with the new technology mixed in with the old, this is now a functioning and potentially growing colony. And yes, I did put a nursery in. Actually, several. I wasn't sure what the future was going to hold at this point. We had taken down one of the 5 major slave traders in the universe, and it's a big fucking universe. So we had pissed off all of them and made them nervous. We knew this. Reports came in from all other places as ships were being taken down onesie, twosies at a time, those that flew into sectors that we now controlled. It didn't matter which part of the combined fleet took it. They all shared the information. As it turns out, the slave masters we had taken their home planet still had many sectors under their control, but they had splintered now. Though I knew that they would want their home planet back, once they knew that their home planet was still intact, they were very, very hesitant to pick a fight with us. They knew now that we could take their planet and just end it. To our absolute shock and surprise, they tried to barter with us. They tried to barter by trading in all their slaves so that they could return home. Well, that's not my call. That call is to the council itself. But I will be there, as my ship is being fabricated and my crew, my colony, is waiting for it to be done. They know to protect each other so that no one takes advantage of them. As they wait, I will head down to the council and give my 2 cents on this. And by the time I return, the new ship will be complete. I really want to see how well the crew takes to it. I just hope they take to it better than most of our new crew members when I tell them, you gotta at least wear pants. I tell you what, you think war is hard? Try politics. On the way to the council meeting, I was completely dreading everything. Even back when I was an NCO, I hated meetings. Because people do the same thing they always do. Try to justify their position by saying the same things that everyone else says over and over and over again. And this time we wouldn't have a 6-pack of energy drinks to keep our eyes open as we're bored out of our skulls. So as the meeting began, I was wondering if anybody was going to put forward a motion that people would stick to the point and limit their time. And thankfully, oh, thank you God, immediately, those in charge of the council said that we would limit the time to speak. You could yield back your time, similar to that of Congress, but you could not have a representative for a large group. This was put out very quickly, as we realized political groups, just like we had in the past, would just bog everything down. And we are at a constant state of war, and you can't do that. If things are not moving, well, you're dead. This is why we did not have space stations outside of our massive fabricators. We didn't do that because stagnant defenses are the graveyards of armies. A warrior back in the day said that. I forget who off the top of my head. However, we do have massive ships with massive guns, and you can't, of course, move a planet or its own satellite or moons, so you have to defend those. Aside from that, the battlefield is exceptionally fluent. this being as it is. We couldn't sit here and argue over things for hours, days, weeks at a time to come to some BS halfway consensus. We didn't have the time for it. Thankfully, those in charge decided to cut most of the bullshit and said this is the areas we are going to be speaking of. My name was mentioned later on for talks about how to take care of a species that doesn't actually have a planet. I simply nodded at them just to let them know I understood about this, but I had to sit and listen to this entire meeting. And they spoke about many things, but the main areas to focus on was the fact that we were very much running low on food. We had run low on food ever since the Sol Sector was attacked. It was going to take a long, long, long time before we had enough where people could actually enjoy fresh foods throughout the galaxy. It was also an area of contention to make sure we did not contaminate the Sol Sector. So if you had fresh food, you now had to stay away from the Sol Sector for at minimum 7 Earth days, 1 week, so that they realize that all the extra biomass that you have collected from other species areas, other sectors, other planets, whatever it might be, had cycled through your system, and you wouldn't accidentally contaminate an entire planet by taking a dump. This was non-negotiable, and everyone agreed on this, as Earth itself was still uninhabitable by humans. The only ones that were down there was a half a dozen small survey teams, no bigger than a dozen personnel, each of them still having to survive off whatever they could find or whatever was sent to them. One of the survey teams was actually brought to the meeting and explained that their area was still almost completely devoid of life. Their survey station was very close to one of the scorch marks. Because of that, much of the foliage had completely burned off and was still taking time to regrow. For those that don't know, the flora or the foliage comes back in waves. First, it will come back as the first grass comes up, then grass along with weeds, if it can. Then shrubs will form after that, then smaller trees, those that are very much shade intolerant, like birch and so forth, will come in and just fill the whole area. As they shade out much of the area, the more shade tolerant trees will come in. Usually this is pine trees. Anyone who's worked around a pine forest knows this will end up cleaning out almost all the nutrients in the soil. That is, until things like oak come in, as they are completely shade tolerant and they will grow much, much taller than the pine trees, and eventually they will shade out the pine trees to the point where they will not be able to continue. The pine forest will go away and a new biome will create itself. And with each of these, more of the animals, the fauna, will come back. And this is what we were waiting on. Much of the indigenous fauna was released out. We didn't hold on to it. Many of the zoos were, if they weren't scorched down to nothing, were simply cleared out and the animals returned to their natural habitat as best we could. There were certain ones, of course. It was strange to see a couple of lions on the North American continent, and it was very strange to see a pack of wolves going across the savannah. It wasn't as though they were all becoming very large groups, but it would take some time to sort this out. This is where the survey teams came in. They did say how they were marking the different animals so they could be picked up rather quickly by those that were going to replace them back into their natural habitat. But this would take a long time, as it was not the main focus. We were simply waiting for Earth to heal itself. The main problem was the fact that the air that was left on Earth, because of the weapons used, burned the air quite literally and burned so much of the foliage that the air became thin. Many of the larger animals spend a lot of time just sleeping, laying down, trying not to move to conserve their strength. Though lung capacity has gotten much better over the few generations that have been gone, it would still take a long time for the Earth to get to the thicker atmosphere that it was. That being said, Earth itself was already a thin atmosphere, even though it was a high-gravity planet. It was strange how that came to be, but it is what it is. After they stopped talking about Earth, they started talking about the other planets, mainly Mars and Venus. Mars had rebuilt fairly quickly, many people bringing in many supplies so they could rebuild their domes, and many other domes were also created. The surface of Mars was pockmarked with all sorts of domes to create all sorts of fields to grow. The fields themselves were tore apart with the bombardment, but it wasn't totally catastrophic. It was to the point that no one could enjoy fresh food for over an entire Earth year. The growing cycles on Mars are a little different. However, it wasn't a total loss, as we realized this was a common practice to grow potatoes as the first one, as potatoes are extremely nutrient dense and only need a little bit of supplements to actually get all that is required for the human body. I believe a movie did that back in the day, and a lot of science was put into it, and the science was correct. Potatoes have now become a very large factor throughout the entire known universe, at least known to humans, that is. And potatoes are actually sought after by many other species, though we are very hesitant to give them seeds from our own, as we do not want to contaminate their biomes either. That being said, species like the chitters simply enjoy the potatoes, as they'll eat them raw, dig them right out of the ground, and start chewing on them. They don't realize that because of the new advanced size of many of their drones, anything above a gamma, that is, consume far more resources than any human. This is why we let them with their own planets and their own foodstuffs, and they do maintain them very well. Yet, it is still well known that when someone visits a chitter planet, they are more than welcoming when it comes with food. As food has become the new currency, as in biomass, not exactly food, fresh food, which, hell, a couple of dozen of potatoes and a couple bushels of tomatoes could buy you a frigate. It is amazing how much people will pay for fresh food. I can't emphasize this enough. And they talked about this on and on and on for hours, and all I could think of was, I wish I had something stronger than water. But now, coffee is such a limited resource. When they did serve us something about the size of an espresso, at least that's what us Americans used to call it. Over in Europe, they just called it cafe or coffee. That's what they drank anyway. I didn't shoot it down like a lot of them did. I slowly sipped at it as I realized this was all we were going to get. And yes, straight up coffee is extremely tradable. Extremely. Venus, when it came to their foodstuffs, actually survived a whole lot better, as much of the ordnance could not get through the acid that was its own atmosphere. In fact, the acid in the atmosphere is so intense that they're constantly repairing their own drones. However, these domes are beginning to be opened up to the atmosphere, slowly, slightly. And because of that, and along with bringing several large chunks of ice from other areas, mainly from the asteroid belt and the Oort cloud, we are slowly changing Venus's atmosphere into something much more livable. It's believed that within approximately 118 years, people will be able to walk around Venus without any protection or breathing apparatus at all. It was put on the table that we should increase the amount of water brought to Venus so that it could basically terraform itself. But there was also the fact that we had to terraform Mars as well. Mars's atmosphere was still far too thin for anyone to walk around, and it was just not a fun experience to be there. That being said, the fact that they were bringing more and more resources in and allowing more and more artificial atmosphere to be fabricated and pumped out did assist in terraforming Mars itself. The very first sign of things like algae and lichens began to show on the planet's surface. Many of the folks who had not known this were dead silent, including myself, as this is the very first step to bringing potential life to an otherwise dead world. Once we wwere done talking about the Sol sector and all its issues, they started to reach beyond to the satellites and how they were doing. Representatives from all the different satellites came to give a quick brief on how each of the satellites were doing, and they seemed to be relatively untouched by the war themselves, mainly because most of them have been fashioned and set up after the invasion of the Sol sector, so they have not been damaged. The only one that had been damaged was the colonies on Luna. Luna itself had been ravaged, at least on the surface. But just like Mars, most everyone was living subterranean, so the actual bombardment didn't do as much damage as the enemy, at least, would have liked. It still was not so fun that we had to rebuild much of it. After discussions on there, it was straight on to the different fabricators that we had, along with salvage teams that were going out and trading goods. Many of the goods that they trade were simple mineral blocks or non-organic blocks. The bricks, as we called them, were very well received and very highly tradable goods. Our own currency, as you can understand, was completely and utterly worthless, so trading in these became the absolute end-all be-all when it came to currency. And as it stands now, those that go out with salvage teams make a hell of a lot of profit. There are only certain elements out there that are unable to be fabricated and must be dug up. Or if they're found, the fabricators can separate them from the rest of the ore and basically smelt them into bricks so that they can be sold. However, these materials tend to be very, very radioactive and must be handled with extreme care and caution. However, these metals are extremely prized simply because we need them to make our gravimetric engines. Without them, the whole engine would come apart, especially with constant use the way we've been doing it. All in all, it was a very long, drawn-out meeting with all sorts of spreadsheets being shown. It got to the point where my eyes started to hurt as I was looking at sheet after sheet after sheet, trying to understand each of the numbers. Thankfully, they had standardized most of the profits and loss statements and things of that nature. However, some of them were in, well, lawyer speak, which made it very difficult to understand. When we finally started reaching out past the fabricators as far as the briefing goes, they finally got to me. I was told to stand up so that everyone could hear me. I kind of chuckled at this. You're telling me people can't hear me. Should I fall back on what I used to do? A few people looked confused, and then I heard a few of them whisper, "He was a drill sergeant. They can hear him in the next sector. Believe me, he can make his voice really, really loud. Don't push it." At that point, I was told that yes, I should stand so that I can address the crowd as this was customary, but I wouldn't have to project, as in I wouldn't have to blow anybody's eardrums out to make sure that everyone could hear me. I simply stated how many personnel that we have, showed them the list of how many, by what age they were, roughly, as we couldn't understand the age. Our medical tech could get us only so close, but the fact that they were genetically engineered made this very difficult. In some cases, they were genetically engineered to look a certain age when they came out of whatever vat they came out of, and they would never change. In fact, their bodies regenerated to an extreme degree without any medical assistance. I brought this up, and many people asked if I had reports on this. I simply stated, absolutely, and I will be giving all the reports after my briefing is done. And no, I'm not doing any backdoor deals. And I'm going to put this straight to you. All these under my command are not to be going for some sort of medical experiment. I swear to you, if you even think it, if one of my crew even comes up missing, I will bring all sorts of holy hell down on you. I swear to everything up above and down below. You don't even think about it. But I will give you as much medical knowledge as we have. Experimentations are extremely limited, as many of these are still children. And you know as well as I do, we don't hurt kids. I let that one stagger for a little bit. As throughout the entire war, one thing we did not do, even if it was a slave master's child, we did not kill the child. When we took the slave master planet, their homeworld, we actually returned many, many of their young ones after they'd been in captivity for well over 3 years. They were so happy to be home and to see their families. And we use this also not just to show that we are not the monsters that they think we are, but we are monsters. But to show a sign of good faith that they could eventually, over time, work with us. They would know that humanity has not lost its humanity. I continued on with my briefing, stating on how many we had received from each of the planets. I tried to speed through this as fast as I could because I could see people's eyes glazed over before we started. I then moved on to the biologicals that we did find and told them that each of these was designed specifically to be used for not only aesthetics, as they all looked very good, especially by human aesthetics, which was absolutely strange. I know the whole world is full of humanoid, but trust me, all the rest of the species have their own phrase on that one. Anything that is similar to them is a oid at the end. And all I could say is, oi, this gets tiresome and difficult to tell them apart sometimes. Though the demonoids, most of them had horns on their heads, it wasn't always the case. Some of them were brought in with a strange tail, which made sense as we pulled them away from reptilians, and reptilians have this weird thing about the tails. I still don't get it, but then again, I don't have a tail. And as we went through each of them to show all the different discrepancies and all the differences in their bodies, one of the things I brought up that actually got a chuckle was, and you have to remember now that they were brought in as slaves, and they tend to not wear clothes, which makes things difficult for them to be around. I swear to God, if I have to tell another one to put pants on, I'm going to scream. Everyone kind of chuckled at this, as there was a visual of a few of them coming in, fresh slaves that were being greeted by my crew. All the ones who were slaves, well, only one of them even had any clothing on, and it was a sash of all things. They didn't understand that this is the way it is. Those that live their lives behind a desk and don't see the front line don't realize that most aliens, if they wear any clothing, it's very, very sparse. The fact that we cover ourselves up so much is a rarity. Only one other species does, and that's the Veterans. They cover themselves up almost completely. In fact, they're in several layers of robes, and for a group that's that skinny, I'm not surprised that they would protect themselves. I digressed down to each of the sectors and to show them that we have actually found out that even though they are designed specifically not to have children, using old technology, old as in prior to the initial invasion, we can actually make sure that they can have children. The females have all the parts necessary. The males have all the parts necessary to produce the genetic information. The delivery system has been taken away from them. So all we have to do is substitute it. It was brought up that maybe we should allow them to be altered so that they could reproduce naturally. I had to bring up a fact that we had run a few simulations and the results were not good. In every single simulation, the viability of those that were altered was limited down to about 21 hours. After that, their body simply rejects the alteration and they start seizing real bad, to the point where we can't save them. I'm grateful this was only a computer simulation, as I don't think I could have lived with myself watching one of these demonoids, as young, even as old as they can be, just thrashing on the table, losing control of all biological functions as fluid would squirt out from every possible orifice. And not just the ones you think of, but also their skin as well, as it would rip itself apart. In one simulation, they exploded, It was even gruesome to see the simulation, even though it was all digital. With that, I brought in the fact that the AI has been an extreme help in this situation. Even though I have a high amount of crew, we just do not have the personnel to man all the different stations and all the fighters at the same time. It was brought up to me that I should switch out my live fighters for AI, and I did bring up the fact that on the new ship there will be a contingent of drones as well, but I will be keeping the fighters we have. In fact, we're increasing the number from 300 to 500, along with approximately 1,000 drones, which are only about half the size of the fighters themselves, along with 52 salvage craft, which would also double as recovery vehicles. This is going to be a lot of space, but we still have enough to capture whatever resources we need to trade with. I showed them the schematics of the new ship that was being made, and many of them started gasping. I couldn't figure out what was going on. It didn't occur to me until someone brought up that the amount of creature comforts that were on board that I insisted on, and so did my crew, made a pleasure yacht look like a Spartan vessel. It was insane. They could see on there were several large hot tubs so that they could relax after a long day. Everyone had their own small bathroom if they wanted. They had their own rooms, even though they weren't very large. High ceilings so that they wouldn't feel all congested. Plenty of partying areas, if you want to call that. I just call it a recreational area. And a lot of training. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. A good 12% of the entire ship is dedicated specifically to training. Not only military training, but also basic home economics training, different classrooms. There is just a lot of training going on. They asked me why I did this, and I had a simple answer. Eventually, we will find a planet for them, and they need to know how to survive on their own without us. That's the plan. We are still humans with humanity. We found a species that didn't have a home. Okay, we're eventually going to find them a home. We just haven't reached out far enough to find one that's uninhabited. Something that they could have for their own, which is just kind of the point, isn't it? I kind of let the question linger for a moment. The council members started to murmur a little bit as though they were going to ask questions. So I simply said, all right, on to the next subject, and don't worry about my ship. Well, I waved my hand across, and immediately the image disappeared. Although I did have one stop. Could you send us a schematic of that? I find it very interesting. Trying to make your own pleasure cruise? Well, no, I saw who it was. He was actually one of my former students. I didn't remember his name, but I simply gave him a look, and he sat down. That look is known even now as the bat glare. The instructors have mastered it to make sure everyone knows when to shut up and sit down. I continued on with the rest of my briefing, which wasn't very much longer. I did explain that they don't eat as much, the demonoids. And the fact that they actually eat about the same as a Zell, which is half their size, is allowing us to get our food ration to extend. Again, another came in with a question and asked, well, what about the excess food you have? I could almost hear the man's stomach rumbling. I simply smiled and said, don't worry, we sell off our excess food. We don't throw it back in the fabricator. With that, I actually motioned over to the commandant, the commander of the massive fabricator who was making my new ship. And he simply sat there and nodded, opening his eyes wide to emphasize that that is exactly what we did. We sold off as much food as possible, along with any organic bricks we had and non-organic bricks. Once they're done fabricating our ship, they get to keep the excess. Consider it a bonus for making sure this ship was done exactly the way we wanted. I finished up by saying It is no longer a battleship. Originally, I had them inside a corvette, then a frigate, then onto a type of battle cruiser that didn't have any weapons, as each of the images popped up on the screen. And now, with this ship, it's a colony ship, and little else. I didn't have a lot of space for the very large, heavy weapons, even though this ship is so large. It has its own defenses, and yes, those are a dozen torpedo launchers and almost 300 missile launchers, along with almost 1,000 turrets on this thing. However, that is for defense only. I want you to understand that this ship is their home now. Until we find them a planet, it is their home, and I will make sure that it is protected at all costs. Again, I pushed that in to make sure no one had nefarious thoughts. With that, the one in charge of the council simply hit his gavel and said, "That will be enough. You have made your point, Captain." I looked at him and said, "It's Colonel, but I get your point." I sat down and listened to the rest of the briefings. They stretched out, talked about the Chitters, who had their own representative, along with the Zells, the Veterans, and all others that were there. And it was, again, a long, long briefing. It was about 2 weeks before I was heading back towards the ship. Actually, closer to 3, if you want to count the days correctly. A lot of times when you're up in space, you lose track of time. As we went, my mind wandered into the final briefing. I guess they saved the best for last. They wanted to commend everyone on their improvement of the medical tech, as now they have found a way that, since humans have been adjusted so much by medical tech slowly, and since we have an uncanny ability to adapt, unlike other species around, that unless you consider full disintegration, we don't die. We are essentially immortal now. And that makes us question, what is it to be human now? That is a very deep question we had to ponder ourselves. I know my purpose. My purpose as of now is to get back to that ship, get back to my crew, and make sure they're ready for that. When it is time that they leave the stars and find themselves to place roots down, they will actually be able to do it without my assistance, as that is the way we do things. When it was brought up again that they should worry about what was being taught to the demonoids, I simply stated, "Did you forget I was an NCO?" A few people laughed at this, but they didn't understand quite what I was getting at, the others. I simply stated to them, "This is why an NCO makes a better parent than an officer. And let me learn you something here." Yes, I know that is an old phrase, but listen close. An NCO's job is to teach, mentor, and train. But that is not the overall goal. The overall goal is to make them better than we are, so that they raise the bar that way. Trying to raise the bar constantly over the course of someone's life does not work. Not as the way you think it does, but so that they are better than you when they take over, and then they can increase from there to whatever step they are, and then they pass that on to those that they instruct behind them. That is how it's done. That's the way parents are supposed to do it as well. And this is why NCOs make better parents than officers, which I knew that kind of stung a few of them, as many of them had been officers for so many years. I don't think they remember what it's like being a civilian. But those that had children, I could see that they had the understanding in their eyes. But with this information, I still wondered what it's going to be like when I do drop them off at their planet and I simply take the Corvette that's inside the hangar bay and fly off. Would they remember their godfather? I didn't have a lot of time to think about this, as my mind began to wander to another area that we were talking about, one which I was very adamant about. The question was, should we continue to push into the stars? Can we even do that? Most of the tacticians that were there were very adamant that we could. We could easily go into the stars and just start wiping out every single planet that we saw, clearing them very quickly, as now we had even more information on how to get the biological and chemical weapons to work even better. It actually got so well that we didn't even have to knock them out. One of the species that we were having trouble getting tranquilizers to work on, they adjusted the formula, and instead of knocking them out, it gave the aliens a really bad case of the shits. Kinda hard to fight when you're crapping your pants, as if they wore pants. But still, it would work out much, much better than we expected. Using that as their basis, they also explained how their sensor arrays had gotten so much better. The weapons, the energy weapons, could now reach from the upper atmosphere all the way to the surface, and they didn't need to have a ship designed specifically for this purpose. Instead, they could just upgrade the turrets. Many of them would say how there was no species in the galaxy that could stand up to our might, and all this rhetoric bullshit. At one point, I was sitting there looking down, just shaking my head left and right, like, oh dear God, what are they thinking? At one point, somebody mentioned me, since I had enough pull at this point to show that I knew exactly what I was talking about. The ones in charge of the council, the triad, looked at me and asked my opinion. I simply stood up and I said, "Are you insane? Did you forget the tactics and the failures of the past, the mistakes that we have made before we got here? Or are you just that stupid?" Actually, you know what? Don't answer that. You've already proven, because as we know, only amateurs start with tactics. Professionals always start with logistics. And I want you to look at our logistics right now. How many humans are left? We originally started, before this war even kicked off, with 8 billion. We are down barely above 2. And that's because we've had a lot of children being born in the past few years. And I mean a lot of kids. Holy crap. Those Martians and Venetians, they fuck like rabbits. I mean literally like rabbits. Not to mention, a lot of them are juicing themselves up, so they're having twins and triplets. And oh God, help me with all the extra stuff they're juicing their kids up with, as they're not even born yet. I mean, seriously, what is this? And I hit a few buttons and I showed basically a new type of species of human. Yes, she looked human until you looked all the way through her and you realized that there was something off. Her muscle density was much denser than it should be. This young girl here is 11. I should not see an 8-pack on an 11-year-old who doesn't work out. Now, we do have a lot of these. Again, we do not have the personnel. It doesn't matter how strong you are. It wouldn't matter, because guess how much we lost on the invasion. Even though we tranked most of their society, we lost almost 1 million of our own in casualties. Now, granted, actual KIAs were barely over 1,000, but it doesn't matter. One ship has to get blown up. One of our dreadnoughts, one of our battleships, and we lose 10,000 almost. That's if we get there before they actually drop on the planet. However, you need to understand, we do not have the personnel. We are stretching ourselves far too thin. And don't give me any crap about the combined fleet. If we start laying down and saying, hey, you guys do the heavy lifting, then this is no longer our war. If the Chitters or the Zells or anyone else wants to push beyond their sector, that is their prerogative. But they need to understand, we need time. Stretching ourselves too thin, and we end up looking like several of those in the past. Napoleon stretched himself too far. The Vikings, Eric the Red, did the same thing. Hell, if you look through history, it's ripe with this. Even some folks, which I don't even want to mention their name because they bring up horrible sins of the past, stretched themselves far too thin. And when they did that, it didn't matter how good their weapons were. It didn't. They were simply overrun by numbers, and we are now potentially facing hundreds of billions. If the slave masters would stop fighting each other, which is the chance of that happening are almost nothing unless we take out another one, then they would come at us in force. I don't care how good we are. I don't care how much that nanotech is going to work. It would not matter. They would simply overrun us, and we wouldn't have a species anymore. We'd be gone, erased from the history books. So understand this. We need time before you even consider it. Even supplementing with AI is not going to be enough. I want you to look at these numbers. Punching up a few. Our AI losses. These losses are staggering. 78% loss on the first drop? That's one planet, you jerk. And you can't fabricate these guys fast enough. And you really think it's going to be a while before the AI starts thinking about a little bit of self-preservation? Think about it, you moron. With that, I kind of let everything settle as there was a lot of discussion going on. Eventually, I cleared my throat. All right. We do not need to make the sins and mistakes of the past. We have our own right now. I am asking this council to understand we do not have the capacity to keep this pace up. Just like everything else, we need time to rest. We have taken down one of the 5 slave masters. There's only 4 left. Let them fight out in the ether with each other. Let them drain each other of resources for the next 10 to 15 years. I don't care, but we need time. We need time to refill our ranks. We need time to look into our engineering. We need time. And time is actually on our side. They know we took out one of the slave masters, but since we have not moved since then, I'm pretty sure they think we had made it personal and aimed at this one. What they don't probably realize is it was just a random direction. It was a coin flip between this one and the Krakte. Or as a lot of you like to call them, the crappies. We can't do this. We cannot keep this up. Hold the line as it is. Refit. Rearm. And we will visit this again. But those of you who are insistent on sending other people to die for your own goals, before you say another word, understand you better be on the front lines with them. If you're not a leader. Not in any stretch of the imagination. You are a dictator. A scrawny little dictator. Back when I was young, we once called you chicken hawks. You were chickens when it was time for you to actually pick up a weapon and fight for your country. But you're hawks when it comes to sending other people to fight. Oh, you're all for it. But I never really cared for that phrase as accurate as it was. Instead, I will call you all oxen. You all look at yourselves as strong, but you lack what truly matters. I let that one settle. As I sat on the shuttle, I thought about that and realized it was actually kind of funny. Because as y'all know, oxen are cattle with no balls. I could just barely now see through the viewport the station coming into view. It was a tiny little speck out there at this point, and would take a lot longer for us to actually reach there. We didn't jump when we're inside the Sol sector. You jump into certain areas and you jump out of other areas, and that's simply to make sure you don't crash into each other. All in all, it's a decent system, but I really kind of wish this whole flight would just get me there. At this point, I opened up communications to see if any of the problems. I got a hold of the dockmaster, and he was very well adamant that everything was going smoothly. The ship itself was under final construction and would be going through final checks soon. Once that, I'd have to take her out and let her run through her paces, of course. But then everybody would have to start getting back on board. I asked if there was any problems with the crew, and of course, he came back with an absolutely not. They've been an absolute delight. Do you know they can cook? Yeah, I do know they can cook. Holy crap, can they cook well? They've been working in the kitchen, a bunch of them, and wow, we just got them lined up. I just wish they'd wear more than just an apron. I kind of had to chuckle a little bit. Yeah, that's been an ongoing problem, I swear. They get on my nerves with that. Still, what about the rest of them not working in the kitchen? Oh, they've been working as mechanics and getting everything open and operated. It's great. What have you been teaching them? They actually upgraded a few of our engines. They upgraded our weapons as well. Our life support has never run this good. What have you been teaching them? Everything? Well, whatever you do, keep it going. I'm sending a report in soon to let them know how well this is going. Oh my god. With that, I'm actually going to take these schematics. I think we're going to make another one of these just to teach kids from Venus and Mars. I kind of laughed a little bit. Okay, Roger, Doc Master. About 3 hours, just over, before I get there. Are you going to be complete with the ship by then? Oh, absolutely. Final checks will be complete by then. Roger, could you let my XO know, as I sent a message over to him, that he needs to start getting all our supplies inside? And by the way, if anybody from your dock steals any of our seeds or our plants, we're going to have issues. Oh, do not worry about that, sir. Do not worry about that at all. That has been locked up and under quadruple guard ever since you got here. We made sure everything is good. We know how important that is. Thank you, Doc Master. I'll see you when I get there. Roger, sir. Doc Master out. It was a long, comfortable flight after that, although I did allow myself to nod off to sleep a few times with the simple hum of the engine as it pushed us forward. The gravimetrics made things comfortable as we simply glided through space. Of course, being in 0G didn't hurt either, as everything felt like the softest pillow. Even the bulkhead itself, since your body wouldn't push hard against it without pushing you away. I loosened my belt so that I would float just a little bit, and eventually I could feel the ship slowing down. This caused my body to jerk forward a little bit, and I was woken up by the fact that my harness had locked me in place, and my head had knocked into my own chest. Okay. With that, I was told to get ready for docking, and I just fastened everything down, and docking was a breeze. As the ship opened up and I walked out, I had over a dozen of the demonoids, especially the young ones, running up, screaming, "Godfather, you're home!" I laughed, said, "We're not home right now. Home is over there," as I pointed to the large ship. They kind of laughed at this a little bit. The older ones got the idea. I just held the little ones, picked a couple of them up, and carried them with me. Some of them couldn't have been more than a year or two old when we first freed them. Either that or they were brought out of their vats early. I was looking forward to see this new ship. Well, let's see how this baby works. As I got inside, I realized that the ship was actually bigger than I realized. There was enough room for twice as many crew that was here. I made sure that they were all separated, males on one side, females on the other. Well, not quite. They were still intermixed. However, there was at least one empty room between them. The one on one side, one on the other is an old practice that kind of had to go away. But, I mean, kids will be kids, and they'll learn about themselves. And as the man says, they're young, and they should be able to dance. Touring the ship, I found exactly everything was supposed to be exactly where it was. Everything was right. I checked the rooms to make sure that everyone had their facilities lined up. All the bedding was already there. As I went towards the hydroponics base, I could see them being filled up and the plants being put back into place. The other ones were being replanted as organic material was placed down. The smell, though, when they put fresh organics down is rancid. Yes, when I say fresh organics, I mean they packed it with shit. All in all, though, everything was going well. We even had an extra few animals come in, as we'd been able to swap out many of our studs for new ones, and immediately we started breeding in new animals. We didn't have a lot: a couple of goats, some sheep, chickens, of course, and the one thing I insisted on that most of the demonoids did not like: honeybees, which were required to pollinate the plants. We only had 4 hives, and they were kept on the far side, but the demonoids did not like going next to them. Though they're not allergic, their bodies don't get any swelling or anything like that. Just like if I get stung, it feels like acid in their veins. They do not enjoy it, and the pain lasts much longer with them than it does with us. For us, it's maybe 5-10 minutes. For them, it's 5 to 10 hours. So they were very hesitant to be around them. All in all, everything was set up, and I had to simply clear it with the dockmaster after I checked my own quarters. They got a little overzealous as they made the walls not only tall, but a little grandiose with some sort of weird designs on them. I didn't care. This was a place to sleep and shit. That was pretty much all it was for. Eventually I got to the bridge, and the bridge was wide and spacious, set up specifically so that as people moved around, they didn't bump into each other, which I liked. That's a constant problem with things like a corvette or a frigate, as things are packed in very, very tight. I got into the command couch and slowly lowered my head, linking myself up with the computer and beginning to do the scans. To my shock and surprise, an AI was there. I introduced myself to it and asked its name. It paused. Were you not given a name? No, sir, not given name. Understood. Tell you what, you figure out what one you want, and we'll call you that. How about this? Affirmative, Captain. We'll choose name. There was a long pause. I didn't want to wait any longer, so I started scanning the rest of the ship. The new gravimetric drives, and yes, multiple drives, seemed to be working at optimal capacity. Everything was working well. The plumbing, the electric, everything was working exceptionally well. This huge cruiser now slowly started to go away from its moorings. The dockmaster had already released the clamps, and we drifted off away. As we did, I sent my final thanks to the dockmaster for creating such a beautiful ship for me. He simply stated, "No problem. Thanks for the extra food. It was delicious." "Roger, we'll make sure we drop off some extra next time we're in the sector. But for right now, we got a few places we need to be." "Affirmative. Catch you on the flip-flop." With that, I got away from the docks, and I saw the moorings begin to close back around, and without a moment's hesitation, I could see the fabricator warming back up to create another ship. I didn't know which one it was, as it was starting from the inside so it would work its way out. But it's amazing how well these fabricators work, and how well they have changed humanity themselves. It's absolutely crazy. As the ship finally made it out to the exfil point, I told everyone to brace for jump, and I installed the coordinates. As the countdown began, 10, 9, 8, and of course we always started with that just so that anybody who was farther away from their seat had something at least to grab a hold of. The jumps would still shimmy you pretty good and knock you off your feet if you weren't ready. 5, 4. As it counted down, I only had one question. I wonder what Junior's gonna say when he sees this ship. Since the first slave master sector had been completely taken over, many of the species that was there tried to barter for its own release. Many of them offered to return slaves. We simply told them, well, you will return the slaves, or we're going to indiscriminately start dropping nuclear warheads on your planet. We sent them a video, a fake video that was, of one of our warheads dropping onto an uninhabited place on their planet and just annihilating everything. It was a bluff, sort of. We were willing to take out their planet, of course, but the destruction of an entire species, especially their home planet, especially when we understood how delicate that was, as we still did not have our home planet in one piece anymore. We emphasized enough of this. The empathy we had for this one act was enough to hold our hand at least for a while. Many of their ships would show up and simply ask to be returned to their own families, which we agreed, with the conditions. The two conditions were that they must return all their slaves, free them, and bring them to us. And two, they must abandon their ships in orbit. If they choose to, they can simply send their ships into the nearest star. However, they would not have their ships, as they would be taken over by us. Many of their captains who had agreed to go back to their families or bring their crew to their families did in fact drop off their own kin and leave the ship itself so that we could attach our own boarding parties and get the slaves off. After that, we knew there was a countdown timer. The automated system would simply turn the engines on and send it straight into the star. We didn't have much interest in collecting any of these ships because we already knew them. Stem to stern, every single bolt was downloaded. We knew exactly how they were made, and we knew that there was nothing we could gain from them. So we simply let the ships go. I know it seems like a simple loss of materials, but we were collecting so many materials still, even months after the battle, that it didn't really matter. Most everyone was becoming very, very wealthy. Many personnel who owned their own ship, similar to mine but not totally, were becoming very wealthy and had a lot of crew, most of which for personal reasons. These were the type of captains I kept on a list, along with the name of their ships, and we would not do business with them. In one instance, one of them came on board and tried to swap out a couple of his harem and wanted a half a dozen of my crew. Very quickly, before I even turned around, weapons were drawn and he was told to leave the ship. But he would have to leave his so-called harem. Apparently, the desire to have power over others does not just extend to aliens, but it is still something that is in humans. We sent the message to the human fleets, and they immediately fell on this ship. It was one of only a few, thankfully, but they did come across the ship, search it, and check with the crew on board, and turned out that they were being held as not really slaves, but more as indentured servants in some way. Debt slavery is what we used to call it. I really hated that. I even offered to let my crew have at the captain and a few of his own crew. But we were told to back off. It is the way of things now. The crew and themselves, along with the captain, were imprisoned on a Martian penal colony. No way of escaping, as there was nothing but almost vacuum in any direction. The air was getting thicker, mind you, but it was still too thin to make a run for it, and you'd die of suffocation before you got 4 miles out. Though we had our own problems, they were very minor. Most everyone still stuck with what they did, what they knew, and what they knew was collecting resources, different type of organic and non-organic matter to buy, sell, and trade with. In some cases, our own crews would go out with their recovery craft and pick up very, very, very large chunks of rock that were floating around, many times from the Oort cloud or from the asteroid belt or from any other type of asteroid belt. And in one case, they were able to snag an entire meteor that was heading straight for the Sol sector. The damn rock was about twice the size of my ship, and I gave them a lot of props for being able to even slow this thing down, let alone stop it. With that alone, we were able to purchase whatever the hell we wanted. Our fabricator had already created everything we wanted, though as it turns out, we would have to create a whole nother sector. Even though we had our own nursery, as it turns out, as the crew started to get more and more freedom, they started to experiment. And because of that, many relationships started out being that this is a colony ship, that is to be expected. Several fights started, but when they started out in earnest, breaking out in places like the chow hall or the recreation area, I simply had a fabricator create an octagon along with the associated pads, mouth guards, and whatever else we needed, and told them if they needed to settle anything, they would settle it in the octagon, and that's all. They would not start fighting outside, or they will be facing me. They realized how dangerous that would be, as a human was definitely stronger than they were, and a lot tougher than they were as well. They were genetically designed for aesthetics, not for practicality, which they understood this very, very well. Even though we had to deal with small issues like that, our larger issue was the fact that I was requested, and I'll put that in quotes, requested, to bring in a crew of doctors so they could check out my crew, as they wanted to know more about the processes that created them. I didn't have much of a problem with this. We had a top-notch medical facility where we were. I simply demanded, and yes, I did demand, that they would give me the most updated specs for medical technology that they had. Unfortunately for us, that only upgraded one machine, and not by much, but it was still enough. That one was the, well, the rebuilder, if you want to call it. You put it in there and you can reattach someone's arm, leg, or whatever other appendage in a matter of a few minutes. And now with the upgrade, it takes less than a minute to rebuild an entire arm. It's incredible, this technology, which is what makes us be able to live out here in the stars without incredible degradation to our bodies. The crew that came on board were pretty professional. While they did their research, they were required to teach classes on advanced medical techniques to the entire crew, as long as they got to a certain level of knowledge, that is. Some of the crew we had just received, so of course it was going to take a while before they got to that level. However, things seemed to be progressing well, although I do have to say I know a honey trap when I see one. 2 of the female researchers that came on board were far too young. I checked their own medical records, and their records were very sparse, which was a huge red flag for me. As it turns out, they wanted to get close to me to find out what my ideals were with the crew, what I had planned, and if I planned on reproducing with any of them, things of that nature. Also, they had this weird thing about wanting my DNA, which I told them to straight up fuck off. Later on, as we were finishing up their tour, I did find that it was nice to have a few humans around. We could talk more in a human dialect than anything else. The demonoids were fun to talk with and all, but the issue was they all saw me as their godfather, their uncle, their old wise relative. They didn't look at me in any other way. It was nice to have people that were not family that I could talk to, try to make friends with, which was pleasant, of course. What the researchers found incredibly pleasant was the fact that we took great care in bringing all sorts of actual foodstuffs up. Our seed vault was almost completely full. We had animals on board. We had our own insect hives that we need for pollination. We had everything we needed to make sure that we did not rely on anyone and anything. One of the researchers, the lead researcher actually, told me that he had saw several ships of similar design being made. As it turns out, the way I had designed it was that with a lot of advice from others. Putting everything together, we had found up with the absolute peak of efficiency. It was crazy. I love the fact that my ship was basically the first one off the line. Maybe it'll be a new class, who knows? Later on, as they were about to leave, I noticed that one of the researchers was getting a little close to one of my crew members. I wondered if she was really smitten with the guy or what, but eventually he asked if he could leave and join their research team. I simply told him, "You're free to come and go if you want. You're not restricted here. You're not a slave to this ship. You're a crew member. All you do is put in your resignation, and I'll sign it so that it's filed away, and you're free to live your life any way you choose. I made sure that the entire crew knew about this, as many of them seemed to be getting a little stir-crazy being stuck on one ship, even as massive as it was. It wasn't long before they were looking into the possibility of leaving out of the ship and going into the larger universe. I only know this because the ship AI was watching all of it, and he reported to me. Or she. You know what? I'm not even going to say it. I'll say it. It reported to me and told me that things were being searched. More things were being searched on the galactic net that showed that they were more interested in stretching out beyond their own population, which is perfectly fine as we hadn't found a suitable planet yet. Many of the groups that had gone out into the planet at large were doing so mainly as a liberation force. They weren't actually doing this as a colonization team. I wondered if it would be best if we simply jumped into an unknown sector, but then again, this is a colony ship. We can't face a battle group. If we do, we're in some seriously deep shit. With that, I let the crew do as they wish. Several of them left. It came out to only about 4%, actually 3.9%, if you want to get specific, decided that they wanted to leave and pursue things elsewhere. I simply reminded them that they're going to be on another ship with other species, and they need to really be careful what they do and what they say, and for the love of God, will they put on some more clothes. I put up with that just because that is what they knew. That is part of their culture now. Interesting to look at, but seriously, they're going to get in trouble. While all this was going on, more and more of the first slave master species had started to break away from their own people. They had started to lock into their own colonies, which, of course, other colonies, multiple colonies in the same sectors, or other sectors would end up fighting against each other. They decided to fight for more dominance among each other, and this was the main fault of those who want dominance over other species. When they can't do it anymore, they want dominance over each other. And to do that, they will sacrifice so many. I wasn't there when the first of the human groups finally jumped into the next sector. They jumped into a firefight. They sat there on the edge of the sector and watched two of these alien fleets tear each other apart. And as they did, they saw something strange. They wanted to stay silent, hiding behind one of the planets, making sure they could swoop in when the fighting was already finished. Why waste your own materials when the enemy's going to do it for you? But there was something else. They couldn't see what it was. And just as the fighting had ended, we saw another group. This was a different slave master fleet. We recognized them. These were going to be the other slave masters that we were going to attack before. I'll just call them the number twos. Because those little shits came in blasting. They took everyone. They actually tried to take the planet. We saw all sorts of transports head to the planet, and we could hear their communications. I was on my way there when the fleet that was watching over them decided to send the distress call out. The call wasn't really for people to come and help them, but it was more, we're going to need medical supplies and we're going to need people that know how to use it because they're tearing apart everybody down there. Immediately, I called for everyone to get ready for jump and we started heading there, but it would take us several days, over 80 hours to get there. It was annoying. Unfortunately, the jump engines, though good, can only do so much. It's not like we can jump from one side of the universe to the other. If we could do that, this war would have been over a long time ago. Because we would have just gone to home planets, dropped a couple of kiloton or megaton nukes on the poles, and said, fuck around and find out again. I dare you. But that's not how things went. On the way there, I kept getting reports about how the human fleet would have to go in and try to keep the number twos away. Unfortunately, they came at with sheer ferocity. Their ships were not nearly as big, but they were much more agile, and they were able to bounce around and dodge a lot of the ballistic shots. Many times they could dodge torpedoes unless the torpedoes were set out in a strange formation so that they can make sure they actually caught a piece of the alien ship. This was a massive waste of resources, but with the fabricators, who gives a shit? As the human fleet got close, they realized that these number twos were sneaky, sneaky little turds. And they came at us with such abandonment, and they came from all different sides. I called in that my ship was going to come into the fold, and we bounced into the sector. We were pretty far away from the fighting, and I could see in the long-range radar. Most of my crew was already getting ready into their fighters, but it would take several more hours of sub-FTL to actually get there. You couldn't just jump. It was an unknown sector, and we had no idea where the extra gravity wells were going to be. And the last thing I needed was the ship to be torn in half because I did something stupid. So we moved in very slowly. As I watched, these number twos would kind of use FTL to jump in from different sectors. Though they could not outfight the human fleet, they seemed to just want to hurt us. Even if they got one shot that put a hole inside the side of a dreadnought, even if that was enough, it seemed to make them happy and seemed to make others try to drive towards this dreadnought to try and make that hole much bigger, much larger, much deeper, and they tried to insert anything into there. It didn't matter if it was a torpedo, a missile, or the whole ship, just so they could get a piece of it. I wondered what was driving them to such lengths, but I didn't have time to find out. As we were going closer, I realized that the number 2 fleet had simply retreated. They flipped and burned and then jumped to FTL as soon as they could. They didn't even retrieve their people on the surface. By the time I got to the 5th planet, which is where this was all happening, the battle was over. Our own folks had dropped in on drop pods and simply cleaned it up. I simply sat there and waited to see if there were any more demonoids that I was going to pick up. Unfortunately, what I saw chilled me to the bone. The number 2 slave masters, when they realized that they could not take the slaves and their transports weren't coming, they killed everyone. Just lined them up, and a blast of the back of the head or the back of the spine, whatever it took to take them down. An unholy slaughter was laying down there, and we were watching the video, and I could actually hear some of the men on the ground just cursing in that low breath that you hear soldiers say as they are barely able to keep it together. Off to the side, I could hear the sounds of somebody dropping to their knees. As the camera spun, one of the men pulled his helmet off and puked all over the ground. The air was clearly good enough to breathe, but usually you keep your brain bucket on so you don't get your head blown off. Not exactly something we can rebuild. But what they saw was a bunch of young ones. Different species, of course, but young ones that they had dropped an explosive next to, and there was nothing but parts everywhere. A stray head here, a stray arm there, the occasional leg. This was enough to light a fire under everyone's ass as they saw the video, which was shared to everyone who was willing to see it. My crew, many of them too young to watch it, I warned them that this was going to mess them up. Many of them sat there and just shook after they saw what was on the ground. I, being as stoic as possible, simply went up and took their devices away so that they could be comforted and to relax and let them know that this would not happen as long as they were on my ship. I would protect them at all costs. I hovered around that planet at about twice lunar orbit, waiting for any call for survivors, anything. I kept getting requests for resupply from different areas, which of course we obliged. As soon as we could, the ships were launched as soon as they were loaded, and off they went to wherever they needed to go. With this, the fleet, the wolf pack, was starting to get hungry again. The wolf was drooling, and the wolves wanted blood once again. we didn't know much about the number two. The number twos, as we could figure out, were more scavengers than anything else. They liked to ambush. They never liked being in a straight up fight. And because they ambushed, and they ambushed very well from what we understood, this is what got them to where they were as far as in galactic standing. They would come in on FTL on small ships, small enough that cannot be targeted very well by the turrets, and then they would fire their main guns and then jump to FTL again before the rounds even hit. Then another wave would come in behind them and do the same thing before they could even be hit, and we knew this was going to be a problem. The kicker is they had no idea what human tech was capable of. Many of our battleships and dreadnoughts put out what's known as an interdiction field, as in you can't jump to FTL when you're close enough to them. Now, this field is not as wide as we would like. That being said, it's wide enough. It's wide enough that many of their guided munitions will turn into dumb munitions on the way in, and this is why our dreadnoughts and battleships don't take as many hits as you would think. So we could take a little bit of solace in the fact that they would not be able to pull that same tactic off on many of these ships. But what came out of the ether was something we definitely were not expecting. The original slave masters we had taken, several of their ships came out of FTL but immediately started to drift, many of them venting a whole bunch of atmosphere. One of them, it was just an engine. The front of the ship was gone. It's like the engines had been activated, but the front of the ship had been blown off, and the computer had taken it to its destination and then just stopped. Another one that came in, it looked like it had gone through holy hell. Just as they started getting communications, I was trying to decipher it, and the damn thing exploded. The engines had gone completely critical. The few that remained were begging for help. Begging for help from us. And we sat there and listened as the command got a hold of them. And why should we help you? That was the question. Why? Why should we? Why aren't you just surrendering? As it turns out, the number twos had realized that the first one's home planet had been taken. And with this, they realized there was no large fleet coming to fight them off. So they started facing off against all the other planets. In desperation, they ran. They grabbed what they could and they ran into the night. Either that or they would simply get torn apart through wave after wave of ambushing fire. They didn't know where the FTL was going to come in. Well, mostly. You have a rough idea, but the exact point is not known until they slow down. This worried us a little. However, our engineers were already trying to fix that. We found out that the number twos had almost completely taken apart the first one's territory. And I mean all of it. We're talking almost 180 different planets and satellites, to include space stations, by the way. I was just amazed when the reports started coming in. I had to actually pull my head away from the console and disconnect because I was like, okay, something's wrong. I'm going to go to the aid station. I'm going to get this thing checked because I must be getting the wrong numbers. Something's off. Getting checked, everything was fine. I sat back in the command couch, and the rest of my bridge crew was just in awe at what they were seeing. The first ones were now an endangered species. So many had been lost, and not by us. The kicker is, it wasn't just the number twos. There were others that had found out about this, and they also attacked the first ones. And in desperation, again, they ran back to their home planet. And now, here we were, collecting their ships, at least what was left of them, and sending their personnel back down to the planet. But now, we have other slave species, 4 more, that are now stronger than before, each of them fighting for their territory. However, what was strange is that it seems they had a plan for this. Everything was planned out. They weren't fighting each other, at least not that we knew about. You would think that they would fight each other for the best planets, but no, each of them seemed to have their own area, their own line that they did not cross. It was strange to see phase lines just appear on the map. I didn't understand how they could be so cruel and callous, and then I realized, yeah, these are slave species, or enslaving species, so yeah, they do that sort of thing. I worried about this. Unfortunately, we didn't get much in the way of new crew members by all the ships coming in. I had hoped about it, but I was told by the command that eventually this area would most likely become very hot, and that my ship should head back to second, third, or fourth line, at least. I told them I would start heading back towards the Chitter planet, as I would return a few of their own refugees. The refugees were immediately sent over to my ship, and immediately started to work, and were so grateful for what we had done. As we got towards Chitter space, I had to pass by Zell space as well, who had started to expand themselves. They had expanded throughout their own sector and into a second one that was more or less uninhabited, but they were terraforming the planets to suit them, which kind of put a smile on my face. Good. They're doing well for each other. That's very good. I didn't have any Zell refugees to drop off. I simply sent a message to Junior and the family. Let them know that I was around, and if they needed me to let me know. But I had work to do and didn't have time. Getting into Chitter space, I was told that they would need to bring those to the front lines, to the farthest sector out that they had. I told them it wouldn't be a problem, as my crew was ready to rock and roll as was. Then we headed towards the front. As I got into the last sector, which took another few weeks, something happened. Something that we had been preparing for a long time, but I had prayed. We had been preparing for this, but I prayed it would not happen ever. As we jumped into the sector, we came in just opposite the side of their farthest planet. This one only had 4 planets, though, which was odd, but a welcome sight, as that meant there was not as many things to worry about. Didn't have to worry about extra gravitational fields or planetary bodies coming out of nowhere. It didn't have an asteroid belt at all. It was a pretty low-key area. The only thing that was of interest was the first planet closest to the star. The star didn't seem to have much pull, as the closest planet was almost that of Earth orbit. And it was a very, very, very fertile planet. Nobody wanted to destroy this thing, as it was just covered in biomaterial. Just insane amounts. And when you're talking about a planet that's just a little bit larger than Earth, that is mixed, as in 3/4 of the planet is actually ground and it's not water, and that's almost completely covered in fruit-bearing trees and some sort of funky wheat. Yeah, I think people want to get a hold of that pretty hard. The only issue was, it wasn't just the Chitters that wanted this. Something else was around. As I went towards the planet to tell the Chitters that we have their reinforcements, something was coming in. At this point, it was the middle of the night for me, so I was asleep, and jumped awake as I heard, General quarters, all hands, man battle stations. General quarters, all hands, 2 battle stations immediately. We have incoming enemy personnel. General quarters. Oh crap, I was awake then. Even without putting pants on, I just bolted down the hallway. And unfortunately, I started hearing, Vampire. Seal all hatches and doorways to condition Z. Time now. Say again, Vampire. Oh crap. And with that, we got hit from the side, and I got knocked off my feet and cracked my head against the side of the bulkhead. Oh, that did not feel good, but I started running down the hallway as best I could, trying to beat the timing of the bulkheads as they began to seal themselves. The hatch doors were immediately sealed as everyone got into position. I could see others running around. A few of us knocked into each other as we went by, as the ship began to maneuver itself so that the torpedo tubes were facing the enemy. Also, as they faced the enemy, That was the heavy part of the ship. The most shielded portion was the front, specifically to deflect enemy incoming ordnance. And before I knew it, I'm reaching the bridge and I see them get ready, and everybody is going absolutely frantic, yet it is controlled chaos. Everyone knew exactly what their job was. By the time I had got into the command couch and locked in, the AI was beginning to already brief me on what was going on along with the XO. All the weapon systems had been activated and they were starting to blast the ordnance out of the air. How in the hell did we get caught up in this shit? As it turns out, as we were moving in, the enemy decided to use their FTL in a more almost suicidal manner. They had noticed that my ship, though large, was alone, and they used as a micro FTL jump to get in close, so close that by the time our weapon systems activated, they had ordnance already en route. Damage report. We're clean, sir. That hit just knocked us around. No breaches. Good. Get those fuckers out of my sky. And with that, we went back to the controlled chaos of an actual battleship. Even though this is a colony ship, all the turrets began activating. The AI was in charge of most of the point defense cannons, as they were very, very good at it. Yet others ran towards the fighters. Our drones were immediately launched as they darted out of the ventral side of the ship. They ended up flying out as though it was a whole bunch of bees swarming across the entire sky. The enemy must have seen this as they tried to run, but they're not running fast enough. Our medium-range turrets started to open up. Target their engines if you can. If not, just kill the bastards. And with that, those manning the turrets locked on and fired. It only took a few seconds before the rounds got close enough that they started impacting. Many of the ships started to bounce sideways and flipped through space as the kinetic force had sent them flying. Our energy weapons started slicing through their drones like they were nothing. The rest of the torpedoes and missiles that were incoming were easily swatted away, yet our torpedoes were already en route. It was not a surprise to me that they had brought one or two larger ships. These small ships had to dock with something. They didn't have enough room in them to stay out in space for long periods of time, even with fabricators. They needed to be able to recharge, rearm, and do all the other resupply that's needed. So we found the largest ship. I locked on the torpedoes and I personally gave the order, "Fire!" The torpedoes launched in that direction as the turrets themselves continued to defend the ship. We were starting to get swarmed so much that I didn't have a choice. I sent out the distress call. "Mayday, mayday. We're under assault by enemy forces. Need immediate assistance. Over." I didn't actually have to put that out, as moments later, I saw a Chitter battle group come flying into my sensor range. They came in with all guns blazing. The distress call must have gone out past the sector, as less than a minute later another group came in. Another Chitter fleet had come in and started ripping these number twos apart, totally mashing them up. And it was another 20 minutes. And guess who showed up? It was the Zell, and they were pissed. Not only were they facing 3 different battle groups and my ship, but by that point our fighters had already been manned and they started to take off. All of them armed with missiles and torpedoes and a whole bunch of energy weapons and turrets, and they started to dart into the enemy fleet. The enemy group tried again to retreat, but they forgot with a ship this size, there's an interdiction field that goes out. They must have been freaking out with the fact that they could not jump to FTL at all. The computers just wouldn't let them. Even if they unhooked all their safety measures, the only thing that would happen is the engine would overload and shut down. Or explode, which a few of them did. The largest ship, that seemed to be its own version of a carrier, even though it seems that the ships would dock on the exterior instead of interior, decided to run for it. It tried to get more distance, but as it did turn away into an off direction, my torpedoes crashed into it, digging deep inside the hull and detonating, and I saw the bastard split in two. with the ass end being blown almost completely away. I laughed, sent a message to the rest of the crew. All right, clean 'em up and head back. And with that, with reckless abandonment, they ripped into the enemy fleet. The battle was over in just a few minutes. From the start to finish, the battle only lasted maybe 35 minutes, if that. I'd have to recheck the records. I commended my crew on such a good job they did, and then I told them to make sure that damage control teams were en route to wherever we had taken a hit. Thankfully, again, they hadn't breached the hull, at least the inner hull, but the outer hull had a big old hole in it. I knew what would happen if the enemy fleet had gotten close. They would have drilled into that and eventually would have busted through to some of the cargo areas. And behind that was at least one of our food procurement areas, i.e. our little hydroponics bay. Once that thing freezes over and everything dies, then we're really in trouble. So I was glad they didn't quite get through. I made sure that the ones that we were supposed to deliver got delivered, and I told them I needed to head back for repairs. They all looked at me, and almost simultaneously, the Chitters and Zells actually asked, "How come you don't have bigger guns? Aren't you human?" I had to laugh, and I explained that this was more of a colony ship, as I had the demonoids on board. They were both interested, as they had very little experience with them, and they sent their own envoys to come over and check everyone out. I let them explore a little bit, go through to see what dexterity they were and what they'd been learning and all this other fun stuff. However, I did keep them away from our foodstuffs, as I know the Chitters have an extreme appetite and would eat everything, including the plants themselves, not just the food. After they had gotten a good look, we had done repairs and started to head back towards the Sol sector. I came with a striking realization. We can't just rely on one ship. I need to either find a colony for these guys, or we need to get a flotilla, not just one ship. And then it hit me like a brick in the nuts. What about that planet that nobody wanted to destroy? I had stopped at that jump and sent a message back to the Chitters and asked them if the demonoids could actually have that planet. Nobody wanted to damage it. It was a jewel. They told me they would get back to me on that, because they had to send that up to the queens, and the queens had to hold a council. This is an entire planet, after all, so it would not be a quick decision. All in all, I headed back to the Sol sector, right where I believed I was safe, and I made sure that the crew was good to go. Our losses were down to 2, and I say losses that in quotes because we didn't actually lose them. One poor guy had to have both legs rebuilt, which he's still walking funny as he's going through rehabilitation. And another one, he got, he's in a coma. He got cranked up real bad. Something hit him. We don't know what. Most likely just some debris, but it sent him flying so much that the G-forces kind of squished him inside his own suit. He's going to recover, but it's just going to take some time. Even with our medical technology, we have limits. I reached out and I asked everyone, you think it would be a good idea to have more than one ship? A lot of the demonoids just looked at me like I was nuts. Why would we do that? We like this ship. Are you going to make a bigger one? I did chuckle at that. I don't think anybody could make a ship any larger. I don't think there's fabricators big enough to do that. If they are, I'm sure they're going to be in use for the next year before there's any openings. And hell, it could almost be a decade before that happens. So I kind of let it go. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to breathe much. Before we knew it, we're getting distress calls from every single sector, everywhere at once. It didn't matter what species we had freed. Their sectors were under assault. It wasn't just the number 2s, but the number 3s as well. They're coming out of the woodwork, and it looks like they want to take them back. As I turned the ship back around, I called in for any reinforcements we could, but unfortunately they didn't have any to spare. The Venetian fleet said that they would be behind us a little bit, maybe about 6 hours. Can you hold them off till then? I kind of laughed. You bet your ass we can. And as we flew into the night again using the jump system, I tried to push the engines past 100%, but the AI wouldn't let me. And as we got close to the front line, once again, General Quarters, all hands to battle stations. As we got ready for the jump and the subsequent battle, everyone hit the decks running and got exactly to their stations. Everything was primed and ready as we got ready for the jump. I sent the call out 5, 4, 3, and with that I noticed even my command crew was strapping in as we knew this was going to bump us a little bit. As we jumped, we ended up in the next sector and there was nothing. There was no battle. And then I had to check the areas again. What in the hell is going on? Checking the star map to see where the distress calls were coming from. Crap, there are at least 2 more sectors out. And we need to recharge the engines. Oh, yeah! The waiting is the worst part because you know the battle is commencing. You know seconds and minutes count. You gotta go. I tried to flush the coolant as best I could to try and reset the engines so that we could jump again. This saved us some time, actually saved us a lot of time. I really give props to the engineers as they told me this was going to work, but it would only happen once or twice. After that, the engine would need time to recover. We got ready after a few minutes to jump again, and I gave the countdown. 5, 4, 3. Clenching down on the command couch, I closed my eyes, making sure I'm locked into the system, and off we went. And this time, on the second planet in the sector, we could see the battle commencing. We went full burn, at least what you can with a gravimetric drive, straight towards their planet, keeping just below FTL speed. We knew it would take a couple hours to get there. I kept getting word from my fighters requesting permission to launch and get there before we did. I kept denying that because I knew if they ran in just guns blazing but didn't have a plan, they had a even higher chance of getting hit by their own people. So I held them off for about a half an hour until we got closer. As we got past another planet's orbit, I gave the permission to launch, but not until I released the drones. The AI almost seemed happy with this, as the drones spilled out like a bunch of angry wasps, and right behind them the cargo bays opened and every single one of our fighters launched in quick succession. They began to burn as fast as they could straight towards the battle. I pinged towards the command ship and I let them know that we're coming. Unfortunately, pinging their ship allowed the enemy to notice us. They noticed this big, bulbous bastard in the sky and they thought, hey, there's an easy target. Not realizing that we were surrounded by all sorts of weapons and a lot of fighters. They tried to jump in close again, but this time we were ready for their BS. As everything had been primed. The moment they jumped out of FTL, they found themselves under increasingly heavy fire. The point defense systems would fire as best they could, but if the ship was far enough away, they might just as well miss, even with energy weapons. However, the missiles, they don't miss. Unless you shoot them down, they track and they kill you. It took about 28 seconds before the missiles actually struck their target. In that amount of time, I'm sure each of them was probably saying, oh crap, we picked the wrong target. Especially since I made sure there was at least twice as many missiles firing as required to take out each individual ship, which meant each fighter actually had 2 chasing it. And once it lost its target, i.e. it got hit, it would immediately lock on to the next enemy unit. I contacted my fighter squadron and told them to not worry about the Godfather ship, but instead help out the main body. Head towards the fleet at maximum speed, get there as soon as possible, and lay waste to every single one of them. I knew the pilots. I trained them. And I gave a silent prayer as I prayed that we would get them back. But the fight above that planet was a massive furball. These new aliens had figured out that they needed to get close, very close, to give maximum damage to our ships. Even though their ships weren't nearly as rugged as ours, they were hitting us with numbers. A lot of numbers. Their mass drivers were coming in at point blank range, close enough that our point defense systems were able to chew on their ships even before they fired. The mass drivers would fire, but before they had a chance to even reload it, that ship would be tore up. The problem is, the ordnance was already on its way. Any human ship tried to use their own missiles to try and deflect these mass driver rounds, or at least mass drivers, what we called them. I have no idea what the actual name is, nor do I care at this point. All I know is this ship is taking random hits left and right. We're getting outer hull breaches, small ones, but it's enough to be concerning. If it's tearing this ship up with just that amount of force, oh boy, I do not want to be in the middle of that furball. The AI, thankfully, is doubling up with all our folks on their turrets, and they are just laying into everything around. Enemy fighters that come in are very quickly dispatched before they even fire a shot. I believe they started to understand what was going on when a few of them jumped in from FTL and then immediately turned away, trying to spin up their FTL engines again. We didn't give them a chance. In more than one occasion, our missiles found their way directly into the engine compartment of each of these ships, causing a cascading explosion that went from its ass to its face and blew it to hell apart. It was like the world's largest fireworks display whenever that happened, as each compartment would explode individually as it rippled its way up through the ship. I didn't have any main guns. At this point, I was wishing that I did, as we were getting close enough to the main fleet where main guns would have actually come in handy. The best I could do was I locked onto the enemy flagship and began to fire volley after volley of torpedoes. My helmsman began to move us left, right, and center enough that it began to actually hurt me with the amount of G-forces she was beginning to pull. Our tactical officer was also going absolutely crazy trying to track everything that was going on. He was extremely good at his job, but he required the AI to help him out a lot. There was just so much going on. And as we began to bulwark our way right through the enemy fleet, I fired every piece of ordnance I could get my grubby little mitts on, and out it went. This was when the enemy realized that this large, bulbous ship was not exactly unarmed and wouldn't be an easy target. So they turned their weapons on us, which was a major mistake. Without constant fire, the dreadnoughts and battleships were able to lock on their targets a whole lot easier and began to fire full-on broadsides right into the enemy fleet. Some of them were finally coming from the far side of the planet and the far side of the satellites or their moons and firing into the enemy fleet. The enemies began to tear themselves apart from debris fields as they began to explode in all directions. The enemy, facing our combined fleet, attempted to run but didn't realize the interdiction fields that were put off by large ships like the Godfather, the battleships, the dreadnoughts, or even a simple space station was enough to stop their FTLs from fully activating, and it was wonderful to watch them try to drift away, firing their aft weapons, which were not nearly as strong as their bow-mounted weapons. Oh, it was a slaughter after that, and a true turkey shoot. And as the battle died down, I began to recall all my fighters, manned and unmanned alike, and I got count. We had lost 18% of our unmanned fighters and 6% of our manned fighters. The reason why the loss on the drones so much is that they were much, much faster and in the fray much more than any type of manned fighter, since there wasn't much to them. Unfortunately, because of that, when they're hit, any hit will mainly send them tumbling towards the nearest gravity well. It is unbelievably crazy how frail these drones actually are. No matter how much I tried to arm them, the AI kept fighting this, as it said its speed and maneuverability was its greatest asset. Okay, if you say so. Once everyone was on board, I cleared with the command. They kept their own forces close, but if it wasn't for the locals, we would have simply left that planet. Approximately a quarter of what was left of the human forces jumped to the next sector. I jumped with them this time, as I was not waiting behind in a second, third, fourth, or fifth line. That wasn't going to happen. My crew was already reloading their fighters, and my torpedoes and missile tubes were already recycled, reloaded, and my jump engines had finally cooled and spooled up. We were ready to rock and roll, and into the next sector we went, and it was the same as before. Everything was on fire. Everything for several different planets was tearing itself apart, and we, like a bulldozer through a soft piece of dirt, started blowing through the enemy fleet. They saw us jump in, and many, if they were smart, turned and ran. But as they did, their own ships actually fired on them, which, hey, if they want to take out their own, that's less work for us. Didn't know, didn't care, but in just a few moments of coming out of our jump, we started launching torpedoes in mass volleys. Every single ship capable of firing torpedoes at that point, everything from a frigate all the way up to my colony ship, fired into the enemy fleet. It would take over a minute before the torpedoes actually struck their target, so we only prayed that the losses to our side would not be as bad before the torpedoes hit. And as the torpedoes came in, you could see many of the main guns of the enemy fleets turn and begin to fire at the torpedoes in a vain attempt to knock them away or destroy them. Only a handful of torpedoes were actually struck and destroyed, as torpedoes were armored specifically for this reason. And they struck into the enemy fleet, again burying themselves deep as they penetrated as hard as they could. No warning, just deep inside, and then burst out as hard as possible, most likely cracking them in half. Thinking of it now, that's a very fun double entendre. At the time, all I cared about was taking out with the next volley of torpedoes. Just as the next volley went out, we launched all our fighters, with orders to protect the remaining vessels around the planets. That was their orders, not to directly engage the enemy fleet, but to get their fighters away from our ships. The enemy had learned a little bit of stealth tech, which allowed their fighters to actually be fighter craft in space, which until that point was an insane idea. The idea without stealth to actually get close to any type of enemy ship and being able to take it by force was a ridiculous idea, as everyone would see you coming minutes, sometimes a half an hour or better away through their sensors. But now, since all these fighters are stealth rigged, it got very nasty very quick. With that, we saw another wave of the enemy ships get penetrated and explode. We were getting within effective missile range now, but we couldn't fire anything like that as we saw our fighters crossing inside the line. We warned them not to do this and go all the way around, but they didn't want to listen. They simply wanted to get into the fray as much as possible. They were tearing up our friends now. We were at the Zell's home planet, and these were our friends. The Zell fleet was mixed in with ours, and they were fighting tooth and nail to protect their planet. Their satellites were doing what they were supposed to do, but much of the satellite network had already been either disabled or destroyed. These guys had played it smart, very smart. When they jumped in, the first thing they did was fire a volley into the satellite network. They jumped in really close to the planet, and with anything larger as far as ships go, would have been devastating for them, as the gravity well would have yanked them with such force, it would have killed everyone inside. But as they took out a large section of the satellites, they had no idea where the combined fleets were, which made it difficult for them. And by the time they had got a bead on them, our own folks had realized that they were under assault and already started firing. It was simply a slugfest from that point on. It was absolute chaos as we got within range. Again, the enemy fleet tried to jump in close to use their mass driver cannons on us. These mass drivers took out a few frigates. At least one destroyer that I saw was disabled and started to drift. At least they got the engine. But They didn't get the guns, and the guns kept firing because we're just gonna give them a good old human fuck you. With that, several of my fighters had peeled off to protect the disabled ships, and I sent recovery vessels out to get any crew that needed recovery off their ship. I did see one frigate that went adrift and then simply exploded as its drive went critical. It imploded and then exploded. It's a good thing I'm using just sensors, because if I was looking at that, it would have cooked my retinas completely. It seemed to have that type of effect on a few of the ships, as many of the alien fighters, at least those that were manned, started to drift off to the side. I don't know if it was the EMP. I don't know if it was the flash. I don't know. I don't care. All I know is it made them easy targets for our point defense systems. And our turrets simply spun around and started whipping all sorts of hell to the enemy. Again, we just rushed in. This time, the enemy would be facing us on several different fronts, as both groups were coming around both sides of the planet on the equator, and we came from the southern hemisphere. Not only were they having trouble trying to keep themselves from getting in a pincer movement, but now, since you're in three-dimensional space, things get a lot more interesting. As we allowed our ships to drift their way across, we altered course so that I could keep the main shielded portion of the ship in line with the enemy, just in case we took a hit, and which we did. Several strikes came in and we could hear them refracting off the hull. I designed that front specifically for this reason. Unfortunately, it hit with enough force that one of my torpedo tubes was taken out of action. I sent the recovery drones in to try and get as much done as possible, but there's only so much they can do in a short amount of time. Taking a quick peek at the internal cameras, I could see the drones scurrying their way inside to fix the launcher and to make sure that the torpedoes did not explode inside this ship. That would be bad. Even though the ship was designed specifically so the magazines would blow out and not in, it didn't matter. It would still leave a gaping hole in this ship and leave us adrift at least for a few hours. I didn't want that, and neither did anyone else. A few more rounds struck off the front of the hull as it brought me back to the battle. Several of the other torpedo tubes had rearmed, and I began to fire another volley into their larger ships. At this point, they must have realized they were screwed, as they began to try and kamikaze our ships. Their own debris field was causing them major problems. Our fighters were able to whip around these debris fields and actually make sure that, using the debris in the way, the point defense systems didn't blow them in half, allowing them to fire again and again and again into the enemy ships. But now we had a bigger problem. As their fleet spun up their FTL engines, we realized that's not going to work, but that's not what they were doing. They were using excess power in their FTL engines to overpower their engines. They were going to smash into ours as a great last act of defiance. I'm like, well, these guys are a little more human than we give them credit for. Well, we ain't going to let you do that. Out of sheer desperation, the call went out from one of the destroyers as he screamed, "They're gonna ram us!" Oh no, they're not. With that, we began to fire with reckless abandonment. Number of torpedoes be damned that we have left over. It doesn't matter. We are not letting them work. Unfortunately, we did see several of their ships spin up and immediately launch towards ours. Though they were taken down beforehand, space is still space, inertia is still inertia, and it's all a real pain in the ass, as the main body of their ship would still be drifting towards our own battle groups. Our people try to get out of the way the best they can, but it's what happens in space combat. There is so much, and several of the ships were taking out just from impact from debris. In a few cases, you could see parts of the ships embedded into our own. Even a Zell cruiser was sitting there and had several pieces of whatever that was, I think it was a frigate, stuck into its dorsal section. That was the weirdest looking ship I ever seen. One engine on the front, one engine on the... Is it in the front? Whatever. But whatever, the engine in the back wasn't the one pushing as hard, and it went a little flying, at least until the engines cut out. and they were able to rewrite themselves. I sent several more fighters to the surface, and I could hear our commander of the wing start sending out, "Prepare for atmospheric flight." In other words, strap in. You're not in zero G anymore. Things don't maneuver the same way, because now you have an atmosphere to deal with. As they went down, I tried to get a good look at what was going on. Unfortunately, I didn't have any weapons that could help except for a couple of missiles which would barely reach the surface if I tried. Thankfully, the Zels had been ready for this invasion, and they were ripping all sorts of wholesale ass. I smiled as I tried to ping in, and I found Junior and the family. They were still in their homestead, and as I looked in real close, I could see dozens of slave master bodies strewn all over the place. Though it was a bad idea to use static defenses, you don't go on a farmer's land without their permission. This is a universal truth. While waiting for the last of the enemy to be mopped up, I received a signal from another group coming into the sector. For a moment, I freaked out like, crap, now who do we gotta fight this time? But thankfully, I got a word. It was the Martian reinforcements that had finally decided to show up. We told them that this sector was clear and they just needed to move on, which they did after they let their engines cool. I asked them, "Where's the Venetian fleet? Shouldn't they be hot on your heels?" The response was simple. "They went to a different sector, sir." All I could think was, okay, well, there's a fight everywhere. At least they're getting into it. At this point, I was just hoping that they didn't send their whole fleet, because God help us if the enemy finds the way to the Sol sector. Granted, the Sol sector is kind of protected in a way that every sector or two in every direction has been liberated, which means the enemy would have to fight their way through or attempt to do an FTL jump on the way by, which would very much let us know that they're coming. We would have a couple hours at their FTL speed to actually be able to get everything ready, and we would even know basically which direction they're coming from. I think they kind of learned that lesson, not to screw with us in our own sector, but it's a pretty safe bet they didn't expect us to come whole hog and come protect our friends. I checked the comms traffic. As it turns out, the Chitters were putting up a hell of a fight. Though taking a lot of damage and a lot of casualties, their home planet was pretty safe, except for the occasional debris that fell down. That being said, I kind of felt bad as I noticed that in the casualty reports were all the Chitters that I had known, minus the Queen that I had met. It was unfortunate, but with a battle that large, as the enemy had gone at them with at least 5 times the amount of ships that were facing the Zel's home planet, I guess they realized that the Chitters were far more dangerous. Which in a sense is true, as they can produce out far more material and personnel than any other species. At least, species that I know of. After the Martian battle group moved on, and our folks had cleared the planet, I simply sent a message down to Junior and the family. I simply told them how their guardian angels would be back. And I want to see the grandkids soon when I get there, okay? I'm sure they received the message, as it was pinged that they received. Eventually, I was able to get the rest of the drones and the fighters back on board along with the recovery craft. We had to move on. We didn't have time to wait. This time when we jumped, the battle was already over when we got there. The Martians had really ripped into the enemy. I mean, seriously, yikes. I started to wonder what the hell was in those cannons, but didn't really have time to worry about it. I simply asked them if they required assistance. They said negative. "Roger, as soon as my engines are cool, I'm heading to the next sector," which was the farthest one out that we had knowledge of in this direction. As we got ready to jump, the Martian fleet, along with several from the planet we had just saved, got into the fray. They demanded that I wait in second line, considering my ship does not have any large main guns. I told them my torpedo tubes are fixed. I can really lay waste to everybody. They still insisted that I wait until at least second line. So I did. The waiting is horrible. I saw the entire fleet begin to blink out as their jump engines came online and they went to the next sector. I knew this sector was going to be a hard fight because this was the very far edge. If they hadn't taken the sector completely, then oh crap, it's still going to be a massive firefight. I was right, unfortunately. When I jumped in, all the ships had already begun to engage. All the turrets had actually got within range and started trying to pick each other off. Several of the enemy ships, this time massive ships, had come into play. This was a Veteran sector. The Veterans, though they might not be strong or, well, built very well, as they're very, very skinny and very, very frail, they tend to be also very good friends with the demonoids. So much so that they formed a kind of kinship. It's strange, but I think it has something to do with the fact that both species were enslaved almost exclusively for their appearance, their aesthetics, their beauty, and because of that, they were both treated poorly the same way. The thought about this, the fact that they had sent large ships, I knew what this meant. It meant they didn't want to just take the planet. They wanted to take the personnel. These were not just battleships. These were like mine. These were colony ships. These things were giant cargo vessels designed to take personnel somewhere. I've only seen this style of ship one other time, and that is when they first showed up on Earth, and fuck you. No way. No more. No more. This is not ever happening again. It was almost palpable as the tension and the rage of everyone who saw these ships. We all knew what it meant. The demonoids couldn't understand why, as of humans, we went from very talkative to suddenly extremely quiet and focused. I simply stated, I'm about to let you loose. When we get within range, I want you to do one thing and one thing only. Kill them all! And with that, I could see lights pinging, letting everybody know that they were ready to rock and roll, ready to launch. I wanted to get a little closer as I knew our fighters were going to need to get around the volley of torpedoes that were coming out. I called the command of the Martian fleet and told them I would be taking up my position. He gave me a different position to lock into, but I realized that it was actually a better firing position than when I had originally thought. Coming from almost their complete northern pole, we had a very good line of sight on the fleet as they tried to circle around the equator of this planet. They had already taken down every single one of the defense satellites, all of them, which was incredible in its own right. However, we could see that much of their fleet had taken extreme amounts of damage. They were still trying to wrestle with what was left of a battle group just outside one of this planet's 2 moons. It was kind of difficult, as what was left was a bunch of really talented destroyers. I say this because you could actually see them dancing between shots. The mass drivers may be good, but they're still ballistic weapons and they still take time to get there. Our destroyers' main guns were able to put to rest any issues with ships trying to get close. However, it would only be time before they would eventually be taken apart piecemeal, as sometimes it's not about quality but quantity in a battle. And we could see that they were slowly getting overrun. The enemy noticed us and began to turn most of their main guns towards us, but it was too late. We got the word from the Martian admiral. Ready all forward batteries. Open fire! And with that, the night sky simply caught fire itself. Every one of our turrets, whether it be energy or ballistic, every torpedo launcher fired, and with that, all the bays opened, and like an army of angry flying monkeys, soaked in amphetamines. Every single one of the drones came out, and right behind them, the manned fighter crafts were launched, and they all swarmed down, making sure they stayed out of the way of the main guns. It was like a giant flower that what they could see, the main body surrounding their battleships and any carriers they had towards the center. As they went out, destroyers, frigates, colony ships like myself, and then as the fighters went, they blossomed out towards the side and then turned and headed straight towards them, making sure there was a large gap, large enough that each of the torpedoes, missiles, mass drivers, energy weapons, and anything else was going to lay waste to these bastards. We thought for sure this was going to be just another quick victory, but no, their ships were strong enough to take several of our hits. The mass driver cannons in many cases would ricochet off the hull, as the hulls had a strange angled roundish shape to them. It was odd. There was no type of energy weapons, if anybody thought about that, but the energy seemed to dissipate just enough as our weapons were not able to focus enough at that range. This is why we were trying to close as fast as we could to make sure that we could get enough fire on them. Thankfully, the torpedoes did do a lot of damage, especially to the smaller ships, as again, they penetrated as deep as possible, not even given the courtesy of a reach. Never mind, I won't finish that. But they did blow up inside them. It was glorious to watch these small ships go, and eventually we had several fighters trying to fight their way through, straight through our fire and their own ships to try and get to us. With that, our point defense systems and our missile batteries began to open up on them, and it was again just a wave of explosions as debris came towards the ship. You could hear the clanging of metal on metal as these pieces fell against our ships. But now their big ships wanted to play, and they brought a massive array of weapons. I saw several fighters, frigates, destroyers, corvettes were the easiest ones to take out. Even one of our battleships had taken a direct hit and went adrift. I didn't see its turrets firing after that, but I didn't see any damage to the engine, which tells me that they were siphoning it off to make sure that the life support system was still functioning. I didn't see any escape pods either, and I was hoping that I wouldn't see it explode. With that, my own ship took another large hit. It refracted slightly, but the inner and outer hull had been ruptured. I called in damage control teams as fast as I could, and the drones immediately went towards it, doing what they could to heal everything, but they only could work so fast. More rounds began to fly in. My point defense systems were firing as best they could and beginning to run absolutely hot as balls, trying to keep that much ordnance from striking. But there's only so much, as more and more ordnance kept firing from both sides. The battleships and dreadnoughts began to use flak batteries as a way to stop the incoming ordnance. Unfortunately, it would damage our own on the way there, which meant that there was a line in between each of the fleets, theirs and ours, that was simply burning. And as we got close, the fleet admiral told me to hold along with several others and to focus on repair, recovery, and medical. I immediately told my crew to get all the recovery vehicles ready and to be ready to receive any type of wounded personnel. We had already taken on a bunch, but we knew this was going to be bad. This was going to be really, really bad. And it was, as many of the escape pods and several shuttles started aiming for our cargo bays. As soon as they were inside, we would shut the cargo bay and repressurize within a matter of seconds, just so that we could get them out of their shuttles and into the medical facilities as soon as we could. It was an absolute madhouse down there, and I wanted to do what I could, but I had to stay in the command couch and control this frickin' ship. The AI did at one point offer to take over, but I looked at it and said, "You're a bit too reckless still. You need a calmer head, and you don't have nearly the experience." It seemed to take offense, but with that simple female mechanical voice I gave it, "Affirmative, Captain," was all it got. I could see through the video as several of the wounded were coming on, missing parts, bleeding all over the floor. In some cases, they were brought out and immediately scanned, and there was nothing anyone could do. I'm sorry, but if your brain is quite literally blown out of your head, I don't care how good our medical tech is, there's nothing we can do there. Especially when you're missing half of your chest as well. Things were absolutely gruesome. The demonoids did everything they could to make sure everybody was fixed up as fast as possible. Most of it was what we used to call meatball surgery, as they simply patched everybody up enough where they would stay alive and get the next person and patch them up just enough to stay alive, and told, we'll get you later, we'll fix the rest of you later, but we can't do that now, we got more waiting. A few good soldiers actually stood there, in more than one case would pass out from blood loss as they ushered more of their own in to get them fixed up, even though they were hurt even more. I had to tell the demonoids that this would happen, as this was something a good leader does. It wouldn't matter if you're bleeding profusely. If your men are hurt, they get medical treatment first. The battle outside was just as gruesome, as we could see bodies beginning to fill the atmosphere as things started to burn up from falling into the planet's gravity well. We were only in one planet, and there was two in this sector that needed to be taken care of. The other one was still fighting. We could see it on our sensors, but we didn't have anything that we could send. We had to clear the space around this planet first before we could move on. And thankfully, that large container ship tried to turn and get away from the planet. We waited till it got clear of the gravity well as it tried to spin up its FTL engines, and the commander simply stated, "Take that thing out of our sky." I locked on every torpedo tube that I had ready to fire, and fired as well as everyone else. The cannons, the lasers, the torpedoes, the missiles, it didn't matter. They all ended up into this Bulvis ship. Unfortunately, there was more than one, and they still fought. But the battle would be over soon. They must have known that they were in trouble. They must have known that they didn't have a chance against us, and they knew they couldn't run. So one of these ships decided the only safe place to be would be on the planet. We watched in horror as this massive ship began to break into the atmosphere. It was still strong enough that it could fight, but for some reason they wanted to land. We all knew what was going to happen. There is not a single anti-grav system anywhere that is strong enough to stop something that big from going splat on the planet's surface. It was no surprise that they ended up sliding several kilometers across the surface as they tried to belly land, most likely stripping off the bottom decks of their ship. But eventually it did come to a halt. With that, it was time to get some boots on the ground. I looked over to the destroyers and the frigates, and they started launching pods, massive amounts of pods, and all sorts of landing craft started heading towards the surface of the planet. All I could think of was, as much as you pissed us off, we're going to teach you never to underestimate the fury of the patient man, because that's what we were. At that point, only a few ships remained to give some sort of support to those on the ground. The rest of the battleships and dreadnoughts immediately turned to the other planet and did as best they could to get there as soon as possible, as the battle still raged. I, however, was stuck on this planet, could only watch in sensors as they, with reckless abandon, jumped in right next to the planet, which was really crazy, and began to fire all sorts of madness. I only could imagine what was going through their mind, as even through the sensors I could see from this distance, their weapons were glowing hot. Those cannons, after this battle, would have to be replaced. There's no way they'd be salvageable after that. But it didn't matter. The guns still spun and fired at anything they could. I could only imagine how much ordnance they were actually going through in their point defense cannons, as many of these were older ships and still used ballistic point defense guns. My point defense guns were having trouble being reloaded, as we needed the fabricators to run full steam just to make enough ordnance to refill them. But I didn't have any other vessels to deal with. I was so happy at that point that many of the fighters, unfortunately not all, but many, most actually, were redocking inside the ship. And as they did, without question, without orders, they got out of their fighters and ran straight towards the medical bays and started patching everyone up. It was something about our demonoids that seemed to calm the humans down. Many of them were thrashing like crazy from the pain as their crewmates would bring them towards the medical facility straight into the aid station. Yet seeing our pretty demonoids was enough to calm them down, just enough that we could work on them. Our system worked full bore for the next 8 days, non-stop, human days that is. It took that long before the planet began to calm down. 8 days. The soldiers on the ground must have been running on I don't know what medication because they didn't stop. I know we are persistence hunters, which I'm sure scares the living crap out of the enemy. But now they saw that sometimes we just won't stop. Not that we can't, but we won't. Looking at the other planet, the battle had been over for a long time. However, this was the Vaterians' home planet, and they did defend it. They defended it very well. Maybe it was because we had given them a whole bunch of weapons and intel and everything else, but this was something they were not going to give up easy. More of our own soldiers did hit the ground over there, but they were having a much easier time. We don't know what it was about the planet I was right on top of that they wanted to take so badly. Maybe it was the fact that there wasn't as much defenses and they thought they could get as many prisoners without having to deal with as much casualties. It didn't matter. At that point, I was mentally exhausted as I had not unplugged since we started. It had been almost 2 weeks. Try staying awake for that long and having to focus on your work like that of a surgeon, where you need to focus on every little thing. My brain was just about reaching its absolute limits. Even the AI was telling me I was starting to enter a danger zone. As I was laying there, I could actually feel one of the medics come in and give me an IV just to keep me functional. The AI must have sent that, because I sure as hell didn't call him. And as the battle finally ended in this sector, I scanned all the others to see what had happened. There was still one planet, just one, where fighting was still taking place. Reason being is that planet had been taken. It was far on the other side of Chitter territory, but it had been taken early, and the enemy was very well dug in. So much so that some people were thinking about orbital bombardment just to get them out. But we don't do that because we want the planet. We offered them to surrender, we as in humanity. We said that they could return in their shuttles. We would get them close enough to just drop them off in their own home sectors as a sign of goodwill and looking for future peace. At least, that's what we tell them. At this point, I didn't need any more fighting. We had lost too many already. But our lines had held, and that was the important part. With that last planet, I could see that several of the battle groups, human battle groups, along with those of Chitters, were heading towards there, and they were loaded for bear with all sorts of drop soldiers. And when they hit the ground, especially in the new upgraded heavy exosuits, God help them, because no ordnance punches through that. You don't move nearly as fast as you'd like to, but you still have your dexterity. They're just very, very heavy, and heavy, heavy duty, especially with the built-in cannons and missile launchers and all sorts of funky shit. Maybe I should order one of those, the schematics for that myself, so I can make a few of my own, see how they operate. Maybe give it a few tweaks. All in all, the battle was not fun. This ship needs repairs, but the drones would have to do just patchwork for right now. I would need a large fabricator to replace the large sections so that it could look new again. Then again, some people say that the damage gives it character. I say the damage gives it a hole. Several. So they can kiss the darkest part of my ass on that one. As we finished up, we realized that the aftermath of this battle would be something that echoes through the stars far beyond anything we could have imagined. But that is for another time. After such a horrible battle, we all had to take stock of what we had won, what we had lost. Though I can't say we won much except a whole bunch of non-biological and biological debris that's floating around a bunch of systems right now. But we had maintained the line, and we had held the line, which was vitally important. We went to each of the sectors, my ship, looking for any survivors of the demonoid race, helping out where we could, as many planets were hit with multiple layers of debris, which was like hitting an entire planet with artillery, along with a whole bunch of slaves that had been used basically as cannon fodder. We didn't find many, just over a dozen. You could say a baker's dozen of them. Most of them looked like hell. A couple of them missing parts, most of them emaciated, and all of them scared out of their minds. They had seen what humans can do, so being around their own kind really, really helped. I allowed my fabricator to be used to make sure that basic necessities were up and running, especially on friendly planets. The military's individual could fix whatever they wanted. They had all the equipment they needed. However, the Martian and Venusian fleets immediately returned to the Sol Sector as soon as they had verified they had everyone, grabbing a little bit of resources, just enough to get back, but it wasn't anything they cared about. We were allies, but we were not their defenders anymore, and they would still have to cover their own ass. Most areas, homeworlds mainly, had a small contingent of human ships around, just in case. And of course, those contingents made sure that all the defense satellites were still up and running. In fact, they got an upgrade, about 4 times as lethal as the old ones. And it took a long time to replace them all, but I guarantee the species were not even giving the first flip of a crap that it took so long, or that the resources to make the new satellites were being siphoned away from any materials that might come down to the planet to be used. I think they were more concerned, like the rest of us, with making sure they didn't get shot from the darkness again. We didn't know if there was another fleet just waiting in the void for us. And it was a good thing that nothing showed up, because taking stock of the human population was absolutely horrifying. As it stands now, in our sector, we have 2 planetary colonies, 7 off-world colonies, which means any type of moon and or asteroid that maybe currently has a colony on it. And that's about it. Our numbers are down below 2 billion. For an area that large and keeping a fleet as large as we have intact and running, that is very, very few people. Very few. We worried that they would once again come at us with numbers and we just would not be able to face them off again. The fleet itself, combined human fleets, had taken almost 24% losses in personnel. There was over a 38% loss in material losses. It was just insane to see all these. The numbers added up very, very quickly. I very, very quickly returned all the personnel as soon as they were healed up through our medical bay to their ships to make sure they could go home and see their families. I was worried as the ships began to come back, the shuttles, the fighters, the recovery craft, whoever it was. I wanted to make sure we had everyone. And of course, we lost our own too. Though we had retrieved a few, that definitely had not refilled our ranks. I looked around as many of them worked, and I realized that for them to be able to live, they would have to actually have a populace. Thankfully, they have the ability to have children now, but without medical intervention, it didn't work. Something had to be done, but for that to truly happen, for them to expand, they would need a planet. So eventually, I asked the Chitters again to take that one fertile planet on the ass end of their territory. They didn't respond right away, and I found out why fairly soon. That planet was given asset denial treatment. For some reason, the invading forces, instead of trying to take a planet that had almost no population, they realized how important the food was to us. It must not be important to them. They fired their own ordnance into the calderas that were on that world and caused every single volcano that was active to blow. Whether it be a standard volcano or a supervolcano, they all exploded. Now, the type of explosions that came out were all pretty much the same. One giant burst. But because of that, the entire planet was covered with several feet of ash. We wouldn't even be able to send down any of our shuttles without some of the mechanisms starting to gum up. As we looked at the planet, I talked to the queens over the comm systems, and I asked them, do they still want this planet? Are they planning on colonizing it? They laughed with that strange squeakiness that they have, and actually said, if you want it, you can have it. It is of no use to us anymore. And they all did their version of a nodding in agreement. I simply sent them a contract allowing them to sign it and saying that they would relieve this planet and leave it under my care, and those are the demonoids. They had no problems at all. This meant that much of what they were going to need their fleet for could be freed up. They didn't have to send 2 battle groups to watch over a planet which was now basically a dust ball. I looked at what was there, and many of the demonoids would look out the windows, the viewports, and see this seemingly dead world. But they didn't see something I did. What I saw is the same thing I saw in my crew, and the same thing that I saw in humanity as well, is that no matter how deep you burn us, we will rise from the ashes and build better. So we did. It was a long process finding what we needed, and what we needed was ice, as much as we could. Any type of frozen water we could get, we simply dropped on that planet and let the atmosphere cook it off. The more hydration that was on there, the better. The wetter it was, the faster the fires would go out and more the atmosphere would cool, along with adding to said atmosphere. This would take just under 7 months to get it to the point where you could breathe the atmosphere itself. However, we would still go down with masks on, as there was still a lot of ash in the air. Many of the demonoids found out that just wearing a mask and nothing else was a bad idea. The cloud cover, the dust cloud that is, tended to cool everything off. I told them it was going to be a nuclear winter, but they didn't want to listen. I remember as a few of them just started shaking as I'm standing there in a thick coat going, I told you. You going to listen this time? Shaking my head and going, kids. Regardless of that, we had prefabricated what we needed and were bringing it down to the surface piecemeal. We set up a small colony, several actually, each one roughly 75 to 180 personnel. That's where it came into. Everyone could decide which groups they wanted to be. Surprisingly, they kept things intermixed pretty good, although there was a strange look as though they wanted to stay with the same color scheme as each other, which I thought was just very strange, but hey, to each their own. Not that they strictly abided by that, mind you. Reason? I made sure they didn't. I knew that would cause problems down the road. so they still had to intermix a little bit. All in all, everything started all right. We set up the housing units. We set up areas where they could have greenhouses. And then they started to set up something strange, shelves. I said, no, plant it right into the dirt. They all looked at me strange. Why? This is volcanic ash. There's no way. This is powdered rock. How in the hell is anything going to grow here? I laughed. You would be amazed what will grow here. And I was right. Volcanic soil, it doesn't matter what planet you're on, is still the most fertile soil you will ever find. Even though the oceans, if you can call them that, were still covered with a layer of the ash, we could still get enough water. We just had to drill to get the groundwater. It was clean to water the crops. And the crops grew like crazy. And as they reached their first harvest, I started to realize that the demonoids had started to grow something else as well. Many of the females were starting to show. I had to do a little research to find out what their actual cycle would be. It's actually a little different. They would actually be pregnant for 14 months. Why? I have no idea. Apparently things grow slow there. I don't get it. But it was nice to be around when the first ones were actually delivered. To see the first ones come out, even though you could hear the females always screaming, I'm never gonna do this again! No, I'm never gonna do this again! All things change as soon as they put the child to her chest. Yes, that was very quick to adjust their way of doing things. We did everything we could to expand as fast as possible as well. I spent many, many days inside an exosuit simply loading crates, moving them around, sending things through the fabricators, taking the items out that had been done, setting them aside, stacking them the right way, getting them inside shuttles, bringing those shuttles down. Shuttles would come up with different materials. We had to put that in the fabricator, and around and around and around it went. It was beyond tedious. But I knew it was important. While this was all going on, I kept checking in with all the comms nets to make sure that we were not having any other issues. As far as the enemy was concerned, this was a dead world. And it was the only, it was an M-class planet. It's not one anymore. The other planets in this sector are either solid rock or a few gas giants. There's not much. There's only 6 planets. That's it. 1 star. Thankfully, no twin pulsars, so we'd have trouble. The kicker is, the sun was not giving off all that much radiation, which was good, because even now, seriously, people put on a shirt at least? I told them that I would burn if I was out in the sun, which I actually checked to see how much radiation was coming off, and there wasn't much at all. This is what gave me the key indicator of why the actual planet had not started to recover with its own flora or fauna. Not only was every animal killed off, but the fact that the radiation was so low, the plants weren't strong enough to survive all those calderas exploding. The heat that came off cooked everything down to bacteria. Everything that was grown here, everything on this planet was only what we brought. And what we brought down was strictly to make the planet recover and to also feed us. It would take years. Years that I stayed either on the planet or on the ship. I went to every single colony on that planet several times. And they were so grateful when finally they could see the oceans, which were very small actually. If you compare it to a map of, say, Earth, the oceans are only the size of maybe South America. And they dot the landscape. Many of which are saltwater, but not all of them. There are many massive freshwater lakes as well. This would be where many of the colonies would set up, right next to the freshwater lakes. I knew eventually, one day, the saltwater areas would become beautiful beaches, that eventually people would pay to come visit, but that would not be today. Hell, I wondered if we'd all be around to see it, considering how tenuous this peace was. Right now, all we could do was raise everything. I thought to myself, finally, I don't have to take life anymore. I can just grow it, and I can raise it. This is the only thing an old soldier ever wants to do. They don't want to keep going through the shooting and the killing and the losing of people. Eventually, the Chitters got wind of what we were doing and started to ask if they could set up their own outpost there. I was extremely hesitant to allow this, as they had agreed to allow me to have this planet. If they had come and simply taken the planet from us, or decided to land colonists on it, there would have been a very, very big issue between the different species, mine and theirs. Not to mention the demonoids themselves, which were very good at combat at this point. In many cases, if you actually went demonoid versus chitter, it's a very one-sided contest, despite how small the demonoids are. Even an alpha chitter would have a problem with them. That all being said, it wasn't just them. If you look on the universal map, there are 3 different species that border this sector. The chitters being one, the Zels being the other, and just a tiny little bit is the Vidarans. You know what, I keep mispronouncing that for some reason. Maybe because I don't have a forked tongue like they do. Regardless of that, they all looked at how fertile this planet was, and since food is such a hot commodity, they realized how important this one planet would be. I realized what it was when I first seen it, but I'm glad that others didn't. If you're thinking, how come the humans didn't come and settle? Well, they wanted to. Several colonists wanted to get away from Venus and Mars, even though Earth would still be another decade or 2 before people could start settling on it again, wanted to find a place where they could settle. And they realized that we had terraformed this planet very quickly. Of course, videos of me walking around without a respirator really made people want to join. But this was not my planet. This belonged to my crew. This belonged to the demonoids, and they would have to decide. I called them together one day and put this whole issue in front of them, and they simply looked at me confused. Why don't you make the call? It's not my planet. I pointed to the sky. That's my ship up there. But this planet is yours. I even emphasized by using a knife hand. This is your planet. You must decide. This planet belongs to all of you. The look on their faces as they slowly began to realize that they actually have a home now. They are creating a home resonated through every single one. Some a little quicker on the trigger than others, of course. But it was still amazing to see this. As I put that out, I let it stew for a while before continuing. I'm going to go to my ship. I want you all to contact me once you have figured this out. Once you all decide. If you so desire, I can help you design a separate government away from me. Is that okay, or is that something you would decide on your own? And don't say anything yet. Call me when you're ready. And I still remember waiting in the ship for only a few hours. Hell, it took me more time to go up to the dang ship and come back down than it took for them to actually make their decision. They did request for me to design a government for them. It would be a representative government. However, each one would be under a certain set of laws. I remember reading a certain book, had something about troopers in a starship, had a certain type of governments that worked really well. And I used that as a baseline. And it worked out wonderfully. Within a year, I'm up in my ship, simply plugged into my ship listening to all the comms traffic. I had gotten so good at it that I could listen to over 50 different frequencies at the same time and not get confused. That took a long time to learn. Basically like learning how to play the bagpipes while playing the piano with your feet at the same time hard. But it can be done. And I was watching everything happen. Each of the small colonies around the planet were doing exceptionally well, growing well. And as they began to expand beyond their small borders, and their borders actually started to reach each other, I worried that for some reason that the different colonies on the planet would start fighting each other, but instead they simply came together. Isn't it amazing what survival mindset will do? What's also amazing is the fact that we have lived so long. Our medical technology has helped us all survive. If you survive the war, if you survive the conflict, you ain't dying. We don't age. At this point, I don't even need an upgrade in the medical. It's just not required. My cells regenerate themselves, and so does every single human. You might wonder if we're still human. Believe me, we still are. But we had to just kind of relax and let these new species do what they were. Along with that, I reached out. I would send constant communication to Junior. He was a grandfather now. His little ones would always pester him as he was trying to talk with me, as they would climb all over him as he used to climb all over me. I found it hilarious. And a little bit of karma, if you want to think of that way. Along with that, I made sure that the queens in the Chitter area knew exactly what was going on. They bugged me, no pun intended, constantly to allow them to actually land on the planet. My worry was that once they landed, they'd never leave. And if they decided, well, I'm just going to make a home here, then we'd be in trouble. Especially since now, as I looked on the planet, the hay that we had brought had seeded out wonderfully. The wheat that we brought was huge, massive fields waving slowly in the breeze. In every small area, there was a small farm. We didn't have any large animals, so we were stuck with things like sheep and goats, ducks, chickens, that sort of thing. I had been able to procure at very high cost several fish, but I had chosen specifically which ones because I had to look to see what type of biosphere was starting to form, and I didn't want to destroy it with the wrong type of fish. You let one go and it starts tearing things up, you better catch it. And if there's two, you're screwed because you're never catching them again. All in all, things ended out very, very well on planet Harvest. It would be several years after that before any major issues happened. Several of the scouts teams had gone out to the distant realms of our own sectors to find out what was going on with the number 2s and number 3s. Were they still gearing up for another fight? I know it would take a long time to replace all the personnel. What about those that we had taken, the first ones? What had happened? Well, the first ones had quite literally collapsed as a society. Those that did not return home immediately surrendered their ships and their slaves so that they could be there, turned into roving bands, each one trying to get leverage on the other, whether that be through political means or through straight up military means. It didn't matter. But any of those not on their home planet were more than willing to kill each other for no reason. And if they're willing to stay out there in the void and just kill each other, who am I to give a crap? The number 2s and 3s, we found out, had some major problems. They were counting on taking these sectors so that they could plunder them for resources. Reason being, the number 4 and 5 that were out there were still strong, and they were pushing more and more across. making it more and more difficult for the number 2s and 3s. And yes, I will keep calling them that because I honestly can't pronounce their damn names. But they are on the verge of collapse themselves, shrinking more and more and more into their home sectors, trying to have enough ships, satellites, and anything else to make sure that they don't get straight up overrun like they tried to overrun us. Now, the whole idea of taking out a whole planet, I haven't heard of any of that. Not since this planet I'm standing on was damaged almost beyond repair. But what they hadn't realized is all they had done was make us stronger. Again, now we had more food than we knew what to do with, and now we were becoming an extremely strong area. Though limited to one sector, i.e. one planet, the demonoids now controlled a lot of wealth. Unfortunately, we all know that when you're wealthy, there's always those that will come to take it from you through one means or another. However, they still have their godfather overwatching them. This ship may not have the main guns of a dreadnought, but if this ship was to be destroyed, it would bring all sorts of Armageddon, as the demonoids had slowly spread out also to different areas and shown themselves to be not only reliable companions, but some of the best friends we have ever had. And with that, nobody wanted to take this planet. They were more than willing to trade for it. And when they traded certain items, everything turned out well. And when I mean certain items, certain animals in particular, though I didn't want it to turn into exactly what Earth was, I did want to get it somewhat close. Reason being is that many of the species need the certain rotation of the planet, they need the certain tides to survive, they need all that. This planet's not set up that way. The low amount of radiation, the 2 moons, it's a mess. That being said, eventually, I knew something would come to pass. And as I thought we were going to be bracing for another attack, we saw a whole bunch of ships come out of FTL, and I scanned over, and I realized it was a mixed fleet. But it wasn't an enemy mixed fleet. What in the ever-loving crap? It was an envoy. 4 ships of the 3 different species that were close by had showed up, all pretty much blinking in at the same time. Okay, what in the ever-loving shit, people? I immediately put out a welcome to them and then asked them their intentions on this world. They stated their intentions were pure. They simply wanted to set up a transfer post for each of their species. And my response was, "What?" My ship was actually busy setting out different defense satellites at the time, so I didn't know if I needed to activate them. I simply got a hold of the council down on the planet, let them know what was going on. I didn't even realize that they had contacted these species and decided to form agreements with them, pacts with them, alliances. It's not my planet, it's not my call, but I sure as hell wanted to be on the planet. So I simply left the AI in charge. She ended up sending out all the rest of the satellites before even the conference was finished. All in all, it wasn't a difficult conference to be at. All the representatives said the same thing. They simply wanted one area. They dictated a certain size that they would want, and they would not go beyond this. It was simply a lease. They would have to pay, of course, to stay on the planet, but the rent wasn't exactly high at all. And they had to stick with certain areas. They could not go beyond those areas, nor could they bring any type of foreign anything onto this planet. This was simply for trade purposes, so that the demonoids wouldn't have to spend so much time transporting goods off planet, as there wasn't many of them. Seriously, we were looking at barely 500,000 at this point, and the planet was just barely falling into its own harmony. I was looking mainly at the chitters on this, as they, being an insectoid race, had a tendency to accidentally bring all sorts of bacteria and junk onto worlds. That was not their fault. That was a simple problem with the fact that their carapace picks up a lot of stuff. So they would have to many times go through decontamination when they come on and off this world, along with any goods that they bring on. They gladly agreed to it. Along with that, the Phtharans were more than happy to trade. Their population was quite literally exploding. I'm looking over at one of these folks who was partially feline, and I was like, okay, what do you mean exploding? You want to give some numbers? He explained that they don't have children, they have litters. Okay, define litter here. Can you put a number on that? I asked him. Oh, sure. We have at two to four. 2 to 4 children every time. And what's the biological capacity on this? The what? How fast do you reproduce? How long does it take a female to go through all her processes? Oh, by your timeline, 7 months. That's quick. He looked at us confused. That's normal. For you, that's normal. Never mind. Anyways, what about the rest of you? And with that, everything was pretty much settled. The Zells didn't have too much to say. They just wanted to set up their own trading post and have everything good to go. And things went as smooth as satin on silk. It was incredible. What actually worried me was how fast each of the species had set up their little trading post. I would have to watch them close just to be safe. Approximately 7 years later. We were on Planet Harvest. I was still back up in my ship, just watching the skies, making sure nothing bad was going to happen. Although I did have to take a break to do a little exercise. You can only be in that command couch for so long before your whole body just starts flinching. You want to get out and move. Alarms started to go off, so I ran up, the AI screaming in my ear, let me know. All right, Sally, what do you got? As soon as I plugged in, she laid it all out for us. As it turned out, several of the slave masters were begging for help, actually asking for us to go and help them fight their war against the other 2 slave masters. One of them, number 4, was actually on the way to number 3's homeworld, and they weren't sure they would be able to maintain anything. And if the homeworld falls, they might as well just put themselves in shackles because they themselves would be slaves. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Really, you guys enslave folks for what? 2,500 years, and now you want the slaves to come help you? What? How does that make sense? However, the councils of each species deliberated on it for a very long time. And when I say very long time, a couple of days. Normally something like this is voted on right away, but they went back and forth and back and forth. Eventually, they came down to one item. We would help you, but on conditions. What conditions would it be? The conditions are, you will free every single slave species you have. If they have a home planet or home sector, you will leave them there and you will withdraw all your forces away from there and never, ever try to enslave them again. You will also owe us a certain amount of tonnage of organic and non-organic materials. This is non-negotiable. Certain slaves will be brought back to the home sectors that we control. Do you or do you not agree with these terms? We did not hear back for almost 2 weeks. But when we received the message, it changed everything. When we finally received word from the slave masters, everyone was shocked at what happened, what message we had received. And the message we received was simple. It was a scream, not a cry, but a scream for help. They were begging for any type of assistance as they were getting overrun in every single one of their sectors. I looked over the message myself, and it looked like a wave, a flood, if you will, of just sectors being overrun more and more and more. And these new slave masters had no qualms with slaughtering entire populations, slave and slave trader alike, to take an entire planet. And with that, they began to strip mine many of the planets that were seemingly paradise. This would be enough to tick us off if it wasn't for the fact that, as a warning, they sent video. They sent video to the entirety of the universe, not to screw with them. They showed the former slave masters, numbers 2 and 3, being decapitated by ripping their heads clean off their bodies. Some sort of creature was told to do this. It's some strange command word I had never heard before. It was almost like if you hear a dog being given a command in a foreign language, and then poof, there it goes. We knew this was our fate if we did not stop them. The flood that was heading our way had to be destroyed, had to be stopped with a wall that was strong enough to stop all incoming ships. And at this time, at this place, we were just about ready. I received word from the command that they were going to be using my sector as a staging area. I said, that's fine, but you better actually pay us for that. They simply asked, how much? And I simply stated it would be one of their space stations, one of the Class 9 fabricating stations. They hesitated on this because it doesn't get any bigger than Class 9. It would be stationed between the 4th and 5th planet in this sector. After a bit of negotiation, they agreed to it. If anybody ever wondered why we didn't just build one ourselves, we just do not have the mass to do it. Not here. We may be great for agrarian, but we do not have an asteroid belt in this sector. We don't even have an ore cloud we can go out and deal with. Not to mention, the entirety of my former crew is raising their families down on the planet. So what the hell am I supposed to do? Take this one ship that doesn't have any large guns and go and fight these guys? I don't think so. Besides, the entirety of the fleets we're going to be massing here, all of them, and they're most likely going to be needing all sorts of organic material, which means a lot of trade for things that we need, mostly inorganic material. Our planet is probably the most fertile you will ever come across due to the volcanic activity, but we do not have a lot of inorganic material to trade. We need the fertile land to grow everything so that we could trade it, and we can sell it, and we can do with it what we need to do. But the one thing I refuse to do is let any of their soldiers land on the planet. Reason being is I know how crazy soldiers get. Doesn't matter what branch they come from, but right before deployment, they cause all sorts of trouble, and that's not trouble I want to deal with. However, in each one of the depots, we're going absolutely crazy trying to get materials in to fly towards their fleet as more and more ships begin to fly in. Eventually, I saw in my sensors that they had delivered the fabricator. It was now ours. Over to my command and to my new crew. What I had never mentioned is that I had eventually started taking on a more human crew on this ship. Many of them wanted to transfer through different areas. Were not safe being on Venus or Mars anymore. As long as they cleared the background check and as long as they knew what the hell they were doing, I had no problems. But now they had a different mission. Their mission was to get that fabricator up and running. I knew that the combined fleets would need as many resources as possible. And since we were much closer to the line here than they would be orbiting Venus, well, it just made common sense. It took us about 3 days to get the fabricator up and running to full potential. They brought in all sorts of ships and bricks after pallet load of inorganic material. It was crazy how much was there. They were actually bringing so much in we had to tell them to stop at one point because I was offloading from my main ship as well so that we could fabricate ships as fast as we could. and the new ships were actually something to be marveled at. The engineers had been busy constructing some of the scariest ships I've ever seen in my life. Seriously, these destroyers are probably 4 or 5 times faster than what I'm used to. Not to mention their armor is a lot better, probably 3 times as good, if not more so. Can take a hit, it has kind of a flexible quality to it, so it can take a hit better. The energy weapons are so much better than the stuff I was used to. You don't even have to really get close. But what was the freakiest part was these destroyers, they were accompanying battleships that were not just armed with large guns anymore. They had all sorts of fun goodies, many of which I did not want near the planet Harvest at all. It made me a little nervous. We're talking nanite bombs, we're talking black hole creating devices, supernova creating devices. I mean, just scary, scary shit, including something that realms in temporal. Seriously, I've learned the hard way. Don't screw with that. Don't screw with that. If you don't know what you're doing, don't play with it. It's not a fun thing to deal with. It's going to mess you up in so many ways. But I digress. I've been along a long time, and I've seen a lot of shit. So it's not surprising that they would bring this type of materials to a fight. Not to mention, they're going to be outnumbered probably 400 to 1 when they first start this battle. Unfortunately, I won't be there. I have a planet to watch over. I am the Godfather, and I will protect this planet. One of the reasons why I wanted this fabricator is I wanted to make several more warships specifically for my planet. And these warships, once the fleet took off, will be dreadnought size, at least 4 of them. That way I can cover all the sectors of Harvest at the same time. Possibly 2 or 3 more just as patrols, but I wanted to make sure we had big guns. If nothing else, it's going to scare them off. If somebody knows they're in for a hell of a fight, it's a good chance they're going to break off and go away. But we didn't have any time for that, as we still fabricated more and more ships, as more and more crew came in. In fact, my entire sector ended up completely clogged. It was insane how many of the ships were showing up. We had Zell ships that just filled up around a planet, looked like it was a cloud around it. The Chitters, holy shit, did they have a lot of crew and a lot of ships. And they built these colossal carriers that just seriously looked half the size of my planet. I wanted to make sure they realized to stay away before they caused a gravimetric disturbance that was going to cause all sorts of holy hell here. But as well as that, we had shuttles going back and forth to the surface all day. As fast as we could get food was as fast as it was packaged up and it was sent away. A few civilians were down there to try and help coordinate things a little better, but aside from that, I kept all other non-essential personnel off the planet. Call me paranoid if you want, but the last thing I need is some idiot getting there and say, well, I have squatter's rights. No, you don't. You're going to get a 12 gauge up the nose if you don't get the hell out of here. A lot of these young pups don't realize the way it used to be. The only bright spot in this whole ordeal as we started to get ready was hearing that Earth had finally been freed of its quarantine. People could finally start going to Earth and start living. Though many places were still scorched and they were pretty much deserts now that were very, 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 very slowly turning back into fertile lands that they could use. It was still habitable. You could still breathe the atmosphere. And they also repopulated whatever fish and wildlife they could. Granted, the oceans now absolutely teemed with life, so I'm sure that's where they were getting much of their food as well. I only know this because I was offered, in exchange for other goods, fresh, live fish, salmon to run up and down our rivers. Salmon would do very, very well in our rivers. In fact, we only had a few types of fish, a few types of shellfish as well, in our rivers and lakes. Our oceans, though small, were also teeming with life, as we were not supposed to do any type of quote-unquote commercial fishing. You could go out there with a fishing pole all day long and snag whatever you wanted. But nobody was that careless. nor did anyone really have the time, especially with everything going on as it was now. As I saw the fleet condense itself and get ready, I was asked one question. Are any of your crew going to join us? I had to laugh. Are you nuts? Seriously? There's barely enough to fill one of your destroyers. You really think we're going to be wasting all our folks? That was kind of a mean thing to say, but they realized that the population of demonoids was not growing very fast. The fact that you actually had to choose to be a parent really made things slow down, and the fact that the demonoids didn't exactly age the way you would think a normal species would was kind of upsetting to a few, especially since some of these mothers and fathers still looked like they were, mid-teens, even though they were 50, 60 years old. It wasn't their fault. It was just the way their genetics had been designed. And if I could change it, I would. If they wanted it, of course. But it is what it is at this point. I told them to come back for resupply whenever they needed it. And I saw the fleet get ready and head off towards FTL. They began to zip off into space, and the human ships still blinked out using the jump systems. It was something else to see them go. It is something to be on the back lines and watch others go and fight the war. It will mess you up. I know Junior's grandkids are out there fighting. I know that many of the humans are out there fighting as well, probably scaring the living shit out of people. As we drop down, they still use drop pods, but the armor they use is so much better than what we had. It's the distance between leather armor back in the medieval period to modern Kevlar. The difference is just insane. But it can still be pierced. We know this because less than a month later, the first few ships arrived back. Without barely a word, they would go straight forward to my ship, the main ship, as most of it was designed specifically to deal with medical issues and also had barracks that they could keep themselves in to recuperate from their wounds. Even though the medical tech is still unbelievably amazing, you still need to recover, at least for a few hours. This was not a problem, as we had the bays to deal with it. We had everything we needed. And I definitely had a crew that was very well trained. Many of them came back up off the planet and got right to work. Immediately putting limbs back together, eyes back in someone's head, in one case having to rebuild part of someone's brain. Another one came in, he was just a torso, arms were gone, just the lungs, heart, and head was all that remained, and they almost threw up, I know, because I almost did, as they brought the body in just barely alive with the machines trying to regenerate what it could. But the machines they took out there they were portable machines. They weren't designed to rebuild the whole body. The ones we had on this ship, oh, they were much better. Far better than anything they had. But after a few more months, we had less and less ships. Why? Because the fleet was beginning to push the enemy out. I got all the reports. As I sat there reading them, I couldn't help but want to be out there with them, but I had responsibilities. Looking out from the command couch, looking down to the planet, I realized this is where I need to be. These people are my people. Even though I would have to protect them, even though my original people are out there. They're out there fighting for others because we're humans. That's what we do. And nothing in this universe is ever going to change that. Now I sit here reading the reports. My life is pretty much behind a desk as I hear of a world being taken and a fleet or two being destroyed by nanite bombs. I could only imagine what was going through their crew's mind as their ship quite literally disintegrated around them, and the nanites, even if they're still alive, as they get vented into space, as the nanites tear them apart molecule by molecule, watching their hands and their fingers disappear in front of them right before their eyes are starting to be eaten away and they don't see anything else. It freaks me out. We can be so careful. We can care for our people so much, yet we will bring such destruction onto others that the whole universe will know to worry about humans, to not piss us off. I look now over towards the massive fabricator. Even at this distance, I can still see it. Small sparks come out as it still fabricates another ship, another order that was brought in. My dreadnoughts are made. My dreadnoughts are crewed, and yet most of them are automated. I split the AI into different components, each one in charge of the ship. That is, underneath its captain, of course. Each one has its own worker drone so that it can make sure it maintains itself. Each of them looks like it just came out of the fabricator, out of the space dock. And as I see them move around, making sure that we have a defensive ring around Harvest, I know whatever aliens are out there better not screw with us. Ah, look. Another transport just blinked in. It's a Zell this time. Oh, look. Here comes another one. A Vatirian. Oh, they're heading to the surface, most likely picking up more resources. I look around now, and I realize that this war that's going on in the stars, even though I can't really be part of it because I'm here, will rage on. I worry. I worry for all those out there, and that will never change because of my past. To me, there's no such thing as acceptable losses. But I know some of them out there. 2 years later. 2 years is all it took. 2 years to fight across sector after sector after sector, not stopping as the combined fleet ripped wholesale ass all the way across the universe, tearing everything apart that did not surrender their slaves and go back to their home planets. This was the only thing we ever asked of them, and yet they still fought tooth and nail, thinking they are better than everyone else. Well, they learned the hard way. It doesn't matter how highly you think of yourself. You're screwed if somebody wants to put a nanite bomb up your bunghole. During this time, many of the ships have returned to me. Most of them weren't carrying wounded, as they were able to take care of most of them out there in space long before they got to me, but the ship would show up, and I would always get a cheery voice on the other end. We got a gift for you. We got something for you. And all I could think is, why are you sounding so weird? Why don't you just answer the comms normally? How many this time? We have 56 new crewmates for you. 56, wow. Roger, head to Bay 3. I'll have your welcoming party there. And I would get on the comms and call the crew over. Our population of the demonoids was exploding. But what was truly exploding was the rage of all the humans whenever they found a human slave. Even one on a planet was enough to condemn them, as every single human took that personally. I did hear a report of one. They tried to use the one human as a shield, and were surprised when we laughed. You really think that's going to stop us? Was the only response they got. Though the enemy kept sending all sorts of messages out, saying how they would do bad things to the slaves, all they got was, do it and find out what happens. And now, after 2 years of brutal fighting out there, I have actually made it a point to fabricate as many individual corvettes and or frigates that I can. These are going to be gifts to those who have fought in this god-awful war across the stars, those that have come back and are not sure, they want to return to Earth because I know how bad PTSD is. I know how much it can suck, and I know sometimes you just have to get away for a while. So this ship, this fleet of small ships is parked and is just waiting for them to return. And I just received word. Not only did number 4 surrender, but number 5 did as well. They are in total disarray, and they have freed all their slaves. For the first time in unknown history, the universe can take a breath. The slaves will all be returned to their home sectors. They will be given communications equipment if they need us to call us. No matter how far away we are, we'll always come to help them out. That is, unless they're trying to enslave someone else. Let commerce decide things now. We do not expect to keep wars from happening. Wars are different. However, now, again, as I look not only on my crew, but I look now on my family that is with me. Yes, I figured what the hell, after a few hundred years, I might as well marry somebody, right? Have a couple of kids, maybe? We'll see if that happens. But right now, I'm going to head down to the planet. There's a celebration right now that is literally rocking the world. Now, if I can just get these demonoids to inside. Will you guys put on pants? Or I told you, pants. Put on freaking pants. I swear, that is never going to change. I thank you all for enjoying my story. This is Syntext, and I do appreciate everybody listening for the entire series. It has been very uplifting to me. I do have to say that. I'm going to be going back to doing shorts more now instead of doing series. I might do an extra chapter here or there. I know Human Battleships has been a huge hit. And again, thank you all so much for your time. I just want to clarify a few small things about this story in particular because I do actually read the comments. I do. First off, energy shields, I almost never use those, okay? They are a science fiction hack that I don't get because the amount of energy you would need to deflect a solid object is absolutely insane. So I try to keep a little bit of realism in there. As you know, a few of you have sent in ideas, things like carriers and things like that. Like I said, I do listen, so if you could, keep the ideas coming. If you have an idea for a story that you want, or if you have improvements on mine, by all means, I'm always open. Aside from that, I do wish you all well, and if I do continue this story, don't worry, it will be in the playlist. Until then, this is Syntext, punching out.